Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as fourth Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DxD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DxD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DxD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 2, Pirates of the Caribbean. Kai's sight got taken over by the densest blue flashes possible, and when the color receded, he found himself standing in a secluded alley. The very first thing that hit him was the smell. It was the smell of fruits mixed with the nauseous odor of overflowing sewers. Then there was the odd mixture of rum's flavor in that odor. But when the last smell approached, it overpowered all. See. The fragrance of salty wind had not vanished from Kai's mind, despite the Pokemon world's retribution. At some level, he had already made his peace with it. Now, this retribution was something he would just have to deal with now and then, until finding a permanent solution to this problem. No reason to fear stepping into the sea. If it wasn't for the pressing matter of identity and comprehension, Kai would have rather faced retribution in the Harry Potter world there and then. No matter how and what Kai felt, time remained important, especially with the limit of 3 days on his dimensional jump. Like his previous jump to the Stein-Gate world, when Kai looked down at himself, he found the system had already changed his clothing. He was wearing seaman's clothes, plain and airy. There was a white shirt on his body, tattered and sewed. Half of the shirt's buttons were open, letting one see his chiseled chest and the several scars on it. On his waist was a red scarf, and under that, he was wearing knee-length pants. Kai lifted his hand and pressed down on his head, finding a crude straw hat over it. Under the shadow of the hat's brim, his hazel eyes glinted gold. The notification appeared then. In the switched world, Pirates of the Caribbean, the contestant will be subjected to an abnormality limiter. You have access to switch world timer as per your privilege. Once the limit of 3 days is crossed, Chaos will start deducting your mission credits. Once all mission credits run out, you will be thrown out of the switched world. Timer, 72:00:00 current time, 07:00 AM current location, Port Royal. Suddenly, a black bar appeared in front of him. Kai had already expected its arrival, though. Pirates of the Caribbean wasn't as unknown to the magic as the Game of Thrones world Kai had been to before, but supernatural events were still an uncommon sight for ordinary citizens. However, it didn't change the fact that the world Kai had arrived at was way more familiar with the presence of magic than manless worlds. That's why this abnormality limiter wasn't the same as others, either. Even though the name was the same, Item M had already let Kai know that this abnormality limiter's sensitivity was around 75% less than the one he'd experienced in the world of Game of Thrones. This meant Kai enjoyed greater freedom in using his abilities and skills here. It didn't mean that he could just start flying in the skies over people's heads now. That would just be stupid and courting death. Nothing more. Time remained the prime issue for Kai, nonetheless. If I am to take the main storyline of the Curse of the Black Pearl movie in consideration. Kai's mind raced, walking towards the main alley, then Jack Sparrow will arrive at Port Royal 2 days later and the Black Pearl will strike that very night. I don't have a second to waste. Before Jack's arrival, I must get my cards ready and in place as soon as possible. Kai pressed down his hat and entered the main alley. He had already gained the general map of the Port Royal from Item M, so it didn't take him long to figure out his actual location and where he must go now. Image 1, Dar. Ahoy. Brother, we apply the best. Only a shilling. Did you hear about that lass getting promoted? Who? Norrington something ass? SH. Pipe it. The port's not the same as before, mate. Hey. One of the wenches winked at Kay, trying to take a peek at his face. Only a shilling for you. The main route was full of drunkards, merchants going about their business, and half-awakened seamen still dreaming about the cunt they had last night. Where there were hundreds of taverns and vast slums, it would be a miracle if one could remember faces. Yet, some faces were bound to stand out even then. Kai was just minding his business, his steps hurrying towards the governor's mansion, when he suddenly paused. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened and closed momentarily. On the tavern's wall toward his left, there were several wanted posters, some fresh, and some faded with time. One of the fresh posters was almost glowing with the darkest ink possible. The poster showcased a bloody face with white hair swaying wildly in the background. And there was such a demonic grin on this person's face that it unnerved the onlookers. The word wanted was towering like sturdy pillars over the portrait, and under the figure, the words dead or alive were written in bold letters. But it was the name that had made Kai pause, to begin with. Blood Demon. With a bounty of 13 million Baileys, he adorned the tavern's wall like a piece of jewelry. Kai's mouth pressed into a thin line and his steps grew springs. The bounty in Baileys was something only he and other contestants could see. For the in-world characters, this amount must have been translated into local currency, Kai knew. This thought, however, didn't bring him any joy. Kai couldn't afford a chase from the Marines of the Royal Navy. Not now when any careless step could comprise his plans. It didn't seem the case, but Kai had came to this world for many things, and not only for Jack Sparrow's compass. First, he wanted to see if the Pokemon world's retribution would follow him into a switched world as well if he hadn't experienced it in the main missions world before. The second reason was related to the fact that this random world was known as Artifact Land among contestants. Any random contestant could obtain some artifacts here. Much less needed to be said about a glitched contestant, who could use his privilege and create missions related to the major storyline characters. There was an even more important reason, but this wasn't the time to think about it. Hey. Watch your steps, yeah fucker. A seaman cursed. Sorry. Kai apologized. The seaman snorted and marched off, disappearing into the crowd. After a few minutes, this seaman suddenly frowned and spat. Fucker didn't have a single coin. TCH. As a habit, the thief brushed his right hand against the hidden pocket of his pants. It was then his eyes became bloodshot. You'd wedding buggered. My money. Kai weighed the sack of coins in his palm and let out a frown of his own. Not much. He complained. A few more should do the trick. By the time Kai reached his first destination, he had already stolen enough money to last for 3 days. Whale and Waterspout was an inn that many sailors frequently visited, looking for a hearty meal and a place to sleep for the night. Not all innkeepers welcomed pirates, but at this inn, Old Mr. Garrett turned a blind eye, as long as his guests could pay their bill in full. Image 2, when Kai entered the inn, the thick smell of booze and rum hacked at his nostrils. Even though it was early morning, the bar was almost full of sailors and seamen who were trying hard to not look like pirates. Image 3, Kai felt many gazes on his back as he approached the bar. Contestants? His eyes narrowed as he sensed hints of mana and breath in some of those gazes, backed by perception. It wasn't uncommon, however. Not here, in Port Royal. This place could be taken as the most open gathering of contestants from both order and chaos. And unless there were enormous benefits involved in it, none was ready to cause a commotion, attracting the attention of Marines, especially when there were top-floor contestants among the Marine ranks here, just like One Piece Random World. Ale. Kai said, his voice hoarse as if he had just come from the sea. Give me the spiciest. An old man eyed him eerily from behind the counter. In return, Kai lifted his head for the first time and narrowed his eyes. Mr. Garrett's old pupils trembled. I want no trouble. He drawled, but loud enough for all to hear. Kai took out 3 shillings and tossed them to the old man. Thud. The owner handed Kai a large barrel-like mug and then forgot about him. Kai drank the ale slowly as if he had all the time in the world, savoring each mouthful of drink. He was waiting for someone to take action against him early on. Otherwise, once he began with his plans, he wouldn't have time to swat random insects. No one moved, though. One more. Kai shouted, his voice now thick. Mr. Garrett refilled his mug and then sat down on a bench behind the counter, lighting a cigar. When Kai was half done with the mug, a voice entered his ears. Oi? Help a brother with a drink, eh? He was obviously a contestant. And a fool at that. Kai didn't reply. Oi? Fast. The loan shark couldn't finish his sentence. Kai's hand, carrying the mug, moved so fast that it left behind after images. With a bang, it smashed into the contestant's mouth. All were watching this scene now. With contestants like them, who were from the 4th to 6th floor here, this type of smashing of the mug was nothing. Yet something unexpected happened then. Kai snapped his fingers as he slammed the mug, infusing it with strengthening magic. So, the moment it struck the other contestant's mouth, his front teeth shattered, blood splattering everywhere. It wasn't the end, though. Kai slowly left the stool as the other guy staggered. He then grabbed the hair and slammed his mouth on the edge of the table in front of them. Queer, heart-wrenching, and squelching sounds reverberated with every next pounding. When Kai was done, the contestant's face didn't even look like a face anymore but a broken melon. Then Kai leisurely walked to the stool, sat down, and said, Mr. Garrett, next hail is on him. The old man puffed out a cloud of smoke, gave the badly mangled face of the contestant a look, and then nodded. At this nod, all the other sailors, pirates, and contestants in the inn turned their eyes away from Kai as well, completely shocked. With the abnormality limiter hanging like a sword on their necks, what Kai had done was a feat in itself. Sir Blood Demon is always welcome at my inn. Mr. Garrett whispered, passing a fresh mug of ale. What can this old man do for you? I want a room for 3 days. Kai said, gulping down half a mug in one go. And a woman. Rooms we have. Mr. Garrett chuckled, a gold tooth shining among the whites. A wench, though. You will have to arrange one by yourself. Kai grunted a nod in reply. Inwardly, he took a breath of relief. It was these words he had been waiting for. What he was about to do next needed all to think of him as a lecherous and murderous pirate. Nothing more. The moment Kai entered the room, he sat down on the floor cross-legged, sensing his surroundings. As expected, his earlier little stunt had made many feel uneasy, preventing others from prying into him unnecessarily. Suddenly, a silver mist burst out of him. Selene Kai hissed out a command. Go to the governor's mansion and keep an eye on the maid named Estrella. She is the personal maid of Elizabeth Swan. Where she goes and what she does, I want to know all of it. Selene laughed, her hisses sadistic. I know what's going on, Master. When Selene had slithered away, Kai took out a book and took a deep breath. Even though there were tasks that needed his expertise, Kai truly wasn't the star of this side mission. For his plans to work, he needed a spy in the governor's mansion, where the young Elizabeth Swan lived. Not only Kai wanted to kidnap her, but he also wanted to replace her. And there was one candidate who could take on this task masterfully, especially when considering her beauty, mind, and cunning. Come out. Kai said, opening the book, Starsea. Chapter 3, Phase 2, Battle with the Protector. 06:00 p.m., first day. Port Royal in the fashionable St. Paul's district, and far from the stench and squalor of Port Royal's docks and slums, towered the grand mansion of the governor. Image 1, it was this mansion where Governor Weatherby Swan lived, along with his daughter Elizabeth Swan and many servants. Among those servants, the noticeable staff members were the butler, the head of staff, and Estrella, the personal maid to the young miss. At this time, the butler and the staff should have been busy preparing for the supper. However, today an unexpected event happened that kept the butler occupied, putting him in an inexplicable and troubling situation. Estrella and Amy both were personal maids to the young miss of the Swan family, but it was Estrella who was closer to Elizabeth and had a higher rank than her colleague. She was in her late 20s, married, and pretty, to say the least. Her husband was a sailor in a renowned merchant vessel, and thus she lived in the servant quarters. Image 2, like always, Estrella had gone to the port alone to collect the letters from her husband in the afternoon. The afternoon had come and gone, but there was no sign of Estrella's return. Just when Elizabeth was about to inform her father to search for Estrella out of concern, a young girl announced herself at the mansion. This girl looked to be around 17 years old, had soft green eyes, and silky gold hair. Her beauty was such that if it wasn't for the presence of Elizabeth Swan, all would have just proclaimed her to be the most charming young lady. Yet, the most striking thing about this girl was the one earring in her left ear. It was short, and at its end was a black marble, giving an impression of a fake pearl. Still, something was enchanting about the earring that unnerved all who looked at it. This girl handed a letter to the butler, proclaiming herself to be Estrella's acquaintance. This girl was Cersei Lannister. And the butler's old eyes ran down the letter in the dining room. "May I inquire about your experience, Miss Lanny?" Image 3, Lanny gave the butler a coquettish smile, pulling a lock of hair behind her right ear. "I have served under the housekeeper of House Stain, the owner of Sugar and Salt Company in London," she told him. "You can refer to the recommendation letter from Mr. Stain attached to Estrella's letter. I am to return to London in 3 days, to be honest. If Estrella hadn't been so kind to me, I wouldn't have accepted her request." The butler inwardly nodded. If this Lanny had said anything else, then he probably wouldn't have believed her. Then there was the touch of arrogance in the young girl's tone, a familiar thing only someone of his age and status could catch on to. This arrogance could only be seen who had come in contact with people of high birth and status. This Lanny wasn't lying, he decided. Yet, it also made him crease his brows. The letter in his hands was from Estrella, and it said that she had to board a vessel immediately to go to London because of her husband. Till then, if the butler and Miss Swan agreed, they could let Lanny take her place by the young Miss side. "Very well," the butler ultimately said, sighing to himself. "Come with me. Let me introduce you to Miss Swan. Remember to report to the governor once he returns. He has a habit of visiting the fort for his evening walks." Lanny smiled. "Believe me," she said, standing up and putting a hand over the butler's forearm. "Miss Swan will love my company." An slow. "Oh." Estrella moaned heavily, her head buried in a fluffy pillow. Image 4, Image 5, just as Cersei was getting inquired by the butler of the governor's mansion, Kai was fucking the maid, taking her from behind, for the 4th time. The prime issue with the Phase 1 they had planned was not implanting Cersei in the mansion, but her presence out of the 8 feet limit. Yet, these 8 feet weren't from Kai truly, but from the book. So, after arriving at the inn and sending Selene to monitor Estrella, Kai called out to Cersei. Then Kai had taken a few hours in transfiguring the book into an earring, putting it on Cersei's left ear. With the little magic Kai could do, it had turned out to be an excruciating task for him. Not to mention, the magic would run out by tomorrow afternoon, he knew. Letting Cersei carry his most powerful and promising item wasn't because of trust, though. No, Kai would rather cut his throat than do something that foolish. If there were some things that he trusted, then those were objects, non-living and empty of intelligence. Then came beasts, full of animal instinct, easy to be manipulated, and questionable intelligence. People had been put aside by Kai long ago. So, no. This wasn't trust, but confidence. Kai just had too much confidence in himself to let Cersei run amok with a book, and believe that she would do nothing against him. He had just invested too much in controlling her. Even the mention of him visiting the Game of Thrones world to upgrade her tale before coming here was nothing but a boost to this confidence. Then came the part of wooing Estrella, a thing Kai also had confidence in. When Selene returned with the news that Estrella had come to the docks, Kai had gone out of the inn, and charmed Estrella with his looks and remarks, manipulating her emotions meanwhile. Because the side mission was related to Elizabeth Swan, all major characters that were and would come in contact with her didn't have any higher floor contestants' protection. Estrella wasn't a major character, but according to the original storyline, she had maintained direct contact with Elizabeth. In light of this, Kai couldn't just kill her, either. If he were to dispose of her, then he had potent reasons to believe that order would just send a powerful contestant to take her place, bringing balance again. No. Keeping her alive and occupied was the best route Kai had found. SS. Estrella hissed out a moan, biting her lips. "I am." Her toes spasmed and her fingernails dug into Kai's thighs. A shudder coursed through her back as Kai pounded her. Just as the climax found her, Kai's hazel pupils trembled with a profound glint. At this moment, Estrella's mind was too chaotic, the best state to control her thoughts. Kai reached for her head and put his palm on it. Then he closed his eyes. His projection appeared in Estrella's mind and saw innumerable thoughts, memories, and emotions. This was the first time Kai was putting legilimency into action. With his little mana and control, especially without a wand, he had little trust in himself to go through with it. Not to mention, this was one magic that he couldn't nudge Starsea to practice as well. The implications of doing that would be too great for others to ignore. That's why Kai had manipulated Estrella's emotions, letting her get used to the orgasms, and only then did he dare to toil around with her mind. That she was just an ordinary woman, defenseless against magic, also helped him a bit. Kai raced through her memories and thoughts, brought out the last few hours' worths of sexual events and feelings, and put them into a loop. When Kai returned to the real world and snapped open his eyes, he had already slid out of her. Estrella had gone to deep sleep, and there was a smile on her face, full of passion and lust. Kai sneered. Like the transfiguration, this magic wouldn't last more than a few hours either, he knew. So he would have repeatedly cast legilimency on her for the next 3 days. Kai put on his clothes and looked outside through the window. The sunset had gained a shade of blue and indigo, and the dark of night was dancing with the distant waves on the horizon. On the street, sailors were singing, drinking, and thieving. The cries of young women were everywhere, some in pleasure and some in pain. And the stench of sewers had already found a balance with the smell of salt in the chilly winds. A good time to kill, Kai thought, grinning demonically. With the matter of Starsea replacing Estrella finished, phase 1 of his plan had already come into motion. However, these phases weren't planned to occur one after another, but together. Phase 1 of the plan was to replace Estrella with Starsea, and then it extended to Starsea's replacement with Elizabeth on the evening of the 3rd day. But this part only took care of only one side of the story, not touching the matter of Jack Sparrow and his compass at all. Now was the time to act on that. Now was the time to work on phase 2 of the plan. Kai walked out of the inn, donning his sailor's attire and lowering the hat. Eyes followed him everywhere but kept away from him at the same time. Kai had already put up a front for others, doing everything that he had said he would do. By acting ruthlessly, he had shown his murderous side, letting others know he was a crazy man who didn't even put abnormality limiter in his eyes. And then, by bringing Estrella to the inn, he had shown his lecherous and charming side, proclaiming that he was up to no good. So, at this time, when Kai walked toward the docks, almost none followed him. Walking slowly and taking many turns, Kai approached the dock where HMS Interceptor and HMS Dauntless were anchored. Image 6. From what Kai had learned through Item M, contestants usually stayed off from these ships as much as they could, for there was no benefit in just gawking at them. Only by boarding the ship as a crew member, or attacking it as a member of a pirate crew, there was some meaning to it. K, too, had no desire for these ships. At least not now, with his little strength and busy schedule. Yet, there was something in the ship's direction that he desired the most. Or, it would be better to say, someone. At the dock, 2 Marines were stationed permanently, and this was the time for changing of shifts. From behind a tree, Kai eyed 4 Marines. After a few minutes, 2 of those Marines marched off, heading in the fort's direction. These 2 were also characters of the original storyline, and quite major at that. Mulroy and Murtog. Image 7, these 2 were the same Marines who, according to the original storyline, had come in contact with Jack Sparrow. Not only that, there was an instance in the storyline, just after Jack had saved Swan from drowning, when the Marine Murtog also held all of Jack Sparrow's effects, his saber, pistol, hat, and compass. Kai was exactly aiming for that instance on the 3rd day's morning. Like Phase 1, Phase 2 too demanded a replacement. But in Phase 2, it was Kai's turn to replace the character, and this time, the target must die. There was just a tiny problem. Unlike Phase 1, where Estrella had no protection, Kai almost knew that a high-floor contestant was watching over these 2 characters. This wasn't a random world where Kai had reincarnated with the main mission revolving around a major character. Even though he had taken care of Jack Sparrow, Will Turner, Barbossa, and other major characters' potential protection, there were still too many characters who shared no particular interaction with Elizabeth Swan in the foreseeable future. And thus, they didn't come under the purview of Kai's side mission. For him to kill Murtog meant Kai would need to go through a contestant, who would have the power to fight and subdue even him. A chill ran down his spine as Kai thought about that, his bloodlust rising to the brim, spilling out just by a touch. Yet he controlled himself. This wasn't the time to act on his thoughts. For now, he just wanted to grasp the timing of their shifts. When the 2 characters had left, Kai approached the dock, keeping the 2 stationed Marines in the dark. He looked at the sea, expanding through the narrow entrance of the harbor into the vaster sea beyond. Then, with a splash, Kai jumped into the sea. Seawater drenched his clothes, his hair, and his hat, bringing a familiar taste to his mouth, and better than Estrella's soft lips. When the rumbles of thunder didn't reach his ears, the corners of his mouth arched up. "What are you smiling for?" Kai's eyes widened to an unprecedented degree. This question had come to him too suddenly, as if the entire world had voiced it out. And then something happened that made his pupils go even wider. Crack! A cracking noise echoed around him, and Kai saw a layer of mirror-like shards propping up all around, covering a ground of 200 meters around him. Its speed was so great that just as Kai saw it, it had already finished forming a spherical cage, confining him within it. Kai wasn't unfamiliar with this cage, as he had faced it before. Unlike then, he now knew its origins and name. Mirror Dimension. Kai recalled inadvertently. From the Marvel Random World. "Speak." The voice returned. "I saw you looking at Murtaugh and Mulroy. State your purpose, and I might just let you go. We both are from Chaos, after all." The voice sounded mechanical, with a touch of feminine in it, and it was coming from the skies. Kai knew he had miscalculated. He had thought that the Protector would never leave the character's side. Who knew just because he had looked at them, this contestant would mark him and confine him into the mirror dimension. Slowly, Kai lifted his head and looked at the source of the fatal threat that was making his back sweat. It was a contestant, with red and silver armor, and hovering midair, fire coming out from the armor's palms and soles like a massive jet propulsion. Image 8, Iron Man Armor, Mark V. Kai let out a breath as he recalled the name. This battle was bound to be one of the scariest, and there was no avoiding it. Chapter 4, Making a Deal. The Protectors. The contestant with Mark V Iron Man suit hovered 100 feet over the dock, eyeing Kai from behind the slits into its helmet. Kai felt as if a boulder was pressing onto his chest, the sheer quality and quantity of mana suffocating him with every passing moment. He had expected the Protectors would be this powerful, but even then, he seemed to have underestimated them. "State your purpose," the Protector had demanded. A bolt of white lightning answered in Kai's place. The moment one half of the power sword appeared in his hands, Kai's lips opened and closed, activating the skill Armor of Justice. 50 MP vanished from his stats, and the silver-colored corridite armor covered his right arm, shoulder, chest, and waist, raising his defense by 12. The Protector said nothing and continued to hover midair as if watching a mummer's farce. The hat on Kai's head lifted with a gust of wind and flew away, letting his long, white hair fall. As the tips of his hair became wet, brushing the seawater, two swords appeared in his hands. Afrostaki and Morasame. "Are you sure you want to do this, Blood Demon?" the Protector asked, obviously recognizing Kai from the wanted poster displayed all across the Port Royal. "A bounty of 1,300,000 Baileys is indeed great. But is it enough?" Kai said nothing. With every next action, his eyes became more murderous and his heart became calmer, readying himself to erupt with the most powerful strike of his life at any moment. Yet, the display of taking out swords and armor was truly nothing but a mummer's farce. Kai wanted to hide his hidden actions behind the flamboyant display of power. His feet were knee-deep into the shallow sheet of seawater near the docks, and his soles were kissing the wet earth underneath. From this contact, a burst of silver mist seeped out and entered the earth. Against a Protector, Kai dared not act too presumptuous and rather use all his cards from the get-go. These actions had been etched into his bones by his constant running, fighting, and killing in his previous life. He couldn't control unexpected events, so he did the next best thing. Become powerful enough to survive those events. Still, this wasn't his previous world anymore, and even Itemem didn't know everything. It would be even better to say that Itemem knew more than exceptional 13th floor contestants, but in the grand scheme of things, that knowledge was only superficial at best. What happened next confirmed these points for Kai. The moment Celine's mist form escaped into the earth, an imperceptible glint flashed into the slits of the armored Protector. "Oh!" the mechanical voice exclaimed. "A ghost-type Pokemon or similar creature, eh? No wonder. I can play this game, too, you know." Suddenly, two ghostly butterfly wings appeared behind the armor covered in a rainbow glow. At first, they were small, but with time, they expanded, becoming twice the size of a person. Kai gawked at this sight in a stunned stupor. With the Iron Man suit and the ghostly wings, the Protector looked like an angel descended into the world of mortals from a comparatively advanced civilization. Then there was the howl and snarls. As the butterfly wings fluttered, rainbow-colored powder puffed out in the open, bringing with it thousands of beastly growls as if the very wind was screaming. The danger in Kai's heart jumped even higher now. It was then Celine's hisses reached him. "Master Kami," she hissed, her voice shaking. I feel bad. This. Kai trembled inwardly. "What's going on?" Even Celine's fearing those wings? What are they? Kai was anything but indecisive. With things taking such a grave turn, it would be stupid to not adjust his plans. I want Murtog, Kai declared, saying nothing else. Haha. The protector laughed. Are you hearing yourself? Why do you? The question had just echoed within the mirror dimension when Kai clenched his teeth and hissed, breathing out blood-colored air. A vast amount of power got squeezed out from his muscles, bones, and blood, engulfing his entire figure in blood flames. Selfless breathing art. A shocking presence rippled out of Kai, making the sea around him surge with waves. The wooden docks near him cracked, and with his one look, all howling and snarling disappeared. The protector went quiet, then. However, this silence only lasted for a moment. As I said, the mechanical voice began unhurriedly, we both are from chaos. There's no benefit in a life-death battle. How about this? This mirror dimension will last for 15 minutes. If you can survive these 15 minutes, then I will let you have Murtog. No using the creatures, either. Just pure strength, items, and abilities. Do you agree, Blood Demon? Kai frowned. Unlike before, he wasn't as oblivious to these protectors. Protectors were contestants who could be said to be confiscated by the systems for carrying out certain missions. Yet, this was one confiscation that no one minded, and instead, desired more than anything. These missions to protect in-world characters weren't main missions, but either side or hidden missions. Not to mention, the systems could assign them whenever it wanted. They had no special rewards or requirements, and one could not even reject them. However, these weren't the things that everyone wanted. It was an opportunity. Not all contestants had such a disastrous privilege as Kai, letting him reincarnate into a random world and create side missions about the major characters whenever he wanted. For others, a protection mission was the only thing that allowed the contestants to interact with major characters. Take Robin, for example, who was the protector of Pokeball expert Kurt during Kai's mission in the Pokemon world. If the Ash Trio were to visit the Pokeball expert during Robin's mission time limit, then he could freely interact with them. This was something everyone longed for, but could not get just because they desired it. Then there was the matter of the contestants themselves. Only the best of the best got confiscated for these missions, to begin with. All protectors stood out from hundreds of thousands of contestants based on their stats and experience. It was such a momentous event that many major organizations in the Primordial Tower only allowed the protectors to join them. Kai didn't know the extent of his enemy's power, but his instincts told him that this protector was at least a low to mid-level 60th floor contestant. To give up on Murtog already screamed how much weight the armored contestant was giving to Kai's bloody figure and the swords in his hands. Kai hadn't forgotten that this wasn't his main mission random world, and he was only here for an item. Risks without reasons had always gone against his principles, especially when the very reasons were against him. What if I win? Kai asked, the blood flames roaring around him with every breath. The protector killed the fire and landed on the docks with a metallic bang. The butterfly wings behind the armor vanished as well. Celine had to return to his body. A crackling iron noise reverberated and the metal helmet folded, letting the hidden face come out in open. It was a woman with blue eyes, blue hair, and thin lips. Her beauty wasn't as great as Aizen and Starsea, but there was an elegance about her appearance, snaring hearts and minds alike. She shook her head, letting her hair sway behind her. Do you see this mirror dimension? She asked, her smile enchanting. It's a dispensable common grade item I got from a few orders contestants who wanted to fuck Mulroy and Murtog. I still have 3 of them on me. If you win, I will gift one to you. Kai's eyes narrowed. He feigned going under a deep struggle and then nodded. Swear on chaos, and we have a deal. The blues in the woman's eyes flickered momentarily. Very well. After both contestants had sworn upon the system, the Iron Man suit's helmet returned to the contestant's head. Call me Moraine. The protector's mechanical voice echoed in Kai's ears. No more words came out, then. Kai had just lifted his hands when a powerful force erupted from the armor's shoes, bringing Moraine near Kai instantly. Her speed was so fast that not even Kai in his selfless breathing form could pinpoint her trajectory. He didn't avoid the incoming block of metal, though. The blood flames roared, and Kai hacked at the armor. Something bizarre happened at that moment. Afro's Taki struck the incoming fist, letting out sparks, but Mora's aim stopped in between its route as if an invisible wall had come up there. Even Moraine, who had readied herself to block the attack, got taken aback. This wasn't some skill of the Iron Man armor, but it was Kai himself who had oddly put a stop to Mora's aim's momentum. The muscles on Kai's forearm screeched because of the sudden halt, and then he let go of the sword. Mora's aim spun murderously in midair. With the power of telekinesis fueling its engines, the cursed sword fired itself into the eye slit on the helmet, its tip almost going in because of the proximity between the two contestants. Chapter 5, Surviving elegance, Valor Morgula's Moraine could sense a threat to her life, better than anyone of her caliber. If it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have degraded herself to confine a contestant in the mirror dimension, who was doing nothing but look at Mulroy and Murtog. With time, and as Kai brought out his items and the blood flames, this feeling of death only multiplied. She had potent reasons to believe that this blood demon's bounty was outdated, and he was at least a top-level 5th floor contestant, and now, as the sword's tip almost entered the slit in front of her eye, this dreadful feeling of death became absolute. There was no more guessing that blood demon possessed the power to kill her. This sword itself meant death. Moraine let out a powerful shout, and the circular area on her chest exploded with a powerful blue flash. From her palms and shoes, a monstrous pillar of energy burst out, sending her flying in reverse. Kai grinned. As Moraine flew back, a speck of blood point chased her, and Morasame thrummed in pleasure, almost kissing her eye. Suddenly, the shoulder pads of her armor opened and fired tiny missiles. 2 of the missiles homed on Morasame, and another 2 rushed toward Kai. Kai's hazel pupil narrowed and the 2 incoming missiles stopped midair before exploding as if they couldn't bear the pressure. Yet, Morasame too got blasted off because of this momentary distraction. Moraine instantly took herself to the air and came to rest dozens of feet over Kai, her eyes planted on the levitating sword and then moving to Kai. "A named sword?" her mechanical voice exclaimed. "Who are you?" Named items weren't something that just anyone could afford or obtain. And Moraine hadn't heard of a contestant named Blood Demon from the second set who had risen to the ranks of powerful people recently, either. Kai lifted his right hand and grabbed Morasame's hilt. "No one." Silence. "I must say, you caught me off guard with telekinesis, or whatever that was," Moraine said, regaining her breath. "It won't work twice, though. You talk too much." Kai spat in reply. Moraine sensed something wrong. Suddenly, something happened that made her gasp. Kai, who was just standing on the dock, vanished, his figure blurring as if it was just a mirage. Such speed. Moraine gasped, powering up the blast of the EMP. But how could Kai fall for the same skill twice? If he had, then he wouldn't remain Blood Demon anymore. It was true that an EMP blast would render his telekinesis useless, but only if the user could see and lock onto him, or if he was within the blast's area. Kai dropped from the sky like a red meteor, his eyes murderous. Moraine's Iron Man armor sent out an EMP, blasting the space of 3 meters around her. It wasn't the specialty of this armor, to begin with. Yet, just when it seemed the EMP had hit Kai, he again vanished. This? Moraine couldn't make sense of it. How's he changing direction in midair? I am sure he can't fly. Kai indeed couldn't fly. Not without becoming Demeter Kai, at least. He again threw himself toward Moraine like a bullet, leaving a red meteoric tail in his wake. Once more, an EMP got fired. Everything seemed to slow down for Kai at this moment, and he breathed, the blood flames roaring along with him. Before he could fall into the EMP's area, Afro's Taki appeared in front of him. Kai's feet landed on the sword, and he kicked it to change direction, bringing the sword with him using telekinesis again. His speed was such that only a red blur got left behind, preventing others from seeing him. 2 should be your limit. Kai's sneering voice echoed all over the dock. What else can you do, Moraine? Humphrey. Moraine let out a cold snort. The entire Iron Man armor shuddered, then, and with a pulsating blast, the protector fired herself toward Kai. Kai was about to change direction by kicking a sword when the absurd firepower coming off the armor's shoes lessened abruptly. A stupendous amount of dangerous feelings rose in Kai's heart. Not good. The only thing Kai got the time to do was to snap his fingers, creating a magical shield in front of him. It was then Moraine raised her palms and fired a high-density energy beam at Kai. The shield couldn't even last for a moment and shattered instantaneously. Then the beam headed toward Kai, got slowed down because of the energy field of the Koridite armor, and struck his chest. With a boom, Kai got sent flying, the armor on his chest caving in, reducing the damage by 10 points. Cough. Kai coughed, forcing himself to regain his footing as the water under him splashed everywhere. Moraine threw herself toward him in no time. Once again, she fired the energy beam, but this time in short bursts. Kai took a deep breath and hissed out a powerful breath. The blood flames around him crackled with a mind-boggling roar, making Kai shudder with the power. He held his swords in a tight grip and kept slithering in and out of the energy beam blasts. Just as Moraine took the tiniest moment to catch her breath, Kai lunged at her with a never-seen ferocity. This was a pure display of power. Nothing more. Moraine raised her arms in defense, and both Afro's Taki and Morasame hacked down at her like the red gaze of a primal beast. Boom. Kai got thrown several dozen meters toward the sandy beach. But Moraine hadn't come out of this exchange unscathed, either. Wood splintered where she fell, and one could see metal sliced through and through where Mora's aim had hit her. Death was just short of a tiny nick from the protector. Both contestants huffed and puffed, gauging each other leftover capabilities. Kai crawled back up to his feet and eyed Moraine, who was also looking back at him. I refuse to believe that she only has the Iron Man armor, he thought, sneering. I haven't even sensed her using any ability, either. A bounty of 13 million Baileys? Moraine licked the blood on her lips, recalling the wanted poster she had seen. Bounty my foot. You aren't half bad, blood demon. Moraine told Kay, metal screeching around her as she straightened her spine. If you can block my next move without losing a single point of HP, then I will admit defeat in our little game. A deadly feeling took over Kai's instincts. Even before it appeared in the real world, Kai felt its presence, and Mora's aim trembled in response. Moraine swept her hand to her left, and a great sword materialized in her grasp. It was Claymore, with a red handle, and a blade length 9 inches short of Moraine's height. The double-edged sword pulsated with raw power, and even the very space within the mirror dimension seemed to be sliced open, as it appeared in the world. Image 1, I am Moraine the Elegant. The Protector declared, raising her claymore against her chest. And today, I will stand true to my name. Fuck. Kai cursed, the tips of his fingers throbbing like never before. At this moment, the danger he was sensing from Moraine had already surpassed the one he had felt from Akaza in the VF random world. Kai called out Golduck Blood Essence, hoping to dive into the sea to dodge the attack, for he knew there was no blocking it without losing HP. It was a wishful task. Too late. The Iron Man armor on Moraine roared, metal striking on metal with a piercing screech, and the entire world became gray. Kai had just thought of calling out Blood Essence when a blinding flash erupted from Moraine's armor's soles and she vanished. 100 meters worth of distance melted away, and in the next moment, Moraine passed by Chi, walking with noble elegance. The claymore in her hand swept up, aimed at Kai's back. Crack. Everything snapped in Kai's mind, then. Ethereal bolts of yellow lightning cracked in his surroundings, letting Kai regain the sense of time. Blood flames let out a magnificent roar, and 3 heads and 6 arms appeared on Kai. And his bloodlust was such that the very air cackled demonically around him. First transformation, 3-headed Vritra. It was the most powerful strike in Kai's arsenal if he were to ignore complementing it with Little Warhorn and Titan's buff. With a bang, Kai charged ahead, becoming a speckle of blood point, destroying everything around him. And the claymore cut nothing but air. When Kai paused, his transformation disappeared and the blood flames flickered like a candle about to go out. Only then did the world gain colors. Kai turned around, panting hard, and eyed the stunned protector. Ha ha. His laugh sounded demonic, and his hazel pupils glinted like that of a beast. I won, Moraine the Elegant. Moraine couldn't speak. Blocking and surviving was one thing, but not even brushing him with the sword was something altogether. Elegance was her nature. Elegance was her ability. And Blood Demon seemed to have survived both. Moraine took out a many-colored pearl from her inventory and threw it toward Kai. If something happened to Melroy, then consider yourself dead. Kai caught the item, and put it in his inventory without even a glance, along with his swords. Moraine flew up and swept her hand to collect the mirror dimension, which still had some time left in its usage. However, just as she called back the item, a snapping and cracking sound reverberated throughout the entire world. From the sea, a crack slithered up, reaching the highest point of the mirror dimension. And then, with a massive boom, the entire dimension shattered. What? Moraine's outstretched hand shook inadvertently. After a moment, she looked down, recalling the burst of blood flames she had seen moments ago. But the blood demon had already disappeared. Kay, still covered in the lightest blood flames, eyed Murtaugh as the character took a piss, standing on the edge of the rampart. Moraine had given him a headway, but he didn't want to show her what he was about to, either. That's why, despite being extremely tired, Kai hadn't stopped selfless breathing, arriving here at the fastest speed he could muster. The wind danced, and the distant sailors sang as he rushed at the Marine's back like a phantom. Who? Murtaugh gasped, feeling an apparition's presence and the cold steel running through him. Mora's aim had already pierced his heart. Kai caressed the character's cheek from behind, breathing down his neck. And suddenly, a powerful urge welled up in his heart. This urge surpassed even his bloodlust like a hiccup that couldn't be stopped. This urge was nothing but 2 words. And as Kai saw the life disappearing from Murtaugh's eyes, these words seeped out from his mouth, just like the trail of black and blue blood dripping down from the corner of Murtaugh's mouth. Valor. Mordialis. Chapter 6, Faceless, Moraine's Doubts, and Elizabeth swung Kai rushed through the night, cutting air and darkness alike. On his shoulders, Murtaugh's dead body was swaying like a hideous pendulum, and both time and place were not in Kai's favor. This was the backside of Fort Charles Barracks, where the Marines were stationed. After his fight with the Protector, Kai rushed here with his maximum speed and killed Murtog. This was already a major deviation from his plans, but what else could he do? Before, Kai had planned to kill Murtog tomorrow night, but the odd and sudden actions of the Protector ruined those plans. Then there was the matter of Kai searching Murtog's memories to gain a better understanding of the character. However, now Kai wasn't sure if Moraine could find Murtog if he were to remain alive, despite the distance between the Protector and the character. Item had told him about the side and hidden missions that the systems assigned to the Protectors, and this too that they differed from each other erratically. There was no format for these missions. For one, it could be to stay within 100 meters of the character, and for others, it could be 1,000 meters. If the Protector didn't want others to know, there was no way to tell. So before Moraine could come and see him kill Murtog, Kai had rushed in the opposite direction. Still, contestants were crawling in the fort like cockroaches as it was a major site for missions and odd milestones. Kai dared not to be careless. Huff. Huff. Kai panted and came to a stop after running madly for a while. He threw Murtog's body on the ground, letting it fall like a log, and then sat down in a meditative posture. Selene burst out of him with a hiss and disappeared into the surroundings. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. Only when an hour had gone by did Kai open his eyes, confirming that no one had seen or followed him. Then came the ugly part, or beautiful, depending on the persons. Kai swept his hand into the empty air and took a pristine metallic box out of his MRB. Using telekinesis, he cleaned a few meters around him of dirt, insects, rotten leaves, and filth. Selene's mist form then arrived, engulfing the entire scene into a white-silver fog. The box opened. Slowly. Kai caressed the collection of brilliant surgical tools, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a demonic grin. There was a major distinction between Kai and the faceless men from the Game of Thrones world. Kai hadn't learned these arts from a priest of the House of White and Black. His comprehension had been birthed because of his own struggles and serendipities, unlike the priests of Byaguna who served the many-faced god. And no matter power or knowledge, Kai just couldn't resign himself to serving anyone. If it wasn't because of this, then he wouldn't have needed years' worth of risky contemplation and acting to become a faceless man. Sure, he wouldn't have been fast enough like the character Arya Stark, but his speed still had been faster than the current timeline. So when Kai had reincarnated into the Harry Potter world, he had arrived with ample preparations. Everything had gone silent within the silver mist. The distant gurgles of the sea and the hisses of the wind came and went, sighing at the actions they were about to see. Dr. Kai donned the white gloves, cleaned Murtog's face, and washed his hair. Then he took the surgical knife in his hands, his face indifferent and his eyes dead. When the knife kissed the skin, it tore into it with no resistance. From the back of the left ear, down to the underside of the chin, and then up to the right ear. A circle, from right to left ear, covering the back side of the neck. The scalp was particularly tricky, but Kai had practiced enough and on many. The rest was a slow business, slowly and meticulously pulling the skin, flaying Murtog's face without letting it tear. When Kai was done with the procedure, only flesh remained, oozing stale and congealed blood. Once again, he cleaned the mask from outside and inside, clearing it of all plausible pathogens and moisture. Then he let it rest, giving the skin ample time to regain its shape. Kai looked at his creation, and Murtog watched him with his hollow eyes and gaping mouth. The body had to go too. After wearing Murtog's uniform, Kai chopped him up in so many pieces that it started to look like mangled flesh. He would let the fishes take care of this mess, as Selene had already acquired a taste for mana-rich food. Kai then took a bundle of documents out of his MRB. These documents were detailed info about the major and a few minor characters from the Pirates of the Caribbean random world. Kai had made item trade this info at a hefty sum, for he not only needed to know about the characters' personalities, but also how they perceived each other. After an hour of going through the documents many times over, and nodding to himself, Kai threw them back into the MRB. Sigh. A long and heavy sigh escaped his mouth, as Kai forced himself to forget all worries and plans for a moment. He sat down in a meditative posture, and within the white room in his consciousness, a projection of him appeared, his mind dividing into 3 parts, ready to control the body, mind, and countless nudges. Murtog's life, his conversations, his past, present, and future, everything flashed through Kai's mind. Then the face lifted and came to rest in front of Kai, its hollow eyes judging its murderer. Facelessness second contrast, the quintessential conversion of inner selves. An earth-shaking shout echoed in Kai's consciousness, and the face turned around, slowly overlapping Kai as if he was just putting up a mask. A distinct, stupid look appeared on his face, all the muscles on the face contorting in convulsions. Something was missing. Facelessness's first conversion, the primal conversion of Yang to Yin, wasn't needed until Kai was to act like a female. The second contrast took care of the self, Its mysteries profound. But there was more to the people, to the characters, than just the self. It was personality, thoughts, goals, and desires. Another row of words echoed within him, then. Facelessness. Third contrast, the ultimate conversion of existence. These were Kai's understandings. These were his comprehension. And these had resulted from his over half a year-long acting. If Kai hadn't reincarnated into the body of opposite sex to comprehend the true essence of facelessness, following the principles of letting black act as white and white act as black, then he wouldn't have obtained such drastic and profound results so quickly. At least not without bending the knee to the many-faced god. He still had a long way to go. But for now, and for such a short time, this was enough. Murtog had died, killed by Kai in cold blood. But then again, all men must die, eventually. Fort Charles Barracks, Image 1, Port Royal. Where were you, oi? Mulroy spat, tossing and turning on his hard bed in the barracks. Bad stomach, ugh. Murtog limped his way to the bed. Ate too much. Ate too much? Mulroy scratched his fat chin. But you didn't have dinner. Murtog was stumped, his listless expression making him look profusely dim-witted. I didn't. He repeated, confused. Must be breakfast, then. Right. Ate too much in the morning. Mulroy's mouth opened, and he nodded in understanding. From afar, Moraine, the protector, eyed the two dim-wit characters oddly. The system had given her the ability to hide from all characters within 500 meters of Mulroy and Murtog, letting her monitor them. As long as both characters hadn't died, chaos wouldn't interfere, and her mission would continue as before. This wasn't the first time she was hearing this absurdly illogical conversation between the two characters, either. What truly stunned her was the return of Murtog. Didn't Blood Demon kidnap him? Why did he let him go? What did he do to him, anyway? Questions kept arising in her mind and heart, but to no avail. She neared Murtog, who was groaning in pain, holding his stomach, and looked at him up and down. Nothing. She didn't feel an iota of threat or anything strange. Murtog was a foolish and naive character, and this was how she must have felt upon nearing him, to begin with. Yet, she couldn't wrap her head around the fact that Blood Demon had let him go, just after kidnapping him a few hours ago. There must be some great mystery or hidden mission. Moraine rationalized. What else could it be? Not minding it further, and putting it into the back of her mind, she returned to a safe distance and kept monitoring the two. She had prepared herself for the disappearance of Murtog altogether. Even if Mulroy alone remained in the plotline, things would still work as they were. Such things had already been confirmed by the contestants. In the barracks, Murtog sat back up and groaned again. I can't go to the sentry duty tomorrow morning, mate. He said, exasperated. I am going to ask for a one-day leave from Lieutenant Gillette. At this hour? Mulroy asked, fear flashing across his face. I heard ghosts march the corridors of Fort Charles after midnight. G.H. Ghosts? Mulroy staggered, thoroughly scared. But then suddenly, his expression changed as if he had recalled something profound. Wait a minute. He spat, slapping Mulroy's bald head. Gone insane, are you? Ghosts don't have legs. How will they march? Mulroy's face became blank. He made a no shape with his mouth and nodded to himself. Image 2, in the distance, Moraine shook her head as she heard this exchange, knowing well that she would have to go with Mulroy in the morning, leaving Murtog behind. There was no way for her to be in two places at the same time. Not when the original storyline had already seemed to have diverged from the usual track. Yet, as she saw Murtog marching off like a scared squirrel toward the lieutenant's quarters, Moraine couldn't help but think about Blood Demon, and what could he have possibly done to this minor character. Little by little, that white-haired swordsman kept becoming a bigger mystery in her heart. Governor's Mansion, St. Paul's District. Lanny, is it you? Elizabeth Swan sat up on her bed in the dark, eyeing the parting of the door of her bedroom. Image 3, an enchanting beauty in the dress of a maid entered the room, hopping her way to the mistress. Pardon my intrusion, miss. Lanny said, giggling. I knew you were awake, and my heart couldn't help but long for your company. Elizabeth smiled in the dark. They lit a candle by the bed and sat down on the bed, crossing their legs. I truly miss Estrella. Miss Swan told her sadly. If it was anyone other than you who had come as her replacement, I didn't know what I would have done. Image 4, Lanny twirled a lock of her golden hair. Estrella is indeed marvelous, miss. She nodded. But she's old. We, on the other hand, know the lure of freedom and the open sea. Image 5, young Cersei's appearance. Elizabeth's eyes shone in the light flicker of the candle's fire as she heard the word. Sea. Her desire, her curse, and her blessing. And, yes. The pirates. I couldn't sleep. Miss Swan said, putting her hand on Lanny's hand. I kept recalling the stories you told me in the evening. Did you truly meet a white-haired pirate with a skull, serpent, and swords as the Jolly Roger? Lanny couldn't hold back the giggle. I indeed met him, miss, she said, feigning pride. He was the most handsome pirate I have ever seen in my life. His eyes were hazel, and his smile stole my heart at one glance. Elizabeth's gaze sparkled. And? Image 6, Lanny looked as if going through a struggle. Oh. The gods must punish me, miss. They truly must. Why? Elizabeth prodded, her thin, soft fingers tightening on Cersei's hand. Tell me. I won't tell anyone. Lanny leaned forward. Well, I did something bad with him, miss, she whispered, blushing. Something truly bad. Color rose to Elizabeth's pale cheeks. I want to hear it all. Lanny smiled in shame and nodded, her mind conjuring a false tale of pleasure, pain, pride, and passion. A tale she dearly wanted to come true. Chapter 7, The Letter. Second day, Port Royal. The matter of Moraine forcing Kai to begin phase 2 of his plans had left this second day almost empty for him. If it wasn't for that, Kai had planned to monitor Mulroy and Murtaugh for a day, and then strike the Protector with all his power with a mind to kill. The fight at the dock had shattered those plans, though. This was life, ever-changing and full of uncertainties. But it wasn't like this second day was entirely free for Kai. He still had many things to do, for tomorrow was the day of the showdown. And if he were to overlook anything, then it would already be too late. So Kai, under the guise of Murtaugh, penned down a formal request to visit the slums of the Port Royal, where the voodoo practice and healing were much favored. Murtaugh was superstitious, to begin with. Thus, his actions perfectly fitted his nature. One must not forget that Murtaugh wasn't Starsea. She was the source of Kai's comprehension, the very root. Unlike with Starsea, where Kai had to nudge her secretly to take action, when it came to Murtaugh he enjoyed much freedom. His control over the three contrasts of the facelessness wasn't that great, but unless a true faceless or a much stronger contestant were to observe him, none could tell any difference. This was his confidence, birthed because of the horrendous type of practice he had put himself through in the last 6 months. All this happened after Mulroy had gone for sentry duty, along with the Protector. And as Kai's request was to stay in the slums until the next morning, it gave him ample time and space to move about. The moment Murtaugh's request got accepted, he rushed out of the Fort Charles barracks. In between somewhere, Kai took off the face, changing back into himself. His first target was none other than the inn where he had booked a room for the 3 days. And he couldn't spare a moment of delay with that. Estrella, the maid from the governor's mansion, was still there, and if he didn't put spells on her again, then she could wake up at any moment. This would be nothing but a disaster for him. Even though he had put out the ruthless and lecherous front for all, and there was an urgency to reach his room, Kai still hadn't put down his guard. When he had reached some 100 meters away from the inn, he made Celine scour the entire inn and the area around the inn for anything that seemed out of place, or traps. Only when Celine had given him her nod did Kai enter the inn, wearing his usual open white shirt, black knee-length pants, a red sash around his waist, and a torn straw hat. His long white hair was tied in a ponytail. With Kai's already high charisma, his attire and physique gave him quite an enchanting appearance, stealing the hearts of the several women at the docks who glanced at him. If Kai hadn't been in such a hurry, and if he wasn't here for a side mission, then he could have had some fun with these looks, enjoying himself to gain some hidden milestones. Shaking off these thoughts inwardly, Kai entered the Whale and Waterspout Inn and approached the owner, Mr. Garrett. The old man's head was drooping over his shoulders, a thin trail of drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Kai's fist thumped on the wood and brought the owner out of his half-asleep state. Which rascal? Mr. Garrett had just begun cursing the man who woke him up when words got choked in his throat. Ah. It's you, young lad. He laughed ruefully. And here I thought you left the girl upstairs for me. I knew there was a catch. Hey. Ale? Kai grunted a reply. My things aren't something just anyone can touch and remain alive, he said, warning the crowd at the inn. The door is still unlocked and will remain. I dare someone to step in. He. Kai ran his tongue over his lips and a silence swept by throughout the inn. Mr. Garrett behaved as if he heard nothing. He placed a rather big mug of ale in front of Kai, collected the money, and went back to his chair. Kai drank the spicy ale, showing not a bit of a hurry. This wasn't the time or place to let his worries seep out as frowns. Among the sailors and pirates here, there were contestants, wolves hunched over their hind legs, always ready to pounce on the next opportunity. Kai dared not to be careless. He took his time to finish the drink, ordered a plate of food, and threw himself off the stool. Just when he was about to head toward the stairs, Mr. Garrett shouted, "Wait. I forgot. Haha. There's a letter with me for you. Let me see, I threw it here somewhere." Kai's pupils flickered with a devious glint. Mr. Garrett fumbled with the drawers and then took out a rather neat envelope. With a flick of his hand, The old man threw it toward Kai. Kai caught the letter and regarded it with an odd gaze. It was red on the front side and blue on the back side. There was a waxen seal on it as well, half blue and half red. The seal portrayed a tower with an extremely blurry appearance. This? Kai's mind shook as he saw that. He looked over his shoulder and his gaze swept through the entire crowd. None looked him in the eye, but many were sneering at him. Not waiting any longer, Kai went to his room and threw the letter into his MRB. Estrella was still lying on the bed, naked, and there was a bashful smile on her face as if she was dreaming a lusty dream. Yesterday, Kai had gone out in a hurry as Mulroy and Murtaugh's shift was ending, and he needed to grasp the timing. At that time, he hadn't had the time to be patient with the spell, as Kai had little control over magic for it to last for days. Now he could take care of that. Kai threw a blanket over Estrella's body, and sat down near her, placing his palm over her head. In the next hour, Kai cast the same spell on Estrella repeatedly, solidifying the foundation of the loop of sexual events even further. Only when he had made sure that she wouldn't wake up in the next 2 days did Kai open his eyes. Kai rubbed the sweat off his face and nodded to himself. Then he threw himself out the window and headed toward the governor's mansion, where Starsea was waiting for him. Kai decided against directly marching into the mansion, letting Celine bring Starsea toward the backside, instead. After Starsea had reported to him about the events, Kai cast the spell of transfiguration on the earring, making sure it wouldn't turn back into the book. Even then, Kai didn't return to the inn or look at the letter but went to the market instead. There, from a local shop, Kai bought a rather old and damaged black-green compass. This compass was the soul of Kai's plans and an invaluable object. The morning had turned into the afternoon when Kai returned to the room. Now he had truly nothing to do. If I knew things would happen like this earlier, Kai thought, anger flashing across his face, then I would have only stretched the time to 2 days, and had come only a day before the showdown instead. TCH. Kai sat down on the chair and went through all the preparations and his plan once again. Then he took out the envelope. He let it hover midair, a few feet away from him, and ordered Celine to pass through it. When the ghost basilisk didn't sense a bit of mana or breath in it, the letter hovered back in Kai's hand. The seal came off, and a white-colored letter presented itself to Kai, Blood Demon. As per the tradition carried out since the olden antiquity, you are invited to the night of truce at 2100 hours, 3 miles southeast of the HMS Interceptor's anchorage into the barren cliffs. All conflicts and fights are prohibited for 6 hours after the start of the event. Even if you can't come, acting against other contestants or jeopardizing their missions is forbidden. Please bring the letter with you, if you decide to join your fellow contestants at the venue. Chapter 8, The Night of Truce and the Protectors. Kai let out a breath after going through the letter. So they are sending out letters this time, he thought, nodding to himself. Kai knew this would happen, but he hadn't expected it to come as a letter. Item had told him about this thing, he recalled. The Night of Truce wasn't something sanctioned by the systems, despite the letter being signed under the name of the Primordial Tower. It was a traditional event that had been carried out by contestants from both Chaos and Order since millions of years ago. Dukes had attended it, kings had attended it, and even emperors had attended it, such was its prestige. At its core, the Night of Truce was the time just before a storyline entered a major showdown in a random world. Like the coming of Jack Sparrow at the Port Royal, beginning a major series of events in the Pirates of the Caribbean random world, or Harry Potter boarding the Hogwarts Express. There were many such nights in a random world, scattered throughout the timeline from past to future. Nonetheless, their nature remained the same, and so did their purpose. A break. A break from endless fights, conflicts, schemes, and struggles. This was a night when all contestants, regardless of the system they belonged to, gathered at a place and took a direly needed breather from the life that had been forced upon them. Not all were like Kay, who preferred being a contestant because it gave him the means to tread the path to the peak of absolute power. There were people among the contestants who just feared death, making it the only reason they took part in the bloodshed and slaughter that the missions represented. The ancient contestants of both Chaos and Order from a forgotten era had come together, agreeing on this tradition that was still growing strong. As the letter said, any fight or acting against the interest of other contestants was absolutely forbidden during this time, whether one attended it or not. If someone was foolish enough to do the opposite, then he would face the combined wrath of contestants from both sides. Even leaving the random world, or hiding in another world, wouldn't be enough to keep one's life, then. No matter how strong or magnificent one was to survive under the gaze of the two empires was just nigh impossible. In the beginning, Kai had been exactly aiming at the end of this event. He had planned to attack Mulroy and Murtaugh's protector just after the event ended, catching the contestant off guard. But things had changed, and Kai had some interest in it as well. Item told me that all contestants from the island would gather at the event. Kai thought, putting the letter back into the MRB. Items will be bartered, information will be exchanged, and the events change according to the mood. Moreover, I must learn more about Moraine, and how many other protectors are on the island. Kai didn't show it, but there was a deep apprehension in his heart toward those rainbow-colored butterfly wings. He even believed that Moraine's true power wasn't the Iron Man armor or the claymore and her ability, but those giant wings that had even made Selene feel a touch of fear. If it weren't for Moraine putting up the terms of the fight, Kai wasn't sure he could defeat her without adding little Warhorn and Titan's buffs effects on his stats over selfless breathing. Much less needed to be said about killing her. The night of truce. Kai worded inwardly, grinning like a maniac. Just another way for top contestants to put a veil on reality. Hey. Murderers will remain murderers, and the weak will be slaughtered as usual. No harm in checking it out, I guess. Kai looked out through the open window, feeling the salt in the breeze, and sneered. 3 miles southeast of the HMS Interceptor's anchorage, the lonely cliffs birthed a lonelier patch of meadow and rocks, stretching far and wide. As the clock struck 9 in the Port Royal, one could see many shadows vanishing into the darkening night, heading toward those distant patches. Some people who were drinking, whoring, fighting, and scheming just dropped everything, got up, and crawled their way out silently. It was as if a spell had been cast on a vast scale, calling these individuals to a certain place. When 2 hours had gone by, Kai walked toward the venue in the most casual manner. He was still wearing the same pirate-like attire. His hair was tied, but disheveled, and the smell of liquor clung to him like an old friend. By the time he reached the destination, not a hint of any contestant could be seen anymore. In front of Kai, a bone hand was protruding out of the ground, its fingers curled open in an inviting gesture. Selene's mist form left the earth, who obviously had come ahead to scour the grounds, and entered Kai's body through his soles. When she said nothing, only then he took out the letter and placed it on the bone palm. The skeletal fingers curled into a fist, crushing the letter, and then shot back into the earth. Suddenly, the space in front of Kai, and beyond the disappeared bone hand, rippled. A door-sized opening materialized there, but nothing could be seen through that opening as a chilled fog obscured the vision. Kai's eyes narrowed, and he stepped in. The entire world changed, then. It was a world within a world, separated by a thin boundary using the mirror dimension. A gigantic bonfire roared in the middle, and several contestants were dancing around it, singing merrily. Some were seated on chairs, some were sprawled on the grass, and some were just standing, enjoying the relief gifted by solitude. On one side, there were rows of tables, full of the most extravagant dishes. On the other, there were barrels of wine, beer, and ale. A few people noticed Kai entering, but most of them ignored his late appearance. This night was just too important for them to indulge in who was coming and going. Kai leisurely walked and noticed that there were at least 100 contestants within the mirror dimension. Given the size of Port Royal, this number was neither small nor big. But it was certainly going to double tomorrow, Kai knew. Some dozens of feet away from the bonfire, 4 high-back chairs were placed side by side. They were empty. 4 more high-back chairs, smaller than the empty ones, could be seen too, with 2 on each side of the middle 4s. The latter 4 were occupied, though. On the left side of the 4 empty chairs, 2 contestants were seated, eyeing everyone with indifferent gazes. One of them was wearing a standard karate gi and was eating a rather large piece of barbecued meat. The other was a woman in her early 20s. When Kai looked at her, he felt like he was looking at the edge of a blade, so sharp that he felt an ethereal pain in his eyes. Kai instinctively raised the danger posed by this woman in his heart to an unprecedented degree. This woman was beautiful in the most ordinary way, with no hint of any makeup whatsoever. She was wearing a red and white loose silk overcoat, with sleeves longer than her hands. Around her neck, there was a white scarf. Her hair was light brown, and her eyes were black. At this time, there was a bowl in her hand, from which she was taking light sips of green tea. Suddenly, she turned her head and looked at Kai. Just as their eyes met, the woman raised her eyebrows, looking quite shaken. But Kai didn't give her a chance to see more into his gaze, and he faced the right side of the empty chairs. One of the 2 contestants sitting there was not unknown to Kai. Moraine the Elegant was wearing a light white t-shirt, her large breasts sticking out of them like 2 giant mounds. Under the t-shirt, she had put on jeans, and with her long legs, she looked like a famous model. There was a wineglass in her hand, held with the most elegance a person could muster. She too sensed Kai's gaze, and a smile on her lips vanished for the briefest time before returning to an even wider scale. She nodded at him and then tore her gaze off. To her left, there was a middle-aged man, with a rather lost look planted on his face. He had short orange-colored hair, and there were whiskers on his face for a beard. The most striking thing about him was the cut across his upper bald lip, branding the left corner of his mouth with a hideous scar. The Protectors. This wasn't the 40th floor, where Kai had met the Viscount Lucas Arbuthnot, assassinating him later. Nor was this place the venue of the first stage of Tournament of Worth, which had restricted all contestants' stats. It could even be said that this was the first time when Kai saw and met a genuinely strong contestant from the 6th floor. It was more so when one considered the fact that the protectors already represented the true height of power a contestant could achieve in the Primordial Tower. Kai took a deep breath, sensing the heart-palpating danger his instincts were catching off these 4 individuals, and finally looked at the empty chairs. Haha. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. If Kai wasn't wrong, then these 4 high-backed chairs were meant for the protectors of the major characters at the Port Royal, that is Elizabeth Swan, William Turner, Governor Swan, and Captain Norrington. Kai's side mission in this switched world had taken care of their presence already, though. If it hadn't, then these protectors could very well have turned out to be top-level 6th floor contestants. Such individuals didn't give a reason for their absence. Nor could anyone demand it from them. If they arrived, they would naturally assume a seat for themselves on the 4 chairs. If they didn't, then these seats would remain empty. Only Kai here knew that these seats were already fated to never feel the warmth of an Astonite. Chapter 9, The Five-Crowned Prince. Seeing all that was to be seen, Kai walked toward the rows of tables from where a dense smell of meat was coming off. There was such thick saliva in his mouth that Kai gulped it down several times but still got some leftovers. He was hungry. So hungry that Kai could devour an entire Gyarados by himself. Since the day he had reincarnated, Kai had always found himself hungrier than ever. Starsea was a noble young lady, and she was known to eat light food. He couldn't change her eating habits so casually as other things. What one ate, and how, had always remained one of the most personal things for people. Then there was the issue of obtaining food, and that, too, rich in mana. Only recently had Kai found wealth to trade for such a kind of meat. But dared he trade the mission credits for such food when every credit he had was worthier than his hunger? With these things going on, it wasn't some grand mystery that there was a space in Kai's stomach that nothing could fill in a brief time. Not to mention, he had already learned to eat a lot in his previous life, attaching it to the source of his power. So, when Kai saw food, and that too free, he just marched toward it, his tongue slurping over his lips like never before. A few of the contestants were picking some side dishes there, chatting rather drunkenly. Ahoy! Matey. Looking forward to seeing Elizabeth's boobs tomorrow, eh? Hee hee. I wouldn't mind a touch. The lead protectors haven't arrived yet. Hey. Who do you think among these 4 are from Chaos? The last question had come out of Kai's mouth. The moment his voice echoed, silence fell upon the nearby contestants. There was fear, hate, contempt, and murder in their eyes. Attending your first night of truce, are you? An old contestant asked, not unkindly. I would advise you to just enjoy, and be yourself, without raising unnecessary questions, young lad. You look pretty. Perhaps one lass will let you fondle her breasts, eh? The nearby female contestants frowned at the old man disgustingly. In return, the old man slapped the plump ass of one of them, resounding a paw sound. Ah. You. The female contestant fumed, her chest heaving up and down. The old man winked at Kay, ignoring the panting female. Kai suddenly felt a touch of respect growing in his heart for this old man. He was just trying to provoke the contestants, trying to make sense of the limit to which he could stretch things. But this old man buried the growing tension in no time. A kid like you should eat to your heart's content. The old man neared Kay, as he sensed the anger flashing across the female contestant's face. I heard the protectors have brought many Pokemon and other magical creatures this time. I am hungry. Kai said, smiling. I think I will just eat everything. Oh? The old man looked unconvinced. If you can eat the meat dishes placed on the table, then this old man will gift you the condition of initiating a great hidden mission. Is that so? Kai laughed. Keep your eyes open, then, old man. The commotion that the old man and Kai had caused had already garnered a bit of attention from many. Kai sat down on the ground and shouted, Bring meat. The old man's eyes gave a rather playful glint, and he ran, bringing with him a large plate of meat and other dishes. Kai then tore off the leg and started eating, his speed neither fast nor slow. This wasn't common flesh, but mana-rich meat. It needed proper cooking, chewing, and digestion. Otherwise, it could throw off the balance of a contestant's strength. Meat kept appearing on the plate, as a courtesy of the old man, and Kai kept devouring it like a beast. At some point, someone placed a jug of ale beside him, too. The surrounding contestants enjoyed the scene, betting on how much Kai would eat before giving up. But not all were looking at Kai with favor or enjoying this debauchery. The 2 female contestants, one of which had got her ass slapped by the old man, were among the latter. Both this old man and this person are carrots from the same field. One of the 2 females spat, scoffing at them. Humphrey. The other one rubbed her butt and snorted. Isn't he blood demon, with a 13 million bounty on his head? Hey! Who knew he's not only a murderous lecher but a glutton, too? Her friend nodded, seeing Kai gulp down a mug of ale in one go. But he's so handsome, she whispered. Such a shame. Don't be. The other one shook her head. I am sure it's not his true appearance. You mean? Yes. I know these kinds of contestants. They take a handsome appearance before the mission, coax newbie female contestants, and take advantage of them. I almost fell into this ill scheme once, too. But I only gave my code name and demanded to meet a handsome contestant in the Primordial Tower. TCH. He turned out to be a fatty. This is even worse than the dating apps from my previous life. But can't we just let a character confirm their appearance? You're still naive. It only works on the first set. In the second set, these rascals can afford polyjuice potion. Then, even characters can't tell the difference. The other female heard these things and threw a nasty look at Kai. Scoundrel. Even the men who chanced upon the conversation of these two females eyed Kai with a disgusting look. None could deny that Kai indeed looked incredibly handsome, strong, and charismatic if one just ignored the beastly manner in which he devoured the meat and ale. His muscles were chiseled, not fat or thin, and there was a salty ruggedness about him that made the young girls' hearts tremble with imagined tales. All such imagination came to a crash when they realized Kai had just assumed this appearance to coax women. All contestants had changed their appearance a bit, but it wasn't to this drastic measure. And even if Kai were to say that it was his true appearance, who would believe him? Scoundrel he might be, but was he stupid as well? The concept of switched worlds had long been buried and forgotten, and none here were worthy enough to know such privileges. Kai listened and ignored everything, and kept eating, the taste of spicy and honeyed flesh melting in his mouth. He truly wanted to push the protector's buttons, forcing them into an unavoidable corner. If he were to return, knowing nothing about them, then this trip would become meaningless for him, despite the food. Master Kamisaline hissed inside him. Save a little for me, oh, right. Kai nodded to himself, took out a large box, and started to stuff bits of meat into it. Damn. He truly ate everything. The old man scratched his head. Who knew? Brother. The dishes are free, but that doesn't mean you will keep eating unscrupulously, either. Someone said threateningly. Indeed. We all contributed to these dishes. You just came and ate everything. Make this lecher do something for us. The female, whose butt was slapped, sneered. Let's make him dance with female clothes. Haha. Kai behaved as if he had heard nothing. He licked his fingers, rubbed his stomach, and then frowned. Why did the food stop coming, old man? You. The old man pointed at him, astonished. You still want to eat more? What? I didn't eat that much, did I? Kai laughed, mocking the crowd. Isn't this the night of truce? TCH. I couldn't even eat properly. Here. This shout had come from afar, making all look toward the bonfire. Moraine had stood up, and then flicked her hand, throwing a gigantic piece of roasted flesh. That's meat from common-grade magical creatures. What luck! The roasted flesh landed on Kai's plate and gave off a powerful aura, full of mana and breath. Kai grinned. Wonderful. Can't wait to eat some elegant meat. Rascal. Scoundrel. The crowd cursed. Kai had just meant the meat, but all thought his words were mocking Moraine, what with her full name she was known for. Told you he's just a frog hoping to become a dragon. The butt-slapped female sneered. I heard Miss Moraine is ranked within the top 100 in this tow. Don't you fear that lightning will strike you to death, you scoundrel? Kai's heart shook inwardly. A rank within the top 100 was truly a magnificent feat, especially when this rank included contestants from both Chaos and Order. Not only that, but Miss Blade Singer, Mr. Hidoken, and Mr. Aloof, all had gotten a rank within the top 500. One contestant said, eyeing the four protectors. Ha ha ha. This laugh was grand enough to make everyone shudder in fear and respect. The crowd parted, and a man wearing karate gi walked toward them. Mr. Hidoken. It's an honor to meet you. Mr. Hidoken. How powerful. Mr. Hidoken, you truly are great. Hidoken eyed Kay, who kept eating the elegant meat without sparing a glance for the protector. His laugh then intensified, and he nodded at everyone. Enjoy, eat, dance, and sing, fellow contestants. He said. My 282 rank is nothing, to be honest. You all must have heard of the Five-Crowned Prince. A sudden, and suffocating, silence swept through all as this name got mentioned. Even Kai pressed his brows at the name, wondering who this person was. My captain is a member of a major organization, Mr. Hidoken. One bald contestant said, walking out from the group. He mentioned this name, but nothing else. I know a few things. The old man mumbled. The Five-Crowned Prince. He is Moraine elegantly approached the crowd, and before the old man could complete his sentence, she added her own words. The current leading rank of the toe. She said, smiling, her eyes dreamy with respect. The contestant. Desired by 5 kings. Silence. Gasps. Shudders. Cough. Cough. Kai choked on a bone and had to hammer his chest to vomit it out. Mr. Hadoken scowled at him. Now that is someone who truly deserves our respect, someone worthy and powerful enough to catch the king's attention. He said, staring at Kai. I wonder, what rank you got, my friend? Surely, with your appetite, you must have passed the first stage, right? A wave of mocking laughter surged among the crowd, led by Mr. Hadoken himself. Only the contestants who had passed the first stage got a rank, whether they had given up during the second stage later or not. It was known. All indeed laughed at him, cursing him and calling him a lecherous scoundrel. But 4 contestants didn't. Moraine, who was eyeing Kai with an odd gaze, Blade Singer, who was drinking her tea, aloof, who seemed to be lost in his memories, and the old man. How about this? Mr. Hadoken said, putting an end to the laughter with a raise of his hand. Why don't we two have a friendly fight, huh? I will only use one hand. After eating so much, the least you can do is entertain others, right? That's right. Serve him good. Beat the shit out of him. Kai felt a surge of joy, but outwardly he frowned. Are fights even allowed on the night of truce? Coward. The butt-slapped female cursed. Haha. No, they aren't. Mr. Hadoken answered. But with the absence of lead protectors, we 4 are the overseers of this event. For you, my words are the rules. If I say it's allowed, then it is. What say you all? Everyone howled in agreement, their blood pumping after getting drunk. Moraine, however, pressed her brows, sensing something was wrong. Kai threw the leftover meat into the box and then put it into his MRB shamefully. Sure. He nodded. But what if you accidentally killed me? Mr. Hadoken smiled evilly at Kai. Well, the thing about accidents is that they just happen now and then, kid. Now, don't be. The old man said, eyeing Kai concernedly. But his voice got drowned by the cheers of the crowd. Kai held back his smile and nodded. You are right, Mr. Hadoken. He said, licking his lips. Accidents happen, more often than not. Chapter 10, An Evaluation of Kai's Strength and Moraine's Doubtful Thoughts Within the Mirror Dimension. Kai and Hadoken stood some 100 feet apart from each other. The bonfire roared stupendously to their right, and on their left was the crowd of contestants, with their utterly disdainful looks, eyeing Kai with hideous mockery in their eyes. Behind contestant Hadoken, some 100 meters far were the 4 empty high-back chairs, and the 3 protectors were standing in front of them. The air smelled of erupting tension. Kai observed everything, and then he observed more, his hazel pupils seeing the hidden meanings and reasons for everything. He distinctly remembered that this contestant, wearing karate gi, had shown no interest in him and his doings until Moraine had given him the meat of a common graded magical creature. A leech. Kai reflected, giving Hadoken a nickname. He must be pursuing Moraine's affection. Or else there was no reason to get worked up over insignificant things. This also means that Moraine and Hadoken belong to the same system, chaos, if she wasn't lying to me. Moreover, seeing the expression of the other two, they must belong to order or at least the system opposite to Moraine. Such balance couldn't have been maintained otherwise. In Kai's mind, this analysis didn't even take a fraction of a second, letting him see the truth of the situation. Kai wasn't some pure and sacred man, either. One could even say that his lust for mature women was greater than most men's desire for power. The only thing that set him apart from everyone was that he wasn't a puppet of that lust. To Kai, indulgence never came if he did not desire it. His ability to direct his lust toward completing his goals and manipulating women was one reason that had let him survive in his previous life. It had become a habit, then, but this was one of those habits that Kai didn't think was bad enough for him to discard. So, when Kai sarcastically sneered at others upon seeing them lose sense and reasoning for the opposite sex, he didn't feel even a bit narcissistic about showing his contempt toward them. Are you sure about this, young lad? The old man asked, licking his lips. He is a 60th floor contestant and a protector. Don't fall to his schemes. I can tell he wants to humiliate you. Nothing more. Since the beginning, the old contestant had been standing near Kai, advising him to not go through with this mummer's farce. Kai ignored him, the false prideful smile never leaving his face. If one followed the norm, then Kai had already obtained 13 attribute points, with 3 unassigned, out of his second set quota of 50 apps by now. This had already made him a true low-level 5th floor contestant. Such qualifications and divisions only considered one's attributes, and not items, titles, skills, and abilities, for there were just too many possibilities and variations among those. Then there were 15 attribute points he had gotten from the tournament of worth so far. These 15 points didn't come under the second set quota, making a discrepancy in Kai's true capabilities and what he should have possessed by now. The total of 28 taps that he had obtained after ascending to the second set had brought Kai infinitely near to the top level 5th floor contestants. With his abilities, items, glitch, and experience, Kai could even face off against mid-level 6th floor contestants. Not to mention, if he were to use Selene, then he could even attempt assassinations of high-level 6th floor contestants. In the history of the Primordial Tower, only those who possessed blessings from Deep Ones could hope to achieve such feats. Even then, they could only hope, for Kai had a glitch, something truly absurd on the scale of the systems. But what truly made Kai stand out wasn't the above-mentioned. It was the fact that he was Kai Stormborn. His glitch was only a reflection of his worth, which, in turn, reflected his self. So, there was no reason for him to back down from a challenge from the contestants of the 6th floor. However, contestants like Hadoken weren't ordinary, either. They were protectors, the best of the best. Moreover, these four had been to the toe. They couldn't have obtained as many apps out of the second set quota as Kai had, but they still had gotten a few. It was already enough for them to look at all other contestants, even on their level, with disdain. Then there was the fact that no contestants of their caliber just relied on the attributes alone. Contestants, much less the protectors, had their own items, skills, abilities, and titles to boast of. It all made comparing Kai and the other higher floor contestants directly an illogical task, for there were just too many factors involved in it. There was just one way for Kai to know who was better, and what was the extent of a protector's powers. Fight. A head-on challenge. Nothing else could accomplish Kai's goals other than that. This was the only reason for him to provoke the contestants, forcing the protectors to take action. Hadoken's actions, though unexpected, were still in Kai's favor. There was just a tiny problem. Kai wanted these four protectors to act out originally, letting him have a measure of their powers. The showdown was coming, and he couldn't afford any uncalculated factors, no matter if the protectors were known to not affect others' missions. But, if he were to go with the current flow, then the other three protectors wouldn't go out of their way to show the danger they posed to his plans. Now, Kai couldn't have that, could he? There's only one way. Kai thought, nodding to himself. Only one way to force the other three to lose their composure. Only a few moments had passed since Kai and Hadoken had taken their position, but the wind had already picked up, making the tongues of fire whip at the surrounding with a grudge of their own. I won't take advantage of you, boy. Hadoken said, bringing out a wave of laughter from the other contestants. I will give you 3 chances. If you can land even a single hit on me, then I will admit defeat. But after each chance, you will have to take an attack from me. Don't worry, I will be lenient. Haha. Beat him to a pulp, Mr. Hadoken. 3 chances are too much. Make this glutton vomit all the food. Mr. Hadoken. Just force him to show his true appearance. I just want his pretty face to be covered in blue and black marks. As long as the Night of Truce served its purpose of entertaining the contestants, making them forget about their usual worries, then there was nothing prohibited. Not to mention, the lead protectors weren't here, so Hadoken's decision couldn't be challenged. The other 3 protectors wouldn't step in, either, for Hadoken was one of them, and a strong contestant to boost. Even if Hadoken was a 282 ranked contestant in the toe, Kai didn't look down on him. Moraine's rank was in the top 100, but that didn't necessarily mean she was stronger than Hadoken. Tournament of Worth's ranking system didn't work like that, to begin with. Being ranked higher than Hadoken only meant that Moraine had greater chances of survival than her counterpart. Not everyone was like Kay, who had just toppled the entire world in the first stage. Nor was there anyone who had gotten a VF random world in the second stage. That's why, whenever a major organization recruited contestants based on these rankings, they were asked to reveal the theme of their toe along with it. Come, then. Hadoken said, beckoning Kai with his hand. Don't waste my time. The sea sent a gale, sweeping the hat off the heads. Kai pressed down on his torn straw hat and stepped toward Hadoken. The crowd went quiet for once, and eyed Kai with pity, using the same gazes with which they eyed Hadoken with respect. 90 feet. 70 feet. 30 feet. Kai kept taking one step after another, his eyes planted on the brawny contestant. Hadoken seemed to be in his early 30s, had a square but handsome face, and his hair was short. There was a bluish glint in his brown eyes, and he was a head taller than Chi, who was already taller than the men of his age. Officially, Kai's height 5'11" inches, still growing, Kai didn't use selfless breathing art. Nor did he take out his items. For now, Kai decided to gauge Hadoken's powers and the source of his confidence that had let him proclaim those words so openly. Not everyone could see the reason for Kai's slow walk, though. TCH. He's just trying to be mysterious. The butt-slapped female sket, sneering at Kai. I just want to see Mr. Hadoken sending him flying. Another female contestant whispered under her breath. Kai frowned as he entered the distance of 20 feet away from Hadoken. He still couldn't see any change in the expression on the man's face. Even his eyes were shut as if he couldn't have cared less about Kai. This was blatant disdain. Nothing else. The protector blade singer still had her bowl of tea in her hands, sipping it now and then. Contestant Aloof was standing to blade singer's left, but his eyes were just lost, planted on the distant sea. Only Moraine's brows were pressed together, and the more Blood Demon approached Hadoken, the deeper her frown became. She didn't know why he had not taken out his swords or had used those blood flames, but she could guess the reasoning behind his actions. The thing that made her frown wasn't Kai's gait, but a doubt. Moraine couldn't help but think that there was something more to Blood Demon's actions, something vile. To her, he wasn't a nobody, despite having a weaker appearance and him being not a well-known contestant. Even if Blood Demon wasn't her match, he was at least a mid-level 5th floor contestant and had items potent enough to pose a threat to her. This meant that there was a major organization behind him, supporting his growth. Then there was the image of a speckle of blood point engraved in her heart. Moraine didn't know how Blood Demon had avoided her slash. She couldn't find out if the mirror dimension had broken because the time had run out, or because of something else, either. She had collected info on Blood Demon later, and couldn't help but think that his lecherous appearance just didn't match the decisive battle experience he had shown during their fight. For Moraine, Blood Demon was becoming a greater mystery every time she met him. It wouldn't be wrong to say that she was truly interested in knowing more about him and his origins. So, despite knowing that Hadoken's actions were wrong and not according to what they had decided, she was among those who were looking forward to this challenge the most. It could even be said that she had purposefully incited Hadoken for her selfish purpose. And as Blood Demon entered the 15 feet mark, even her heartbeat sped up. It was then Hadoken opened his eyes. It was then Kai stopped. Chapter 11, The Power That Made Kai Feel Fear. Kai was just about to take another step when he felt as if the entire world was squeezing against him. Not only the space, but even the very earth felt like a quagmire, his feet getting pulled deeper and deeper, making him rooted to his place. None of the contestants could see the changes. Nor could they feel it. But to Kai, from the moment Hadoken had opened his eyes, everything had changed. He could see Hadoken's gaze becoming profound and felt himself losing and drowning in his eyes. Gif 1, the only thing that Kai could sense was an ethereal pressure generating out of Hadoken, making him feel as if the very air had thickened, resisting his advance. Kai took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. His mana churned around him, and even the little breath around him pulsed along with his breathing. Kai took a step, and then another. Hadoken's mocking smile had gone, but there his gaze was still indifferent. What the fuck is this? Kai cursed, feeling as if he was facing a storm. How's he doing it? It's not telekinesis, I can tell. I don't think it's a skill, either. An ability? TCH. Ah. Kai let out a shout and then took several steps in succession, closing the distance between him and Hadoken to a mere 10 feet. It was then Hadoken opened his mouth after a long time. Humphrey. He snorted, eyeing Kai's trembling figure. Your attempt is pathetic. Not even a ton of magical flesh can make one strong. Let me show you what true strength is. Hadoken's arms were crossed over his chest. At this moment, he lifted his right hand sluggishly and opened his fist, his fingers uncurling, his palm facing Kai. Kai was just about to react when Hadoken's pupils narrowed with a bang. All hell went loose, then. A monstrous shiver ran down Kai's spine, his eyes widened, and a heart-palpating cold bit into his heart. This cold differed from the true cold, its meaning was more profound. Only a few knew this cold, and the contestants were among them, for they all had experienced it in the past. This was the cold of death. This was the fear of losing one's life. Kai couldn't put his lifted foot down, and his eyes couldn't turn away from Hadoken's palm. The more he looked at it, the bigger that palm became, as if in the next moment, it would replace the entire world. Image 1, be gone. Hadoken's command echoed in Kai's ears like a judgment, and then the 60th floor contestant flicked his palm. Boom. Kai's figure became a straw in a storm and got flung away with a boom. He hit the ground even farther than the original 100 feet, rolled like a twig for many dozens of feet, and only then came to a stop. The crowd burst into a fit of mocking laughter and Moraine's gaze deepened as she looked at Hadoken. Kai coughed out a mouthful of blood, noticed nearly a fourth of his HP vanishing, and cursed under his breath. Whatever Hadoken had used, it had felt like a train had hit him face front, and there was no avoiding it. At that moment, Kai had even created a shield of magic, but even that had served no purpose. Not even resisting that blow with telekinesis had worked, leaving Kai truly at the mercy of his defense. Kai gritted his teeth and pushed himself to his feet, trembling all over. He had expected Hadoken to be strong, but that he wouldn't be able to even resist his powers was something truly out of the imagination. Haha. What an idiot. Serve him right. Mr. Hadoken didn't even touch him, right? Go home and take a shit. The mockery thrown at Kai entered one ear and passed from another. His face became hard, and his gaze even harder. It seems, Kai thought, contemplating his original purpose, I will have to put more effort if I am to force other protectors to act. This can become ugly. Kai licked the blood off the corner of his mouth and smiled inwardly. Outwardly, he showed a pained expression, as if he was thinking of what to do next. The old man came running to him, then. Back down, young lad. He advised, sweating all over. You aren't his match. There was more to the old man's words, Kai reflected. Oh. He exclaimed, eyeing the old contestant with short white hair and dark brown eyes. Have you recognized what he had used to send me flying? The old man licked his lips in fear. My hair didn't become white doing nothing, you know. The old man whispered. If I am not mistaken, then that brute is an unuser. It's best if you don't continue with his farce. Resisting Ren is difficult, young lad. An unuser. Kai's pupils trembled at the name, and then he called something which Itamem had told him. 9 out of the 10 times, only an unuser can resist another unuser. She had said. The only other way is to suppress them with sheer will and power if you don't have some special skills or items. Now Kai knew why the mana and his telekinesis didn't work against Hadoken. Unlike the typical wizards and ninjas, non-users used aura as fuel, the life energy stored in an individual. Nen was inherently linked to stamina, making HP its source. To become a non-user, the most basic condition was to have at least 20 points in both stamina and perception. The more Kai recalled Itamem's words, the more he frowned. It wasn't the time for him to go through all the instructions and warnings. Nor did he have the luxury to do so. You have 2 more chances. Hadoken's shout arrived at Kai as a rebuke. However, I don't see the point in them. This sentence brought out even more laughter from the contestants. Come on, lad. The old man begged. Once he's done with you, they all will find trouble with me. What did you even do to piss off a protector, anyway? Just say sorry and... Kai pushed the old man away and walked toward the 60th floor contestant. In between, Kai's walk became a run, and then a gale. His agility was already the highest among his attributes. So, when Kai spun his gears, bringing out his true speed, a shocking blur materialized within the mirror dimension. Kai was so fast that even the fire roaring to their right died down, darkening the world. All had gone silent for Kai, and all had become silent in the real world as well. Hadoken narrowed his eyes. Asu. He let out a powerful shout, and then took a pose with his left fist pointed to the ground, his hand outstretched, and his right hand resting on his waist. Gif 2, like a stroke of brush made of wind, Kai rushed at Hadoken and entered the mire of aura. Hadoken's eyes narrowed even more, and he used Ren to make his aura explode even mightier. Then he fused his hostile intentions into his aura and threw it toward the incoming weakling. 20 feet. 15 feet. 10 feet. 5 feet. Kai's eyes had gone bloodshot, his right hand almost touching Hadoken's face. The monstrous feeling of impending doom squeezed his chest, making him tremble, and blood kept pouring out from the corners of his mouth. Hadoken spat. Nothing more than a pathetic attempt. Fuck off. Bang. Like a rag doll, Kai got thrown hundreds of meters away. But no laugh resounded within the mirror dimension this time. Just when it seemed Kai wouldn't get up, they saw him flicking the ground with his hand, somersaulting to his feet, and sliding on the ground before coming to a momentary rest. His face was covered in dirt, his hat had got thrown away, and his hair had got untied, making them sway up and down in the wind like silken threads. Even if they didn't want to, the hearts of many girls trembled at this sight. Hee hee. Kai's laugh was so low and buried that only the old man heard it, making him shudder for an unknown reason. Even a fraction of a breath hadn't passed for Kai to come to rest when he darted again. A final mad rush. Hadoken snorted. If you don't know your limits, then let me sort it out for you. Asu. Hadoken's shout shook the entire world within the mirror dimension. By now, some had figured out the nature of his powers. But few knew he didn't possess any Nen ability of his own. Still, his mastery over Nen wasn't something a 4th or even a 5th floor contestant could vie against. Otherwise, with his talent, he wouldn't have just ranked 282 in tow. What he did possess was an acute mastery over Joe. Ren focused on outputting a larger amount of aura, projecting it outwards explosively. On the other hand, Joe was an advanced application of Ren by which an user concentrated a larger than normal portion of their aura into one specific body part. It increased the strength of that one body part but left the rest of the body more vulnerable. With this ground-shaking shout, a large amount of Hadoken's HP burned, becoming aura in the next moment. As his face paled slightly, Hadoken took a karate pose. His right fist rested on his waist, and his left hand was outstretched toward the incoming blur, his palm and fingers open like a wall. This was a standard form. Before firing a punch, unseen to others, and unfelt to most of them, an explosion of aura burst out from Hadoken's aura nodes. This aura wasn't directed forward like before, but it gathered on his right fist, making the surrounding space fluctuate. Kai's speed seemed even a touch faster than before. Even then, his instincts were sharp and absurd enough to notice the difference. To others, it seemed like Kai was rushing at Hadoken because his pride had gotten wounded. Yet, the moment Kai entered the distance of 10 feet from Hadoken. Chapter 12, Kai's Bloodlust, the Protector's Might, and the Secret Existence. The hiss escaping Kai's mouth replaced the wind's howls and the lingering effect of Hadoken's shout. Blood flames soared around Kai, power gushing out from his entire body. He laughed eerily like a maniac, licking his lips. Bloodlust. I have it, too. Something happened then that nobody had expected. Kai's face became expressionless, his eyes looked into Hadoken's pupils, and then with a bang, his killing intent seeped out, engulfing everything in front of him. Gif 1, to others it seemed Kai was just using his trump card, covered in mysterious red-colored flames. Only Hadoken faced the brunt of Kai's bloodlust. And because he was a non-user, he saw more than that. To him, Kai had become the embodiment of demon. Kai replaced Hadoken's world. Kai replaced the meaning of existence. Kai extinguished the meaning of logic and norm. Unknown to Kai, the end of his white hair glowed yellow. As Hadoken's right fist stretched, punching at Kai, a primal fear originated in his heart, as if the world despised his existence. His gaze moved up, leaving Kai's face, and came to rest a few feet above the white-haired contestant. Within those blood flames, a yellow-colored demonic grin could be seen, eyeing him with the vilest gaze a man could know. Gif 2, Hadoken's teeth chattered, and his fist trembled as it advanced. His legs lost their sense of power, and he felt his bowels going loose. Nobody from the second set was worthy enough to sense the crisis Hadoken was facing at this moment. No one. At this time, Kai raised his right hand and curled his fingers inward as if he wanted to hammer it into his opponent's face. They had come so close. The blood flames had already taken over the vision of many, blurring Kai and Hadoken's existences. Just when it seemed it was all over for Chi, Hadoken's wide punch almost landing on his face, the trajectory of the incoming fist shook and stirred away. Something even weirder and heart-palpitating happened, then. In Kai's right hand, a sword appeared, pointing at the dark sky murderously. The moment the sword appeared, the blood flames around Kai became so red and dense that they blinded everyone. Kai's eyes brimmed with murder. Today. He wanted to kill. His bloodlust seeped into Hadoken's bones, and tears fell out from the corner of his eyes. His soul begged for mercy, and his mind became chaotic, making him incapable of having a tiny thought. The cursed sword descended with an unmatched fury, its thoughts even more murderous than Kai's. Time slowed in the mirror dimension. Someone was about to be killed during the night of truce, for the first time in hundreds of thousands of years. Who would take the responsibility? Who would take the blame? Who would survive the wrath of empires? The bowl in Blade Singer's hand shattered, and she vanished from her spot. Aloof brought his gaze from the sea to Kai, his face devoid of any aloofness. Moraine's claymore had already come out, granting the entire world a touch of gray. Kai simply hacked. This attack was the prime of his capabilities. This attack embodied his bloodlust, his breathing art, and his will. This attack was death. So what if Hadoken was a 60th floor contestant? Morasame was an uncommon graded named item. Unless one could bring out at least a mid or high-level uncommon graded item, then it was nigh impossible to stop its advance. And the cursed sword was one cut killer. Morasame's edge flashed across Hadoken's eyes, almost kissing his face. It was then Blade Singer appeared to Kai's left. A sword materialized in her hand, and she thrust it in between Morasame and Hadoken. Image 1, Moraine appeared next, and she grabbed Hadoken's shoulder, pulling him back. Contestant Aloof's eyes became the size of a needle, and a force manifested in between Kai and Hadoken, hitting Kai's chest with never-seen force. Gif 3, Tink. Boom. Kai got thrown hundreds of meters in the air and struck the ground like a boulder, creating a small pit. Ugh. Kai groaned and threw an HP capsule in his mouth before crawling up to his feet. Everyone had fallen into a stunned stupor, not knowing what had just happened. In the distance, Blade Singer was holding a green-handled short sword, eyeing Kai with a murderous glint, her pupils trembling and her hands shaking. Moraine was trying to lift Hadoken up, who just refused to stand up and kept crawling back on the ground. Aloof slowly walked toward the other protectors, his gaze never leaving Kai. Ha ha. Kai suddenly laughed, holding his blackened chest. I recognize your sword, Blade Singer. Ryokusui, the green spike, isn't it? So you are the renowned 5,000-man commander from Order's second set with powers from the Kingdom world. Magnificent. And you, aloof, I can tell the use of telekinesis when I see one. Care to tell me from which world? Aloof said nothing for a moment, and then answered, Mob Psycho 100. Are you insane? Blade Singer asked, her killing intent rising higher and higher. Using more aim here, during the night of truce. What if? What if? Kai's laugh echoed like a hideous cackle. Moraine, did you not tell them it's a named item? Kai then lifted more aim and showcased its blade. A drop of blood was running down its edge, glowing dark in the night. Kai brought the blade near his face and licked the blood. Not elegant. It seemed as if a bolt of lightning had struck Blade Singer. She lifted her sword and saw an infinitely small chunk missing on the blade's edge. Then her head spun to eye Hadoken. Hadoken's face had nothing but fear. On his right arm, however, which he had used to punch K, was a nick. Suddenly, this nick turned black. Thousands of curse runes exploded out of it and rushed toward Hadoken's heart. Hadoken howled in pain, sensing death approaching him for good. This? Not one contestant in the crowd could make sense of what was happening. They just heard more aim and guessed that Blood Demon must have used some underhanded trick. They hadn't sensed Kai's bloodlust. Nor had they seen how Kai survived a full-powered blow from a mid-level 60H floor contestant. Only the protectors of the second set lost their expressions. Save him. Blade Singer shouted, losing her composure. But who could save Hadoken now? Aloof couldn't, as he was already sighing, shaking his head. It was then Moraine stood up, narrowed her eyes at K, and then snorted. With a muffled boom, both mana and breath exploded out of Moraine's body, making Blade Singer and Aloof step back. Gigantic butterfly wings appeared on her back, which took her into the air. With the claymore in her hands, Moraine looked like an otherworldly Valkyrie. Image 2, those. The old man mumbled, the fear making his face go pale. Those are the wings of Grim Butterfly. Grim Butterfly. Kai's eyes narrowed at the mention. He had never heard of this magical creature. Once again, howls and snarls took over everything as they had when Kai fought Moraine before. The butterfly wings sparked with 7 colors, and then they fluttered. With only one flutter, a rainbow-colored burst of powder escaped the wings, making the space around Moraine tremble. And then, this powder entered Hadoken. Kai's pupils shook as he saw the curse runes disintegrating upon contacting the rainbow-colored powder. The huge butterfly wings vanished, then. Moraine landed on the ground, her face devoid of any color. Hadoken groaned and lost consciousness, the scratch on his right hand healing instantly. And a crowd erupted suddenly. Kill him. How dare he use underhanded measures? Kill him. Scoundrel. Mr. Hadoken was showing you mercy, and you tricked him? Report him to the Empires. Moraine eyed them all. Shut up. She snapped before turning her head to look at Kai. Get out. You are not welcome here. Kai raised his eyebrows and licked his lips. For the first time, he felt Moraine was indeed a beauty. She must have realized what Kai had been hoping to achieve by coming here, and this too, that if he stayed here for long, then the protectors wouldn't be able to guarantee others' safety. A true decisive person. Kai nodded inwardly. To others, his licking his lips and the glint in his eyes made him look like the most perverted contestant. As they spat curses at him, not daring to do the deed by themselves, Kai laughed and turned around to go out. Morasame disappeared with a flick of his hand, and Kai inscribed the words Grim Butterfly in his mind. The old man came running toward him. Wait. Let me go with you. Don't leave me behind. Kai ignored everything. A door-shaped opening materialized, and he walked out into the real world. You have Morasame. The old man exclaimed after walking for half an hour. You aren't simple, young lad. How did you contend against Hadoken's Ren, anyway? If the protectors weren't worried about their necks, then they wouldn't have let you go so easily. And now you have made all your enemies. Why are you following me? Kai asked, his thoughts unknown. Hey. The old man laughed ruefully. Come on now. Don't be so rude to senior citizens. Senior citizen, my dick. Kai cursed, kicking the old man. Fuck off. Or I will kill you. The old man showed a pained expression on his face. TCH. Young people nowadays are truly without manners. Very well. Just be careful. You know what they say, right? Kai looked up at the countless stars and grinned. A bloodbath follows every night of truce. A fork appeared on the trail they were walking, then. Saying nothing, Kai took a path other than the old man's and disappeared into the darkness. After another half an hour, Kai suddenly paused. Celine's mist form seeped out from the rocky patch of earth and entered her master's body. And Kai hissed, his breath escaping his mouth as a mere whisper. Nothing, Celine hissed back. The old man entered a bar and began courting a lady. Kai's brows pressed together. He shook his head and forget about the old man. Dawn was just about a few hours away, and he needed to go through with his plans once again, making minute changes to compensate for the protectors and their abilities. Then, with a pop, he vanished. Just as Kai vanished, the entire space around that spot broke as if countless mirror-like shards had shattered. However, these mirror-like shards differed from that of a mirror dimension. There was an order to them, a specific geometrical characteristic. From these many geometrical mirror shards, a person came out, donning a blue-colored overcoat. On the man's head, there was a mysterious gold-colored Corinthian helmet. Image 3, the sheer presence of this helmet in this world brought the space close to destruction. From behind the slits of the helmet, the person eyed the direction where Kai had vanished. Color of Supreme? A ghostly, and quite ethereal, voice escaped from the helmet as if it was deliberately masked. A disaster is brewing. Then, with a flick of his hand, this person vanished, submerging back into the countless mirror-like shards. Chapter 13, The Sword of Destiny, Grand Showdown begin. Yo-ho, a pirate's life for me. We pillage, we plunder, we rifle, and loot, drink up me hearties, yo-ho. We kidnap and ravage and don't give a hoot, drink up me hearties, yo-ho. The prow of a ship torn apart the veil of the grey and unnatural fog, sailing in the Caribbean Sea. Image 1, on the main deck, a 10-year-old girl, richly dressed, was singing under her breath, her fascination with the pirates growing stronger with every sentence. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her shoulder, and the young girl gasped. Image 2, quite missy. Sailor Gibbs warned, looking at the surrounding silent waters with apprehension. Cursed pirates sail these waters. You don't want to bring them down on us, do you? Image 3, Mr. Gibbs, that will do. Lieutenant Norrington intervened. This ship was dauntless. And this place was Elizabeth Swan's dream. 8 years ago, Governor Swan sailed on the Dauntless to arrive at the Port Royal. Elizabeth was just a young girl then, and her curiosity about anything related to pirates knew no bounds, despite the concerns of her lord father. As they sailed, the Dauntless chanced upon the wreck of a merchant vessel. Image 4, it was just before then that Elizabeth spotted the young Will Turner lying unconscious on a piece of driftwood. Image 5, after being brought aboard the Dauntless, Elizabeth then noticed a gold medallion about Will's neck, which, after seeing a skull, gave her the thought that he was a pirate. Fearing that the adults would have Will hanged, the young girl took the medallion from Will before he was taken below decks. Image 6, as Elizabeth stood on the bow of the Dauntless, looking at the medallion, she caught movement out of the corner of her eye. Looking up, she saw a tall ship with black sails moving silently through the thick fog. Image 7, as the ship slipped quickly into the fog, Elizabeth widened her gaze upon realizing it was a pirate ship. Fearing the black and white flag billowing in the wind, Elizabeth shut her eyes. It was then her dream shattered. It was then the showdown began. A wraith-like, and the evilest and vile, creature crawled a few inches over the sheet of filth in the sewers. Wherever this stark creature passed, a thin layer of frost froze everything in his wake. Cold fog surrounded this figure like an overcoat over its already tattered robes. And when it breathed, the creature's breath rattled as if it wanted to take in more than just air into its rotten lungs. This figure was naturally Demender Kai. At this moment, he was crawling in the sewers under Governor Swan's mansion, taking in whiffs of filth. His ability neutralized the abominable stench, transforming it into HP. Only after upgrading his filth manipulation to advance had Kai achieved this feat, otherwise, he could only use the filth to enhance his HP regeneration rate. Still, the transformation of filth to HP was slow enough to make it useless during fights. It was the greatest source of survival for Kai, however. A rotten place for others, but for the possessors of filth manipulation, a heaven. There was a bundle of documents in Kai's scabbed and decayed hand. It was the plot summary item M had given him in detail of the original storyline. Kai contemplated, his breath freezing the papers. Elizabeth must have woken up by now after having that dream. It also means that she has worn the gold medallion around her neck. Time. Time is of the essence. I must be accurate and precise now. Starsea. I am counting a lot on you. Don't disappoint me, my greatest pawn. Image 8, not unknown to Kai. The entire mansion was covered under the gazes of dozens of contestants. This was the moment when Governor Swan gifted her daughter the corset, which led her to suffocate later. Image 9, this corset was an artifact. Not only the mansion, but the entire island of Port Royal had also already welcomed another 100 contestants by now. Everyone had gone alert, sitting on their haunches like wolves. The coming few hours would decide who had come out victorious and who had fallen from the grace. Of course, losing meant death. But Kai hadn't come in the sewers for the golden medallion, as it was nigh impossible to get one's hands over it without causing the descent of higher floor contestants. Nor was he here for the corset, which had already squeezed Elizabeth's breasts flat. His goal was a sword. and its smith, Will Turner, could be entering the mansion at any moment. Only the inside of the mansion was still safe from the penetrating gazes of the contestants. And unless one could enter the mansion officially, it was just impossible to interact with these major characters during this momentous setting of the original timeline. Unlike Kay, not everyone had Cersei Lannister to rely on. There was no true beginning to Phase 3 of Kai's plan. For Phase 3 wasn't something intangible, but corporeal form. Cersei was Phase 3. The countless artifacts were Phase 3. Blood and fire were Phase 3 as well, and so was obtaining Jack Sparrow's compass. Phase 3 had already begun with no bells. Just as Governor Swan had called out maids, heading toward Elizabeth's room, Cersei found a chance to swap places with another maid. In the last 2 nights, she had gained the favor of young Swan, telling her half-lies and fascinating tales. If it wasn't for Kai's plans, she wouldn't have missed a chance to help Elizabeth with the corset. Kai needed her on the ground floor, so there she would be. Cersei was playing with a lock of her hair when she heard the knock on the main door. Her eyes lit up, and she scurried toward the main hall. "Ah. Good morning, Mr. Turner." The butler greeted back the young smith. "Here to deliver the sword, I presume?" "Yes." William Turner nodded, his eyes darting all around. Image 10, the butler smiled at him. "Do wait in the main hall for a moment," he told Will. "Governor Swan is busy with something. Let me announce your presence." William Turner nodded shyly. Just as the butler vanished up the stairs, Cersei sauntered her way to the young man, smiling coquettishly. Will had just broken a hand of the candelabra and, looking all around, he was hiding it in the vase on the floor. Image 11, William Turner, am I right? She whispered, making the character jump. "So you are him." Cersei was not much younger than Elizabeth, and her beauty was no less than the main character, either. Even though she was garbing a maid's wear, it only made her look even more enchanting. Her long golden hair was tied in a ponytail, and there was a playfulness in her soft green eyes. The moment Will looked at her, he blushed. What do you mean by him?" Cersei giggled. "Well, I am quite close to Miss Swan, Will," she said, winking at him. "She has talked about you to me often. You can call me Lanny, if you please." "Has she?" Will asked, astounded, his cheeks gaining an even rosier color. "What did she say?" "Something girls can't tell a man," Cersei answered, smiling. William Turner gulped, looking quite expectant and troubled at the same time. Cersei's eyes flashed with a cunning glint, then, "It's not like I can't share," she whispered, approaching him and running a finger down Will's chest. "Any friend of Miss Swan is my friend as well. How about this? I have heard so much about your smithing skills from Elizabeth. The case in your hands must carry a sword, right? Let me have a look at it, and I will tell you some secrets. But you must hurry, or... This sword." Will didn't know what to say. At last, he nodded and opened the box. "This is the sword for Captain Norrington," he told her, taking out the sword. "The blade is folded steel. There's gold filigree laid into the handle." Will unsheathed the sword, spun it in the air, and then handed it to Cersei with both hands. Image 12, Cersei wrapped her smooth fingers around the handle and marveled at the beauty. "Quite impressive," she praised, her eyes sparkling with feigned admiration. "You are so brilliant, Will. But Elizabeth told me you are valiant as well. Are you?" Will smacked his lips as he heard how Elizabeth thought about him. "Of course." He nodded, puffing his chest. "I practice with swords in the smithy daily." "Do you, now?" Cersei hissed, smirking. "Well, you wouldn't mind if I were to challenge your claim, handsome." "Huh? I don't understand." Will had just frowned when Cersei darted away from him, laughing and giggling whimsically. "Miss Lanny!" Will shouted, chasing her with brisk steps. "Please stop, Miss Lanny. The sword's rather sharp. You will get cut." Cersei had already taken a turn, her knowledge about the mansion far surpassing that of William's. "Well," her spirited voice echoed in the empty corridor, "you better catch me fast, Will." William Turner hurried and took the turn beyond which Cersei had disappeared. What awaited him were several rooms and even more corridors, branching off the main one. Suddenly, the sound of the governor and the butler coming down reverberated. William looked at the long corridor, and then at the main hall, knowing not where to go. Cersei had lost her smile, and a distinct pride kept flashing across her eyes as she ran toward the sewer's pothole at the back of the mansion. The sword was pressed against her dress, and there was a springiness in her steps. She knew she had little time, and soon the butler or the other maid would come looking for her. This was the first time her master had put so much trust in her, letting her carry the weight of such a monumental task. She couldn't disappoint him. She mustn't disappoint him. Never. Since her childhood, there was a grand place for power in her heart. With power, she could do anything. With power, she could rule, enjoy, and live. With power, she could be a queen. And for her, Kai had already become all the power she could ever desire. He was hers. Other girls would come and go, she knew. Only she would stay with him forever, ruling by his side, his throne. A blush flushed over Cersei's cheeks as her thoughts inadvertently lost themselves in the future, recalling the kisses, warmth, and sense of power. Like always. By the time she reined her dwindling imagination, Cersei had already arrived at her destination. There was no need to signal her arrival, for her master had already sensed her. She could feel him, as he could feel her. My love. Cersei thought, seeing an icy fog escaping from the opening pothole. I didn't disappoint you. Congratulations, Kai Stormborn, on finding an artifact. Artifact, the Sword of Destiny. Kai's rotten hands caressed the blade, his hazel pupil shining with greed under his tattered hood. There was no need to mention that Kai dearly wanted it to be an item. But it was easier said than done. Items, especially the ones like the Sword of Destiny, had strict requirements and ever-changing procedures. Moreover, they needed one to invest a long time to get them. If Kai had the luxury of time, he could have attempted such a thing. Not now. Your title status is updated. Title, Proficient Collector's Specification, collect 50 different artifacts from any random world and timeline. Status, 11 out of 50, effect, luck plus 15. Note, only one title can be equipped at a time. Kai reluctantly handed the sword back to Cersei. There was no time to waste, he knew. Not only Governor and Elizabeth were about to leave for the Norrington ceremony, but Jack also was about to arrive at the dock. And one of the main reasons for Kai's jumping to this world, and to this timeline, was related to the exact time of his arrival. It was only second to the matter of the compass, and that was saying something in itself. Brilliant, Dementor. Kai praised Cersei telepathically. You have done a marvelous job, Cersei. Your devotion to me isn't going unnoticed. Go, now. You must have caused quite a ruckus already. And don't forget to apologize to the governor. Cersei's smile widened from ear to ear. The pothole was just open by a margin, so she couldn't see Kai, but she had heard him. That was enough. With large strides, Cersei hurried back into the mansion, and Kai slid back into the sewers. The demonic grin on his hideous mouth went entirely unnoticed. Chapter 14, Jolly Moon, Deep Sea Showdown. The theme music of the Pirates of the Caribbean buzzed in all minds as a ship entered the Watcher's visions, plowing toward the docks of Port Royal. Image 1, it was a dory, a small, shallow draft boat of approximately 5 to 7 meters, 15 to 22 feet, in length, with a single mast and sail. At the top of its single mast's rigging, a person was standing tall, garbed in a pirate's attire. One could tell that he was gazing keen-eyed at the harbor. GIF 1, Captain Jack Sparrow had arrived. The music intensified in the thoughts of many inadvertently, and the greedy eyes watching the incoming main character shone even more brilliantly. Noticing that his boat was filling up with water, Jack Sparrow jumped down and began bailing it out using a bucket. Image 2, Jack then spotted the skeletal remains of 3 pirates, still clad in buccaneer rags, hanging from gallows erected from a rocky promontory, along with a 4th unoccupied gallows bearing a sign that said, "Pirates ye be warned." Image 3, pausing, Jack Sparrow took off his hat and placed it above his heart, a moment of exaggerated respect for the doomed pirates as he sailed by them. GIF 2, unlike the main storyline, Captain Jack Sparrow wasn't alone in giving respect to these hanging pirates. The moment Jack Sparrow took his hat off, a short-haired young man in seaman's clothing also took off his hat and bowed toward the gallows. At this moment, this young man was standing on a cliff, eyeing Jack Sparrow and his actions. Simultaneously, the tip of a shark's fin peeked out from the distant sea. Then, a woman rose on this fin as if she was standing on water. Her hair was gold and wet, and her eyes were blue. She, too, took off her slim hat and bowed at the gallows. Somewhere else, a dark-skinned young boy, prowling the harbor, also paused. He had no hat, but only a bandana. The young boy took off the bandana and bowed at the distant gallows. At the bottom of a nearby cliff, the water rippled, and a figure made of water shot up. It looked like this man was made of water, and even his face seemed almost transparent. A hat materialized on his head, and he, too, took it off and bowed at the gallows. A young man, wearing a torn straw hat, half-open white shirt, knee-length pants, and a red sash around his waist, was standing on the sandy beach close to the docks. Just as Jack Sparrow gave his respect to the pirates hanging at the gallows, he took off his straw hat and bowed at them, like everyone else. Congratulations, contestant Kai Stormborn. You have achieved a milestone. Pay respect to the corpses of pirates Sven the Vicious and his 2 brethren along with Captain Jack Sparrow, only applicable to contestants with pirate title. Milestone rewards, 1. Plus 3 charisma 2. If you were to get executed by Marines, your corpse would get replaced with one of the 2 unknown pirates by Sven the Vicious side among the various pirates of the Caribbean worlds in the multiverse, As Kai saw the milestone, a grand weight lifted off his shoulder. This milestone looked simple, but it was one of those that had serious consequences. For one, it only applied to the pirates. Second, it ensured that, if captured, the said pirate wouldn't be beheaded but hanged, keeping the corpse intact. Then the said contestant had at least some chance to become an undead, rather than losing life for good. However, this was only a tale spread throughout the Primordial Tower, unconfirmed and unreliable. It couldn't keep the contestants from not getting this milestone, though. Unlike Kay, the contestants' arrival to this world, especially around the Night of Truce, with Jack's arrival on the next day, was completely random. Not achieving a milestone when they were already here would be just plain stupid. However, this paying respect, with the main character of the random world, was just a premiere to the incoming bloodbath. Only Kai in this world knew how vulnerable Jack Sparrow was now, for he didn't have any protector. In the multiverse, all protectors of the main characters were the most powerful among the contestants. So powerful, in fact, that not even the top characters in the random worlds, which didn't have any abnormality limiter, could hope to pose any threat to them. For example, if Kai's main mission hadn't cleared his random world off all the protectors, then Harry Potter might as well have been enjoying protection from a top-level 60th floor contestant with absurd skills, items, titles, and stats. Or, there was even a possibility of this protector being a low-level 70th floor contestant. One could guess the dread hidden behind such a protector by remembering the 4 protectors who were present at the Night of Truce. They all were around mid-level 60th floor contestants and represented the heights a contestant could achieve in the Primordial Tower. If Kai's exploding strength and bloodlust hadn't caught Hadoken by surprise, then he wouldn't have scared the non-user off so easily, like the case with Moraine. That's why the protectors of the main characters were called Prime Protectors. A level below them were Lead Protectors, protecting major characters. Only then normal protectors, like Moraine, Blade Singer, Aloof, and Hadoken, came into the picture. No wonder all were just eyeing Jack Sparrow from afar, not daring to approach a radius of several hundred meters from him. They couldn't see the Prime Protector, but they knew he was there, somewhere. Kai sneered inwardly as he guessed others' concerns. If Jack Sparrow wasn't so important to his plans, then he would have acted by now. But there was no benefit in harming Jack Sparrow, only endless suffering. Such things had already been tried out and forgotten in the Primordial Tower. No. Kai wasn't here for Jack Sparrow. At least not for some time. It was the boat he wanted. It was the boat they all wanted, their desire for this sinking ship rising through the roof with every passing moment. Jolly Moon. Image 4, Jolly Moon was a small fishing dory and obtaining it was a task second only to the Jack Sparrow's compass for Kai. It was unknown when the Jolly Moon was built, but it was one of 5 boats owned by Anna Maria's family, a female character who appeared later in the main storyline, who used it for smuggling. Jack Sparrow had stolen this boat from her. Image 5, before arriving at Port Royal, Jolly Moon made port in Shipwreck City, where Scarlet and Giselle, 2 wenches, were convinced by Jack that he would marry them. Image 6, Jack Sparrow had obviously tricked them. However, unknown to the pirate captain, and knowing his treacherous nature, Scarlet had taken 4 nails off of the Jolly Moon, in case Jack would get cold feet before their wedding. That's why, by the time Jack arrived at Port Royal, the Jolly Moon had already begun to sink beneath the waves. For Kay, this sinking boat was just too important. If a contestant were to take this boat back to Anna Maria, and convince her to sell it to him, then Jolly Moon would become an item, it was known. And if a contestant were to sail the entire Caribbean Sea using Jolly Moon before carrying out the above-mentioned task, then it even had the chance to become a named item. Still, such things prominently depended on the contestants' experiences during this voyage. Kai wanted to accomplish neither of these tasks. He wanted it as it was, an artifact. However, this wasn't any ordinary artifact. For someone like Kay, who was not only a pirate but who was also a captain and had a crew and a boat, this artifact was a source of prime nourishment. Actia was an item in making, Kai knew. If he could get Jolly Moon, and fuse it with his ship, then Actia's grade and stats would experience a substantial boost upon completion. If the Jolly Roger was a pirate's identity, then the ship was the crew's spirit. How could any captain let go of such a chance? As Jack reached the ports, his boat kept sinking lower and lower into the sea. Kai's hazel pupils narrowed, and he walked into the sea, taking one step after another. Ah! A scream melted into the bustling harbor, but no one put any mind to it. Such things were common in this era, to say the least. Only contestants like Kai knew the bloodbath had already begun, and it would reach its prime in the next 15 minutes. As Kai gawked at the main character, Jack made an unusual yet graceful entrance to the Port Royal harbor, stepping onto the wooden dock from the masthead. He made port just in time, despite bailing as fast as he could, his craft sinking silently beneath him. And as Jack stalked off flamboyantly, The boat reached the docks, leaving only the top of its single mast above the water. GIF 3. Later, Jack bribed the harbor master to ensure that his name would not appear on the ledger. Nevertheless, this already had nothing to do with the contestants. With an elegant dive, Kai rushed into the sea, his body becoming red, giving off scalding heat. Even before he could submerge himself entirely, Golduck Kai had already come into being, thrashing the seawater with its monstrously powerful tail. The shark fin, protruding up from the sea's surface, vanished. The dark-skinned young man, who had been prowling the harbor, had already disappeared. The young man, who was standing on a cliff, had already jumped off moments ago. The water-like entity had melted back into the sea as well. These weren't the only ones, though. There were more, dozens, at the least. And all wanted one thing. Jolly Moan. But this boat demanded sacrifice like it always had in the various random worlds spread across the multiverse. A sacrifice of blood, rage, and slaughter. Chapter 15, The Terror of Blue-Skinned Demon Crack. The sky over Port Royal was as clear as a mirror. It was especially because of this that people's hearts shuddered as they saw a bolt of lightning striking at the open sea, the thunder cracking and roaring like a beast. Water gurgled off Golduck Kai's slim and aerodynamic figure with one kick after another. His tail stirred his swimming direction, providing him another boost of power. On his right hand and torso, one half of the power sword had already materialized as the Corridite armor. If Moraine were to see him now, she would have instantly associated him with Blood Demon. But, with so much chaos ensuing on the island right now, she couldn't even afford to go 100 meters away from Mulroy. Much less needed to be said about her presence among the struggles of other contestants. Protectors enjoyed the privilege of interacting with characters if they wanted to, but it also shackled their freedom, preventing them from meddling in others' businesses, more often than not. Golduck Kai tore the water currents and approached the area around Jolly Monday. It was then Afro's Taki materialized in his hand. Kai had decided to not use more Aim and kept his blood demon's identity separate from this transformation. It was just a product of his precautionary nature. And if he wanted to, he could take the one-cut killer out anytime, striking a stupendous surprise attack. Such hideous and underhanded methods of fighting had already taken root in his bones. The moment Kai reached the boat, it was also the moment that others arrived. With a sword in his right hand, Golduck Kai came to rest some dozen meters away from the Jolly Monday. The water level here was deep enough so that only the very tip of the boat's mast was protruding out of the sea surface. From another direction, a woman came riding on a penguin-like Pokemon. Around her head, there was a bubble, providing her ample air to breathe. Kai recognized both the woman and the Pokemon. She was the same female whose butt got slapped by the old man, and who had been cursing Kai, calling him a scoundrel, during the entire night of truce. And the over 2 feet tall Pokemon, Prinplup, was fast enough for her to enjoy much flexibility underwater by grabbing its neck. Image 1. At the same time, another Pokemon arrived, tearing through the seawater. Kai could tell even from afar that its linear speed was much greater than his own. It was a Sharpedo. GIF 1. This Pokemon was over 6 feet large and was shooting a powerful jet of water from its rear end. With the speed it possessed, Sharpedo looked more like a dark blue water missile fired from a tank than a magical creature. Over the Pokemon, there was a woman, too. She had golden hair and blue eyes. Unlike the master of Prinplup, she was just crouching at the top of Sharpedo's head, having no visible means of breathing. From another corner, the water rippled, and a man with a bare chest floated out. There was a mask over his face, covering his mouth and nose, and on his waist, there was a utility belt with several pockets. Just as this masked man appeared, from a different direction, another contestant came charging in. He was dark-skinned, and there were spiral tattoos on his hands, running from palms to shoulders, glowing Arctic blue. Wielded in his hands were 2 gun-like weapons, from which 2 powerful water jets were bursting out, pushing him no less fast than Sharpedo. GIF 2, and then the last contestant appeared, almost walking on water. His long black hair was swaying with the water currents, and in his hand was the handle of a sword, which looked as if the blade of the sword had been broken off it. GIF 3, only a few seconds had passed for this standoff to come into the picture. There was no more chaos or order in this game. They all were pirates, and they all wanted the same thing. Kai wasn't a newbie anymore. Especially with items worth rising to 5, he had much freedom to obtain information through the Primordial Tower trade market. If it had been before, he wouldn't have guessed the powers of others. Now, however, he could, with almost certainty. The masked man is a ninja. Kai observed, his thoughts racing faster and faster. I can sense a dense breath roiling inside him, coursing through specific paths. It's a clear sign of chakra. The dark-skinned boy has a set item, Water Bearers. It's sacrilege signature weapons from DC World, focused around young Justice. And there is him. Kai looked at the long-haired man, and his eyes narrowed. It was he who had been giving Kai a touch of a threat since his coming. Better would be to say that it was the sword handle that was extraordinary. Inshui. Image 2. Kai's taste in swords had already made him remember most of the powerful sword-based items from Multiverse. Inshui was a magical tool, wielded by Tokayome Kagami from the Flame of Ruka random world. It could control all three phases of water. As Kai was observing others, they were also discerning the capabilities of each other. Most of them were taking second and third glances at Kai, frowning at his mutated figure and nonchalant state within the sea. There was no need for any warning, either. Whoever could make others run off would earn the right to have this artifact. Boom. This boom had originated from Kai, shooting like a massive bolt of blue lightning toward the boat. Sharpedo's master commanded her Pokemon at the same time. A drill-shaped tube of water covered the Pokemon, and its speed boosted even further. Image 3. Aqua Jet. Sharpedo couldn't propel itself at such a rate for long distances. But its power was still great enough for this Pokemon to be known as the bully of the sea. The dark-skinned contestant brandished his water bearers, a sneer dancing across his lips. From one water bearer, a whip-shaped water construct materialized. Using another, he propelled himself toward the boat, too. Inshui glowed and exploded with an aquatic flash, then. From its broken handle, a blade of water propped up, so sharp that it seemed to cut the sea in front of its wielder. He, too, shot himself toward the boat. Only the bare-chested ninja and the butt-slapped female didn't move, watching the ensuing chaos with mockery on their faces. It was then something happened that shocked everyone. Goldake, who was rushing at the boat at an unprecedented speed, suddenly changed direction. The shocking matter wasn't his change of direction, but that he hadn't seemed to have experienced even a bit of loss in speed. This was the power of Goldake, having the blood essence of the fastest swimming Pokemon. So what if Golduck wasn't as fast as the other Pokemon in a single direction? It wasn't fast because of that in the first place. Golduck could maintain its shocking speed omnidirectional, letting it stand out from the masses. There was an indifference on Kai's face, his eyes planted on the penguin-like Pokemon and its owner. As the Sharpedo, dark-skinned contestant, and Inshui's wielder rushed at the boat, eyeing Kai with a strange expression, the blue-skinned demon had already closed the gap between him and Prinplup. Prinplup's master still had mockery lingering on her face, the same as she had last night. She let go of the Pokemon, and commanded, Prinplup. Use Metal Claw. None could hear her words other than the Pokemon, though. Prin. The Pokemon let out a shout, and then shot itself toward Kai, rotating like a drill. Pulp. Suddenly, the light blue tips of its wings started to glow with a silver light so sharp that it made them look like true steel, full of mana. Gif 4, the corner of Kai's lips arched up, then. If Kai's change of direction, while maintaining his speed, was a shocking thing, then what happened next was just plain dreadful. Mana and breath both rippled inside him, getting consumed instantly. Prinplup was still coming at Kai with its razor-sharp wings aimed at his neck, hoping to behead him. It was then the tips of its wings lost the metallic luster, just when the Pokemon was a few feet away from Kai. Skill disable activated time limit, 30 seconds, no. The butt-slapped contestant screamed, taking out her Pokeball to call the Pokemon back. Too late. Prinplup's momentum was so great that in a fraction of a second, it brought the Pokemon into Kai's reach, who was already coming at him with even greater speed. Afro's Tiki flashed, and Prinplup's wings got cut off, blood melting into the seawater like salt. No. The butt-slapped female's face became blue in convulsions, her hatred shooting through the skies. Kai grinned. He thrust Afro's Tiki into Prinplup's heart, letting the sword bathe in its heart blood. It was the requirement for the sword's skill, Ruthless Ritual, which increased its base damage by 1 point for 72 hours. Prin. The Pokemon had just let out a mournful scream full of pain and reluctance, when Kai's hand blurred once again, even faster than before, and beheaded the magical creature. 4 strikes. And Afro's Tiki began glowing with a bloody red glow. It was the effect of the skill, I will keep moving forward. The 5th strike, with its 100 horsepower damage, was enough to shock the world, Kai knew. He would not waste that attack on morons. With a flick of his hand, a box appeared, and Kai threw the dead Pokemon into his MRB. Unlike the case upon contestant's death, where the Pokemon would return to Pokeball by itself and then vanish, dead Pokemon wouldn't return, becoming battle spoils instead. This. All contestants paused momentarily as they saw Prinplup getting killed and thrown into inventory. They couldn't figure out why the Pokemon didn't attack and let this mutated contestant kill it as if it wanted to die. I will kill you. The Pokemon trainer screamed, several whip-like tubes of seawater manifesting around her. The old man had told Kai about this female contestant, even though he didn't know about her being a Pokemon trainer as well. She possessed water-based skills, based on one Ikinao character from a certain magical index random world. Image 4, alas. Her opponent was Kai. She had skills to manipulate water, but Kai had telekinesis, an advanced ability. and he was already within the 10 meters limit. The sharp and threatening whip-like water tubes hurled themselves at Kai, tearing seawater. Suddenly, they paused midway. The mind gem on Kai's forehead flashed with a bloody glow ethereally. He didn't have full mastery over controlling liquid substances using telekinesis, but it was still enough to restrict such a low-grade skill for a moment. If Kai had used Disable again, in such a short time, then others would have instantly recognized what had happened with Primplup upon seeing the water tubes vanishing. Kai knew he was genius, but he never believed others were brainless idiots. A terrified look appeared on the female contestant's face. She was just about to cancel her skill, taking out another item, when Kai's speed increased even further. One moment, he was several feet away from her. In the next, the palm of his left hand was already resting on her forehead. The moment Kai's palm pierced the bubble and landed on her forehead, he closed his eyes. Within the butt-slapped female contestant's consciousness, a tsunami of yellow fog came out of nowhere and flooded her thoughts, memories, and emotions. No matter how much her mana resisted the onslaught of this yellow fog, without being a practitioner of occlumency, she had no chance to prevent what was about to happen to her. When the yellow fog in her consciousness drowned everything, a white room materialized, hovering 3 inches above the mist. Over the roof of this white room, Kai's projection appeared, with his hands behind his back, his eyes closed in calm and composure. With a bang, those eyes snapped open, churning the yellow mist underneath the white room. The moment Kai opened his eyes, rune after rune escaped from his body in an unending stream, and engulfed the entire space around him. 100. 1,000. 10,000. 100,000. 200,000. 500,000. By the time the number of runes reached the 500,000 mark, the colorless sky of the female's consciousness had already turned black. These runes weren't normal, to begin with. Mixed within them were variations, some meaningful, some useless. The number of these runes represented Kai's one instance of calculations he had allotted himself during every identity period, only 1 hour of his meditation over the runes, trying to figure out the ancient magical script. If it had ended here, then this wouldn't have been too shocking. Kai slammed his palms together and let out a powerful shout. It was as if a dam broke. So many runes burst out of Kai that the endless blackness of the sky overhead became even darker, to an infinite degree. And the number of runes reached 1 million. Kai's mana projection laughed like a maniac in the butt-slapped female contestant, and said, "Have a taste of my calculations." In the real world, not even a breath had passed for these things to happen. To others, it seemed as if Kai had just used some mysterious method to approach the Pokemon trainer and put his hand over her forehead. In the very next second, the entire figure of the female contestant shuddered. Blood seeped out from her nose, ears, mouth, and eyes. And then, with a bang, her head exploded, her skull cracking apart and sending brain matter everywhere. Give 5, 1 breath, 1 kill. Kai turned around and eyed the other contestants who were already looking at him as if he was a maniac. His face was covered in blood, and the seawater was licking at his face, trying to clean up the mess. Behind this blood mist was a hideous grin. Afro's Taki kept pulsating with a bloody glow, and Kai shot himself toward the boat once again, his movements unpredictable and murderous. Only 10 seconds had passed since the activation of Disable. This was just the beginning of this massacre, this ageless ritual of sacrifice. And Kai was more than happy to carry it out. Chapter 16, Kai's Battle Instincts, Another Kill, and Ambush 1 breath 1 kill. It was a killing method Kai had developed inadvertently in the last 6 months while deciphering, restructuring, and transforming an endless amount of runes. This method used the principles of occlumency and legilimency, along with Kai's understanding of these principles. Using this method, Kai could suppress all thoughts, memories, and emotions of the opponent. Then, he forced the target to undergo the calculations equivalent to his 1-hour-long session, compressed in 1 breath. It didn't mean he remembered 1 million runes, though. Kai remembered a lot. True enough. But even he had a limit. Nor had he ever believed in randomly imprinting things in his mind. This wasn't according to the will of a scientist. What Kai truly depended on, and took confidence in, was his mastery of understanding the principles of runic variations. He remembered tens of thousands of runes, and how to deconstruct and reconstruct them to gain a new rune, letting him increase the number to 1 million. It was like understanding a mathematical concept or a principle by heart. Then, if needed, one could just derive many formulas based on that concept according to the applications. This was where Kai's monstrosity lay, the chosen and promised prodigy of an entire world. Aside from his selfless breathing art, this was the second method that entirely belonged to him. Even Kai himself would become a simpleton if he were to undergo an hour's worth of his calculations in 1 breath. Much less needed to be said about someone like the butt-slapped female. But only this wouldn't have been able to overload her brain, making her head explode. At the core, This was a killing method based on legilimency. So, naturally, it contained Kai's mana, a wisp of which was contained in every rune. Counting together, it might not have come close to even 20 MP, but in the matter of mines, this was enough. This absurd and hideous killing method wasn't infallible, however. If a contestant's mana were to be significantly greater than Kai's, then he wouldn't be able to suppress the thoughts, memories, and emotions so easily. Moreover, if the contestant had some mastery over occlumency, complemented with magical aptitude ability, then Kai would fail in that case as well. The reason for the latter was simple. Even after reaching the 20 points limit in intelligence, Kai had not begun working on a structure in his consciousness like the high priest of many-faced god. This structure not only would have helped him with occlumency, but it could also attack others' structures in their minds using legilimency. K, however, had chosen not to do so, leaving it almost empty, if one were to forget about the sea of yellow mist and the white room. It wasn't like he couldn't create a complex defense or attack system in his consciousness on the scale of High Priest's 56-bit encryption, either. It was just. What Kai wanted was perfection. He was waiting for that spontaneous opportunity that would let him stumble upon the greatest structure one could develop, becoming an unparalleled master of occlumency and legilimency. Only then he could truly make the best use of being a faceless man once he became one. Kai knew it all, and thus he had been patient with it, despite the allure of such killing methods. Coming back to the present, as Kai rushed back to the boat, tearing the seawater, the first one to reach wasn't the three closest to the boat, but the bare-chested ninja. The mocking smile under his smile had vanished after seeing the female contestant's head exploding just from a touch of Kai's palm. Then there was the sword, glowing and pulsating with a murderous bloodlight. The thought that Kai could change directions at any moment to kill him sent a shiver running down his spine. At first, he had thought to let others tire themselves out underwater, watching the chaos from beyond the fence. Now, though, even his palms were sweating. A part of Kai's focus was indeed on the bare-chested man, but this time he was truly aiming to kill one of the three contestants ahead of him. At this moment, he saw the ninja taking out a card from one pocket in his utility belt. The palm-sized card floated in front of the man, bobbing up and down. And then, a shocking power erupted from the card, full of piercing mana. Even Sharpedo and its master, dark-skinned boy, and Inshuai's wielder paused and eyed the scene to their left. The bare-chested man lifted his hands and made several seals in succession. Then, he slapped his right palm on the card as if he was pushing it down. Kai's eyes narrowed as he saw several columns of tiny runic letters originating from the card, running outward like serpents, and the name of a skill exploded in his mind. Summoning Jutsu. Come out. Ripples echoed out of the ninja's mouth. Bakugan Ballista. Not only was it a summoning art, but it was also one based on multiverse interdependency. Summoning a Bakugan using the jutsus from the Naruto world. Kai reflected, frowning. It's a pity that these creatures aren't magical creatures, but physical forms based on breath. He must be fueling the card with his chakra. Not simple. Roar. A dense roar, full of vile and evil aura, burst out of the card, and a blue lizard-like creature walked out, freezing the surrounding water. The moment Ballista appeared, it charged toward the three contestants near the boat, and the ninja swam behind it closely. Image 1 and 2, the first one to back up was the dark-skinned boy with water bearers. He was at the leftmost of the three, and nearest to the incoming creature. When he saw the Bakugan coming at him with an evil grin on its face, the tattoo on his arms glowed. From the water bearers in his hands, a sword and a shield materialized, both glowing with the same colors. Under the command of the ninja, Ballista fired a water cannon at the dark-skinned boy, and both of them began an intense fight. Kai had nearly caught up with the three, his eyes locking on the Sharpedo. Just beyond the woman, and the nearest to the boat was the black-haired man with the water blade. He, too, had sensed Kai approaching the Sharpedo as the Pokemon lost the momentum of its aqua jet. Suddenly, the user of Inshuai paused and turned around. The golden-haired female eyes widened instantly. She had been already feeling a great apprehension because of Kai. Now, even the other contestants seemed to have targeted her. Kai saw it all, and a smile of understanding surfaced on his lips. It was then the woman said, I think I don't like this boat that much. Sharpedo, let's go. Under the shocked gazes of both Kai and Inshuai's user, Sharpedo let out a snarling noise, turned to the right, and used all its power to fire another jet of water. Midway, the Pokemon used Aqua Jet again, boosting its speed. The corner of Kai's mouth twitched as he saw the Pokemon trainer vanishing in the distant sea, but inwardly he nodded. Only these kinds of contestants could remain alive in the Primordial Tower, who were decisive, and who knew how to give up. The lure of Jolly Moan, and it being an item that could become named item, was great. But was it great enough to lose one's life over it? Even though the matter of the woman escaping had shocked Kai and the other contestant, their momentum hadn't decreased. Bubbles escaped the mouth of Inshuai's user, and he hacked at Kai with his long water blade. Kai still didn't use Afro's Taki. It was now packing the power to inflict 100 horsepower damage, and there was no way he wouldn't make it count. Kai outstretched his left hand, and a ball of water appeared in front of his open palm. The moment Inshuai's water blade arrived, the water ball exploded with a bang. It was just a complex use of telekinesis. It was so weak that it couldn't even harm a 4th floor contestant. Much less needed to be said about the contestants here, who were all high-level 5th floor ones. Kai hadn't aimed to harm the black-haired contestant, either. When the water ball exploded, it did nothing to the incoming water blade. Instead, all the power of the explosion was directed at Kai himself. A sharp pain coursed through his left hand and chest, making Kai grit his teeth, and he got thrown toward the place where the dark-skinned boy and Ballista were fighting. Meanwhile, the contestant with Inshuai in his hand was still covered under a layer of chaotic seawater behind him. Suddenly, Golduck Kai's tail thrashed as he kicked the water, his speed exploding even further. In his previous life, blood essence cultivators used to say that Kai became stronger as he fought. However, it wasn't because he could use some otherworldly skills or arts, but because he was Kai of House Stormburn. No matter what field he chose to be proficient in, he would eventually master it to an unprecedented degree. Kai became strong with the progress of battle because he could access the minute changes in scenarios, and could observe and analyze his opponent's weaknesses in no time, letting him take advantage of the situations as per he desired. Both the dark-skinned boy and ninja saw Kai coming, but his speed was just too fast and unexpected for them to react. The contestant with water bearers turned his shield construct toward Kai, hoping to use the blow to swim away from the disadvantageous position. Image 3, alas. He miscalculated. Kai lifted the Afro's Tiki and hacked. And the sword went through the shield, the dark-skinned boy's head, chest, and waist like a knife through butter. When the water bearer item parted in two, one could see disbelief written over the boy's face. This was the last emotion he showed, and Kai's smile was the last thing he saw. You have killed one order's contestant. Just as the notification appeared in front of Kai's eyes, making his smile widen, it was also when the seabed exploded beneath the three contestants. Boom. Don't let anyone go. A muffled shout penetrated the sea through the sand and shells. Catch them all. Wherever there were pirates, there would naturally be bounty hunters as well. But the moment Kai saw others' appearances and get-ups, he knew they weren't bounty hunters. In the lead, there was a contestant in Atlantean elite commando armor from the DC Extended Universe. There was an Atlantean steel sword in his hand, the edge of its blade pulsating with blue plasma. Image 4 and 5, behind the elite commando, there were two more contestants in Atlantean standard armors, both carrying hydro-pulse rifles. To the left of these three, there was another contestant in blue armor. He was also carrying a sword, but it had a yellow handle and a blue disc, which was rotating with a blinding blue-white flash. Image 6 and 7, Kai recognized that sword. It was a secret playback Katana Shinken Maru, with a secret disc attached to its hilt. It also made him learn the identity of this contestant. Shinken Blue from Samurai Sentai Shinkenja Random World. Kai thought, his face becoming hard. They are not bounty hunters. They are Marines. Chapter 17, Suppressing All Sides, the eight-tailed water demon. Even though Kai's fifth strike using Afro's Taki had looked simple, it wasn't truly the case. Kai's using the exploding water ball wasn't a spontaneous divergence, but a calculated one. By the time he had reached Inshuai's wielder, Kai still had a few seconds remaining to his skill disable. Now, Inshuai was known to be an exceptional magical tool, and its stats vary too much with contestants. When Kai attacked the black-haired man, he wasn't sure if the water blade protruding out of the magical tool was because of an item skill or an inherent technique. But he did know that the item water-bearer's use of water to make hydro constructs was a skill. Thus, Kai had decided to finish the dark-skinned boy first, taking him by surprise. When Afro's Taki had hacked at the shield hadn't failed to defend against the attack. It was Kai who had disabled the skill. Even though Afro's Taki was a top-level common-grade item, and had its base damage enhanced to 100 horsepower at the fifth strike, it couldn't have just ignored the skill of another item of almost equal level. What mattered was timing. And Kai had already learned to grab the opportunity when he saw it. But even he had failed to notice a bunch of Marines hiding under the seabed. However, despite the shock, it took him just a moment to guess the origin of this shock. Mirror dimension. Kai named his guess, narrowing his eyes. They must have buried themselves under the seabed before casting mirror dimension around themselves. No wonder we couldn't pick up their presence. TCH. K, the contestant with Inshuai, and the ninja, all shared a wary glance, nodded and came to a mutual understanding. As the four Marines rushed at the three of them, Kai lunged at the elite commander with the Atlantean energy sword in his hand. Inshuai's user brandished the water sword and swam toward Shinken Blue, whose sword's disc was already letting out a dense blue glow. The ninja and his summoned Fukigen, Ballista, rushed toward the two standard armored contestants, who were carrying hydro pulse rifles. The edge of the energy sword's blade sizzled red and blue as ionized plasma coursed through it, using the plasma gauntlets of the elite armor and the pommel of the sword. This was a fatal combination of items, Kai knew. It didn't mean he feared it. The elite armored contestant's boots fired a blast of plasma, making him come at Kai like a missile. Blood Demon hacked at the same time. Boom. A vacuum seemed to have appeared as the swords kissed, and as the water imploded and erupted back, it sent Kai and the other contestant flying backward. The moment their momentum vanished, they both lunged at each other again. Another clash, and then once again. Metal rang against metal, and both of them looked like blurs under the dwindling sunlight that had penetrated the depths of the sea. But this fight was already becoming disadvantageous for pirates. Inshuai helped its user to last long underwater, but not breathe. Even the ninja was showing signs of fatigue. Golduck Kai could last far longer underwater and enjoyed much flexibility, but it also impaired Kai by not letting him use the selfless breathing style to its full extent. If it was before, then this wouldn't have mattered much. These Atlantean armors were different from the main storyline ones. Such armors were restructured to do the opposite of their intended purpose, letting ordinary contestants breathe underwater. So, if the fight were to last longer than expected, then they would definitely capture the pirates. Now, Kai couldn't have that, could he? As the elite armored contestant charged toward Kai again, he saw something that left him dumbfounded. Not only him, even other contestants got forced to pause for a moment at the shocking sight. Kai let go of Afro's Taki and sat down mid-water in a meditative posture, his fists touching each other, resting in front of his Danshan region. Then he closed his eyes. It had been a long time since Kai had figured out the path to his advanced telekinesis ability. He had theorized that, if he had gotten elementary, he could manipulate small to mid-sized solid objects in a radius of 10 meters around him. This manipulation was also limited by the number of objects manipulated at a time. In light of this, Kai believed that with the advanced version, his manipulation of solid objects, their numbers, and their weights should enhance. Not only that, but he could also manipulate small globules of liquid with time. And this case had already come true. Though, the time he had taken to achieve these results was a different matter, what with him getting an advanced telekinesis from the get-go, and not its elementary version. Even if Kai couldn't truly call himself a manipulator of water, he could still bring out a devastating power if he were to just focus on manipulating it, forgetting everything else. Kai could, and would, never attempt such things while fighting a 60th floor contestant. But these were only from the 5th floor, and the strongest among them was only a top-level contestant. When would Kai get a better chance of testing out his abilities? Then there was the fact that he needed to be with Mulroy soon enough. Jack Sparrow could reach the dock where the HMS Interceptor was anchored any time now, hoping to commandeer a ship. And all Kai's plans would come to nothing if Murtaugh wouldn't even be there to welcome the famous captain. He needed to deal with these contestants fast, and he needed to do that now. The hydro pulse rifles fired short plasma blasts. Shinken Blue's sword transformed to become a blue bow, water arrow, firing short arrows made of water and full of mana. And the energized sword in the elite armored contestant's hand thrummed. As these things happened, a water sprout originated from the joint between Kai's tail and his back. It elongated like a giant tentacle and grabbed Afro's Taki, before flicking it, cutting the seawater. This wasn't the end, though. One more water tentacle materialized, and an easy-grade sword appeared at its end. Easy-grade sword couldn't do shit to contestants from the 5th floor, but this was only true to their numbers, and the person who used them. Another water tentacle appeared, and then they kept appearing until their number became 8. All tentacles, except the original which had Afro's Taki, were holding an easy-grade sword. Advanced telekinesis, 8-tailed water demon. A frown appeared on Kai's face as the conjuration of the 9th tail failed. It was then his eyes snapped open. They were bloodshot. The elite armored contestant flinched, floating away apprehensively. Then he snorted. Humphrey. Flashy, but nothing more than that. A scum will always remain a scum. Kai said nothing. His meditative figure floated toward the contestant, and the 8 tentacles hacked at him murderously. The contestant brandished his energized sword in return. 3 easy-grade swords shattered instantaneously, 4 landed all over the armor, chunks of their blades broke off, and Afro's Taki couldn't be seen anywhere. When did one of the 8 tentacles lost its sword during those flurry of attacks? Nobody knew. Ah! A shrill, watery scream reverberated across the sea. The ninja, who had been using ballista to fight off 2 contestants with hydro-pulse rifles, was now featuring 4 sword cuts, blood seeping off them in 4 thin trails. Afro's Taki returned to Kai's tentacle, and 3 more easy-grade swords appeared around him. No one could figure out what had just happened. The ninja eyed Kai with intense hate, but he was already having a difficult time dealing with his opponents. On the other side, Inshuai's user's face had become almost blue because of the lack of oxygen. The contestant with Shinken Blue's powers was getting an upper hand over him with every passing moment. No one had the time to scrutinize Kai's maniacal actions. But these very futile actions had not only enhanced Afro's Taki base damage to 100 horsepower again, but they had also made the elite armored contestant put up his guard, pressuring him even further. Easy-grade swords were still nothing to be mindful of, but a disappearing sword. It was death. Once again, Kai's 8 water tentacles blurred, hacking at his opponent from unknown directions. The red armor of the contestant let out powerful plasma bursts from his boots and gauntlets as he sensed a great danger from these swords. He managed to parry 5 of the blows this time. Among the remaining 3 blows, there was an easy-grade sword, which landed on the back of the contestant's neck, where the armor was thinnest. A dent appeared there before the sword shattered, an obvious mark of the power behind this blow. Another was Afro's Taki, which also landed in the same location. This one, however, packed a punch. The moment Afro's Taki kissed the red armor, a soul-shaking screeching noise echoed off in the surroundings, making all wince. The common-grade sword bit into the armor, creating an opening, but failed to injure the contestant. At last, came the third sword. It also landed at the same location, entering the opening created by Afro's Taki. And when it returned, the faintest touch of blood could be seen in the water. The elite armored contestant must have noticed the tiny damage inflicted by the last sword, for he remarked, "All this? Just for 5 points of HP?" This was the last thing he said. Ever. More Aizen blurred and returned to Kai's inventory as silently it had appeared, replacing an easy-grade sword. Behind the transparent cover of the armor's helmet, Kai could see the stiffened look of the contestant, his face covered in dense runic marks. A smile surfaced on Kai's face seeing that look, and when combined with his bloodshot eyes, he truly looked like a demonic being. One moment, Kai and the top-level 5th floor contestant were still fighting with each other. On the other, all saw the elite armored contestant falling lifelessly on the seabed. "You have killed one order's contestant?" The pirates had already seen Kai killing the butt-slapped female mysteriously. Coupled with this bizarre incident, a guess surfaced in their minds. A 6th floor contestant. Who else could kill mid and top-level 5th floor contestants so easily? The ninja was the first one to break. A blue flash blinded his 2 opponents as he put the Bikugan card away and almost fired himself in the distance like the Sharpedo. The 2 contestants with standard Atlantean armors didn't dare to come for their leader's body, either. They were the second to disappear. Kai's meditating figure then shifted to look at the remaining pair of a pirate and a marine. Behind him, 8 tentacles thrashed along with his tail, creating a massive vortex, blades flashing and disappearing within it like dwindling sunlight. Kai's bloodshot eyes narrowed, giving a look that warned of death and destruction. The marine backed up, then, putting away his Shinken Maru sword. Only Kai and the Inshuai's user remained, whose face had almost become purple. Suddenly, a glint flashed across Kai's eyes, and all his tentacles disappeared. With a powerful dash, he rushed at the black-haired contestant. Chapter 18, Water Assassin, the captain of White Serpent Pirates, and luck at 2 extremities taken aback by Kai's murderous charge, the water blade at the end of 5th floor contestant's sword, Inshuai, exploded, becoming scalding hot steam. A sheet of water exploded in between Kai and the other contestant, letting him dash away with unprecedented urgency. Kai ignored the bubbling hot water and was about to chase his opponent when his eyes suddenly narrowed. He came to a sudden break and seemed to undergo a struggle of emotions, his thoughts unknown. Then, he turned around, collected 20,000 mission credits from the 2 corpses of Order's contestants, and returned to Jolly Monday. Kai's feet landed on the prow of the boat gracefully, where he kept standing, seemingly catching his breath after a strenuous fight. For the boat to count as his artifact, Kai must maintain contact with it for 1 minute. It was then it happened. A hand made of water rippled inches behind Kai's head, becoming a dagger. There was no warning or notion to this hand's appearance. It was as if the seawater itself had generated a hand, hoping to kill Kai off because of some past grudge. Its appearance, and the speed at which it thrust itself toward Kai, was so fast that there was no avoiding it, even if Kai had felt it coming now. This dagger brought absolute death with it. And even a low-level 6th floor contestant could have never hoped to survive this blow. It was just that. This dagger's target was Kai Stormburn. The moment the tip of the water dagger was about to kiss Kai's hair, his head twisted to the right as if it was the most basic motion. There was no unnecessary force behind this twist of the head. Nor was there any reason for it. It was almost like Kai had always known this dagger would come for him, and this too that it would come from this direction. The moment this water dagger's momentum carried it past Kai's head, a silver mist burst out of his back and froze everything in a meter radius behind him. As Kai looked over his shoulder with his dead eyes, a figure took form slowly. He was the same contestant who had emerged out of the sea in water form during the milestone related to Jack Sparrow, paying respect to hanged pirates. "I've been waiting for you," Kai said telepathically, recalling the feeling he had experienced just before chasing the Inshui's user. "You are the water clone, and you were patient enough to wait it out as well. If it wasn't for your murderous thought lingering in the sea, I wouldn't have found you out." There was such disbelief written in the contestant's eyes that he looked like a statue. And then he became one. Soul chill, at 100% output, froze the contestant's soul instantaneously. His eyes lost all hint of life, and a hint of frost could be seen welling up on his body like death itself was crawling in pleasure. Kai frowned as he didn't get to know what absurd power this contestant had. Then his frown deepened as no notification appeared. In displeasure, Kai decided to use this contestant as an emergency food source and threw his body into MRB after chopping it up. It was also then the notification appeared. "Congratulations Kai Stormburn on finding an artifact." Artifact, Jolly Moan analyzing pirate blood demon stats. Analyzation complete. Contestant Kai Stormburn, you fulfill the conditions to merge the artifact Jolly Moan with your ship. Do you accept the merging? Kai nodded. Suddenly, a teleportation vortex appeared in front of Kai, and the entire boat under his feet thrummed. In the very next moment, the entire dory became globules of energy and entered the vortex. Through the portal, Kai could see a ship rolling and pitching on the mighty waves, sailing the narrow sea in solitude. Kai's heart suddenly trembled, then he could perceive a connection, growing stronger as he looked into the portal. This was the same connection he shared with Celine, Item M, Item S, and the three characters of his book. The same connection he shared with Andric and Shinobu, from heart to heart, from mind to mind, and from soul to soul. Kai could feel it. He could hear it. A call. "Captain." It was saying, screaming. "Command me, Captain. Sail me to the end of the seas. Let me see your voice. Let me hear your gaze. I don't want to sail alone." Kai felt as if his heart was getting torn open by an unbending will. "I am a member of the White Serpent Pirates, Captain." Actia roared, pleading. "Sail me." The portal disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, cutting the connection that had transcended the dimensions. Kai closed his eyes and took several bubbly breaths to calm himself down. When he opened his eyes, they were dead and emotionless. Time to get the compass, Kai thought, rushing up to take a lungful of air. Time is of the essence. There was no fluctuation in his thoughts. In his mind, though, a distinct call lingered for quite some time, fainting into the distance as it sailed over the waves of a foggy yellow sea. Just as Kai disappeared after letting Actia devour Jolly Moan, Jack Sparrow appeared near the military dock and spied on a ship, HMS Interceptor. Image 1, it was this ship he wanted to commandeer. Most of the Marines were gathered at Fort Charles for the promotion ceremony of Captain Norrington to Commodore. This left the security at the military dock lacking in strength. Image 2, the best time to try out one's luck. Dozens of powerful gazes were concentrated on this scene, at this moment. The incoming progression was the key to the beginning, and there were countless missions based on it. If someone wanted to prevent Barbossa's arrival at the Port Royal, then it was the most appropriate time for them to take action. The sea around the general docking area had already dyed red, courtesy of Kai and other pirates. Now, even the streets were getting painted red, murder after murder, and assassination after assassination, taking place here and there. Moraine had nothing to do with this. She had one job, to look after Mulroy and Murtog. Murtog had already gone, his whereabouts unknown. She couldn't afford anything to happen to Mulroy. Not now. With her privilege to keep herself hidden from all characters, major or minor, she was just standing some 100 meters away from Mulroy, clad in her Mark V Iron Man armor. Even the armor failed to hide her plump breasts and seductive curves, though. And her presence, so open and upright, said only one thing: approach Mulroy within these 100 meters, and die. But just before Jack Sparrow could come, as he had in countless timelines according to the main storyline's plot, someone dared to approach the sentry post. Someone whom Moraine had never expected to see here. Murtog. Moraine's eyes flashed with a curious glint behind the slits of the helmet. If Murtog had come here, then she could conclude that it was related to the Blood Demon. He might be around, perhaps. This thought alone made the 60th floor contestant raise her alertness to a never-known degree. Moraine had personally tasted Blood Demon's strength. And her inquisitiveness toward this contestant had become even higher after the events that had taken place during the Night of Truce. She hadn't gotten to understand how Blood Demon had scared Hadoken so much that even after the event's end, the non-user had refused to utter a single word. Not only she but even Blade Singer and Aloof had also failed to see through the mystery. It did let them know that Blade Demon wasn't as ordinary as they had thought of him before. For him to be around here meant nothing good for her, Moraine knew. But it was also true that if he meant to kill Mulroy or Murtog, then he would have already. What does he want to accomplish? Moraine contemplated, frowning. Blood Demon. Blood Demon. Sigh. It seems I must take the temple's help in this matter after returning to the tower. TCH. A pure disgust flashed across her face as she thought of Temple as if she abhorred its very existence. But there was also helplessness mixed in her disgust, like a damn parasite. As Moraine was going through the upheaval in her thoughts, Murtog had already rushed to the post he had been commanding to a day before. The sun was showering with pure heat, and at the beach, its might was even greater. Everything was glistening under the scalding, rising temperature. Sweat and seawater seemed alike, both salty, to begin with. "Why are you here?" Mulroy asked, his expression full of shock. "They told me you had gone to some voodoo healer." "Well," Murtog said, smacking his lips, "I got healed." "Ah." Mulroy drew a knowing breath, but then he immediately frowned. "They did something to you, didn't they?" "There's no such thing as voodoo healers." "I think they fooled you, mate." Murtog frowned. "Voodoo healers are real." He retaliated with a shout. "Are they?" Mulroy asked, throwing the rifle from one shoulder to another. "I've never seen them." Murtog snorted, flicking the sweat drops off his forehead. "Dogshit." He cursed, poking Mulroy's rifle. "You haven't seen London, have you? It doesn't mean it's not real. London is real." Mulroy snapped. "There are maps of London." "Well," Murtog said, leaning forward, "there are drawings of voodoo healers, too." Mulroy opened his mouth to retort, but couldn't find a word to say. Then, he mulled over it more, which gave him a headache, especially when his temper had already gone bad because of it. "Why are you standing over the dock?" Murtog asked, astonished. "We can stand under it as well." This truly stumped the foolish character, especially when it had come from Murtog, who was no less a fool than Mulroy himself. Both characters stomped their way to the underside of the dock and leaned against the wooden pillars for shade. It was then Jack Sparrow arrived. It was then the theme music buzzed in the contestants' minds once again inadvertently. Image 3, Jack Sparrow saw the two Marines, ignored them, and kept walking as if the entire world belonged to him. Mulroy and Murtog spotted the stranger, picked up their rifles, and rushed to catch up to him. "This dock is off limits to civilians," Murtog shouted, as he put a pause on his momentum, coming to a stop by Mulroy's side. According to the main storyline, and as expected by Moraine and other contestants who were monitoring the situation, Jack Sparrow was supposed to reply with, "I'm terribly sorry, I didn't know. If I see one, I shall inform you immediately." Something unexpected happened, however. Murtog had already turned around to face Jack Sparrow, but then his left leg slipped suddenly. The momentum, that had all but gone, gained vitality, and pulled the Marine along with it. Murtog, astonished and bewildered, stumbled to catch his footing, but then fell into the sea behind him with a splash. Unknown to everyone, this was acting. The sudden slippage of footing had shocked Kai the most, but it didn't mean he could use his capabilities to keep standing, either. He was Murtog, and Murtog must fall humorously upon losing his balance. Mulroy hopped to his fellow Marine and pushed Murtog up to his feet. The seawater had drenched his red uniform entirely, and mud had covered his hands and nose. Jack Sparrow sniggered at them. "It is a terrible thing to be drunk on duty, mate," he jested in a hushed tone. "But I can understand the temptation." Murtog adjusted his hat and came to stand in front of Jack Sparrow, with Mulroy to his right. "You are drunk," Murtog said, stammering. "Well, of course." Jack Sparrow laughed, raising his hands. "As guilty as a maiden wench, myself." Then the captain turned around and began staggering toward the interceptor. Mulroy and Murtog rushed like rabbits to intercept him. Jack Sparrow paused and eyed them as if he was looking at two idiots. Image 4, apparently, there's some sort of high-toned and fancy to do up the fort, eh? He commented. How could it be that two upstanding gentlemen, such as yourselves, did not merit an invitation? As the contestants heard these words, their expressions relaxed. Even Moraine's frown lightened at the end of Jack Sparrow's words, for these words were according to the storyline progression. It wasn't like they feared divergences, but for them to have an idea about the timeline, and to gain as many benefits as possible, it was better to let things progress normally. The entire world sighed at these thoughts, however. Things had just started to deviate, and just as everyone took solace in Jack's comment, another unexpected thing happened. Someone has to. Murtog had just begun uttering the dialogue as per the storyline when Mulroy cut him off. It's because of him, he said, pointing at Murtog. He ate too much and then went to a voodoo healer. Hey. Like they really exist. Jack Sparrow raised an eyebrow. They apparently do, my round friend. He said sluggishly. Murtaugh got stumped as if for a moment he didn't know what was going on. But the act must go on. See? He shouted, grinning. I told you they are real enough. Next, you would say that Black Pearl is not real as well. Mulroy frowned. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. Murtaugh retaliated. I've seen it. You've seen it? Mulroy mocked. You've seen a black ship. As the two Marines entered a bout of a scuffle, Jack Sparrow slipped away and boarded the interceptor. When Mulroy and Murtaugh paused for a moment to get Jack's reaction to their argument, they noticed he had already gone. As they looked all over, they found him playing with the boat's wheel. The Marines burst out into a run, with Murtaugh leading the way. Hey! Hey! They shouted. And as they climbed down the stairs to the ship's deck, Murtaugh fell again. Chapter 19, Compass Uniqueness, Artifacts, and Jack Stoughty, acting as Murtaugh the Marine, rolled several times before banging his head into barrels. Mulroy again pulled him up, finding nothing wrong with the situation. They neared Jack Sparrow and aimed their rifles at him. However, it was the captain who spoke first. You don't seem to have any luck, mate. He said, pointing at Murtaugh. If I were you, I would revisit that voodoo healer, savvy? You. Murtaugh stammered, catching his breath, his hat hanging on his head at one side. You don't have permission to be aboard air. I'm sorry. It's just. Jack Sparrow explained hurriedly, it's such a pretty boat. Ship. What's your name? Murtaugh asked. And then the plot progressed with no more deviation. But the contestants were already feeling a bit out of place by now. It was more so the case with Moraine, who couldn't help but keep taking glances at Murtaugh. She even believed that this voodoo healer was none other than Blood Demon. At the same time, newly promoted Commodore Norrington had brought Elizabeth Swann to the ramparts. Because of the tight corset, the young lady had already been getting suffocated, the hot sun poking at her agitation. So, just as Commodore proposed to her unexpectedly, it squeezed the last breath out of Elizabeth Swann. And she fell off the cliff. A loud splash echoed off in the surroundings as she fell into the sea, making Jack and the two Marines look over at that side. When Norrington noticed her gone and then saw foaming waves in the sea, he shouted, Elizabeth? He was about to jump, but the other officer held him back. Over to Jack's side, he nudged his chin at Mulroy, and then asked, will you be saving her then? I can't swim, said Mulroy. Shocked, Jack Sparrow looked at Murtaugh, who shook his head as well. Pride of the King's Navy, you are. Jack Sparrow spat, taking off his hat and giving it to Mulroy. Do not lose these. Then he slammed his sword into Murtaugh's chest hurriedly. After that, he took off his coat and handed it over to Mulroy. It wasn't the end, though. Murtaugh's eyes had a dull gray in them. Behind the character's face, Kai was seeing a notification, his heart racing in expectation. Congratulations Kai Stormburn on finding an artifact. Artifact, Jack Sparrow's hangar, the time he had been waiting for, longing for, had already come at last. Jack took off his belt, then. This belt had not only contained his pistol but also a compass that didn't point north. This belt. Jack slammed into Murtaugh's hands. Image 1, to other contestants, it was just a normal progression. The music was high and loud in their minds when Jack Sparrow climbed up the hull and jumped down into the sea with a perfect dive. To K, the entire world had gained color. Congratulations Kai Stormburn on finding an artifact. Artifact, one last shot, this notification was regarding the pistol. And then there was another one. Congratulations Kai Stormburn on finding an artifact. Artifact, Jack Sparrow's compass, shocking. If Jack Sparrow's compass was an artifact, then why wasn't there any sign of failure in Kai's eyes, but only elation? It was like he had known this would be the case. Indeed. Kai thought, his mind racing. Jack Sparrow's compass is an artifact. Item M had told me true. Among an almost infinite number of items scattered throughout the multiverse, this compass was one of the most unique items. There was a reason that Kai had not bought it from the Primordial Tower trade market. And that reason was, he just simply couldn't. No one. Absolutely no one could or would sell Jack Sparrow's compass item to anyone. There was a characteristic of this item, inherited from the original random world, that it cursed tremendous bad luck on its owner if traded. The compass had a special supernatural connection with its owner, whom it would obey willingly and blindly for as long as the owner remained loyal to the compass in return. But, while the compass was extremely loyal to its owner, if the owner dared to betray the compass loyalty by dishonorably trading it or giving it away without expecting it to return, the magical object would unleash the previous owner's greatest fear in retaliation. When it came to this punishment, the reach of the compass powers was so incredibly vast and powerful that it could release powerful specific forces anywhere in the world. According to the storyline of the movie, The trident, Jack Sparrow himself traded his compass for rum. The compass reacted to that action as a betrayal and loosened its hold on a devil's triangle, releasing from it every pirate's greatest fear, the notorious Spanish captain Armando Salazar and his crew of pirate hunters, now turned into a terrifying army of ghosts. The fear of this curse of bad luck wasn't the lone factor behind the contestants' miseries, though. The compass would always conspire to help the owner's inner desires, even while in possession of other individuals. Jack lost or loaned away the compass on 9 different occasions. 6 times it was taken from him when captured, 1 time he gave it to Elizabeth Swann to find the dead man's chest, 1 time to Will Turner to lead Lord Cutler Beckett to Shipwreck Cove, and 1 time to Mr. Gibbs for him to find the Black Pearl. On all these occasions, Jack fully expected to get the compass back somehow, therefore never betraying it in the process. That's why Kai couldn't and wouldn't obtain the compass from the tower's trade market even as a limited-time borrowed item, for no matter what he would do, or how, the compass would have always worked in the favor of its original owner, if borrowed. Unless Kai were to obtain Jack Sparrow's compass as an item from the random world itself, he knew it would never belong to him. It wasn't like Kai enjoyed wasting time by coming to the Pirates of the Caribbean world, but he had to. And there was only one way to turn this artifact into an item: make Jack Sparrow trade the compass with the contestant. Kai already had plans regarding that, but for them to initiate, he must get his hands over the artifact first. Meanwhile, all contestants were eyeing the location where Elizabeth had fallen. The golden medallion was still around her neck. And the moment it came in contact with the sea, a monstrously powerful shockwave coursed through the entire sea, vanishing into the distance. This was the call, this was the key, this was the beginning. None could stop Black Pearl's arrival, now. Pirate Captain Barbossa and his crew would come tonight to pillage, plunder, and kill, spreading terror into the Port Royal. Suddenly, an icy wind picked up, and the entire sky gained a sinister gray color. Mulroy lifted his head and gawked at the chilly gusts of wind, eyeing the flag on the interceptor curling inward as if it was fearing something. None had their eyes on the 2 characters, now. Except for Moraine, their protector. "Oi!" Murtaugh shouted. "Let me try the hat." "You want to put on this filthy hat?" Mulroy frowned, smelling the hat. "Mr. Smith, the self-given name of Jack Sparrow, wouldn't mind," Murtaugh commented. "Here, I will trade it with you for the pistol and sword in my hands." Moraine's brows pressed together. Even she didn't know if something like this had happened in the original storyline or not, for the plot was following Jack Sparrow's actions of rescuing Elizabeth at this moment, not the 2 side characters. "All right." Mulroy nodded. Just as they were exchanging the objects, another compass, of almost the same size and appearance, slipped out of Murtaugh's sleeves. Kai was not unknown to the sleight of hand. He might not be the greatest thief, but he knew enough to fool a 60th floor contestant, who was standing some 100 meters behind his back. By the time the Marines had exchanged the objects, the compasses had already been exchanged. Not only that, but Kai had also managed to get another artifact. Congratulations, Kai Stormburn, on finding an artifact. "Artifact? Jack Sparrow's hat, oi!" Mulroy shouted, pointing at the sea. "Let's go. He's bringing a person." "It's a lady." Murtaugh fumbled with the hat and the faulty compass and broke into a run with his fellow Marine. Jack Sparrow brought Elizabeth to the docks, and the Marines laid her down on the wooden platform. "She's not breathing," Murtaugh exclaimed. "Move." Jack Sparrow crouched near her and ripped her corset into 2 before throwing it toward Murtaugh, who had already put down the hat and compass on the platform. Image 2, another notification appeared, then. "Congratulations, Kai Stormburn, on finding an artifact." Artifact, Elizabeth Swann's corset. Just as Jack Sparrow found the golden medallion, leaving him astonished, Captain Norrington arrived at the scene with the other Marines. Not much changed in the plotline after that. Governor Swann arrived next, and as he looked at Jack Sparrow, he ordered the Marines to shoot him. But Elizabeth convinced him otherwise. Later, Norrington discovered Jack's pirate identity via the tattoo on his right hand. There were 2 tattoos there, one common to the pirates, and the other of a sparrow. Well, Jack Sparrow, isn't it?" scorned Commodore Norrington. Jack's reply was already fated to be phenomenal. "Captain Jack Sparrow, if you please." Later, Mulroy picked up the hat and other Jack's items and handed them to Norrington. "These are his, sir." Image 3, Norrington first scrutinized the pistol. No additional shots nor powder. Then, under the trembling pupils of Murtaugh, the Commodore held the compass and pried it open. A compass that doesn't point north. Image 4, however, Jack's eyes were still planted on the compass, despite the mocking smile and words of the naval officer. He just couldn't take his eyes off the compass cover. Jack then looked at Mulroy and Murtaugh, but ultimately said nothing. It was then that Norrington pulled out the sword. "And I half expected it to be made of wood. You are without doubt the worst pirate I've heard of." Jack didn't let go of the well-presented opportunity and said, "But you have heard of me." Under the recurrent protests from Elizabeth, Norrington ordered Lieutenant Gillett to put shackles on Jack's wrists. And just as they all relaxed, Jack threw his hands over Elizabeth's head and took her captive. Image 5, Commodore Norrington, "My effects please," he shouted. "And my hat." Norrington had to accede, and he handed the said items to Elizabeth, who put them all on Jack as he slyly grinned at the Marines. "Gentlemen, my lady," Jack declared, pointing the pistol at Elizabeth's head, "you will always remember this as the day that you almost caught Captain Jack Sparrow." And then he threw Elizabeth at Norrington. He grabbed the nearby rope, kicked the mechanism, and flew up. At the same time, the cannon, hung by the rope's other end, came falling toward the wooden platform. Image 6, coincidentally, and diverging from the plot line, the rope swayed a bit, making the cannon fall just ahead of Murtaugh, who was backing up. With a bang, Murtaugh went down into the seawater below the wooden platform along with other Marines. Though unexpected, Kai used the ensuing chaos and slipped away underwater. Even Marine hadn't expected such a thing to happen. She was about to rush toward the broken platform when Jack Sparrow carried out a miraculous escape, and Norrington ordered the other Marines to chase him. Mulroy was among those Marines, so she had to go along with him. What use was to save Murtaugh, when she had already given up on him? All contestants around the scene had already dispersed as Jack Sparrow vanished into the town, heading toward William Turner's smithy as per the storyline. But that had already nothing to do with Kai. None noticed a blue-skinned lizard-like creature swimming away, strangely dressed in a marine uniform. Chapter 20, Elizabeth's Misfortune, Tell Me the Truth. Despite his flashy escape, Jack Sparrow got himself incarcerated in Fort Charles Prison after John Brown, William Turner's employer, had knocked him out, leading to his eventual capture by the Marines. The afternoon had become evening, and over half the newly arrived contestants had already died. The chilly wind had become gale some moments ago, and a light fog had claimed the vacating alleys like hungry dogs. There was a thrill in the air, mixed with horror and vile. The Black Pearl would arrive in a few hours. It was then the bloodbath would reach its peak. At this moment, Governor Swan's mansion had gained an eerie quietness. The matter of the young lady falling into the sea, her subsequent rescue, and then later getting captured by the same man, who turned out to be a notorious pirate, had left the family shaken, to say the least. Hence, after having their supper, Elizabeth decided to call it a night, ending her day with a light read of her favorite book on a young princess getting rescued by a pirate. Lanny the maid accompanied her, despite the stunt she had pulled in the morning. Even Governor Swan, who was the most displeased by her actions, had kept his silence, postponing the matter to the next day. As usual, the governor had gone to Fort Charles for his after-supper walk with Commodore Norrington. Aside from Elizabeth Swan and Lanny, there were only the butler, another maid, and a few other staff members in the mansion. No. There was one more. Starsea had let Kai in through the sewers even before Elizabeth and her father had returned to the mansion. Since then, he had been hiding in the wine cellar in the basement, preparing for the side mission. Kai had not forgotten about the objective, although it wasn't the reason for his arrival in this random world. He had just wanted to move Elizabeth out of the picture for his plans. It was Chaos who had other things in mind, however. Now that he was already here, there would be no sense in not carrying it out. The only thing was that this side mission wasn't as simple as it seemed at a glance. Kidnap Elizabeth Swan and influence her life trajectory in favor of Chaos. This was the objective. That meant not only Kai needed to influence her life trajectory, but he also needed to guide it toward Chaos. And Chaos was imbalance. Kai had not forgotten that, too. Then there was the matter of missions hint, luck. This wasn't a word Kai ever wanted to see in his missions, but it also didn't mean he feared it. After careful deliberation, Kai had concluded that it wasn't his luck that Chaos was hinting at in the side mission, but Elizabeth's. There was solid reasoning behind his findings. First, the mission was about the main storyline's major character, Elizabeth Swan. If his luck had been a deciding factor in this mission, then Kai had already failed it by now. Second, Kai knew that all the major characters of the random world, like Hash, Harry Potter, Jack Sparrow, Elizabeth Swan, and yes, Darcy Malfoy, possessed tremendous luck. No matter the floor number of a contestant, or their strength, any instance of harming such characters would incur the wrath of their lucks, making the preparators undergo a heinous backlash of the timeline. Now, Kai's side mission didn't say to kill Elizabeth Swan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to wait till now to do the deed. The mission emphasized her life, meaning he must not kill her. So, in a sense, Kai's side mission hint wasn't a hint, but Chaos warning. Kai dared not be too presumptuous after coming to such a conclusion. If he could complete the side mission according to his plans, then he could obtain greater benefits in the next few coming hours. In Elizabeth's bedchamber on the first floor, Lanny and the young Swan were giggling over some unknown topic, sitting side by side. There was a book in Elizabeth's lap, the words on its pages dancing under the dim light of the candles. Hee hee. Lani stifled a laugh, pressing her thin lips. Let me bring your evening tea, Elizabeth. I will tell you more later. Very well. The young lady nodded. I have something to share with you, too. Oh. Lani, Starseia's assumed identity, raised her eyebrows. What it must be about, I wonder. That William Turner. Now that is a fine lad, isn't he? That is too bold. Elizabeth rebuked, blushing. No, it's not related to him. It's about Commodore Norrington. Come back, then I will tell you more. I will be back in a second, then. Lani squeaked, almost running out of the main door. Starsea didn't head to the kitchen, though. By now, everyone among the staff members had gotten to know that their young miss cherished this new maid's company. Lani had already proved herself in the way of words, despite her rebellious and naughty actions. So, even if the old servants didn't like her much, they tolerated her presence and her commanding gaze, for they knew she could very well gain a high post among the staff members soon. Starsea approached the butler first and said, Elizabeth has commanded that no one is to come to her chambers. She is too tired and troubled because of the morning's events. Be that as it may. The old butler nodded, accepting the command, but you mustn't forget the propriety and call the young miss by her first name, Lani. The old man was standing in the main hall, and other servants were listening to the discourse as well. As they heard the butler reprimanding the new maid, they all nodded as if Lani had it coming to her. Starsea sneered inwardly, but in the open, her face was emotionless if one could ignore her raw beauty. Would that I could. She said, shaking her head. Miss Elizabeth insists I call her by her first name. I dare not refuse her friendly intentions. Now, please excuse me. I am taking Elizabeth's evening tea to her room. These people were just too honest and upright to see through Starsea's cunningness and her play of words. When the butler saw no way to retort, he just lifted his chin and stalked off. Shouldn't you be making that tea by now? Starsea spat, looking at the other maid. Go on, it's not good to keep the young miss waiting. The other maid frowned and ran toward the kitchen begrudgingly. When the tea was done, Starsea snatched the plate with the kettle and cups from the maid's hands and took it to Elizabeth's bedchamber. But before she entered, Starsea took out a vial from her bosom, and poured it into the kettle, smiling evilly. It was a sedative. An hour later, when Elizabeth came to, she found her mind filled with groggy thoughts. Aside from the blurry darkness, for a moment she couldn't make sense of anything. Had she fallen asleep? Or was she dreaming? The young miss of the Swan family couldn't tell. It was then cold kissed her, sending an icy shiver running down her spine. With great horror, Elizabeth realized she was naked. The absurdness of this realization made her snap open her eyes suddenly, and the darkness receded. But before sight graced her eyes, pain announced itself to her with sheer boldness. Her wrists were bound, and so were her legs from the ankles. A terror the likes of which the young lady had never imagined existing took shape in her vision. This terror was a man, no older than her, with long white hair tumbling down to his waist. His pupils were hazel, and there was such a charm about him that if it wasn't for her current circumstances, it could have made her heart flutter. This terror-incarnated man, wearing a pirate's attire, was looking at her with a dead gaze. So dead, in fact, that he made Elizabeth feel like she was standing in front of a corpse, cold oozing out of him, seeping into her bones through her bare skin. Yes. Why was she naked? The same thought again made her eyes widen, and now she was fully awake. Her hands were outstretched in the shape of Y, bound at the wrists via ropes. Her legs were also bound in an up-down Y shape, her feet bare, wet, and cold. Her private parts were in the open as well. A deep sense of shame and disgust coursed through Elizabeth's veins, and tears welled up in her eyes almost instantaneously. There was only one thing left on her by this vile man as if he dared not take it off. The gold medallion. Who are you? Elizabeth shouted, crying, twisting and pulling her hands, squeezing her thighs, hoping to hide the shame. Where am I? Help. Please help. Hee hee hee. This laugh was enchanting, full of youth and vigor, and told a tale of nobility and cunningness mixed oddly. The horrific thing was that this laugh hadn't come from the man, who was looking at her up and down like she was some common whore. Even more horrifying and the heart-wrenching fact was that Elizabeth had recognized the laugh. She had heard this laugh many times in the last 2 days. She had laughed along with this laugh. And she had come to like this laugh. Starsea walked out from the shadows behind her, giggling merrily. She was wearing Elizabeth's clothes, and with her height and bearing, she indeed looked like the young swan, if someone hadn't met her before. Under the pained and shocked gaze of Elizabeth, Starsea approached the white-haired man and kissed him. To Elizabeth, it was as if her entire world had been toppled upside down. Lani. She blurted absent-mindedly, forgetting even her nakedness. What? How could you? The disbelief in the young swan's tone clashed against the tone, making her shudder. "She's all yours, my love," Elizabeth heard Starsea say to the man, backing his cheek. Elizabeth couldn't say anything but just look at her maid, her friend, her heart getting torn apart to shreds. Only one word came out of her mouth, full of sadness and anguish. "Why?" Kai marveled at the sight of this major character. Elizabeth was truly beautiful, despite the hateful and saddened look about her. No matter what, Kai found comparing her charms with Starsea just too pointless, so he gave up on it soon. After making her fall asleep, Kai and Starsea brought the character down to the wine cellar. Then, using his pitiful mana, Kai had put an imperturbable charm on the door so that no one would hear a young lady's screams, for she was going to scream, louder than ever. Kai had no intention to defile Elizabeth, either. No. What Kai wanted to accomplish was to give her a trauma, so vile, that it would topple her personality forever. And betrayal had always served as the greatest source of most of the traumas. Kai hadn't sent Starsea to the governor's mansion just for show, commanding her to become close friends with Elizabeth Swann. This was the most important reason behind those actions. Kai was no psychologist, but he knew torture, both mental and physical. Every scar on his body had a tale of its own, but most of them only screamed of tortures and punishments. The people from his previous life couldn't kill him before getting the heaven-defying blood essence upon being captured. So they did the next best thing, trying to force it out of his mouth. His sabers had already judged them all for their lack of decisiveness. Kai eyed the golden medallion around Elizabeth's slim neck, and his eyes shone with a profound glint. He had already held it long enough for it to count as his artifact, and he also knew how to turn it into an item. It would need him to sail with Jack Sparrow to the Isle of Muerta, where the rest of the medallions were stored. But it wasn't something Kai could even remotely hope to do in this world before getting thrown out by chaos. It was these thoughts that had made his eyes look so dead to Elizabeth. When Starsea giggled while approaching him, and then kissed him, these thoughts finally broke. The trauma's betrayal part was over, now came the rest. Humiliation, lunacy, and nervous breakdown. Just as Elizabeth asked, "Why?" Kai stepped toward the character like a monster. He ran his fingers over her bare breasts and waist, his eyes never leaving the sight of Elizabeth's burning gaze. There was an incredible will inside Elizabeth, Kai knew. If there wasn't, then she couldn't have become the major character of a random world. Elizabeth was adventurous, and she yearned for excitement, danger, and freedom. She was an increasingly strong-minded and determined woman who often knew her own mind, having a fiery attitude and being headstrong. In the Primordial Tower, someone even said that the true main character of Pirates of the Caribbean worlds wasn't Jack Sparrow, but Elizabeth Swann. If it wasn't for Kay, this would be the day when her tale began. Alas. This timeline was bound to be disappointing. "I heard you find the pirates quite fascinating, Miss Swann," Kai whispered, speaking for the first time. "Well, now you've met two of them. What do you think? You better let me." Slap. Kai controlled his power and slapped the young lady so hard that her left cheek gained a purplish hue instantly. He waited for the character to process what just happened, letting her reevaluate her own condition. Then he demanded, "Tell me the truth." The shock of the slap jolted Elizabeth awake from her expectations to leave this place unharmed. "Truth?" she repeated, her teeth chattering. "What truth?" Slap. Another backhanded slap, not lighter than the previous one. "The truth, my lady," Kai said, pressing his tone. "You know what I am talking about." "I don't," Elizabeth shouted in retaliation. Kai looked into her eyes as Elizabeth looked back at him. Then he smiled, the corners of his mouth arching up to become a hideous, demonic grin. Elizabeth shook as she saw Kai's grin, cold becoming colder, and a sense of raw despair taking over her mind. All the happiness she had ever known and felt seemed to get sucked out of her, replaced by terror, helplessness, and hopelessness. It was just the start of this hours-long torture. And by that time Kai was done with her. Who knew what would have become of this young lady, of this character who was called Elizabeth Swann? Chapter 21, Black Pearl arrives. Parley and William Turner's fury as the night approached the town of Port Royal. An uncanny silence had made the alleys its home. Light fog lingered like ghostly sentries everywhere. Clouds had taken over the promised full moon's moonlight, and even the very sea had gone quiet as if it dared not whisper the announcement of the devil. It was ghastly and bleak weather, to say the least, the most unique and ominous of its kind. Amid this fog and silence, a large black ship, with tattered black sails, glided over the sea, engulfed by an eerie mist on both sides. It was the Black Pearl. The gold medallion had called them here, and it was that coin for which they had come. And, yes, to pillage, plunder, kill, loot, rape, and murder. That, too. Governor Weatherby Swan and Commodore Norrington were walking on the Fort Charles ramparts when a first whistling sound reached their ears. At the next moment, the cannonball had already arrived. Boom. It was just the start. As Jack recognized the sound of his ship, the Black Pearl bombarded the entire town with ceaseless cannon fire. Homes exploded, bridges collapsed, and dozens of people died under the might of the vicious ghostly crew and their wrath. Ah! Clear the dock. It's the Black Mama. Even the cries of toddlers got buried under the rubble. Several pinnaces, small ships' boats, propelled by oars, sailed their way to the docks, boarded by at least 100 pirates. From their ferocious expressions and murderous shouts, their savageness spilled out, mixing into the smog and the sea underneath. Two of these pirates were Pintel and Raigeti, who had been commanded to bring the gold medallion back to the ship. Image 1. Their destination? Governor's Mansion. As the streets got taken over by pirates, who just blatantly began to loot, kill, rape, and plunder, William Turner armed himself in the blacksmith and walked out courageously to resist the pirates' atrocities, to defend his home. Hee-haw. Come back! A pirate roared, chasing a young lady across the street. William chanced upon the scene and threw his axe at the pirate. The sharp axe plunged itself deep into the pirate's back and he fell dramatically before William came and snatched it out again, and marched off to another battle. Over at Fort Charles, the ramparts had gotten decorated with hundreds of cannons, and the newly promoted Commodore Norrington had taken charge to defend against this sudden besiege by the infamous ghost ship. As the entire Port Royal fell into a clamor, something unexpected was going on at the governor's mansion. The mansion was already quite a distance from the main harbor and the markets and slums. Around the mansion, there was a stillness as if the living had abandoned it long ago. Nonetheless, signs of life could still be seen if one was desperate enough to look for them. From the balcony of Elizabeth's bedchamber, Starsea eyed the smog, shouts, flashes of cannon fire, and the raucous caused by dying people and their killers. Image 2, she was still wearing the young swan's nightgown, and around her neck, there was a gold chain from which hung the famous gold medallion. There was no hint of any worry on her face. Nor was there any sign of anxiety. This day was hers. Starsea had already proven her worth to Kay, but she knew she needed to do more if she wanted Kai's true acknowledgement. With the matter of blood prophecy, she had gotten few chances to show her capabilities and how useful she could be. One could even say that this random world bestowed the greatest stage upon Starsea to act, showcasing the might of her tongue and cunning. Perhaps, the major character Starsea, whose memories had given her this form, indeed had some weaknesses. But she wasn't that Starsea, to begin with. Her experiences, thoughts, and goals were entirely different from that main storyline character. So, it was natural for her personality and thinking process to differ as well. With such reasoning, the young Starsea, as proud and scheming as she was, even believed that this entire thing was just Kai's way to test her out. Whatever was going to happen next would dictate how much her lord would invest in her growth later. She could not and would not afford failure. Not now. The corner of Starsea's lips arched up in a sneer as she rubbed the gold medallion between her fingers. Power was in her grasp. It was then that gigantic iron bar gates leading to the manor got thrown open by the pirates, who were carrying fire torches, brandishing swords, and pistols. Starsea narrowed her eyes at them and vanished back into her bedchamber. Down at the main hall, the butler strolled toward the main doors of the mansion upon hearing knocks. Unlike the main storyline, Elizabeth Swann didn't come down to warn him against him, her fate unknown. Nor was there the maid Estrella in the mansion. All servants had retired to their quarters. And the moment the butler opened the doors, Pintel the pirate shot his head off with a loud bang, walking them all up. Screams, full of fear and rage, flooded the mansion like mighty waves. Up, Pintel said, nodding at Raigeti. As the other pirates ran off to find pretty maids and pillage the gold, Pintel and Raigeti ran up the stairs. By now, the main storyline had already undergone drastic changes, and none could stop it from falling off the cliff, and plunging into the deepest darkness. When they burst into Elizabeth Swann's bedchamber, holding sword and pistol, they found Starsea looking back at them, sitting on a chair like a queen. "Thrown your hands at your fate, puppet, eh?" Pintel asked, grinning through his fat cheeks. Raigeti laughed at the word. Hee. Puppet. You've got something of us, puppet. Pintel spat out through his missing teeth. Give it to us, and we promise we won't hurt you. Raigeti looked taken aback by this declaration. He faced his crewmate and asked, "We won't?" Starsea couldn't tolerate this foolery any longer. She threw herself off the chair and hissed, "Parley. Parley." Pintel repeated listlessly. Boom. A cannonball found its way to the main hall of the mansion, and struck a pirate face front, bursting apart wall and flesh alike. "I invoke the right to parley," Starsea declared nonchalantly. "According to the code of the Brethren." "I know the code." Pintel cut in, his lips twisting in disgust. "To blazes with the code." Raigeti spat, his fake eye rolling back into his head. "She wants to be taken to the captain." Pintel barked in Raigeti's ear, pointing the pistol at Starsea. "And she'll go without a fuss. We must honor the code." Image 3. After pillaging enough, the remaining pirates took Starsea toward the docks, marching through the blood-stained alleys. At the same time, in the streets of the town, William Turner survived death at the pirates' hands, depending upon the characteristic tremendous luck he possessed. Just as he was heading toward another pirate, from the corner of his eyes he saw the group of pirates and a young lady. Will's eyes widened and terror flashed across his face. Image 4. Elizabeth. A breath escaped his mouth, like a vanishing call. The pirates had surrounded Starsea, and her back was toward Will, making him mistakenly assume that she was Elizabeth Swan. Unlike the main storyline, Starsea didn't lift her head to let him inspect her face, intensifying the mystery even further. Will was about to rush toward her when a pirate confronted him, holding bombs in his hands. He pointed at Will's feet and grinned like a joker. Will Turner looked down to find another bomb sparking just in front of his feet. However, when it came time to go off, it turned out to be a dud. William smirked and raised his axe, but almost at the same time, another pirate came rushing at him from behind, and smacked the back of Will's head with a stolen silver utensil, shouting, "Out of my way, scum." Image 5. William lost consciousness on the spot and fell back. Image 6. Several contestants were eyeing this scene, for the axe and the sword used by Will had already gained the conditions to become items. They just needed to grab them, and then use them to kill 10 contestants associated with pirates to turn them into common grade items of high level or low to mid level named common grade items. To the contestants' utter surprise and dismay, the same pirate who had hit William's head, and who had disappeared after this plot according to the main storyline, didn't run away. Instead, this unknown pirate, with a rugged appearance, crouched and picked up both the sword and the axe before breaking out in a mad dash toward the docks. The contestants almost cursed and chased him, taking out items to finish him. But after chasing him for a few minutes, they lost him. The pirate had disappeared into the thick of smog, which was already getting thicker and thicker. Fuck. Motherfucker. How could a lead protector let such a thing happen? Let's go. Just as these contestants popped out of existence, the pirate they'd thought gone missing walked out of the smog as if he had materialized out of thin air. There was a shaggy and rugged beard on his mud and filth-covered face, and over his head, there was a tattered hat. Yet, one could find a single instance of lackadaisical thought on his face anymore. It was as if the bearing of hoodlum was beneath him. It was as if his face didn't belong to him. This pirate looked at the sword in his hands and frowned. Then he threw the sword away like another piece of rotten iron. The axe, however, had something special about it, like the pirate who was holding it. This pirate was none other than Blood Demon, the budding Faceless. Kai had been aiming for the event related to William Turner and a pirate attacking him from behind for a long time. The moment Black Pearl's pirates landed at Port Royal's docks, he killed another pirate, not part of Barboss's crew, at random, who was matching the profile mentioned in the main storyline. Then, he waited for the said pirate to enter the area near William Turner. The moment he saw one carrying a silver object, as described in the documents, he killed him and took his place. None had been wiser to notice anything out of place because of his acting, either. Kai held the axe in his right hand, feeling its weight, and nodded to himself. Both the sword and the axe weren't artifacts, despite their appearance with William Turner, a major character. But, unlike the sword, the moment he held the axe, he had gotten a notification. Chapter 22, Luck's Ambush, Confronting Jack, Taking Off the Face, and Freedom Jack Sparrow. The moment Kai recalled the famous captain's name, the matter of today's morning surfaced in his mind, making him frown. Kai couldn't tell why, but he had a feeling that whenever he neared the main character, his luck, which was bad enough as it is, worsened even more. It was like two binary opposite poles attracting each other. Jack had the highest luck one could hope to have in the multiverse, it was known. So there was no effect of these extremities on him. Kay, however, was a different case altogether. The only thing in which he took solace was that he couldn't do anything about it. Kai threw the axe in his MRB and, with a reddish pop, disappeared. Over at Fort Charles' side, thick smoke and commanding shouts had taken over every nook and corner of the castle like behemoth. The prison cells of the fort were in the basement, but still way above sea level, propped up against a rocky cliff. At this time, one of the many cannonballs, fired from the Black Pearl, bombarded the wall of a cell just by happenstance. Boom. Rubble exploded everywhere with blasting fury, creating a gigantic hole in the prison's wall. This wall, however, didn't belong to that of Jack's prison, but the one next to his. There were half a dozen pirates imprisoned in that cell, and all bade goodbye to Jack, calling him unlucky. From behind the bars, Jack watched the pirates run away after getting back their freedom. In the sky, the clouds parted, and a dense blue moonlight of a full moon fell over Port Royal like a waterfall. A stream of this moonlight even found its way into Jack's cell. Captain Jack Sparrow then began to lure the dog, in whose mouth were the keys to all cells, using a bone. Image 1. At the same, Murtog appeared in the corridor from where the stairs led down to the prisons. Naturally, this Murtog was Kai. After throwing the pirate's face into his MRB, Kai rushed toward Fort Charles, putting on his marine uniform. With chaos reigning all over, none noticed a stray marine heading toward the prison cells. Kai was just about to step down when an unprecedented danger announced itself to him. His eyes widened, and the sheer fatality of the threat his instincts warned him of, gave him goosebumps. What's this? Kai shuddered and snapped back to look at the threat in its face. Too late. A sword plunged itself deep into his guts, and then a shot got fired at his chest, sending him flying back. Kai fell down the stairs, rolling and tumbling, and hit the wall at the end with a loud bang. Image 2. For his attackers, he was deader than dead. Fallen in an odd position, Kai groaned and threw an HP capsule in his mouth. His HP bar had already reduced by over 50%, and it was falling at an ever higher rate. One must not forget that normal weapons couldn't hurt contestants of Kai's level anymore, at least not if one did not inflict the attack on their vital organs. Then there were perception and Kai's instincts. Neither of them had failed. But they hadn't worked as they intended and at the right time, either. Something was wrong, Kai knew. Something was incredibly wrong. Fuck. Kai cursed, daring not to move. Why is my luck is getting influenced so much upon approaching Jack? Item told me nothing about it. TCH. This ain't the armory. Kai heard one of his two attackers say. Well. The other attacker followed. Look what we have here, Twig. Captain Jack Sparrow. Image 3. Suddenly, Kai knew what had happened, and what led to his abysmal situation. He also got to know the identities of his attackers. The timeline had diverged somehow, unknowingly, a variable in Kai's plans. These two were Kohler and Twig, two pirates of Black Pearl. Kai had always known about them, and this too, that they would visit Jack Sparrow, thinking of the prison cells as the armory. But, according to the main storyline, they should have already visited him by now. Kai had always remained true to his plans, being at the right place at the right time. This time, too, he had planned his arrival just after these two pirates had visited Jack Sparrow, letting him know that Barbossa and his crew of bloodthirsty pirates were indeed cursed. Not that he arrived sooner than the planned event, but it was them who were late. This is good, too. Kai contemplated, as his HP loss rate lessened. Jack must have seen me falling down the stairs, dead. I already had a mind to shock him before beginning any trade. What's more shocking than a dead man standing up? Suddenly, another thought welled up in Kai's mind as his body remained sprawled on the ground, his hands and legs pointing at odd angles. Kai thought, bleeding. Is this what it means by the luck at two extremities? I got ambushed to death by two common pirates, despite my perception because of my bad luck. But then I got a better chance to carry out my original plans as well. It's all very abstruse. Meanwhile, Jack's accusing words had led to Kohler reaching out and grabbing his ex-captain's throat. It also made Kohler's hand come under the moonlight, falling into the cell. The moment this happened, flesh disappeared off his hand as if it was a mirage, making Jack's eyes widen like a saucer. Image 4. So there is a curse. Jack Sparrow gasped. That's interesting. You know nothing of hell. Kohler whispered, and then he pushed Jack back, his shove full of grudge and self-loathing. Jack eyed the two mutineers, his eyes pensive. That's very interesting. It was then that another voice echoed off the lonely walls of the prison's long corridor. Is it? The voice seemed far, but by the end, it had already come close. And what can you do even if it is? Jack's eyebrows had reached the ninth heaven by the end of the question. He saw the most absurd and logic-defying sight then. The Marine, who most probably had been stabbed and shot, stood up, adjusted his hat, and crawled toward him, taking one slow step after another. The moment Jack saw the Marine's face, his pensiveness vanished, replaced by an alert glint. Murtog. Kai noticed the 50% dip in abnormality limiter, despite it being less sensitive than its cousin from the Game of Thrones random world. He knew this dip in the black bar would have surpassed the 80% mark if Jack Sparrow just hadn't seen his ex-crewmate's hand turning into bones. Captain Jack Sparrow smiled. Lovely night, it. He remarked, nudging at the disappearing moonlight with his chin. The way I see it, you are no Marine, my unlucky friend. May I prevail upon you to provide an introduction? And the flamboyancy just didn't go away. A corner of Murtog's mouth lifted from the left side, becoming an evil grin. Suddenly, the light coming from the several candelabras dimmed as if an unseen icy gale had slapped at them. The corridor darkened, and shadows stood up on their toes, taking over the corners. Murtog, grinning and almost laughing, took a step back, disappearing into one of those shadowy corners. Just as the darkness took over his face, he stepped forward. Jack Sparrow almost flinched at the sight. Murtaugh's face had gone as if the shadows had snatched it away. In its place, there was another face, prettier, more evil and vile, and full of malice. His eyes were hazel and his long white hair swayed without wind. The entire corridor lightened back up, and the shadows crawled back from whichever hellhole they had sprouted. Captain Blood Demon and Captain Jack Sparrow had came to a face-off at last. "Nice trick, mon ami," Jack said, after careful observation. "Whatever happened to the fellow whose face you were wearing?" Kai noticed the 90% dip in the abnormality limiter, nodded to himself inwardly, and ignored it. First impressions mattered the most, and Kai thought he had already done a great job in that. "He is in a better place," Kai told Jack. "Somewhere my hands can't reach." "Not yet." Jack Sparrow licked his lips. "So, it was you who stole my compass, eh?" Kai flicked his hand and took out 2 boxes from his MRB. When he opened one of them, there was a compass in it, looking exactly like Jack Sparrow's compass. Well, it was the original compass, the artifact. "I am Blood Demon," Kai introduced, smiling, his eyes dead. "You must have heard of me." "I don't think I have," Jack commented, cleaning his teeth with his nails. "But you smell like a pirate, that is better. Look mate, there is no sense in gentlemen of the same profession quarreling over trifles, is there? Why not help me escape, and I will help you in finding whatever you are seeking. What say you?" Kai's eyes shone with a dull gray color, only noticeable to him. A side mission had popped up because of Jack's declaration. Kai ignored it mercilessly. If other contestants were to get to know that Kai rejected a chance to sail with Captain Jack Sparrow himself, then they would cough out blood on the spot. Kai didn't want it, though. His experience with Jack, considering his theory of luck at 2 extremities, had already turned out to be the worst. Moreover, he'd rather sail by himself on Actia and with his crew than with Jack Sparrow. Then there was the matter of compass, his true purpose. How could Kai afford to let his guard down against the temptation of a mere side mission? "I have a better proposition," Kai hissed, coming inches close to Jack. "Trade the compass with me, and I will give you what you want the most." Jack's face showed nothing, but Kai had advanced emotions manipulation. He couldn't manipulate all the emotions, other than snatching out the happiness, hope, trust, and confidence, and replacing them with anguish, fear, depression, despair, remorse, and horror. But what he could do was enough. Enough to sense the anxiety in Jack's heart, along with traces of doubt. "And what is it that I want?" Jack Sparrow asked. "What we pirates all want eventually," Kai intoned, gazing deep into Jack's eyes. "Revenge, treasure, opportunities, power, life. Myriad forms one meaning, freedom." The thin smile lingering on Jack's face vanished. Chapter 23, The Lady Shocking the Black Pearl's crew. Meanwhile, Starsea and the pirates had already arrived at Black Pearl using their boats laden with swag. Pirate Pintel and Ragetti boarded the ship's main deck with Starsea. Once up and steady, and surrounded by grim-looking pirates who were looking at her with raw lust, Starsea turned her head toward the ship's stern and spied on Captain Barbossa's silhouette. Image 1, richly dressed, and with a captain's bearing, Hector Barbossa was eyeing everyone and everything from the quarterdeck. He was looking down at the main deck with his dark eyes, his gaze reaching to the forecastle and going beyond to the figurehead. Image 2, I didn't know we was taking on captives. A thick voice reached Cersae's ears, and she frowned. This voice belonged to a humongous man, dark-skinned, cruel-faced, and body covered in ritual facial and body scarring. His chest was bare, and there was displeasure in his eyes. Image 3, he was Black Pearl's bosun and first mate, Bosun. Starsea had known to not open a lady's mouth in front of such savages even when she was a pup. Much less needed to be said when she was almost a woman grown. Pintel showed fear, but his head was high, a pirate's courage, perhaps. She's invoked the right to parley with Captain Barbossa. The first mate eyed Starsea up and down cruelly, and when he got no response out of her, he lifted his hand to hit her, anyway. "Ye'll not lay a hand on those under the protection of parley," Barbossa hissed, grabbing Bossun's hand. His tone meant business. Image 4, "Aye, sir." The first mate spat, and then snatched back his hand. Starsea observed the captain from close. A monkey was sitting over his left shoulder, and despite his ill reputation, Barbossa's speech had a finesse that few of his kind possessed. "My apologies, miss," Barbossa said, smiling. "Captain Barbossa," Starsea said coquettishly, stepping in, her smile even broader. "I am here to negotiate with you on behalf of the White Serpent Pirates, Captain, Blood Demon." Kai had always known that there were chances of a few contestants being a part of Black Pearl's crew. But the main storyline had already changed drastically and he cared little about it at this point. No matter what, he couldn't have hidden Elizabeth's absence when the young lady who boarded the ghost ship didn't even look like her. So what if they heard, saw, gasped, or took action. There weren't many in this random world who could threaten Kai's plans. And Kai was certain that a contestant of that caliber couldn't be a part of Barbassa's crewmen so easily. This was one of the reasons for him to get a measure of Protector's strength during the night of truce. Captain Barbassa frowned and made an odd face at Starsea. There were a lot of long words in there, miss. He commented, bringing a chuckle out of everyone. We're not but humble pirates. I, for once, never heard of white serpent pirates or this Captain Blood Demon. It's some new pirate, Captain Barbassa. A crewman told them. I saw a torn wanted poster in town. Looked a babe still livin' on mother's milk. A current of mocking laughter coursed through the crew. Captain Barbassa's smile widened. A mere scallywag. He japed, calling Blood Demon an inexperienced pirate. I'm disinclined to acquiesce your request. Means no. Anger was already flashing across Circe's eyes as she heard the mockery directed toward Kay, although Kai had exclusively warned her to not lose her mind over petty things. But this was Starsea, bold, cunning, and manipulative, and yet her anger flared now and then out of her control, especially when power and her children were concerned. This Starsea had no children, but she had Kai. Starsea was about to fume when she took a deep breath and snatched the chain off her neck. Fine. She spat, her green eyes burning. Live like the cursed beings you all are. Forever. Starsea held the chain with a gold medallion, her hand outstretched beyond the hull. Then, under the shocked and silent gazes of the Black Pearl's pirates, she loosened her grip, letting the medallion fall and stop with a jerk. Image 5, with this jerk, the entire crew gasped. No. Image 6, Starsea sneered at the horrifying look on the pirates' faces, her eyes glinting with cunningness. Scallywag or sad dog. She warned Captain Barbassa, no one gets to mock our captain. Barbassa regarded Starsea with an odd gaze for some time and then burst out in a fit of laughter, stepping towards Starsea. Ha ha ha. You have a name, missy? Lanny. Starsea looked unsure about giving her first name only. Kai hadn't commanded her about these trivial things. Lanny Stormwind. Aye, Lanny Stormwind. Barbassa repeated, pressing his gaze onto Starsea. And how do we know you are indeed who you say you are? Starsea scorned inwardly. Kai had already guessed that Barbassa would raise this question, especially in front of the crew. If Starsea were to fail in proving that the White Serpent pirates weren't ordinary, then it would give Barbassa a chance to belittle the upcoming negotiation. It was especially so when Kai didn't have much reputation among the pirates of this random world. Not yet. In this, both Barbassa and Jack Sparrow were alike, as both needed a shock factor before putting someone in their eyes. Starsea stepped aside and let the entire crew take a good look at her. This wasn't a show Kai had prepared only for Barbassa, but it would also serve as a warning to the contestants in Barbassa's crew if there were any. To the utter surprise of the undead crew, Starsea opened her mouth, and then kept opening it until it looked like she would soon let out the most powerful scream of her life. No sound came out of her mouth, however. What's she doing? A pirate asked. Ya think she want us to? Just when this pirate was going to say something truly deplorable, Starsea belched as if she was going to vomit the next moment. And then a touch of white flashed in her throat. A white that bordered silver. In the darkness of night, this silver shone everywhere. As they kept watching Starsea, glued to this mystifying sparkling color, both white and silver grew, enlarging exponentially. Captain Barbassa was the first to step back, and the entire crew followed his action soon, too. A shocking presence emitted from Starsea as the center as Selene slithered out of Circe's mouth, hissing and spitting, flicking out her forked tongue. If there was any contestant on the ship, her perception and might alone was enough to scare the shit out of them. This was the shock factor Kai had prepared for all, risking the dip in his abnormality limiter. Starsea was Kai's item, and thus, her doings were Kai's doings as well. It was just like how Selene's kills also counted as Kai's kills when they battled together. If Starsea would gain an object, as per the contestant's procedure, then it would be equivalent to Kai's gaining that object, turning it into an item. That's where the advantage of letting Starsea roam on her own lay. Only Starsea could do such things, for Kai didn't have the confidence to let either Petter or Rintaro out on their own. Though, the reason for both men differed by quite a much. Then there was the fact that Selene couldn't enter the book's characters in her mist form without forcing them back into the book. But, in her original shape, Selene could control herself from damaging the characters inadvertently. The moment Selene came out, she looked at Starsea with her blind eyes, almost eyeing her with disgust. But Kai's command was paramount for both of them. With a puff, Selene burst into silver mist and hovered over Circe's head. Then, this mist turned and roiled, taking a ghostly shape of a skull sitting over two crossed sabers, and a white serpent slithering in and out of the skull. Image 7, White Serpent Pirates Jolly Roger. What sorcery is this? Someone gasped. Ghost. She's a witch. The words came out like a curse. Captain Barbassa. Starsea said, snickering, rubbing off the wetness from the corners of her mouth. Dare I ask for a private audience now? Hector Barbossa had lost a part of his nonchalant attitude. His upper lips twisted, and then he let out a grunt. Erg. Follow me. As Starsea gracefully walked behind Captain Barbossa, the silver mist in the air dispersed. But Selene was still there, hiding in the fog lingering around the Black Pearl, for Starsea was her responsibility tonight. Better would be to say it was the book Ghost Basilisk cared about. Nothing else. Chapter 24, Shock, Trust, and Ruthlessness. Kai's offers. As Starsea and Barbossa entered Captain's chambers, in the prison cells of Fort Charles, Jack Sparrow broke out with a chuckle. There was a look on Captain Jack's face that said he hadn't heard anything more absurd than Kai's words before. Freedom. He tasted the word, licking his lips. That is indeed what I want. But the only freedom that I need now is to leave this place. You can forget about the compass, my friend. For Kai to bring the compass back to Jack Sparrow already said that he knew about the compass specialty. Jack Sparrow was shrewd enough to see through it, but Kai had no intention of hiding it, to begin with. Only the greed of even greater power could force Jack Sparrow to even consider trading the compass, for no one wanted to go through the wrath of betrayal. Much less needed to be said about one of the luckiest beings in the multiverse, yet, Kai also knew that Jack Sparrow had indeed bartered the compass in the future part of the main storyline. Even if he had done so in a drunken stupor, there was no changing the fact, either. Kai smiled. Won't you even hear what I have to offer, eh? He asked, glancing at the other box. I am asking for much, but I am giving you even more in return. Jack Sparrow played with his ear for a while, showing no interest, and then said, let's hear it. This was the power of the first impression. So what if Jack Sparrow didn't fear him? The ex-captain of Black Pearl at least knew him better than before. It was enough to get an opportunity, and an opportunity was all Kai needed. Half part of the negotiations could already be considered over. The first thing I've to offer you is a name, Kai said, knowing well that Jack Sparrow had gotten little time after his arrival at Port Royal to prowl around for information. Let it be a gift from pirate to pirate, and from captain to captain. The shock factor had already served its purpose. Then came the matter of establishing trust. This gift was Kai's attempt at building that trust. An attempt he knew would surely work, especially after Kohlers and Twigs, two pirates from Black Pearl, recent visit. Looking at Jack's face, one could not tell if he believed a name would garner any attention from him. But he was listening. William. Kai told Jack. William Turner. For a moment, Jack showed no change in expression. But Kai could see the glint in his eyes and the waves the fluctuation of his emotions had caused, letting him perceive them. Kai had got him. The second thing I am offering is this person's current location. Kai continued, making Jack fall into a rare silence. The third thing is your freedom, from this prison, of course. The fourth thing is a piece of information that will bring you great joy, and I am sure it will soothe the spite in your heart you carry for your ex-crewman. Till now, not one thing that Kai offered seemed to have garnered Jack's attention. It was then that Kai put forward his last offer. The last thing I am offering, Kai whispered, his face solemn, is life. Life? Jack repeated, flicking the bone in his hand up and down. No, thank you. I already have it. Kai sneered. That's good, he said, nodding in agreement. What about another? 2 lives are always better than 1, no? Haha. Jack's face crumbled for the first time, and his eyes involuntarily landed on the second box. Get over here. A command escaped Kai's throat like a beastly growl. The dog, who carried keys in his mouth and who had run off before the 2 pirates and Kai's arrival, was still resting at the foot of the stairs, leading further down the prison corridor. With this command, Kai stimulated his glitch, making the dog near him shiver as if being eyed by the bloodthirstiest predator. The dog yelped and approached them under the shocking gaze of Jack Sparrow. Even he hadn't managed to make the dog come near to him. The dog dropped the keys behind Kai and sat down on his haunches, yelping all the while. Wait! Jack suddenly shouted. Too late. With a bang, a corner of the dog's head shattered, blood splattering everywhere as Kai stomped over it. Shock, trust, and ruthlessness. These were the 3 reasons behind Kai's risk. If he hadn't had faith in these reasons, then he wouldn't have carried out this plan. Jack had gone incredibly silent. This was thin ice Kai was walking on. But even if the ice would have been thinner, he still had the courage and confidence to run over it. The box flew open, then. The second one. Under the penetrating gaze of Jack, Kai took out a blood-colored crystal, shining bloodier than ever. It was the size of a nail, and there was such a thick aura around it that even an ordinary person could have sensed its mystery. Jack Sparrow, though an ordinary man, was the most extraordinary character even among the extraordinary. Kai held the tiny philosopher's stone between his fingers, crouched, and let it kiss the badly mangled wound of the twitching dog. What happened next made Jack Sparrow draw a stunning breath. Flesh, blood, and bones regenerated off the broken head at a visible rate as a bloody light pulsated out of the artifact in Kai's hand. In no time, the dog's head had returned to as it was before Kai's cruel actions. SS. The dog drew breath, and its eyes snapped open. With a final yelp, it ran away, not staying a bit longer near its murderer. This was the Philosopher's Stone, capable of healing even the most grievous wounds, even those that had been inflicted on the vital organs. In terms of the Primordial Tower, the Philosopher's Stone supplied a substantial amount of HP almost instantly, attacking the most horrendous wounds in the target's body. Its effect was nearly perfect and instantaneous, but there was a major drawback. Using the Philosopher's Stone to heal anything that possessed a definite form consumed it. That's why, for contestants, to use one of the most rare artifacts to heal fatal wounds, when this could easily be accomplished using HP capsules, was an unforgivable crime, punishable by death. There were better and more mysterious uses of the Philosopher's Stone that no other artifact, item, or skill could accomplish with half as much efficacy as it. Like healing a damaged soul. As Kai saw the crystal size shortening, he frowned inwardly. In the open, he pushed himself to his feet and looked at Jack Sparrow. No matter the lethality of a wound, Kai told him, this stone can grant you one more life. This should be enough for the compass, right? This should be more than enough for anything. Kai had indeed planned to trade the compass for the Philosopher's Stone. So what if the stone had cost him 33 million mission credits? So what if it could heal his soul if he were to ignore the matter of death tampering with it? And so what if he could sell it again to get back the mission credits and use them for something else? Jack Sparrow's compass was priceless. It was one of the most unique items that could only be desired but not obtained. Not to mention, getting the compass from Jack Sparrow himself would automatically turn the artifact into a named item. How many things were there in the multiverse that led one to the thing they wanted the most? None. And how many ways were there through which one could create their own Philosopher's Stones? Countless. Creation of Philosopher's Stones was indeed a logic-defying task, but with K, it wasn't an impossible one. It was especially so when he had already seen their effects, his greed for them surpassing skies. If he wasn't apprehensive about these Philosopher's Stones being marked by death, perhaps he wouldn't have given them to Jack so easily then. And it wasn't like just anyone could approach Jack Sparrow with the Philosopher's Stone in one's hand and ask him to trade the compass. One must not forget what led to this moment, the combination of two monstrous concepts. Glitch and facelessness. Chapter 25, Kai's ambition, haggling with Jack Sparrow, and magical contract glitch and facelessness. This combination already made Kai stand out not only from the contestants of Chaos but also from the contestants of the entire Primordial Tower. Why had Kai been so adamant about learning facelessness? What were the reasons for him to pursue its true essence with such a zeal, taking such a risk regarding its comprehension? This was it. If Kai were to become a faceless man, then he would be the single contestant, and possibly the only one in the billions of years of history of the Primordial Tower, to have both glitch and mastery over facelessness. Yes, the glitch already let him tower over other contestants of his generation. But it wasn't like there weren't other contestants with glitches of their own, either. This was Kai's answer to that, this was his preparation. To subdue all beings in the Primordial Tower, irrespective of their uniqueness. Jack. Kai said with a touch of finality in his tone. Do we have an accord? Jack's breathing had quickened, and that was saying something in itself. 3 years. He ultimately said, feigning a pained expression as if Kai hadn't picked up on it. I can lend it to you for 3 years, but you must return it to me after that. Kai's face had gained a dark tinge. He knew he had entered the last and most troublesome phase of his plans. Haggling with Jack Sparrow. Kai had confidence in himself, but his haggling skills weren't half as good as that of Petter. Not to mention, Jack was a master haggler, armed with the most powerful persuasive skills one could find in the multiverse. The ice had just thinned even more. You are fucking with me, right? Kai cursed. Ruthlessness, already established and shown, flashed across his eyes. On one side, you would need to face your worst fear, and on the other side, a second chance at life. Your compass for my 4 offers. You better think it over, Jack. Time is running out for both of us. Jack smacked his lips and kept watching the 2 boxes as if he wanted to both of them. Well, what could one expect from a pirate? Even Kai himself wanted to have both the Philosopher's Stone and the compass. But he was a contestant, and he had no other choice but to trade it with the owner. At last, Jack Sparrow drew a long breath and shook his head. No, mon ami. He said, smiling. Me, a simple man. I love. The moment Kai heard no, he already knew he needed to go all in, and he needed to do it now. And Kai was anything but an indecisive person. So, even before Jack Sparrow could spit nonsense, His words got stuck in his throat because of Kai's actions. Kai's left hand, holding the box that contained the crystal, reached behind his back and took out another box. Moreover, it was already open. There was another blood-colored crystal inside the box, bigger than the other one. I agree. Jack instantly shouted. Humphrey. Kai's snort cut his words short. Do you take me for a fool, Jack Sparrow? It's almost 3 lives. 3. You think your compass is enough for that? The corners of Jack's mouth twisted with a knowing smile. What is it that you want, my lucky friend? He asked, reaching for the 2 boxes in Kai's hands. Go on, tell me. Kai knew that there were just too many artifacts on Jack's body. But the ones that were worthy enough for him to get, Jack would never trade them, and those that weren't, using Philosopher's Stone to get them, would be even more foolish. He had an even better idea, planned for this very scenario. I want a promise. Kai said, a smile returning to his face. A promise that no matter where you or will be in this world, universe, or beyond, you will help me with one of my adventures unconditionally, serving on my ship, and as my crewman. A magical contract. Not just any magical contract. No. Kai had learned from the existing ones. This was a magical contract that would most probably be valid in all Pirates of the Caribbean random world in the multiverse. How would Jack Sparrow be manipulated according to the magical contract in those worlds? Well, that was Chaos' headache, not Kai's. There was no point in thinking about that. Jack looked at Kai, mulling over the proposal. Here came to help the first 2 things Kai had shown to the character. The shock factor and trust. Anybody could be ruthless if needed. But mysteriousness, and that too genuine, wasn't something skilled eyes couldn't decipher. Moreover, there was no reason to not trust Kai, especially when, in Jack's heart, he knew Kai was at the losing end already. Very well. Jack nodded. We have an accord. Jack Sparrow spit on his right hand and stretched it out through the bars. Kai did the same. Then they shook their hands over it, grabbing each other's forearms. Both Kai and Jack looked at each other, not letting go of their arms. Then, as if following an unheard and unknown signal, both looked at their surroundings, their head bobbing up and down. Jack Sparrow was looking for a sign of misfortune and curse he knew was coming now that he had traded the compass. Kai, on the other hand, was searching for the magical contract's notification, knowing well that the compass would become named item only after carrying out the actual trade, that is after handing over the Philosopher's Stones. No ominous sign appeared in Jack's case, making him grin from ear to ear. In Kai's case, a dull gray color appeared in front of his eyes slowly as if a lot of processing power was being taken to force the notification out. This thought made him frown. A magical contract is established between contestant Captain Kai Stormburn, pirate, and Captain Jack Sparrow. The terms of the contract are, 1. Captain Jack Sparrow, all incarnations across the multiverse and irrespective of the timelines, will help Captain Kai Stormburn in one of his adventures by serving unconditionally on his ship as a crewman. 2. As the length of such an adventure is impossible to calculate, contestants Kai Stormburn will need to sacrifice an item, artifact, skill, ability, or attributes to Chaos to keep Clause 1 going on. The frequency of these sacrifices, and the initial time of sacrifice, will depend on the overall grade of the random world and the mission's difficulty. If applicable, warning, failing to sacrifice, equivalent to the sacrifice demanded, will lead to the contract's failure. The corners of Kai's mouth twisted as he read the second clause. At first, Kai had been indeed aiming for the loophole mentioned by the Chaos by not specifying the adventure's time length. In that case, he could have never declared the end of his mission, making Jack a semi-permanent crew member on his ship. Fooling the systems is truly not as easy as taking advantage of the 18th floor contestants, it seems. Kai contemplated. Jack suddenly lunged at the 2 boxes in Kai's hand with his empty hand. When did he throw away the bone? Even Kai hadn't realized. Kai pulled both his hands back and snorted. What? Jack asked impatiently. I already agreed, mate. It's natural that I receive my end of the bargain. Not so fast. Kai spat. I offered you 4 things in the beginning to show my sincerity. But you rejected it and then forced me to add a 5th, and an even better offer, on top of it. Do you take me for a fool? I want more. Don't worry, I wouldn't ask for more than what I've already offered. Jack looked over his shoulder and eyed the big hole in the other cell, and then nodded. Pirates, eh? All are alike. Spit it out. It's not much. Kai shrugged. I just want to hold a few things you have on you for a few moments each. Jack looked up and down at Kai and then ran his hands over his pants in a knowing way. Even Kai frowned as he realized how odd the words he had just uttered sounded in his head. I said things. Kai repeated. Stop playing the child with me, Jack. Ahem. Jack Sparrow cleared his throat. That is all well, but I must know the answers to those 3 offers first. Start with this William Turner's location, eh? Kai looked over to his left and said, well, he will naturally come to find you by morning. Jack instantly frowned upon hearing that, sensing something wrong. It hit him out of the blue. All this while, he had been thinking that Blood Demon had gotten the short end of the stick, but he hadn't come out of this hellhole unscathed, either. With such a realization, Jack hurried with the second question. What about my freedom? Kai looked back at the captain. When William Turner comes in the morning, he will naturally free you from this confinement. Jack was gobsmacked. And the piece of information. Ah, that. Kai scratched his chin. Your old first mate, Hector Barbossa, will be missing his prized hat soon enough. Jack. Chapter 26, Negotiating with Barbossa, Cersei's Threat, and the Hat Captain's Quarter. Black Pearl. As Jack Sparrow processed Kai's bewildering words, on the ghost ship, the sound of a fist banging on the table could be heard echoing off in the distance. My hat? Captain Barbossa fumed. Lass, do you even know what you are akin, eh? A hat wasn't just a decorative item for a pirate. It was especially so when it came to a pirate like Barbossa. His hat symbolized his status as the captain of the Black Pearl. Asking for his hat was almost equivalent to asking for the captaincy of Black Pearl. The gall. By now, Cersei had already told him how she had came to possess the gold medallion. According to her, she was but a maid in the governor's mansion, courted by a local man. It was he who had gifted the coin to her, hoping to earn her affection. However, this man didn't know her real identity as a member of the White Serpent Pirates, inadvertently falling into a bigger scheme. Cersei had added the identity and location of this man to her negotiations, along with the hat, of course. Barbossa was a man of 100 talents. Confident and persuasive, ruthless and cunning, Hector Barbossa combined experience with almost reckless daring. At first sight, he seemed more of a gentleman than a pirate. Though his bearded face was lined and weathered, and the whites of his eyes were more yellow than white, he wore a fine feathered hat and long, black dress coat. A gnarled, weathered man, Barbossa was grim and rough-edged, to say the least, but he had a knack for dry humor. Yet, his love for hats was the most known among the contestants. Currently, Captain Barbossa was wearing a huge, navy blue hat, battered and ragged from extensive use. It was decorated with blue ostrich feathers as a show of vanity. Barbossa had obtained this hat just after the mutiny of Black Pearl, after which he had become the captain from the previously held post of the first mate. For the contestants, and especially who were pirates, as well as captains, this hat was just too grand an item to pass upon. If given by Barbossa willingly, or traded with him by the member of a contestant's crew, then it would definitely become a common grade item in this random world. There were even chances of it turning out to be a named item. Kai could not let go of this chance. And the responsibility fell upon Cersei's shoulders. Humphrey. Cersei snorted, biting her teeth into a green apple. It's just a hat. My captain is offering you an opportunity to do away with the curse that troubles you and your Kuso. You are just giving up on his sincerity when he admires and looks up to you? All he wants is a hat because we all know yours is the best among all the pirate captains. Now, my captain has a ship, sword, woman, and crew. He do lack a hat with some story behind it. Not that much of a big deal now, is it? Barbossa eyed the morsels of apples going down Cersei's throat as she licked her lips. He gulped. The curse had eaten away everything of the Black Pearl's crew, including emotions and senses. Lust Barbossa had known, but he desired touch and taste even more. Your flattery won't take you anywhere, missy. Captain Barbossa sneered, already well versed in such pretenses. My hat is off the table. Image 1. Oh. Cersei raised an eyebrow, looking like a ghostly fairy amid cursed pirates. Off the table? Is it, now? I wonder, Captain Barbossa. I wonder what your crew will think if they get to know that you gave up on the chance to lift the curse. Just for a hat. Barbossa's eyes gave off a glint. In return, the Lioness of Casterly Rock smiled. You will regret this, lass. Barbossa warned, chuckling. And your captain? Blood Demon, eh? He will regret it all the more. According to the Code of the Brethren, a pirate captain's hat. Code? Cersei's voice cut in like a sharp knife. My captain says the code is more what you'd call guidelines than actual rules. Captain Barbossa got stumped. And then he burst out with a thunderous laugh, finding humor in Cersei's words. Is that so? You wouldn't mind if I were to overlook the definition of parley from the code, would you? Cersei shared Barbossa's humor. She took out the gold medallion, and flicked it up midair, making the captain's eyes follow its trajectory. I would not. She told him, putting it in her bosom. But please tell me this, Captain. Do you think the medallion is real or not? Barbossa's laugh broke, his hands quivered, and he eyed Cersei with ruthless ferocity. I don't know what you're playing at, but I know the medallion is real enough. I I can feel it in my bones. Can you, now? Starsea asked, and then giggled. Have you not seen what my captain is capable of? Barbossa went quiet once more. Someone truly said, a well-planned first impression can lead to even greater and better opportunities later on. Kai Stormborn knew what he was doing, to say the least. The memory of a white serpent coming out of Cersea's mouth and a Jolly Roger of a skull, serpent, and sabers resurfaced in Barbossa's mind. Too long my fate has not been in me own hands. No longer, said Captain Barbossa after a long pause. The hat for the medallion and the boy's name and location. Done. Not so fast. Starsea whispered, putting one leg over the other, and drinking wine. What am I? Some spoiled wench? No, right? Then why do you treat me as one, Captain Barbossa? The hat I will naturally take away with me. Besides, you must swear on your blood that you or your crew or anyone upon your direct or indirect order will not harm or conspire to harm me or my captain once I disembark the Black Pearl, and that you are giving your hat willingly, with no malice in your heart, and no desire to obtain it back by any means whatsoever. If you swear so, then we can come to an agreement. Barbossa, even with his cunning and years, had never met such a beautiful yet vile lass. Sweet poison. Yes, this was the only word that came to his mind. Captain Barbossa scowled dejectedly, and said, this blood demon knows how to choose his crew, eh? Aye. But no soul, alive or dead, will know of this after this moment. Or your captain better start counting his days. Starsea stood up and raised the cup of wine, after this moment. May your anchor be tight, your cork be loose, your rum be spiced, and your compass be true. You know some old saying, I will give you that. Barbossa said, raising an empty cup. And then he took off his hat and slammed it at Cersea's feet as if he had discarded it. Image 2, Starsea didn't mind. She picked up the hat, dusted it off, and only then flicked the gold medallion toward Barbossa. Then she told him about William Turner and where they would find the young blacksmith. Prepare a pinnace for me, Starsea demanded, smiling, imagining the praises Kai would shower her with. Captain Barbossa bit the gold, and then marched toward the chamber's doors, but gave no such order. He then looked over his shoulder and slyly said, and why would I do that, Miss Lanny? How dare? Starsea was just about to rebuke when she suddenly realized that how she would go back wasn't a part of their agreement. Bwahahaha. Captain Barbossa roared out a peal of laughter, running his hand through his wig. To the harbor once more, you scurvy dogs. And you, missy. There's the sea, yes, see it? Wet that tongue o' yours, eh? Ha. Starsea dared not stay on the ship anymore. Fuming, and throwing daggers through her eyes at Captain Barbossa, she ran and threw herself off the ship, striking the cold sea with a splash. Over at Fort Charles, the two pirates, who had came to an agreement while cursing each other, were drinking and singing, their faces flushed red and pink. Chapter 27, Jack's Gift, Resonance Between Misfortune and Laws, and the nightmare of the contestants. The voice wasn't that of a singer, but it had an aloof charm to it. Yo-ho. Ho-ho-ho-ho. Hearty har-har. Drink up, me hearties, yo-ho. Jack Sparrow sang, raising the bottle of rum. Kai slammed the empty bottle in his hand on the floor, and let it go rolling in the distance. The rum bit at his throat and lungs, but there was a lover's pain about it, too. Another? Kai asked, taking out a bottle of ale. I can still go on, ha. Jack wiggled and waggled, almost sprawled on the floor. When he saw a fresh bottle in Kai's hands, he smacked his lips, pulled out a ring from his left thumb, and threw it toward him between the bars. Kai, though heavily drunk, snatched it off midair with great swiftness. This was the 7th artifact Kai had made Jack give him to hold after their last bout of negotiations. Kai still hadn't handed over the 2 crystals to Jack, refusing to do so before holding each and every artifact on the captain's body for a minute. Captain Jack was a walking armory of artifacts, to begin with. There was a knotted striped red sash tied around his waist, where he would stow his pistol. The sash was made for him by Amanirdus, one of his love interests. It was said the sash had the magical ability to protect Jack from injuries, sickness, or harm. Wrapped around his head was the red bandana, a gift from Jack's lover Esmeralda. Another artifact. Then there was the piece of 8, the most famous of Jack's possessions, if one were to ignore his lost items and the compass. His hair adorned several beads, and 2 of them were given to him by Tia Dalma herself as a means of unlocking the Eye of Stone-Eyed Sam. 2 artifacts. And rings. Moreover, there were 5 of them, all artifacts. The ring in Kai's hand, a silver and jade oriental dragon ring, was the 2nd ring and the 7th artifact he had gotten out of Jack if he were to ignore Jack's hat, sword, pistol, and the compass from the morning. But Jack Sparrow hadn't made it easy on Chi, either. For each of my belongings, you want to hold, you will have to empty a bottle, mate. Jack had said, grinning. So, Kai had gone and returned with dozens of bottles from the marine cellar. "Why not gift this ring to me, Jack?" Kai offhandedly commented, feeling a bit dizzy. By now Starsea would have already left the Black Pearl, obtaining Barboss's hat, he guessed. And the moment he gave the crystals to Jack, the compass would become an item as well. No point in staying in the random world after that, Kai knew. Still not a pirate from heart, eh? Jack laughed. "We steal and plunder, mon ami. Gifts. They don't suit our business." Kai's eyes shone as if he'd stumbled upon something. Nevertheless, once he got the notification, he threw it back at Jack, who put it on his left thumb again. Kai put the bottle of ale to his mouth and began gulping it down. He wanted all of them. The remaining 3 rings, 3 artifacts. Kai needed 40 artifacts to become a proficient collector, which would let him raise his luck by a whopping 15 points upon equipping the title. 15. Kai could slaughter an entire floor for even 10 if given the chance. Much less needed to be said about getting drunk in the company of one of the greatest pirate captains. Jack Sparrow twisted and turned the ring on his right ring finger, taking several mouthfuls of rum. It was a gold onyx Spanish flower ring that he stole from the wealthy Spanish widow. However, his thoughts weren't eyeing this ring, but another, already lost. Before he turned to piracy, Jack had received a gold ring from a Menerdis. That ring could summon a Menerdis when Jack sailed near her island, Kerma. However, that ring was lost when Cutler Beckett threw it into the sea before he branded Jack as a pirate. Many years had passed since then, and yet, the memory was still as fresh as the smell of the sea. Captain Jack Sparrow eyed the ring on his finger, thinking of the lost one, and mumbled, "Say, have you ever loved someone?" Kai let the bottle's butt kiss the floor and became quiet. He lifted his head and looked at the full moon through the gap in the walls, at the moonlight, and the vast blankness of night. The drunkenness had already turned his sight blurry. Kai could lie at this moment. He could use the facelessness contrasts to fool both Jack and himself. Yet, when Kai asked himself what would be the point of doing so, he found no answer. "No," Kai said, shaking his head. "Love is not for me." There was no sadness in Kai's words, no pain, no remorse, and no regrets. It was as if he had came to accept the fact that the emotion of love and he would never come close to each other like the north and south poles of the earth. Forever distant and unknown. Jack Sparrow looked at Kai deeply as the white-haired pirate gulped down another bottle. The ex-captain of Black Pearl once more twisted and turned the onyx ring, looking thoughtful. Image 1, then, as Kai groggily let the empty bottle fall, Jack pulled out the ring and threw it toward him. Kai's tongue had gone numb. Still, he didn't fail to grab the ring with a rare, genuine smile. One more artifact. This was enough to make him smile, no matter how empty it must have felt to others. Once Kai was done with it, he was about to throw it back. It was then that Jack laughed. "Keep it, mate. You want a gift, eh? Well, there you have it. May it help you find in love." Kai frowned. The moment Jack said that he could keep the ring, Kai could feel that the artifact had transformed somehow. Artifacts couldn't be brought out of the random world or put in inventories. Only certain artifacts, that were items, or could become items, as well but had no stats, could be put into inventories, including MRB, just like devil fruits, the compass, and the philosopher's stone. The gold onyx Spanish flower ring shone with a dull color, Kai perceived. But when he took more looks at it, the ring showed no changes. Dejected, Kai put it on his right ring finger, the same one on which Jack had been wearing it. Then Kai took out another bottle, throwing another to Jack. "Say," Jack drawled, "I am running nowhere, mate, eh? Why not just give him to me?" Kai paused and contemplated. The only reason he hadn't handed the crystals over was that he feared Jack would not let him hold the artifacts. Only 2 rings remain now, and the chances of the captain not having a look at them after this long were nil. "Well, I do want to have a look at the compass," Kai reasoned. "Let's see what kind of absurd stats it even has." With this thought, Kai opened the 2 boxes and took out the 2 blood-colored crystals, both giving off a bloody glow. The empty boxes disappeared once the crystals had roped Jack Sparrow's eyes. With a flick of his hand, Kai threw them toward the captain. Time stopped, then. The wind died, the sound of waves crashing against rocks and on each other choked. Sheets of ominous clouds veiled the bright moon, darkening the entire land and sea alike, and a sinister howl echoed everywhere as if ghosts and the dead were crying, welcoming some unnamed pagan deity. Both Kai's and Jack's heart thumped instantly, the 2 crystals of the philosopher's stone crossing the gap between the iron bars. This was the sign they had hoped, looked, and waited for, but forgot when trading the compass had brought no changes to their surroundings. It was even more so true for Chi, for he was a contestant. Kai knew the moment he was to hand over the crystals to Jack Sparrow, they wouldn't remain artifacts anymore, as this random world had no concept of Philosopher's Stones, to begin with. They would become special mystical objects after interacting with the timeline's laws. This very thing was happening right now, and somehow, this process of transformation seemed to have resonated with the Compass wrath over Jack Sparrow's betrayal. Kai had never cared for what kind of misfortune Jack would face after his return. But it was Jack, the main character. He would survive, as he had always. Or so Kai had thought. This sudden change caught even the blood demon off guard. It was as if a strange power that he could never resist was pressing down on him, preventing him from stopping the trade, preventing him from calling the crystals back. Even Jack Sparrow wanted to snatch his outstretched hand back, it felt. Too late. Boom. This boom wasn't loud. Nor was it real. This boom had exploded in the hearts and minds. In the real world, a pulse, just like the one the gold medallion had sent after coming in contact with the sea, exploded in all directions starting from Jack Sparrow and Kai Stormburn and then engulfing the entire Port Royal, the harbor, the sea, and vanishing into the dark horizons. The moment this pulse stirred through the port, all contestants felt it. But only one person had felt it the most, in his heart, and he wasn't a contestant. In a bar with demolished walls, a white-bearded man, tall and bulky, but telling a story of lost handsomeness, was drinking rum. His eyes were cloudy gray as if he had seen just too much of the world. His breath smelled of rum, ale, and wine. Alcohol seemed to be coursing through his veins. When the broken people of Port Royal looked at him, after being raided down by the pirates, there was nothing but disgust on their faces. It was then that the pulse arrived, making the old man tremble. The bottle of rum fell out of his hand, shards of glass shattering and flying everywhere. 100 meters up in the air, glass shards like that of a mirror dimension separated, and a man with a golden helmet walked out. He, too, was trembling all over. What just happened? He blurted, shaking, looking at the old man in the bar. No. This is. The old man in the demolished bar, who had shown no emotion other than that of a drunken fool, suddenly threw himself to his feet and looked toward Fort Charles. Live stone. A hoarse, ancient voice escaped his mouth. I can feel the aura. Yes. It's the life stone. Ha ha ha. Under the shocking and bewildered eyes of all, and the helmet-wearing man hovering up midair, the old man laughed outrageously, throwing his hands up. And then, with a bang, dense black fog burst out of him, becoming a coat and a hat. It was as if the shadows themselves had come alive. My time has finally arrived. The old man mumbled, laughing like a maniac. Once again. The day of the shadow will return, and this time there would be no one who could stop it. Shadow army. Rise. Devour everyone. Bring me the life stone. Hands, legs, heads, and torsos, dead and rotten, shot out of the ground and the walls, and every non-living thing. It was as if the dead had taken the forms of shadows, crawling their way out of cold hell. The logic-defying combination of the compass wrath and transformation of the Philosopher's Stones had woken up a hibernating legend. This was a power that was not supposed to be in this random world, for it had already surpassed a level that was known to the contestants as the 7th floor. This power belonged to this old man. A character who shouldn't exist in this timeline, not with the overall difficulty allotted to this world. A character who would become the nightmare of all contestants. The Pirate Lord Henry Morgan. The Shadow Lord. Chapter 28, 9th Floor, Anomaly and the Supreme Protector. The Shadow Lord. This was a title most of the contestants familiar with Pirates of the Caribbean world had heard of. Even then, they would have never imagined hearing the name of this legend in this random world, and at this point in the main storyline. The Shadow Lord, or Sir Henry Morgan, was a legendary character, a pirate lord of the Brethren Court. At the dawn of the Golden Age of piracy, Pirate Lord Henry Morgan had helped write the Code of the Pirate Brethren with Bartholomew, another pirate lord. Not only was he a Knight of England, but, in his later years, he had also become the Lieutenant Governor of Jamaica, of which the town of Port Royal was a part. In his times, Sir Henry Morgan's atrocities and reputation knew no bounds, reaching to the furthest seas a man could find. Later, the other pirate lords betrayed him, selling him to the government. Nonetheless, Henry Morgan had turned that foul episode around miraculously, too. One could even say that he was the Jack Sparrow and Hector Barbossa of his time. But these things couldn't even come close to the prime tale, which had turned this mere pirate lord and knight of England into a near-mortal legend. According to various lores, Morgan died in Port Royal on August 25, 1688. Only later did the world find out that, through unknown circumstances, the pirate lord had moved to a secret laboratory on a remote island where he began to study alchemy. Morgan then spent years studying all sorts of science, sorcery, and black magic. Not only that, but he also discovered a way to live forever, prolonging his life. When the world came to know about this, by the 1710s, Pirate Lord Henry Morgan had already become the Shadow Lord, a master of alchemy. With his power, the Shadow Lord created the Shadow Army, an army of inanimate objects brought to life by magic. Remembering the injustice done to him long ago, the Shadow Lord was bent on having his revenge on the Pirate Lords on the Day of the Shadow, a self-created event when he would rise and all the world would be crushed beneath his boots. However, the Shadow Gold, a magical elixir and the source of his power, was stolen from him by Tia Dalma's zombie, Alex, and scattered throughout the world. Later, when the time came to resist the Shadow Lord once and for all, Tia Dalma sent Jack Sparrow to collect the scattered pieces. This adventure later came to be known as the Quest of the Shadow Gold. At last, the Pirate Lords and Marines collectively defeated the Shadow Lord, ending the disaster. Who knew he hadn't died, but biding his time to stumble upon an infamous theory he had drawn ages ago. The Life Stone. And who knew the Shadow Lord would just happen to be at Port Royal at the same time Life Stone appeared in the world. There were just too many coincidences, as if the negative forces of nature were guiding the events of the mortal world. Then there was the fact that characters like Henry Morgan, though abnormally powerful, weren't a part of the ongoing main storyline anymore. One could understand the significance of their presence from the fact that their powers exceeded what the timeline offered to the contestants, according to the overall difficulty. This Pirates of the Caribbean random world had an overall difficulty of D+, equivalent to the 6th floor. That meant the strongest contestant allowed in this world could be the most powerful top-level 60th floor contestant. But no matter how strong, the contestant from above second set just couldn't teleport here. The moment the Shadow Lord had sensed the Philosopher's Stone, he brought out his hibernating power like a tempest, his strength already reaching the level of a strong 70th floor contestant. And it was still rising. These characters were just not allowed to coexist with the ongoing storyline, for their presence signified only one thing, an anomaly. An anomaly was a severe and disastrous deviation from the main storyline, triggered by an even more incomprehensible action of a series of events. Then how did the Primordial Tower deal with it? The Primordial Tower could only do one thing when it came to anomalies: contestants. These contestants were the tower's caution against any unpredictable event, called anomaly. These contestants had only one job: to prevent disasters like the Shadow Lord from waking up, as much as possible. These contestants were the hidden weapons of the Primordial Tower. So, it was natural for these contestants to be strong to such a degree that they could suppress all anomalies whatsoever. That's why such contestants always had a stats cap of the highest strength from the next set in the Primordial Tower, that is a set above the overall difficulty. These contestants were called the Supreme Protectors. If Kai hadn't taken care of all protectors in the Harry Potter world using his main mission, then Gellert Grindelwald most probably would have enjoyed the watchful eyes of such contestants. This didn't mean that Grindelwald in the Harry Potter world, imprisoned, was stronger than Professor Dumbledore, who had equivalent strength as that of a 70th floor contestant. No. It meant that if Grindelwald were to become a part of the main storyline, then whatever circumstances led to this would make him a terrifying existence of the level of 90th floor contestants. This was the power of a timeline anomaly. If it weren't for sensing the Life Stone, the Shadow Lord wouldn't have released all his hibernating powers in an instant, either. However, the concept of Supreme Protectors was only valid up to the 5th set, above which every floor was powerful enough to contend against all the floors beneath it, combined. The man with the golden helmet trembling midair was such a contestant. A Supreme Protector. A top-level 90th floor contestant. Fight anomalies with anomalies, this was the Primordial Tower's way, its preparation. Being such an existence, the tower placed heavy and fatal restrictions over the Supreme Protectors. They could only use a part of their strength if they sensed a timeline anomaly that could temper with the ongoing main storyline. No wonder the Supreme Protector with the golden helmet had been monitoring all the contestants on the night of truce from the shadows. But even he couldn't have predicted the coming of this timeline anomaly. Because this anomaly had birthed from the greatest anomalies one could find in the Primordial Tower, the most desired anomaly that one could only seek but not find. Glitch. It was Kai who had brought about the anomaly called the Shadow Lord. He was the embodiment of his glitch, Blood Devour. It was he who had begun this nightmare. And it was just the start. The wind returned to Port Royal, becoming a gale, howling and screaming. Moonlight returned, too, bringing a touch of blackness mixed in its serene moonlight. Ah! A woman screamed. A shadow creature, looking like a frail person with exaggerated long limbs, a gaping hole for a mouth, and no eyes, crawled out from the shadow and grabbed her ankle. Shadowy claws left dark marks on the woman's body as the shadow soldier brought its entire figure out. The woman seemed to have lost her senses, and other than letting out hideous screams, she couldn't do anything. Rip. When the claw reached the woman's bosom, it tore out her heart, then her limbs, her head, and everything until she lost any resemblance to her former self whatsoever. It was as if these creatures despised the living. Moreover, this wasn't happening only near the bar where the Shadow Lord was, eyeing everything with his dark, furious eyes full of loathing. It was happening all across the island. Contestant Hadoken was at the easternmost side of the island's market. He, too, had sensed the pulse, and then the subsequent changes in his surroundings. After the incident with Kay, he remained quiet as if a lot was going on in his mind. But when the shadow creatures crawled out from the shadows, eating away walls, trees, glasses, and casks, a glint flashed across his eyes. Grrr. Several creatures growled through their hideous mouths and lunged at Hadoken, but a burst of Ren sent them all flying. They all were just too weak for a protector like him, a mid-level 60th floor contestant. It was then an even deeper and threatening growl reached his ears. His own shadow lengthened and distorted under Hadoken's shocked eyes. Then, a hand shot out of the shadow, too thick and welling with overgrown muscles. The hand grabbed the earth and brought out its entire figure little by little. It was over 7 feet and looked like a dwarf mountain. Every inch of its body was covered with muscles, and its long hands were brushing the ground. Even its face was hideously disfigured. But Hadoken couldn't help but feel a familiarity from that face, as if that face belonged to him. A monstrous presence, which Hadoken had only felt from other protectors, and infinitely near to. Blood demon, burst out of the shadow creature. The creature howled before putting his right hand at his waist. Goosebumps took over Hadoken's entire body as a shiver ran down his spine. Hurriedly, he too took the martial pose, concentrating his nen on his fist. Then both punched. Boom. Cough. Hadoken coughed out a mouthful of blood and got thrown dozens of feet away. The shadow creature, too, staggered a few steps back. But it was obvious who had come out victorious in the last clash. Hadoken rubbed the blood off from the corners of his mouth and stood up, his eyes trembling with a never-known bloodthirst. On the other side, toward the docks, Blade Singer danced through the creatures, cutting their heads and limbs. It was then that her shadow, cast by the moonlight over the seawater, rippled, and a 10 feet tall creature crawled out of it. Strangely, the creature's over 7 feet long hands looked like 2 sharp swords, and its face resembled Blade Singer's as well. Contestant Blade Singer's eyes widened, and she hacked at the newly arrived shadow creature with her full strength. In the next moment, the 10 feet tall creature disappeared with defying agility and hacked at her back with the same move, but greater strength. This contestant aloof wasn't faring any better. His entire right hand was missing as if it had been torn off his body in a very forceful and raw manner, his flesh dangling from the stump at his shoulder like bloody threads. In front of him was a 2 feet tall shadow creature, hovering midair, growling like a beast. All around its tiny body, there were uncountable spatial fluctuations. Then there was Moraine the Elegant. Mulroy was at Fort Charles Ramparts, helping the other Marines with the cannons. So, she was here too. At this time, she couldn't care about the character in the least. A 20 feet tall, humongous shadow creature was advancing toward her with large strides. There was armor on its body that looked like Iron Man Mark V but entirely made of shadows, black fog churning off the armor's pieces like sinister steam. But this alone wasn't Moraine's horror. The contestant, who had obtained under 100 rank in the current TOE, could see a touch of 7-colored hue around the shadow creature. It was this hue that had made her tremble, for she knew it was just utterly impossible. In Fort Charles prison cells, Jack Sparrow shuddered, sensing a familiar presence. "It's him!" he exclaimed, his tone brimming with a rare seriousness. "I can feel him. How is it possible?" All the drunkenness seemed to have pushed back to Kai's mind. In his hands, Aphrodite and Morassame appeared, as he threw the compass into his inventory without even looking at it. There was just one thought in his mind, the book. Chapter 29, Multiverse Clusterfuck, Inheritance Land, The Helmet of Fate, and Red Sun. Kai's thoughts were simple. What did he have to do with any of it? He would just get to Starsea and then jump back to his timeline with a mere thought. It was then that the pieces of flesh, which had been smashed apart from the dog by Kai's stomp, wriggled as shadows of iron bars fell over them. A shadowy hand crawled out of the scattered shadows, and Kai's eyes trembled for an unknown reason. However, unlike the case of other protectors and contestants, the moment this hand took shape, it crumbled. It was as if Kai had something about him that this shadow creature couldn't copy. Jack Sparrow, though, wasn't so lucky. From the corners of the prison cell, several shadow creatures crawled out, and one of them looked exactly like Jack, despite its convoluted figure that looked like bricks piled up together. The notification popped up then. The most horrifying fact was that it wasn't just a dull gray-colored notification, but voices accompanied it, and there were 2 of them. "Warning, warning, warning, all main missions, side missions, and hidden missions are being put to a delay status starting now. The abnormality limiter's limitation now stands null. The current venue within this random world, Port Royal, and an area of 50 square kilometers around it is now being transformed into the Inheritance Land. All contestants present on and around the island are now being given the candidacy of the Inheritance. Inheritance Land, Pirate Lord Henry Morgan, The Shadow Lord. Inheritance Land's difficulty, C+ Inheritance Land's summary, 1. The Inheritance is divided into 7 parts based on the 6 major characters present on the island: Jack Sparrow, Hector Barbossa, William Turner, Elizabeth Swan, Weatherby Swan, and James Norrington II. The first 6 parts contain 10% each, while the 7th part alone contains 40% of the total inheritance. 3. To obtain the inheritance, a contestant must escort at least one major character out of the Inheritance Land's venue using any means. 4. Nearing within a meter of a major character will automatically give a contestant a temporary rank of protector. Such contestants will be confiscated to escort the nearest character from them. 5. In the case of the groups, the inheritance, a part of it, depending upon the number of major characters escorted by the said group, will be divided into portions before being awarded to the top 5 contributors. 6. Once all major characters are escorted out of the Inheritance Land's venue, unharmed, the 7th part can be obtained by defeating the Shadow Lord and his Shadow Army. Inheritance Land objective: kill the Shadow Lord. Inheritance Land time limit: 12 hours. Warning: confiscated contestants will suffer a backlash from the 2 systems if they are to refuse from escorting the character. It is advised to stay away from major characters if such contestants aren't confident in their abilities. Gobsmacked, Kai gawked at the notification. His body was already moving away, but even he wasn't that fast. Contestant Kai Stormburn: you are hereby confiscated to escort major character Jack Sparrow out of the Inheritance Land. A temporary rank of protector is granted to you as well. Good luck, Motherfu. Kai choked on the curse, his eyes bloodshot. The shadow creatures had already surrounded Captain Jack Sparrow. Kai wasn't the only contestant who had received the notification about the Inheritance Land. Nor was he the only one who had heard the voices. The moment abnormality limiter's restriction became null, shocking presences exploded everywhere on the island. Yet, there was one presence that engulfed the entire Port Royal with such ferocity that even the Protector's knees shook, forcing them to the ground amid the fight. This presence belonged to the Supreme Protector, a top-level 90th floor contestant. Everyone. His voice boomed to the furthest corner of the island, using some unknown power. Strangely, only the contestants could hear this mighty voice. I am the Supreme Protector of the Shadow Lord. Few of you know the meaning behind these words. To the others, just take me as a 90th floor contestant. I don't want to cause a massacre. Please leave the Inheritance Land approaching no major character. I will give you 10 minutes. Lead Protectors and the Prime Protector, you have 1 minute to show yourselves. All contestants' minds trembled as they heard those words. 9th. What? Supreme Protector. Damn it. Normally, there should have been 5 Lead Protectors and 1 Prime Protector on the island as of now. However, 1 minute came and went, but no contestant of their caliber announced their presence. Don't make me. The Supreme Protector had just begun, when the entire world shook. This was an Inheritance Land of C+ difficulty. That meant all contestants of the 9th floor and below, who had the candidacy of this inheritance, could came to this world to vie for the inheritance. It was this reason for which the Supreme Protector had been hurrying to force the contestants out of the Inheritance Land, for only top-level 60th floor contestants like the Lead Protectors and Prime Protector could hope to just stand on the island and watch the proceedings. The rest were bugs. All of them. 1 kilometer into the sea from the docks, a gigantic vortex appeared, painting everything in blue. From this teleportation vortex, a galley sailed out, cutting the seawater like paper. Ha ha ha. A resounding burst of laughter awakened the sleeping ghost. So, this time has finally come. This laughter belonged to the man with blue hair, standing tall over the galley's figurehead. He was wearing a marine's uniform, and his eyes were beaming with greed and lust. Over his head, space warped as many ghosts howled and cried, announcing his presence. A 70th floor contestant. Another vortex, smaller but not lacking in might, appeared in the air under the darkness of stars. From this vortex, a man with a black coat and high collars walked out and kept hovering in midair. The collars were so large, in fact, that only his eyes were visible, black and sinister. Another 70th floor contestant. The moment these contestants arrived, they too felt the stifling pressures originating from Port Royal. The source of this pressure belonged to 2 powerful people. The Shadow Lord, whose might was still increasing, had already surpassed the level of mid-level 80th floor contestant. The other was the 90th floor contestant himself. Shockingly, his status of Supreme Protector hadn't been lifted after the appearance of Inheritance Land, making him incapable of vying for the inheritance. A grave expression fell on the faces of the 2 70th floor contestants as they sensed the explosive ripples spreading out from the 90th floor contestant. Obviously, systems had already shared with them the details related to the inheritance land. There couldn't be only two 70th floor contestants who possessed the candidacy. By now, even more 70th floor and a few 80th floor contestants should have arrived here. Naturally, after seeing the details, and guessing a Supreme Protector's presence, those candidates refused to get teleported, saving their candidacy for another chance. For only these two to still come here meant that they knew something that the other candidates didn't. Sure enough, a massive teleportation tier ran through the sky as if the night itself had been torn apart in two halves. This is... the Supreme Protector mumbled, and for the first time, his pupils shook behind the helmet. From the tier, a single person descended, and once more, every contestant other than the Supreme Protector was forced to bend their knee. Some even lost their lives on the spot because of the relentless attacks from the shadow creatures. A 90th floor contestant had arrived. This newly arrived contestant had a head full of red hair and an overly muscular build, and he was wearing a loose, white t-shirt over blue jean shorts. It didn't look like he had come here to obtain inheritance, but as if he was taking a mere walk in the park. Others weren't so lucky, though. The moment the flash of the tier subsided, and the Supreme Protector saw who had come, his entire body went taut. "Red Sun!" he exclaimed, his tone incredibly grave. The leader of the Sun and Moon organization. Yes, he was none other than Robin, the 90th floor contestant Kai and Petter had fooled during their mission in the Pokemon world. Contestant Red Sun, expressionless, watched the entire land with his black eyes. Only a few moments later did he look at the Shadow Lord and the contestant hovering at the same height as him, hundreds of meters away. "The helmet of fate," Robin said, raising an eyebrow, eyeing the lustrous gold helmet. "And the strength of the top-level 90th floor. I know only one such contestant. You must be Nexus from Order." A world-shaking fight was about to begin, but for others, like the two 70th floor contestants, it was a chance as well. A chance to fish on the troubled grounds. Boom. Over at Fort Charles, a boom resounded, and Kai leaped out from the broken wall, carrying Jack Sparrow over his shoulder. His face had a touch of flush because of the excessive drinking, but it wasn't something that could hold him back from using all his strength, either. Not when the blade of the crisis was hovering inches above his neck. Morasame hovered around him, cutting through hundreds of shadow creatures lunging at them. In his left hand was Afro's Taki, hacking at the tiny, flying shadow creatures, who looked like bats. "It's over, mate." Jack Sparrow mumbled as if there was a life-threatening danger to be worried about. "Yeah, don't know what it took last time to defeat him, eh? It's over." Kai couldn't have cared less. In his mind, there were only two words. His items. K, too, had heard the words the Supreme Protector had said magically. He, too, had felt the pressure of a 90th floor contestant. He, too, had sensed the coming of strong contestants, and an even stronger presence that didn't lose to that of contestant Nexus. This wasn't a world anymore where he could vie for benefits, Kai knew. But things had scarcely gone according to his wishes. Chapter 30, Blood Demon and Moraine the Elegant. Kai had become Jack Sparrow's temporary protector, so he must take him out of the inheritance land now. It was especially so when he didn't know what the backlash of the two systems meant. But it didn't need one to be a genius to know that it meant nothing of the good sort. Then there was the matter of Starsea, wearing the book in her left ear as an earring. Selene was with her, yes. But Kai had sensed that these shadow creatures neither had a soul nor a real body. Not much the ghost basilisk could do to them in that case. For now, Kai had only one plan he needed to carry out in the least time possible. Find Starsea and Selene, using the inherent bond they all shared, and then commandeer a ship, taking Jack Sparrow out of the inheritance land. Flying in Dementor Kai form, carrying a major character, seemed extremely stupid to Kai. It was especially so when the Shadow Lord would deliberately target Jack Sparrow, and a 90th floor contestant would instantly recognize a Dementor and Kai's oddity. This wasn't the time for him to remain alone and do things stealthily. If Kai wanted to survive, then he needed to involve as many contestants in this mess while not letting them sense anything wrong about himself. Once out of the area mentioned by the systems, Kai could instantly teleport back to the Harry Potter world, running away from this mess. If he could obtain a part of the inheritance meanwhile, then he wouldn't say no to that, either. But things rarely went according to plans. A bang rang out as Kai was heading to the docks, where he had sensed Selene and Starsea were, and a figure slammed into the rocky grounds just dozens of meters away from him. A beastly growl followed the echoes of this impact. Kai's eyes narrowed as he saw a 20 feet large armored shadow creature holding a claymore of almost the same size, charging toward him. From the soles of the shadow creature, shadowy energy beams were firing out as the one Kai had only seen or heard about coming from Iron Man's armor. The most terrifying fact was that there was a 7-colored hue shining around the shadow creature, which even made Kai's heart pound with anxiety and a touch of powerlessness. It was apparent that this creature had stepped into the boundary of a 70th floor contestant at a glance. It was then that a figure flew out of the rubble. Clad in Iron Man Mark V armor, wielding claymore, Moraine the Elegant flew out of the pit with a powerful jump. She was a mess. The red and silver armor on her left had vanished to the elbow, and the broken part was sparking, sending out electrical bursts. All over her body, Kai could see several dents on the armor. Even more in numbers were the razor-sharp dark slashes, almost cutting the armor and body part underneath. The moment Kai saw her, Moraine also saw him. A tremendous shock shook Moraine's heart as she saw Kai and Jack Sparrow hanging over his right shoulder. "What sort o' device is this, mate?" the pirate captain jested. "Can ya do all sorts o' things wearing it? How is this possible?" Moraine shouted, shocked. "Why do you have him? Where is the Prime Protector? Wait. Why aren't you being pursued by a shadow?" Before Kai could answer, the shadow creature had already arrived. Despite its vast size, it possessed great speed using the shadow boosters of its armor. It raised the dark claymore and hacked at Moraine, both swords becoming a blur at the impact. Kai's eyes flashed with a cunning thought suddenly. The moment he saw Moraine using the impact to create distance between her and the shadow creature, he hacked at the back of Jack Sparrow's neck, making him lose consciousness. Then, with a boom, he charged toward Moraine. Moraine was parrying the powerful blows of the creature when her eyes widened because of a horrifying scene. She saw Kai rushing toward her. "No!" she screamed, her voice mechanical as it rang out of the helmet. "Don't come closer." Even though she was a mid-level 60th floor contestant, and could survive an onslaught of top-level contestants using her wings, Moraine didn't think for a second she could vie for an inheritance of C+ difficulty. It was beyond her capabilities, to begin with. So, when she saw Kai coming at her, Moraine instantly figured out what he was trying to achieve with such actions. If she was in her place, then she would have done the same. At any other time, Jack Sparrow would have been the greatest treasure box. But now, he was nothing short of a fatal disaster. Blood demon. Moraine screamed out of her lungs, seeing Kai coming nearer every second. "I will. Grr." The shadow creature growled, its every blow heavier than the last. Too late. Moraine had just fired the energy blast on her shoes, hoping to create distance between her and Kai, when something weird happened. Kai's instincts roared, and he almost felt as if he could see Moraine going in a direction that would let her put the shadow creature between her and him. The moment energy blasted out of her shoes, a hiss escaped Kai's mouth, bringing out blood flames along with it. Selfless breathing art. Kai's speed enhanced instantly, and with an exploding kick, he landed near Moraine. The distance between Jack and her was less than a meter. It was also the moment the shadow creature hacked. Morasame and Afro's Taki flashed and struck the shadowy claymore, making both Kai and Moraine fly in the opposite direction with a boom. Covered in blood flames, Kai held Jack Sparrow and grinned at Moraine. "We meet again," he said, his hazel pupils brimming with cunningness. "Running away like that? Not so elegant, eh? I will be in your care for some time. Haha. You." Kai and Moraine ran toward the docks, the shadow creature hot on their heels. Blood flames flickered around Kai, crackling and roaring like burning wood. On his right, Moraine was dashing in her Iron Man Mark V armor, firing short bursts from her repulsors. She dared not go up in the air, for the shadow creature was faster than her. Two-headed dog-like shadow creatures were also running along with them, snarling at their sight. No matter where Kai looked, every inch of the ground seemed to have been covered by shadows and the hideous beings sprouting from them. A two-headed dog lunged at Kai, aiming at the back of his neck. Morasame flickered, blurred, and returned, hovering a few inches over his head. The dog lost its head and melted back into the ground like water. Behind them, the armored shadow creature, Moraine's exaggerated copy, hacked claymore from afar mercilessly. The world kept trying to become gray, but failed every time, a clear sign of the shadow creature failing to use an ability. Brute copies. Moraine spat, her voice mechanical. They seem to have gained an image of contestants, and they have great power, at least belonging to low to mid-level 70th floor contestants. But they lack intelligence and can't use abilities. Animals. Kai didn't need to turn his face to know that Moraine was eyeing him murderously right now. After forcing her to become a temporary protector of Jack Sparrow, Kai and Moraine instantly decided to head for the docks to commandeer HMS Interceptor, and then use the ship to take the main character out of the Inheritance Land. Kai hadn't told her that the prime reason for him to go for the docks was that Celine and Starsea were there, too. He would not, could not, and dared not leave them behind. Not once Kai and Moraine thought about rescuing Commodore Norrington and Governor Weatherby Swan. They would have thrown Jack Sparrow already if they could. Too late to do something like that now. Boom. Fuck. It's using that again. Kai cursed and kicked the ground ferociously. Behind him, The shadow creature had just used the repulsors on the sole of its shoes to fire a short burst of shadowy energy. With a powerful lunge, it almost arrived near Kai and Moraine, towering over them like a wrathful deity. This wasn't the first time it had used such a method to catch up to them, either. But with its low intelligence, unless Kai and Moraine weren't about to lose it, the shadow creature didn't use those energy bursts. "I will leave it to you," Kai offhandedly said, putting the 60th floor contestant between him and the creature. Moraine gnashed her teeth at Kai's shamelessness, the metallic pieces of her armor grinding furiously over each other. "Show!" A gigantic claymore hacked at them, cutting the air with a sound that felt like scalding hot steam rushing out of a geyser. The repulsors at Moraine's shoes and right hand shot out energy bursts, and she spun at her axis. In her left hand was her claymore, looking quite unimpressive against its incoming brethren. Bang! A bang rang out as metal kissed the shadowy substance, sending Moraine flying back. Cough. The lady coughed out a mouthful of blood, which seeped out from the slit-like opening in front of her mouth. The moment Moraine got sent flying, the shadow claymore of the creature also trembled in response, despite the gap in strength, creating a rare opening in its wielder's guard. Kai's eyes flashed as he saw this happening, as he had predicted. He lunged back, stepped over Moraine's metallic head, and hacked at the shadow creature with Afrostiki, Amassing blurring along with its sister with the matchless bloodthirst of her own. Afrostiki landed on the creature's right wrist, almost hacking it off. Meanwhile, Amassing stabbed itself into the creature's neck, slicing an enormous chunk off it like butter. With a puff, dense and dark shadowy fog escaped from the two wounds, making the creature howl in pain. Agar. It was a beastly growl but belonged not to the living. Kai wasn't feeling any better, either. The power he had used to injure the creature got rebounded at him with double the force, sending him flying. He clenched his teeth, burying the welling up blood in his throat, and landed on his feet near Moraine. "Thank you for the opening, my lady," Kai mocked, grinning through his bloody teeth. "That was truly elegant of you. Blood demon." Moraine roared, pushing herself up and continuing the run. "You anger me to death." Chapter 31, Commandeering Interceptor and the Arrival of a 70th Floor Contestant. Kai sneered and looked at Moraine's chest. There was a circular area on it, flashing blue and white, a clear sign of mana being poured into it. The thought of having such armor on him made Kai lick his lips. "Die. You pervert." Moraine covered her large breasts with her left hand that had lost armor up to her elbow. Kai laughed at the misunderstanding but cared little about clearing it up. Yet, the thought of armor just didn't go away from his mind. Kai knew little about all Iron Man armors, but with the help of Item M, he knew more than other contestants of his floors. Mark V is much thinner than the regular plating of an Iron Man armor and has a weaker armor composition to reduce the weight and size of the suit. Kai recalled the info. Apart from its lack of heavy weapons and its light weight, it can still fly. However, it cannot reach high altitudes or speeds and is limited in the weight it can carry during flight. Compared to the Model 1 Iron Man armor Kai had previously faced, Mark V drastically lacked in power. Nonetheless, Kai adored this armor from his heart. There were two reasons for it. First, like all Iron Man armors that were items or set items, Mark V wasn't fueled by an arc reactor. Rather, it was the contestant's mana that fueled it. Arc reactors weren't items just anyone could obtain, and were among the most rare items in the multiverse, to begin with. Second, Mark V was composed of interweaving bands of small plates, instead of interlocking large plates. It lowered the defense, compared to other Iron Man armors, but it also provided greater flexibility that swordsmen like Kai and Moraine dearly needed in battles. Not to mention, the armor itself added quite a few points in strength, agility, and perception, making it highly desired by infighters. Add its ability to fly in a limited area and up to a set altitude, letting one go in and out of the fight, and it was absolutely the best armor contestants like Kai could hope for. Kai's Cordite armor, granted by one half of the power sword, was an absolute monster as well, raising his defense by a whopping 12 points. Then there was its ability to reduce and deflect incoming damage. But it was bulky, and affected Kai's flexibility, too. After half an hour of this cat-and-mouse chase, Kai and Moraine finally spied the interceptor in the distance. The only problem was there were just too many contestants surrounding the ship. However, the moment Kai saw the contestants, a smile surfaced across his bloodied lips. Moraine snorted in disgust at the sight of his smile, but even she knew it was the only way to survive this chaos. Involve as many contestants as possible. It worked on Moraine, and it would work on others as well. The moment Kai and Moraine arrived at the docks, pursued by the gigantic shadow creature, others noticed them as well. Isn't she Protector? A shadow copy of Moraine the Elegant. Run. With a massive boom, Kai and Moraine landed in between the contestants' groups, and instantly their expressions changed. Jack Sparrow. No. Get off. Too late. The notification had already arrived in front of their eyes. These were all 4th floor contestants, and a few of them were 5th floor as well. They had no chance of surviving alone, to begin with. When the notification appeared, they instantly gave themselves up to their fates. Just as Kai and Moraine were about to rush toward the boat, two more incoherent booms reverberated in the distance. Kai's head spun to his left, and his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, his expression changed. From afar, Bladesinger and Aloof were coming toward them, carrying William Turner with them. A hideous shadow creature with extremely long limbs and a dwarf shadow creature, around whom the space kept fluctuating, was chasing them. But this wasn't the reason for the change in Kai's expression. Contestant Aloof, who possessed the power of telekinesis from Mob Psycho 100, was missing his right hand. And according to Kay, he was the strongest among all the protectors, if one was to ignore Moraine's wings of the grim butterfly. Kai's gaze landed on the dwarf shadow creature, and his frown deepened. It was then that his heart stirred, sensing a connection. Kai threw Jack toward Moraine, making her gasp, and with a burning roar, he dashed toward the incoming 6th floor contestants. Both Bladesinger and Aloof got shocked as they saw Kai's sudden charge, but they also noticed his eyes weren't looking at them. Kai indeed had lost the sight of contestants. In his eyes, there was a young lady, wearing a nightgown and a black earring in her left ear. A few feet away from her, a white-silver mist was slithering, fending off the claws of the countless shadow creatures. Even then, her gown was tattered, and there were several bloody marks on the young lady's arms and face. She was naturally the young Starsea. The characters from the book didn't possess a true fleshly body, but until they returned to the book's White Room, there wasn't a difference between the forms they assumed and a genuine human body, either. Only Dementor Kai could sense the lack of breath within them, their lack of a soul. And only Celine's venom could instantly force them back to the book, making them lose their bodies on the spot. Other than that, they were just like any other human being, full of pain, love, and anger. Kai obviously wasn't worried about Starsea. But Celine and Starsea had inadvertently come between Aloof and the dwarf shadow creature, and he couldn't let others see her disappearing just like that. Not when all contestants' eyes were on the shadow creatures pursuing the protectors. To others, it seemed like Kai was heading to save Aloof and Bladesinger. Only Moraine knew it wasn't the case, but even she couldn't figure out the reason for such an outburst. The moment Kai rushed past Aloof, making the contestant narrow his eyes, he grabbed Mora's aim and hacked at the dwarf shadow creature with all his strength. The creature's tiny eyes trembled, and the space between them exploded, sending Kay, Starsea, and Celine in 3 different directions. Kai used the chaotic scene to send a command before they got out of his telepathy's range. Board interceptor. Don't talk to anyone and wait for me. The best case scenario would have been to let Starsea return to the book, and then use Celine to swallow the earring. But, with 9th floor contestants watching over the entire island, Kai dared not take such a chance. This was the book, an item desired by an old one. If a 9th floor contestant were to take a liking to it, then Kai didn't have the strength to resist him. No. It was better to let Starsea hide among the contestants, and then disappear with her after going out of the inheritance land. As Kai forced out blood, giving an impression of being injured, contestant Aloof turned around and added an attack over Kai's, forcing the dwarfed creature back even more. Aloof then nodded at Chi, eyeing him eerily. Kai rubbed the blood off his mouth, and silently rushed toward Interceptor, maintaining a distance between himself and William Turner, who was swaying over Bladesinger's shoulder. The moment they boarded the ship, the contestants separated into 2 factions. On one side were Kai and Moraine, and the contestants forced by them to become temporary protectors of Jack Sparrow. Inshuai's user, which Kai had fought underwater, and the Marine with powers of Shinken Blue, were part of this group. On the other side were Bladesinger and Aloof, and the other, forced, temporary protectors of William Turner. Set the sail. Moraine took the command, standing tall at the poop deck. Take the charge of ropes and rudder. Both Bladesinger and Aloof had quiet personalities, so they didn't object to Moraine's commanding their end of the contestants, either. They instead took the job to fend off the shadow creatures along with 100 other contestants, keeping them off the ship. The contestants steered the ship off the dock in no time, a heavy gale assisting their survival. In the distance, some hundreds of meters away from the docks, the sound of cannon fires was resounding, echoing over the foggy seawater. Black Pearl and the 7th floor contestants Scally were having at each other, trying to bring the enemy down. Kai and the other contestants took a long arc away from them, hoping to bypass this fatal encounter. It was then that a yellow flash appeared in all eyes, blinding them instantly. When the flash receded, the hearts of Kay, Moraine, Bladesinger, and Aloof trembled simultaneously. At the top of the foremast, a man, with a black coat and high collars, was standing casually, looking down at all contestants as if they were bugs. In his left hand, there was a head, blood dripping off the bloody stump, marking its freshness. This head belonged to Hadoken, the non-user, a mid-level 60th floor contestant. In his right hand was also a head, but it belonged to a shadow creature, whose face oddly looked similar to Hadoken. This head was giving off a shadowy fog, and in no time, it melted like gelatinous liquid. The 70th floor contestant shook his right hand, flicking the filthy substance off it, and threw Hadoken's head on the deck. "I believe." The old monster drawled, his gaze pausing on Chi, Moraine, Blade Singer, and Aloof. "You children are being rather naughty, aren't you?" "Black Wasp." Blade Singer gasped, taking a step back. A top-level 70th floor contestant with heavenly body magic, Meteor. Black Wasp's eyes narrowed, making it look like he was smiling under the high collars. Then, with a blinding flash, he disappeared. Kai's pupils trembled when he couldn't even see the trajectory. But, in the very next second, Black Wasp reappeared at the same spot, carrying one more head. This. Everyone drew a horrifying gasp, but only Kai recognized the head. It belonged to the ninja who had used summoning jutsu to call a book again. "Running away underwater," Black Wasp commented, his voice ghostly and ethereal. "This is bad. This is very bad." Chapter 32, The Might of the 90th Floor. Just as Black Wasp, the 70th floor contestant, arrived on Interceptor, up in the air, contestants Red Sun and Nexus were eyeing each other in silence. The Supreme Protector looked over his shoulder and eyed the Shadow Lord, who was still going through his transformation, his power rising, entering the realm of 90th floor contestants. This was a C+ difficulty inheritance land, to begin with. That meant Pirate Lord Henry Morgan was bound to become an existence higher than top-level 90th floor contestants, becoming the true nightmare for everyone. By the look of every inch of the island getting taken over by shadow creatures, it didn't seem he would need much time, a few hours more, perhaps. Time was running out for both of them. But contestants at their level didn't reach their heights by acting out on a whim. No matter how precious the time was, Nexus and Red Sun looked at each other, observing the proceedings on the island. The Supreme Protector narrowed his eyes behind the helmet's slits, and a touch of apprehension flashed in his heart. He had heard nothing good about the monster hovering in the air hundreds of meters away from him. Every bit of stories he had come across was filled with blood, treachery, shamelessness, and power. Regardless of the ridiculous tales, Red Sun was a monster, Nexus knew. Only a fool would think otherwise. But he had confidence in taking him on as well. The Helmet of Fate he had was an item based on the true Helmet of Fate from the Prime Earth of the DC Universe. It was nowhere as logic-defying as the original one, or the one from the New Earth, with the powers of fate. Nonetheless, it was strong enough for him to not rely on any other item, letting him tower over other top-level 90th floor contestants like an impenetrable wall. Give 1. Moreover, only those favored by positive side of the multiverse could equip it. The Supreme Protector swirled his hands, creating a gigantic hurricane around him and the Shadow Lord. Rain pelted, hammering at the living and the dead alike, and wild wind slashed at the survivors, eroding their hope. Give 2. Fire came roaring, then, becoming a 12-foot spear in Nexus' hand, and a boulder exploded out of the earth, chiseling away as it approached its maker. By the time it reached the Supreme Protector, it had already become a round shield, its surface shining almost metallic. Elemental control. The Helmet of Fate granted Nexus the power to have superficial control over air, water, earth, and fire in a 500 meters radius around him. This superficial control, however, was enough to bring down Third Sex monsters, enough for him to get confiscated as a Supreme Protector. And Nexus was ready to protect, come hell or high water. He was already old to the point that if he were to fail this mission, then his chances to attempt Floor Ascension mission and ascend to the 4th set would almost become null. He could and dare not take chances, even if he would have to protect a nightmare. On the other side, contestant Red Sun eyed Nexus preparations with an almost dead expression. From contestants getting killed to their commandeering Interceptor, Red Sun had seen it all. Nothing going on in the Port Royal town and docks could escape his perception. Absolutely nothing. He had also noticed Jack Sparrow and William Turner, and contestants' ridiculous attempt at taking the two major characters out of the inheritance land. Red Sun also knew the location of Commodore Norrington and Governor Weatherby Swan. With Captain Barbossa on Black Pearl, fighting it out with the puny 70th floor contestant, it already made them 5 out of the 6 major characters marked by the system. But where was Elizabeth Swan? Wasn't she supposed to be on Black Pearl by now? The main plot line seemed to have diverged in this timeline, Red Sun concluded, crossing his arms over his chest. The key to obtaining the inheritance wasn't the Shadow Lord alone but finding the young Swan as well. For him to see through the hidden details so early and easily, Nexus had thought true. Red Sun was indeed a monster. However, life hadn't gone easy for this ridiculously powerful 90th floor contestant in the past few months. It had all started when he had met them. The moment Robin recalled those two existences, and the subsequent events that had followed the meeting, a shiver ran down his spine. There was fear on his face, turning his face stark and pale. Such a fear that it bordered on being cold dread. Red Sun gulped. Many a night became day, lying awake, tossing and turning on the bed, rueing the day he had asked for the code name of that existence. Purple Mist and his disciple. Now, Robin wasn't a fool to just let this code name slip out to anyone, bringing unwanted attention to himself. This wasn't how he had become a 90th floor contestant. Yes, he had never got confiscated to become a Prime or Supreme Protector. But that was because the only time the system had made him a Prime Protector, he had caused severe and foolish changes to the timeline because of his personality. Chaos wasn't known to give second chances, anyway. So, no. Robin hadn't slipped out the code name. The horror hadn't begun because of that. It was what happened after the first stage of the tournament of worth that stirred the pores of Red Sun, making them itch like never before. Robin was the leader of the Sun and Moon organization, one of the top organizations of the third set. So he naturally shared great relations with other organizations, too. Some of those organizations were only branches of even bigger powers from the fourth and even fifth set. With his personality, Red Sun had taken little time to develop contacts with those particular powers. It was through one of those powers that he had learned a piece of earth-shaking news. He was probably the first contestant under 5th set who had learned of those announcements, Robin believed. Blood Demon is mine, the announcement had read, issued by none other but a king, the king of the Purple Castle. Robin had even learned of the other kings, including the strongest known among them, the Red King, issuing similar statements. Even then, he just couldn't take the words, Purple Castle, out of his mind. Purple Castle. Purple Mist. Purple Castle. Purple Mist. Red Sun had chanted these words like a spell for days to come. At last, he ended up with a horrifying guess. A guess that became his most serendipitous event, as well as the most hideous curse. Purple Mist is the code name of the King of Purple Castle. Robin had guessed, sweating over it. So, that kid from back then is his disciple, Blood Demon. Doesn't it mean that those two are just playing with other kings? If this was true, then it would cause the entire Primordial Tower to tremble, Robin knew. For none could make the slight of a king's honor, not even the other kings. Now, Robin had a habit of taking advantage of opportunities, and because of personal circumstances, this habit had taken deep root in his heart. Most didn't like the way he dressed, and some even called him a lickspittle, he knew. But he didn't mind. Let them call me whatever they want. Red Sun used to think. When they die or fall, losing their worth, I will still be here, moving up one floor at a time. With this mentality, he created the Sun and Moon organization. To achieve his dreams, and for him. Alas. This habit brought doom on Red Sun, and he didn't even see it coming. Robin had held his thoughts and guesses to himself till the end of the second stage of Toe. But when he heard even the contestants of fourth set calling the lead contestant of Toe, the five-crowned prince, he knew he couldn't keep it any longer. Otherwise, once everyone got to know, Robin wouldn't gain anything out of it. Thus, he did the very thing he had been preparing to do, but couldn't because of his lack of courage. Robin let the information slip out, in the very gentle and hidden manner possible. Sigh. One day he was still feeling good, hoping to gain immense benefits because of the info. At the next moment, he had already lost consciousness. When Red Sun came to himself, he was surrounded by many figures. And an existence was looking down at his kneeling figure with shadowy eyes, so dead and profound that not for once Robin believed he could resist that contestant. That existence had called himself. Shadow Origin. Shame, fear, terror, and anger all flashed across Robin's eyes as he remembered what had happened next. The remembrance of those emotions brought out his rage, making his face crumple as he looked at the Nexus Hurricane and this mummer's farce called an Inheritance Land. Fuck it. Robin fumed. First, I will obliterate this Shadow Lord. Go home, Nexus. Red Sun said after a long time, taking out a pokeball, and lying through his teeth. Go home and let me handle the Shadow Lord. You could still ascend to the fourth set, if you tried enough. However, this pokeball was quite different, and extraordinary, to say the least. It was so different that it didn't even look like a pokeball at the first glance. Robin's pokeball was dark blue with light blue rings running from one end to another like Earth's latitude. Two more light blue rings acted as the dark blue pokeball's longitude. The entire pokeball was covered in a casing of yellow spikes as if a yellow-clawed beast was holding it in its grasp. Image 1, a beast ball. A pokeball especially designed to catch ultra beasts, a group of extra-dimensional Pokémon originating from ultra-space. Nexus eyed the Pokémon in Red Sun's hand, and a grave expression fell on his face. Never. Robin's eyes were already bloodshot. A fight it is, then. he shouted and hurled the Pokeball. Come out. With a blinding flash, as if a sun had materialized in the sky, a magical creature took shape in midair. With a height of over 30 feet tall, it was a gargantuan orange-colored cyborg dinosaur, standing on its hind legs. It had amber eyes, spikes on its right shoulder and jaw, and orange fur on its head. The tip of its tail was gray, and it had blue stripes on its legs, neck, and mouth. It wore a red chest plate, a metallic helmet with 3 horns on it, and also had red mechanical wings with 3 cannons on each. And, in place of a left arm, it had a massive revolver. Image 2, the moment it came out, superb bursts of mana exploded from its wings, making it fly. Image 3, it was then that both the magical creature and its trainer threw back their heads and shouted. Rise Greymon. It was a Digimon. What are you trying to do? Nexus shouted. Red Sun. Have you lost your mind? Rise Greymon was no ordinary magical creature. The offensive power fired from the gigantic revolver on its left arm was said to rival that of a single nuclear warhead. Robin snorted. Rise Greymon. Trident revolver. Roar. Rise Greymon roared, and the entire world seemed to shake along with it. It spun the revolver's barrel and smacked it back into the revolver before aiming it at the Shadow Lord. Trident. Revolver. You fucking lunatic. Nexus screamed out of his lungs, bringing the entire power of the Helmet of Fate. From the revolver, Rise Greymon fired 3 successive blasts, and all contestants coughed out a mouthful of blood, their knees buckling under the magical might. GIF 3, the 3 blasts spun around each other as they headed for the Supreme Protector, burning everything around them. Image 4, and when they landed at the target, an enormous mushroom cloud tore through the sky, lightning and fire cracking and thundering everywhere. Image 5, boom. Not everyone were like K, giving a code name to themselves at the start of the initiation mission based on their experiences. Many were like Robin, too, earning one in the Primordial Tower. From afar, this mushroom cloud looked like a giant red sun to the blurry and teary eyes of everyone who were lucky enough to have survived its shockwaves. GIF 4, this was the origin of Robin's code name. Chapter 33, Futile Resistance. A few minutes ago. This is bad. This is very bad. Black Wasp's mocking words seemed to rock the ship, the ninja's head in his hand showering the deck with a red rain. Jack and Will. Moraine shouted out of the blue, mana exploding from her arm or as a claymore appeared in her hands. They couldn't care about getting assigned the role of temporary protector. Not anymore. Aloof and Blade Singer brought William Turner to Kai and Moraine and put him down near Jack Sparrow. The 4 contestants surrounded the 2 characters from 4 directions. Ha ha ha. Black Wasp burst out with a peal of laughter. Suddenly, a chill ran down all contestants' spines. 4th floor contestants felt it, 5th floor contestants felt it, and 6th floor contestants felt it as well. It was the same for all of them. The chill of impending death. Black Wasp had killed Hadouken, who wasn't much weaker than anyone on the Interceptor. If they didn't work together, then there was almost no chance of them surviving this doom. They all knew this, especially the protectors. Hiss. Blood mist escaped Kai's mouth like a steam engine whistling out puffs of steam. His entire body squirmed, squeezing out every ounce of strength it could muster. In his hands, Afro's Taki and Morasame trembled, and from the soles of his feet, Celine returned to her master, ready to petrify all at one command. Crack. Thunder roared as a bolt of lightning struck K, and corridite armor covered his upper torso except for his left hand and head. Afar, Inshui's wielder, and Shinken Blue's bodies trembled, recognizing the blue-skinned demon. Even Black Wasp narrowed his eyes at Chi, his laugh vanishing. To Kai's left, dense breath churned, as Blade Singer brandished her sword, Ryokosui. The very space around her seemed to bend as her feet wobbled with a mysterious rhythm. Suddenly, a chant reverberated out of nowhere around her. Tun, tan tan. Tun, tan tan. All things became still for Blade Singer, letting her see the very drops of sea hammering at her face. Kyao Kai's priestess dance from Kingdom World. Black Wasp blurted out, shocked. You don't seem to have broken the soul territory. To Blade Singer's left, Aloof's eyes rolled back in his head. His short orange hair lifted at their ends, and the wood beneath his feet shattered, a shocking might of telekinesis fluctuating about him with unmatched ferocity. Mob Psycho 100 Worlds Power. Black Wasp mumbled, letting go of the head in his hand. It tumbled down and landed on the deck with a distinct, squelching thud. To Aloof's left and Kai's right was Moraine the Elegant, her mana densest and richest than all. A blinding light exploded out of the circle over her chest, making everyone squint inadvertently. And then the color of rainbows washed over all like the most gentle wave. Large, but extremely beautiful, butterfly wings manifested on Moraine's back, shining with 7 colors. The wind howled and ghosts screamed along with it. Wings of Grim Butterfly from Inuyasha world. Black Wasp almost exclaimed. Impossible. That existence is. No, wait. Those aren't the real wings granted by the Grim Butterfly. Hey. So that's how it is. You have a blessing. No wonder. Kai's mind shook as he heard the word blessing and the origin of Moraine's wings. But he couldn't think over them. The moment Black Wasp finished his sentence, letting the strongest four bring out their power as if eyeing a show, yellow light shone around him. It was also the moment everyone's heart palpitated. The wind was high, but their backs had already got drenched with sweat. The tips of their fingers throbbed, and their toes went taut, ready to kick the wooden ground underneath. How naive. Black Wasp sneered, and disappeared. Ah! A scream rang out on the deck and all saw a head flying in the air, still screaming. No. Ugh. No matter where Kai saw, he just couldn't find Black Wasp. Only a light trail of yellow could be seen, and wherever it passed, it left behind headless corpses as a mark of its presence. It was then that Kai's eyes widened, his pupils becoming the size of a needle. All sounds, screams, howls, and senses vanished from his mind. Someone was coming at him from his right. A blade was aimed at his neck. He was going to be beheaded. Words appeared in his mind as facts. Kai's long white hair swayed and time paused. Black Wasp appeared where Kai had perceived he would, but the speed of the 70th floor contestant was so fast that he hadn't even blinked, his heart yet to beat a second time. Move. 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 Arg. A profound will exploded as a beastly growl exploded from Kai's throat. His body couldn't move, but his thoughts were faster, and he had already seen Black Wasp coming. Somehow. From right, his thought pulled Moraine toward him against her will, forcing her to act as a shield. From left, another thought snatched Blade Singer off her feet, the chants still ringing about her. When Black Wasp's blade, Moraine's armor, Blade Singer's blade, and Corydite armor made contact, only then did the world regain life. Boom. Wood cracked as a resounding boom threw everyone off in all directions. The Corydite armor on Kai's body shattered instantly, becoming one half of the power sword. However, it didn't remain a sword for long, and it too shattered, becoming points of ethereal light like stars in a starry river. Kai's chest almost exploded, making him cough out several mouthfuls of blood, and this was when others had already reduced the damage from Black Wasp's blow by more than half. With a bang, his back hit the hull, bringing closure to his momentum. Bleeding, and experiencing tremendous pain, Kai lifted his head and looked at the spot where his item had vanished, and he frowned. For a long time, one half of the power sword had remained with him, assisting him in battles like a loyal soldier. Then, it was gone, just like that. One blow. One blow was all it took for a top-level 70th floor contestant to bring Kai and other protectors to this state. Far from him, Moraine's state wasn't any better. The Iron Man armor around her waist was gone, and her ribs were protruding out, flesh hanging off her like hideous threads. The wings of Grim Butterfly on her back fluttered once, secreting multicolored powder. Suddenly, the howling and screaming ghosts took form out of nowhere, becoming yokai from Inuyasha world. As the powder touched them, they disintegrated, and melted in Moraine's wound, making it glow with 7 colors. Her flesh regenerated at a visible pace, but even then she failed to stand up, falling on the deck helplessly. Opposite her, Blade Singer's blade-wielding hand was twisted at an odd angle, a bone sticking out of her arm like a bone spear. She was still standing, her face pale. Breath was fluctuating about her like never. The chants were growing stronger and louder, her feet kept dancing rhythmically as if they weren't in her control. In the middle of these three stood Black Wasp, looking at Kai with a gobsmacked glint in his eyes. Kay, Moraine, and Blade Singer had survived their fates, but Black Wasp was still holding a head. In his right hand was a short dagger, glowing sinisterly. And in his left hand was a head with orange-color hair, its eyes rolled back into the head. "Who are you?" Black Wasp asked, stepping toward Kai slowly, wood cracking under his feet. "Just who the fuck are you?" Black Wasp was one of the fastest contestants of the 7th floor, allowing him to call himself a top-level contestant. No one. Just no one under 70th floor could hope to survive his assassination. For Kai to achieve this mind-boggling feat meant only one thing. He saw me coming. Black Wasp's thought, astounded. He saw. He must die. Kai's grip over his swords tightened, and a touch of demonic grin surfaced on his lips as he saw Black Wasp coming at him. He still had many tricks up his sleeves, but the enemy was just too powerful, too fast. He lost. Haha. The thought made Blood Demon laugh like a maniac. Kai pushed himself to his feet, blood squirting off his chest, becoming a puddle. Interceptor was still sailing, bobbing up and down, forcing him to stagger. But Kai had got sea legs long ago, allowing him to straighten his spine and look into Black Wasp's eyes. They were just too close. No one. Kai's answer came out with a silly grin. Fool. Black Wasp dropped aloof's head and lifted his right leg, his entire body glowing yellow. This time, there won't be any more unexpected scenarios. This time, this white-haired contestant would definitely die. The moment Black Wasp's right leg touched the wooden floor, it was also when the Supreme Protector created a hurricane, surrounding himself and the Shadow Lord. Moreover, Red Sun's thoughts seemed to have taken time, but they hadn't lasted for even a fraction of a second. Just as the hurricane appeared, and the quick conversation between two 90th floor contestants ended, was also when Robin hurled out the beast ball. A mountain worth of pressure fell upon contestants, pressing over them like heavy boulders stacked upon each other. Rise Greyman. The shout reverberated from one end of the inheritance land to another, and two more words followed it, echoing far and wide. Trident. Revolver. Kai couldn't even lift his head, his back bent, his knees almost touching the deck. And the moment the Digimon fired 3 bursts of shots out of the revolver, it was like instantly doubling the pressure everyone had been experiencing so far. Cough. Kai coughed out even more blood, a touch darker than before. He wasn't alone in it, though. Maraine's head was pressed into the wooden floor, blood pouring out of her mouth. Blade Singer's dance paused, making her face turn blue, and her eyes losing sign of life, bit by bit. Even Black Wasp, the top-level 70th floor contestant, was no different, coughing out blood like all others, his entire body trembling like twig amid a storm. Some 40th floor contestants, who had just ascended the second set, even lost their lives in an instant, their necks breaking with a distinct snap. Luck at two extremities. Kai's mind roared, recalling the theory he had come up with. If Black Wasp's arrival and his singling out Blood Demon was Kai's misfortune, then the 90th floor contestants acting out against each other was Jack Sparrow's luck influencing the events because of the proximity between him and Kai. Kai's luck was bad, but it wasn't even that bad for it to bring certain death upon him. It was Jack Sparrow's presence that had turned it worse. And better. Even now, bleeding and clenching his teeth, this reasoning brought out a smile on Kai's lips. Resisting the might of mana ripples falling over him like several boulders, Kai lifted his head to look up at the sky, his muscles screeching and his skin rupturing with every inch of movement. The 90th floor contestants were too high for him to see them, but Kai did see 3 fiery scarlet dots, spinning, and rushing toward the distant hurricane, like meteors. And the moment they hit the target, the world lit up, welcoming a red sun. Chapter 34, Aftermath. A sharp stab of pain in his chest woke Kai up, his eyes struggling to open, heavy with an unknown burden. The sound of a ship rolling and pitching, dying groans, and painful grunts entered his ears like an incomprehensible buzz. Every inch of his body hurt as if needles were prickling his flesh, trying to see whether he was alive. And when he tried to move, bones rubbed against each other, forcing a groan out of him. Ugh! Don't move. An old voice guided him, not unkindly. I fed you a common HP capsule. Let the natural healing take its course now. Kai frowned at the familiar voice. Someone pulled him up and made him lean against the ship's hull. Kai felt a thin, bony hand pressing into his shoulder, propping him up. Only then he felt free enough to recognize the stifling feeling of suffocation he was in before. Kai drew a long, sharp breath, filling his lungs with salty air, and opened his eyes. And the moment his hazel pupils landed on a bronze helmet, they widened, ready to explode with power. Calm down, kid. The voice urged, laughing ruefully. Look at yourself and then look at me. We are beyond the line of fighting now. Kai's breathing quickened, but he did as he was told. First, he looked at himself and his frown deepened. His chest had healed a lot, but there were still deep gashes bleeding there, a touch of white peeking out through them. Not to mention, all over his body were fine cuts, and hairline fractures were running over his ribs, making them sting with every movement. Then he looked at the old man. Kai had recognized the helmet of fate, hard to find such a powerful item on ordinary contestants, to begin with. Yet, this old man was in worse shape than his own. The helmet wearer was barely alive, his left hand was missing, and so were his legs below the knees. A part of his right shoulder seemed to have vanished as if cut out by a bull with a sharp rim. If it weren't for the sea-like presence of mana coming out of this contestant, Kai couldn't have known that this was someone even more powerful, almost irresistible, than Black Wasp. A contestant above 70th floor? Kai's mind shook. He is the Supreme Protector, the 90th floor contestant. But his voice. The Supreme Protector had announced his presence just after the appearance of Inheritance Land's notification. So, it wasn't hard for him to make guesses about this helmet-wearing contestant's identity. The 90th floor contestant eyed Kai's dead gaze from behind the helmet, and then slowly took off his helmet. Under the helmet of fate, there was an old face, full of wrinkles and dull, gray hair, but his eyes were bright veil, a touch of yellow surrounded by green, alive. He was the same old man who had followed Kai throughout the night of truce, who had slapped the butt of a female contestant, and who had felt a touch of conqueror's hockey within Kai's bloodlust. He was contestant Nexus, the supreme protector. No wonder Kai couldn't sense the old man's presence. Perception was a double-edged sword, to begin with. Not to mention, for a 90th floor contestant, fooling the likes of Celine was just too easy, even if he hadn't truly seen the ghost basilisk following him. Burying the anxiety of sitting near such a contestant, and that too from order, Kai craned his neck, looking around at his surroundings. Wherever Kai could see, corpses were sprawled on the deck, dyeing the wood red and black. Some 50 contestants seemed barely alive to him, missing one limb or another, incapable of even lifting heads. Inshuai's user and the contestant with Shink and Blue's power had survived as well. But Kai could tell. These 50 consonants hadn't survived by happenstance. Someone had saved them, along with himself, just at the right time. However, Black Wasp was nowhere to be found. It was then Kai's eyes landed on two figures, leaning against a broken foremast. Moraine the Elegant and Blade Singer. Moraine's face was pale and drenched with blood. The armor over her left arm, up to the elbow, and around her waist had been already gone. Now, the damage had worsened, fine and coarse cracks running over like hideous scars. The wings of Grim Butterfly on her back had dimmed, too, becoming smaller than the toddler's height. Blade Singer's right hand was still twisted at an odd angle, her face paler than Moraine's. Her chest kept puffing up and down as if she was having an intense battle with the art of breathing. Blood was dripping off her chin, falling on the sword in her left hand. The moment Kai looked at them, both ladies also lifted their heads, their eyes matching Kai's. Those pair of eyes were full of hate, murder. Complication? Respect? Why was there complication and respect mixed in those beautiful, bloodshot eyes? Kai couldn't tell. Not at all. I heard you saved Jack Sparrow and William Turner. Nexus drawled, licking his lips, pointing at the two characters who were lying unconsciousness afar. Not only that, but you also saved the two strongest contestants who were also acting as temporary protectors. Your contributions in bringing the characters out of Inheritance Land surpass everyone by far, kid. Eh? What's he talking about? Kai asked himself, confused. When did I save anyone? But Kai was cursed with a brilliant mind, letting him draw theories based on the faintest hints available. When Kai sensed Black Wasp coming, aiming to behead him, he pulled Moraine and Blade Singer toward himself, hoping to let them act as shields. The only reason he had done so was to reduce the damage of the hideously powerful blow directed at him. What had happened next had been nothing but pure acts of coincidence. Both Moraine and Blade Singers, though grievously wounded, had survived. And the lone contestant, aloof, who had remained unmoved, fell under the hands of Black Wasp as a result. But this all happened only from Kai's perspective. To others, however, it seemed as if Kai, at the cost of suffering fatal wounds, had saved Moraine and Blade Singer by pulling them toward him, leaving no targets for Black Wasp except Aloof, who was the strongest of the four. This was nothing but an act of courage and unprecedented bravery. A hero. The fuck? Kai's face crumpled inwardly as he concluded these facts. How absurd things could even get. TCH. No wonder Moraine and Blade Singer are looking at me with both murderous and complicated emotions. Moraine even more so, for she didn't have a good impression of me at all. But how they reached such a misunderstanding. Wait a minute. This? Kai's head suddenly snapped toward Captain Jack Sparrow, and even his soul trembled. Misfortune. Supreme luck. Luck at two extremities. Coincidences. Misunderstandings. Kai kept repeating these words in his head at an incredible rate. It was as if he was about to understand something great, something extremely profound. Kai even felt like if he could just grab the end of this thread of understanding, then he would never have to worry about his bad luck. This feeling became stronger and stronger, soaring through the sky. This was the beginning of a comprehension, the dawn of an epiphany. Some called it the Grand Tao, some named it the principle of universal laws, some thought of it as the Force. And some even felt it as a manifestation of perception, the omnipotent entity present across the multiverse, the mightiest among all. The essence remained the same, nonetheless. Kai's entire existence seemed to have fallen into stunned silence, his eyes losing life and his presence vanishing, falling deeper and deeper into this comprehension. Yet, no matter how much he let himself dive into this epiphany, he just couldn't see the thread or its end. How to grab something that he couldn't even see. If this went on, he would lose himself in this state eternally, just like the time when he had fallen into the gulf between black and white upon hearing the Faceless saying for the first time. No. A loud ethereal shout, backed by his will to survive, and Kai suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood, taking the Supreme Protector by surprise. Even Moraine and Blade Singer snapped their heads toward him, their pupils trembling. What happened? Nexus shouted, holding Kai from falling face front. I thought your injuries were healing. Cough. Cough. Kai rubbed the blood off his mouth, his gaze lost. Nevertheless, there was a glint in his eyes, hidden. The sign of him sensing the vast greatness of perception and the lingering effect of an epiphany. If the day came when he could comprehend the epiphany he had stumbled upon just now, then... I am all right. Kai remarked offhandedly. What happened? I can't recall anything. Nexus eyed Blood Demon oddly, recalling the things he had theorized about him. For a moment, he said nothing, and then he sighed. Sigh. I've become truly old. The old man lamented, smacking his lips. We underestimated him. We both did. I don't understand. Kai's eyes narrowed. As Kai looked at the injured 90th floor contestant, for just the tiniest moment, the thought of killing him rose in his heart. He stomped over that feeling in the very next breath, however. Kai had already found out through chaos that he would need to kill 45th floor contestants or 56th floor contestants from order to fulfill his kill count quota of the second set. If he were to ignore the 24th floor contestants he had killed before his reincarnation, then he had only killed 25th floor contestants of order. And that too recently, during the Deep Sea Showdown. Killing even a 70th floor contestant would instantly let him do away with kill count. Much less needed about a 90th floor one. But this was the 9th floor. So what if the Supreme Protector was injured, looking like a dying old man? Kai could tell that the 90th floor contestant had weakened significantly, his strength falling to the level of a 70th floor contestant. But this strength wouldn't take much time to rise, Kai knew. Kai didn't even know why he was still alive. If he was in Nexus' place, he would have killed everyone by now to prevent others from having second thoughts about attempting something foolish. Who's we? Kai added, his thoughts all over the place. Who did you underestimate? Even Moraine and Blade Singer had crawled toward them by now, putting their ears against the supreme contestant's words. From time to time, they kept glancing at Kai in disgust and loss, but in loss more often than not. Contestant Nexus caressed the helmet of fate and turned his head to his right. Kay, Moraine, and Blade Singer lifted their heads to look in the same direction as well. Beyond the bobbing stern, Kai saw a faint screen of darkness, so vast that it seemed to have no end. It had a dome shape, and it was covering the entire inheritance land within it. Kai and others could even see flashes of light through the dark layer as if there was an intense battle going on within the dome. It was also then Kai's eyes landed on the sky, the faint indigo and blue mixed with a touch of red and orange. The dawn was nigh. Kai's heart suddenly pounded. It was about time he returned, he realized. It's good that Kai was just thinking when his pounding heart stopped. His face became white, his lips dried up, and his entire body faintly trembled in anxiety and confusion. Kai couldn't sense her. Kai couldn't sense his items. Starsea and the earring on her ear, the book, both were lost to him, gone somewhere incredibly far, it felt. And then Kai found another one of his items missing. Celine. Chapter 35, The Demonic Attitude. With so much going on after waking up, and the subsequent matter of lost comprehension, Kai only now felt such vast changes, his memory triggered by the changing hues of the sky. None noticed Kai's odd state, though. Contestant Nexus flicked his hand, creating a screen in front of him. Kai mechanically turned his head to look at it, dazed about what to do and where to look for his irreplaceable items. We underestimated Shadow Lord. Contestant Nexus began, the scene after the explosion appearing on the screen. Pirate Lord Henry Morgan somehow used the energy from the blast to speed up his maturation. At first, we thought he wouldn't be able to copy us and our items. Us here obviously means Nexus and Red Sun. At least not my helmet of fate and his Digimon. We were both right and wrong. As the Supreme Protector let out an exasperated breath, the screen showed them a towering being, wearing a vast, rippling cloak that seemed to have been sewn using shadows. His eyes were deep black and his long white beard swayed left and right as if it was alive. The Shadow Lord. They saw him raising his hands as if he was holding the entire sky, and then 3 cyborg dinosaurs-like beasts sprouted out of the ground covered in shadows, each having a revolver for their left arm. Another convoluted shadow, wearing a shadowy helmet, levitated out of the ground, the very space fluctuating around him. In his hands were a shadow spear and a shield that felt made of earth, but wasn't. From another side, a colossal shadow creature emerged, over 100 feet tall, and the 3 shadow Digimon came to hover around him like planets around the sun. This was Anomaly, the true nightmare. Shadow Lord couldn't copy the items exactly, true enough. Nexus continued, eyeing the shadow creature wearing the dark helmet. But he just created many of us with the strength of 8th floor contestants. The blast had already forced the other Kid Galley, the unknown 7th floor Marine, and Black Pearl out of the inheritance land. He not only got the 10% inheritance but also captured Barbossa and his crew. Interceptor, however, was on the verge of capsizing. Shadow Lord must have sensed Jack Sparrow, for he rushed toward the ship. The screen shook, and another scene appeared. Kai and others saw the towering Shadow Lord emerging out of the shadows on the ship and eyeing everyone with indifference. His gaze landed on Jack Sparrow, but Black Wasp was nearest to the character. An incredible and heart-palpating scene presented itself, then. Shadow Lord pointed his finger at the top-level 70th floor contestant, and shadows rushed at him from all sides, dark veils coming to life. In no time, the shadows covered Black Wasp from head to toe, and then his figure distorted, becoming an ugly shadow creature. It was also then that the Supreme Protector appeared near the Interceptor. Shadow Lord could only create shadow creatures out of non-living things before. Nexus commented. He must have gained some further understanding in the alchemy in this world for him to turn a person into one of his shadow creatures. I tried my best to save the contestants, but this also meant Pirate Lord Henry Morgan's inheritance in this random world would be better than the others with C+ difficulty. This, Nexus left unsaid, though. What about the other 90th floor contestant, Senior? Blade Singer asked, as she was from Order as well. He didn't help. Nexus frowned, clenching his teeth. He is Red Sunday what? Moraine blurted in sheer shock. Red Sun, the leader of the Sun and Moon organization? Red Sun. The 10th-ranked contestant during his tournament of Worth with the theme, Relentless. He is a lunatic. Blade Singer completed the words, her voice shaking. Robin. Even Kay, his thoughts tumultuous, couldn't help but recall the 90th floor contestant he had fooled during his past mission. Why? Why was he acting as a mere protector, then? Red Sun saved Governor Swan and Commodore Norrington somehow. The old man told them. But 20% of inheritance wasn't enough for him. I don't know why, but he couldn't find Elizabeth Swan. Not when getting attacked by my 2 copies, and 3 shadow Digimon blasting him from all sides. There are still a few hours to the inheritance land's end. And Red Sun is indeed relentless. Kai couldn't savor the flavor of Red Sun's illogical strength for long. The screen trembled again, showing the scene of a beaten and bleeding Supreme Protector running away, bringing the Interceptor with him. And just behind him was the Shadow Lord, surrounded by countless shadow creatures. Suddenly, Kai saw something that made him tremble, his blood boiling in his veins. Shadow Lord reached out with a vast shadowy claw and snatched a person off the ship. She was a young lady, with wet golden hair and an earring in her left ear. The moment the Shadow Lord grabbed her, a mass of white-silver mist followed her as well. Who was that? Blade Singer exclaimed, narrowing her eyes. This I couldn't tell, either. Nexus mumbled, licking his lips. I did hear Shadow Lord say something. Unnatural life form, yes. It was also then that he gave up the pursuit, and I got the chance to bring you guys out of the inheritance land. Cold coursed through Kai's veins with bubbling ferocity. He pushed himself to his feet, his eyes bloodshot. Afro's Taki and Mora's aim appeared in his hands and Kai stepped toward the hull, stumbling and limping. She was with you? Nexus exclaimed, his old eyes giving off a profound glint. If I knew. She's as good as gone, kid. Don't attempt something crazy. The moment you were to step on the island, you would die. That is not a battlefield where a mere ant like you can crawl onto. Kai listened and ignored the image of a book, his power, appearing and vanishing in his mind. She is mine. Moraine looked at the girl on the screen and then at Kay, her thoughts unknown. Blade Singer frowned as well, agreeing with the old man. Moreover, the Supreme Protector looked incredibly furious. But, unseen by Moraine and Blade Singer, the helmet of fate resting on his lap had given out a faint golden shine. Once more, Nexus was using the same skill through which he had let all contestants know of his presence. This time, however, the skill was directed only toward Kai. Your Imperial Excellency. The 90th floor contestant's words rang in Kai's mind like his telepathy. Senior, you are a reincarnated descendant of the Emperor. Must you lose your sense over a mere girl? Kai suddenly paused. 1,000 hearts, 10,000 probabilities. By now, contestant Nexus had indeed made some guesses about Kai's origin. With his experience, only the direct descendant of the Emperor bloodline could show a hint of Conqueror's hockey so early in the Primordial Tower after the resurrection. Not just anyone could ignore the restrictions of thresholds, Nexus knew. Only these kinds of contestants, the promised kings, could even breathe the power of Supreme, to begin with. Nexus was over 90% sure that his guess was right. Not only that, but his guess had also birthed more theories. The Supreme Protector, too, had heard of the 5-crowned prince. He, too, was interested in knowing what exactly could interest 18th floor existences. When he brought Blood Demon into the picture, And because this second set contestant was from Chaos, it made this 90% go infinitely near to the 100%. Who in the entire Primordial Tower would even believe that Blood Demon possessed the color of the Supreme not because of the Emperor bloodline, but because he was Kai of House Stormburn? No one. Only the conquerors could see through the color of the Supreme. Rest were unworthy. And this was when people didn't know about Kai having not one but two haki. As Nexus didn't know about Kai's observation haki, the kings didn't know about his conqueror's haki. The day when these two facts were to come to light, would be the day when earth-shattering changes would happen in the Primordial Tower. The Supreme Protector's theory related to Kai was also the reason for him to stake out everything to save him. However, that wasn't the only reason. Kai's mind had already gone blank after seeing his items getting snatched by someone. He turned around and his dead gaze landed on Nexus as if he was eyeing the most stupid person he had ever looked at. And then he spat, "You are weak." Moraine and Blade Singer's eyes popped out. Everyone who heard Kai gasped, anger flashing across their eyes as they heard their savior being called a weak person. Only Nexus' eyes trembled. "You are weak." These were the same words Red Sun had said to him before he left the Inheritance Land, the Supreme Protector remembered. In a world where killing and massacring were a common sight, where no one cared about anyone but themselves. Was thinking of others, saving innocents, and doing something right so wrong? So wrong that they would label him as weak? Nexus had never questioned his methods before, believing in himself and his acts. Now, however, hearing the same words from a reincarnated emperor's descendant made his heart tremble. "How dare you?" Blade Singer fumed, her eyes burning. "Take those words back." Kai didn't even look at her. With one last gaze at Nexus, he threw himself off the ship, jumping into the sea with a resounding splash. This was his attitude. And only his attitude was demonic. So what if the threat was beyond him? All he needed was one reason to take on the risk. And the book was the most prominent reason Kai could ever have. If he were to just run away, giving up on his hard-earned power, without even trying, then what right would he have to call himself a demon? "Hey!" Kai sneered, scalding heat coursing through his veins as Golduck Kai came into existence. With one powerful kick and flick of his tail, he threw himself toward the Inheritance Land, entering the Dark Dome. Over at Interceptor, Moraine eyed the ripples under seawater vanishing beyond the dark covering around Inheritance Land. Blade Singer was still breathing hard, blood dripping off her chin. Humphrey. What an idiot. She didn't have a habit of speaking so much. But Kai's remark had brought out her fury. Even her voice had a sword-like edge, cutting through the hearts. Go die. Just who the hell he thinks he is? The Supreme Protector, too, was looking at the disappearing ripples, and he had seen much more. Even the strange transformation. Contestant Nexus opened his weary heart. His voice was only for Moraine and Blade Singer, entering the ladies' ears and hearts like the most powerful boom of heavenly thunder. He is the Five-Crowned Prince. Chapter 36, The World of Shadows, Red Sun's transformation, and Moraine's call for help. This world had become the realm of shadows. Dark, dense clouds were hammering sinister bolts of lightning at the land. The wind had gained an ominous aura, howling like a hungry wolf upon seeing the prey. Among the dying screams of half-dead contestants, one could hear the pelting of rain, silent but heavy. And thousands of shadow creatures prowled the land, killing, ripping, and tearing off the very flesh of the living. This was the true appearance of an Inheritance Land of C+ difficulty. Kai could feel himself cut off from the world outside the dome's dark boundaries. This world had no place for him. So what if he had glitch? So what if he had mastered the art of selfless breathing? So what if he possessed a will like none other before him? This world could show disdain to these all. Yet Kai still came, his eyes bloodshot but brimming with a defying glint. He would not and could not lose his power. Not again. Come hell or high water. Golduck Kai lunged out of the water, wielding Afro's Taki and Morass aim. He lifted his head and eyed the entire island of Port Royal. It was like he had arrived in some strange land, having its own hideous environment within the dome's boundaries. Kai saw a gigantic shadow, over 100 feet tall, surrounded by 3 humongous beast-like shadow creatures. The beasts were further backed by more shadow creatures. Kai recognized the shadow copies of the Protectors. But only one of the 2 Supreme Protectors' copies was among them, unlike the scene he had seen on the screen on Interceptor. The other one was missing. Dead, perhaps. Kai hoped. This group of insanely powerful creatures was fighting with a cyborg dinosaur, with a giant revolver for a left arm. Even from afar, Kai could sense its ferocity as it roared and pummeled at the heads of the shadow creatures using the revolver's barrel. Yet, he could also see the dimming of energy surrounding its mechanical wings that were letting it fly so high. A clear sign of mana running out. A Digimon. Kai recalled the name. It's on its last breath. Bang bang. Suddenly, 2 successive bangs rang out, and a shadow Digimon's head exploded. Kai snapped his head away from the real Digimon and looked over it. Who else could it be but Robin, the 90th floor contestant, codenamed Red Sun? However, this Robin didn't look like Robin from before. Not at all. The same contestant, who had given an impression of an overgrown child with a loose white t-shirt and blue shorts, was now clad in a long, crimson trench coat with a high collar, assorted straps, and black buttons. Underneath his coat, he was wearing form-fitting dark pants and knee-high combat boots. GIF 1, and Kai could even see the distinct glint of light amber-colored glasses in front of his eyes. Even Robin's red hair had lengthened, becoming blonde, and looked like needles standing on their ends. The most striking was the origin of those cannon-like bangs. In Robin's right hand, there was a long, silver revolver, its barrel as long as half a hand. A loud boom rang in the atmosphere every time Red Sun fired it, exploding the head of a shadow creature. Image 1, such marksmanship. Kai was impressed. To which world do his powers belong? Item M had mentioned no such getup and revolver. Suddenly, both Robin and his Digimon moved out of sight, forced by the shadow creatures, letting Kai see what lay beyond them. It was then his eyes stirred. It was then his mind went blank. High in the sky, surrounded by shadow creatures, was Shadow Lord. His long, white beard was swaying in the wind like a banner, and there was a large cloak of shadows over him that rippled like it was the black wind itself. But it wasn't the sight of Shadow Lord that had constricted Kai's pupils. Shadow Lord's large hand was resting on a head, almost gripping it like a ball. This head belonged to none other than the book's character, Cersei Lannister. Kai couldn't see it clearly, but what he felt made his breathing quicken. A layer of blackness was crawling up Cersei's body from her toes, reaching up to her neck. And it was still going up. Kai didn't know why, but he had a feeling that once Cersei fully became a shadow creature, he would lose his ownership of the book as well. It was almost like him giving the Philosopher's Stone to Jack Sparrow, transforming their status from artifacts to objects of the timeline. A low growl came out of his throat like that of a beast, his breath gaining a touch of bloody mist. Kai didn't see Celine anywhere, but he had sensed her. She was alive, and she could handle herself, he knew. It was time to call her back. The moment Kai's eyes landed on Cersei, her blurry green eyes also saw the blue-skinned demon. 2 teardrops fell from the corner of her eyes, making her shut her eyes tight. It was also when Shadow Lord opened his dark eyes and looked at Kai. Kill him. 2 words, and he gave no more attention to the puny creature. All the shadow creatures, other than that were attacking Red Sun, howled and rushed toward the docks where Kai was. However, it wasn't them who neared Kai first. Kai snapped his head back and looked at the red and silver dot flying toward him. Moraine the Elegant landed behind him on the dock, and her helmet folded back, letting her long blue hair fall like a serene waterfall. Her face, though, was full of tiredness and bleakness. Yet, Kai saw a burning glint in her blue eyes, a resolve like never before. The moment Moraine's feet landed on the docks with a mechanical clink, she staggered and fell. Her eyes never left the sight of Golduke, the shock apparent on her face. "Are you the 5-crowned prince?" she asked, gulping, her look expectant. Kai said nothing, his eyes still remembering the blackness covering Cersei. "I know you are," Moraine mumbled, drawing large breaths. "I want to believe you are him, blood demon. Help me. Only you can help me." Kai looked down at her and contemplated if he should kill her. He couldn't afford another variable in this fight. Not when the chances of getting the book back were already almost. "I don't keep friends," Kai told her. And she wasn't worthy of becoming his slave. This, he left unsaid. No blessing of the old ones could come close to the monstrous transformation that blessings of deep ones bestowed upon contestants. Item S had the potential to surpass the level of supreme protectors with her Hellspawn blessing. What right did Moraine the Elegant with wings of grim butterfly have to garner Blood Demon's attention? "My armor," Moraine said as if she knew she would be rejected. "You need it, Blood Demon." "You do. I will give it to you." Kai's heart stirred. The shadow creatures were coming at him from all around, like a tide of beasts, howling and roaring. He did need armor, letting him rush past them. Moreover, killing Moraine would send her armor back to her inventory, and as she was of chaos, he couldn't attempt looting her items as well. Kai's grip on his swords tightened. "State your terms." Moraine pushed herself to her feet, gasping for breath. She had used what little mana she had left for coming here. Now, her mind was going dizzy, losing the sense of time and place. But her words were ready. "Promise me one instance of help, and this armor is yours," Moraine said, looking into Kai's hazel pupils, her eyes moving from his face to the mind jewel on his forehead. "Promise it on Chaos. This armor is already gone." Moraine's chuckle cut into Kai's words. Even now, in her half-dead state, the protector looked as stunningly elegant as she had to Kai the first time they had met. Yes, you are right. She sneered. But you need it more than I do. What a cunt. Kai cursed, his chest heaving up and down. Very well. He nodded. But I will not bet my life over your nonsense. Good enough for me. Moraine nodded back. The moment Kai and Moraine swore oaths on chaos, the half-broken armor folded unto itself and fell on the dock as a metallic suitcase. Moraine kicked the item toward him as hard as she could, sending it toward Kai. Kai let his swords hover by his side and his vision burned with the sense of power he was feeling from the Iron Man armor. He put his feet into the suitcase and pulled it up. Gif 2, metallic clicking rang around him as the armor covered his entire body, except for the part below his left elbow and around his waist. This missing waist part also let his long, powerful tail out, giving it ample space to move. The moment the helmet covered his face, a dense burst of power exploded within Chi, forcing him to draw a sharp breath. Kai clenched his fingers and looked at the item's stats. Item, Iron Man Mark V Suit Grade, Uncommon Specification. The Mark V, also known by its names as the Football and Suitcase Armor, is an emergency suit, and was the fifth Iron Man armor designed and created by Tony Stark. It is the first armor to feature a new portable system that can fold itself into a briefcase and be deployed for use in civilian areas. Requirement, 1. Intelligence, 22. Stamina, 15-3. And ability attributes, 1. Armor class, Basic Iron Man Suit 2. Armor type, Emergency Suit 3. Armor color, red and silver 4. Armor height, 6 feet. Item effect, 1. Strength plus 3-2. Agility plus 3-3. Perception plus 3-4. Defense plus 5 skill, Repulsor's skill requirement, not applicable. Skill effect, 1. Consume 0.1 magic point per second to fire a continuous charge of energy through the repulsors at the palms and soles of the armor. 2. Consume 10 MP to fire short bursts of energy through hand-mounted repulsors. 3. Consume 50 MP to fire a unibeam through a chest-mounted repulsor. Warning, the consumption of MP doubles with every 100 meters of altitude. The suit's effect and skill are subjected to fluctuations underwater. Quality, 43%, a mid-level uncommon grade item. Kai felt power coursing through his veins, and his eyes behind the helmet slit up. There was no eye interface in this item, but with the contestant's perception, there was not much need for it, either. Add me to your party. Moraine demanded, claymore appearing in her hands. My code name is Blue Wind. Kai still had 2 empty slots in his party, the other 2 belonging to Item M and Item S. As much as he disliked allotting one of them to Moraine, he did do it, anyway. Kai gave Moraine one last look, and then turned, metal clinking all over him. He lifted his left hand and grabbed Afro's Taki. More Aizen kept hovering around him, thrumming with pleasure. GRR. Oh. Rare. Seeing the murderous tide coming at him, Kai threw another HP capsule in his mouth but got only 50% of its value because of the 3-hour limitation. Then he closed his eyes. Everything vanished for him. Moraine's gaze at his tall back, all worries and random thoughts, Red Sun's powerful image, and the shadow beasts. Everything but one. His obsession. Power. Who in this world could take away his power? Who could hold what belonged to him and not turn to ashes? Who? Hiss. Dense blood flames whistled out of Kai's mouth, engulfing his armored figure like fire over a metallic wooden log. Kai had felt such strength before. A strength resulting from Little Warhorn and Titan's buff, when he had fought with Akaza. But was it enough? The repulsors at his right palm, his soles, and his chest shone blue as he poured mana into them. From the soles of his feet, and hidden by the flashes, a white-silver mist entered Kai, burning with anger. And then his eyes snapped open, bloodshot and merciless. Explode. Kai hissed, his voice mechanical, shooting himself toward the incoming shadowy army. My instincts. Chapter 37, All Out. The wood under his metallic boots exploded as Kai's new armor fired bursts of energy, firing him toward the incoming army. There was a madness about Kai's eyes, a zeal like never. An obsession. He would kill them all. He would slaughter the entire world before losing his power, the power that belonged to him. The power of Iron Man suit's repulsors was such that with one lunge, it brought him into the thick of the shadow army. The shadow creatures, copies of none but contestants, attacked Kai from all around with skills, items, and an ability here and there, hacking at him. The world went silent for Kai. Selfless breathing. The blood flames roared, and Kai's swords blurred. Wherever they passed, heads flew as if they didn't like their bodies anymore. It didn't even feel like Kai was looking at where he was slashing. It was just an instinct. More Aizen hacked to his right. No one was there. But just as it felt like Kai had gone mad, hacking at nothing but air, a shadow creature landed in More Aizen's path as if he had just decided to put his neck against the blade. The head separated. He is. Behind K, Moraine's mouth hung open, her entire body shaking as a taut string flicked vigorously. Still, she was a protector, a mid-level 6th floor contestant, ranked 67 in the Tournament of Worth with survival theme. Moraine's hand flicked, taking out several capsules. She threw them in her mouth. A powerful shout thundered from her throat, wings of grim butterflies sprouting from her back. I am. The world turned gray as she brandished the claymore in her hands, every flutter of her wings shattering space and yokai around her. Moraine. The elegant. Kai suddenly turned to the left, slithering with his eyes wide. From his right, Moraine walked out. It looked like she was strolling through a park. Wherever Moraine passed by, the world shattered. It was then a helmet appeared on her head. It had the colors of bronze, and there was an ancientness about it. For the first time, Kai's eyes trembled as he sensed an absurdly powerful item around him. Even Red Sun, who had already sensed the puny existence, glimpsed at the helmet, a shiver running down his spine. Red Sun snapped his head back, looked at the scene outside the dome's boundaries, and his eyes narrowed so thin that they looked like needles. Out of the inheritance land, there was a ship. Interceptor. On that ship, heads were piled up together. There was Inshui User's head. Shinken Blue's head. Blade Singer's head. The Supreme Protector's head. This. Just what happened after contestant Nexus had mumbled out that Kai was the five-crowned prince? Air, water, earth, and fire roared around Moraine as she hacked at the shadow creatures, separating their limbs from their bodies. Kai's repulsors fired along with her, dancing at the same rhythm. With every next shot, he slithered faster, hacked faster, and advanced faster. Not fast enough. Kai's mind shook. The 3 unassigned attribute points added to his agility, then, bringing it to a whopping 32 with the help of Iron Man armor's effect. 32. It wasn't just a number. It was the speed in itself. The moment those 3 points entered his agility, Kai felt like the entire world had slowed down for him. Ha ha. A laugh escaped his throat. The blood flame soared even higher, squeezing out as much power as possible, enhancing his strength and agility even more. From above, one could see a speck of blood point, slithering through the blackness with such a speed that eyes teared up. Wherever this blood point passed, the blackness melted, becoming gray and white. A hammer appeared in Kai's vision, coming from his blind spot. And then a hammer did come, the very air folding under its might. Moraine's eyes widened. The helmet of fate on her head shone gold, and the earth shuddered under her feet. Too late. The hammer was just too fast, the power of shadow creature wielding it already surpassing that of a top-level 6th floor contestant. Earth spikes shot out of the ground, piercing the creature's vast chest. But the hammer landed on Kai's head as well, and passed through it. It was just an afterimage. Kai appeared above the creature, the soles of his feet bursting with power. With a monstrous thin, Afro-sticky beheaded the monster, its head tumbling down, falling on the shadow hammer. Then the mana churned even more. The repulsors of Iron Man's suit burst out with a continuous charge, sending Kai flying into the air. All the shadow creatures sprouted bat-like wings and chased him, some even appearing in front of him in an instant. Moraine still had to come out of the shock of Kai's surviving that blow. Her pupils contracted and then she lunged toward Kai, the helmet of fate letting her fly. Kai slithered midair, passing through the creatures like wind through the water. Suddenly, a dwarf shadow creature appeared in front of Kai, its dark, hollow eyes blurring in and out of existence. The shadow copy of contestant aloof. These shadow creatures weren't as strong as Black Wasp, but they still had entered the boundary of the 70th floor contestants. Ah! Kai shouted and rushed at the dwarf creature. Alas! Some gaps weren't that easy to be closed up using items alone. Boom! Kai's blurry figure got sent back with twice the monstrous speed he had flown. With a bang, he struck the ground, rubble and dust flying everywhere. Cough! Kai coughed out a mouthful of blood, his entire body feeling the power of a telekinetic blow. Mora Same hummed to Kai's side, asking to let herself loose. Kai threw himself into the air once again. No other shadow creature approached him anymore, as if the dwarf creature was enough to hold him back. Don't! Kai mumbled, throwing 3 MP capsules in his mouth. Underestimate me. Kai outstretched his right hand, put his feet at an odd angle, and all the repulsors got fired at the same time. Kai became a red, silver, and blue disc, spinning furiously as he neared the dwarf creature. The shadow creature's eyes again shone, ready to inflict another more powerful blow. It was then that the long blue tail, the mass of muscles, gave out a binding silver light. Iron tail. It didn't end in silver, though. The color kept becoming denser and denser until it glowed black. The disc of destruction. The telekinetic blow came, got hacked by the disc of destruction, and then the black arc landed on the dwarf. The creature shattered at the mere touch. Kai's disc of destruction seemed to have no limit, the continuous charge of repulsors increasing his spinning rate with every second. No matter who came in front of him got hacked into. Some shadow creatures even tried to approach him from above, but the moment they moved, it was as if Kai already knew their intentions. The disc of destruction felt like it had a mind of its own. For 10 seconds. It raged the skies, pieces of shadow creatures falling like black rain. It was just that this skill consumed Kai's HP. Kai returned to look like a decent living being and flew toward Shadow Lord. Suddenly, 3 more creatures appeared in front of him. One had exaggeratedly long limbs, the shadow copy of Blade Singer. The other had armor just like his, and in his hands was a claymore. Its entire body was giving out a 7-colored glow. It was the shadow copy of Moraine. The last one was a twisted shadow that seemed to wear a high-collared black coat. Black Wasp, the top-level 70th floor contestant. It was no shadow creature. Black Wasp's genuine body had been transformed by Shadow Lord using alchemy. Kai's expression was dead. Blade Singer's copy and Moraine's copy lunged at Kai from the right and left. Black Wasp's body glowed yellow, and he blurred, coming at Kai from the front. Kai threw himself to Moraine's copy, dodging the claymore, and slammed into the creature's chest. Both Afro's Taki and Morassame stabbed themselves into its body, going deeper than ever. Blade Singer's copy screamed shrilly, its long limbs almost hacking at Kai's defenseless back. Selene shot out of Kai's back like a silver phantom. She was powerless against these creatures that had no soul, but there were still many things she could do. Her third eye shot open, a blood drop dripping off its corner. Blade Singer's copy stiffened as if a higher power had frozen it in midair. Selene slithered herself around its neck and started blathering in its ears, making it tremble. Lunatic corruption. Both Blade Singer's copy and Moraine's copy exploded simultaneously, becoming black raindrops. All this took only 2 moments to happen. But all this had been done with Kai not caring about Black Wasp. It was as if he had given up on his fate, the fatal threat of a top-level 70th floor contestant. No. Black Wasp felt even stronger than before. The yellow shadowy figure had already come near Kai, its agility surpassing the count of 32 Kai had come to know recently. Suddenly, a figure appeared between Kai and Black Wasp. In Moraine's right hand, the claymore's 2 edges were fluctuating as sharp air circulated it. In her left hand, there was a round earthen shield, shining bronze. On her body, there was an armor of fire, with a layer of water underneath it. On her back, the wings of the grim butterfly were larger than ever. The repulsor on Kai's souls fired, and he flew around Moraine and Black Wasp without giving her a fleeting look. Behind Kai, a massive boom rang out, a defying scream, and an earth-shattering burst of power. Nothing could make him look back. It was then a creature appeared in front of Kai whose power he couldn't even measure. Chapter 38, She Is Mine. The newly arrived obstruction was a colossal cyborg dinosaur beast, over 30 feet tall, and its giant revolver was pointed at Kai. With a bang, it fired 3 shadowy bursts. There was a time when Kai had looked at red meteors, wondering about their absurdness. There was a time when he had wondered what it would be like have such a power of his own. There was a time when he had asked himself, what would it be like facing such an attack? If he didn't do something, then he would soon know the answer. With the power that was infinitely nearer to the 8th floor, these black meteors felt like heralds of doom. Kai had never been so sure of death. Not when he could see it coming at him, spinning round and round. To left. To left. Move to the left. Go there and you will survive. Instincts were roaring in Kai's mind. Thoughts follow those instincts, sending electrical signals to his muscles. Not fast enough. He was just not fast enough. He knew what to do, and how to survive, but even with 32 agility, his body refused to move. Morassame. Kai roared and the cursed sword blurred, slashing at none but her master. Strength, stamina, perception, and agility. The little war horn added 5 points to each, and the still world stagnated even more in Kai's eyes. The first of those shadow bullets had already come close enough to Kai to make him feel hot through the Iron Man Mark V armor. To the left. Kai's body blurred as if the entire world had shifted to the right. The shadow bullet passed by inches away from his helmet, and it shattered, metallic pieces sparking, falling off the armor. The second and third bullets also arrived, and the world shifted once more in Kai's eyes with another thought. They couldn't even scratch him this time. Boom. A black mushroom cloud erupted behind Kai, and it was also then his long hair fell out of the armor, the entire world gawking at the sight. His hair had lengthened, becoming redder than red. The white sclera of his eyes had become black, and his hazel pupils had gained a dark, bloody color. All over Golduck Kai's blue face, one could see cursed runic marks running up and down. There was no humanity about this person. Kai Stormburn was a demon to the core. The mind jewel on his forehead flashed, and Kai blurred. At the same time, The colossal shadow Digimon blurred as well. Both appeared in the middle. And then Kai rushed past it, the beast's head tumbling down like a piece of a log cut down by a chainsaw. For the first time, Shadow Lord opened his eyes and gave another look to Kai, and at his demonic appearance. His grip over Circe's head tightened. "Ah!" she screamed. "She is mine." Kai growled, looking at the earring, and sensing the acceleration of shadows on Circe's body. That was her last scream, for the shadows had crawled up to her nose now. Kai felt a tug at his heart. Time was running out. It was then that a shadow creature appeared in front of Kai that shouldn't have. Not on this battlefield. This shadow creature had a black helmet on its head, a copy of the Supreme Protector, from the time when he was still alive. There was no thought, no instinct. This wasn't an opponent Kai could take on even with the absurdly piled-up attribute points. The Iron Man armor, Little Warhorn, and his instincts had let him take on shadow creatures with the strength of 70th floor contestants. But that was only because they had almost no intelligence. Kai was their natural enemy, especially with his battle experience. Yet, this shadow creature had the true strength of an 80th floor contestant. And everything failed against raw power, eventually. Contestant Nex's copy flicked his hands, and a miniature world-ending hurricane materialized in front of Kai. The hurricane slammed right into his chest. Bang! Kai became the red meteor he had so admired and struck the earth with such a bang that everything exploded around the impact. "Hey! Weak! Whose voice is it?" Kai asked himself, his mind going blank. "Who is calling me weak? You know why you are weak, don't you? Power. You lack true power, demon." "I lack power. Do you know your mother begged me to not kill you? Do you know why?" "Hey." She knew how weak you were. "Your own mother pitied you. She pitied me. One with beast? So what? You lack power, Kai Stormburn. You will never have it. I will never." Boom. "Let someone snatch my power." "Ah." Kai's figure floated up, shaking and trembling. His long, red hair swayed in the black wind, and the cursed marks in his eyes fluctuated like ripples in water. But it was the blood flames around him that experienced the change. Yes. He was weak, Kai realized. But this weakness wasn't because of his attribute points. It was because of his body. If his body had been stronger, he could have squeezed out more power in the 30 minutes of selfless breathing. He could be more powerful. Kai's flesh dried up, and the skin on his face got stuck to the bones as if there was no flesh underneath it, too. His entire body shook, squeezing the last drop of power, and eating away his flesh. Drip. Drip. The ethereal blood flames gained substance, becoming liquid, and rained down on Kai himself. A red color fell upon his swords and they looked like blood swords, power rippling along their blades. Kai's entire body became a mummy as he pushed his limits to the extreme. And beyond. Then one more transformation occurred. The blue of his skin became black, and his tail vanished. A tattered black cloak manifested around him, becoming one with the Iron Man armor. A chilly breath melted within the blood flames. The evilest and vilest creature known across the multiverse had presented itself to this world. Up in the air, Red Sun had gone silent. His very heart was shuddering since his eyes had fallen upon Kai's transformation after using Little Warhorn. That existence had shown him an image. That image was exactly like that of Kai, with red hair and red pupils. The five-crowned prince. Moraine threw herself at Black Wasp again, her left hand missing. Her eyes stared at Demeter K, a horrifying, hideous, heaven-defying guest surfacing in her heart. 3 heads and 6 arms materialized on his body, space shattering under his feet. It was then Demeter Kai's demonic eyes landed on the Supreme Protector's body. In the next moment, he appeared behind it. And then he continued shooting up, heading toward Shadow Lord. Behind him, Contestant Nexus's copy fell apart, sliced into hundreds of pieces. First transformation, 3-headed Vritra. Red Sun wasn't someone who lost the sense of time mid-fight. However, it did happen. His heart just couldn't take the realization. And with this, another fact appeared in his mind. He had been wondering how the kid was just dodging and slaughtering the shadow creatures all over. At that time, he had guessed it as a hidden skill of iron armor, added later by some means. Now, however, he knew what it was. Contestant Shadow Origin had told him about doing those things to him, forcing him to swear an oath. It was observation hockey. Red Sun and his Digimon, Rise Greymon, were fighting his own copy and the 2 other Shadow Digimon. The moment his heart shook, creating a gap between his onslaught, the colossal shadow copy of Red Sun disappeared. Kai was just 100 meters away from Starsea, from the earring, from the book. From his power. He could see Shadow Lord's indifferent gaze, and the world's disdain. Kai cared for nothing. He just needed the book back. It was his. It must be returned to him. It was then Red Sun's copy blurred into existence between him and Starsea, the shadow crawling over her body blinding her eyes, her gaze never leaving Kai's scabbed and dead face. A massive revolver of dozens of feet long barrel appeared in Red Sun's copy's hand, the barrel's tip landing in front of Kai. And the shadow creature fired as it was the most natural act. Bang! The wind blew, rain fell, Robin roared, and Moraine's sword beheaded Black Wasp, her heart shattering as it looked at the scene. Almost as if the space had been torn apart, Kai's entire body below the waist disappeared. It was as if someone had erased it. Red Sun appeared near his copy's head and fired his revolver, forcing it to hold back from firing another shot. But was another shot needed? Everything under his waist had gone, erased by a single shot. Kai's upper body fell, and Moraine's fell along with him. Afro's Taki couldn't be seen anywhere. Master exclamation mark Celine's hisses tore through the space. Over half of her body was missing, and all her eyes were bleeding. With a thud, Kai fell to the ground, and the minor shadow creatures lunged at his broken figure. From above, Red Sun's copy fought through Robin and Rise Greymon, obviously coming at Kai to finish him. Shadow Lord seemed to have labeled him as a greater danger. From another side, the remaining two Shadow Digimon also flew toward Kai, aiming the muzzles of their shadow revolvers at him. Who could save him now? Red had replaced everything for Kai. He couldn't see anything. He didn't know in what state he was, either. There was only one thing on his mind. The Tails of Beetle the Bard was his. And it must be returned to him. Dementor Kai's remaining body stirred under the stunned gazes, as the shadow creatures were just on the verge of tearing and blasting him to pieces. Levitating up, Kai lifted his face and saw Starsea, the shadows almost covering her entire head. He also saw the sneer dancing on Shadow Lord's lips. But in his bloody eyes, there was only one reflection that lingered the most. The earring. Did you see it? You saw, didn't you? Did you see the disgust in your mother's eyes when she died in your arms? Brock. Kai recognized the voice. You were wrong. No one can take away the thing that belongs to me. Not anymore. That book is mine. S.H.E. Kai's hoarse voice echoed far and wide as if the entire world had gone silent. He clenched his fist, his entire body trembling with a never-known ferocity. Shadow Lords, Red Suns, and Moraine's hearts shuddered. Mine. Silence. First, the entire world imploded, all oars gathering at Kai, ethereal ripples of shockwaves converging at one point. And then, as if Kai had become a world, yellow bolts of lightning exploded out of him, engulfing every corner of the inheritance land. Crack. Wherever these bolts of lightning slithered, the shadow creatures melted apart. Moraine was still looking at this scene, dumbfounded when her eyes rolled back in her head. Cracks covered the bodies of the two shadow Digimon. The colossal shadow creature, Red Sun's copy, shuddered, hairline fissures running down on its head and its dark figure. Even Red Sun lost his hold over the revolver in his hands, the amber-colored glasses on his face shattering in tiny shards. The most pathetic was Rise Greymon, for it was a magical beast and it had sensed a primal fear, so vast that it scared him back to the beast ball. Shadow Lord stood up, but his hand didn't leave Starsea's head. It was then it happened. Under the stunned gazes of both Shadow Lord and Red Sun, the entire inheritance land gained a bloody hue, as if reality itself was getting replaced by a foreign world. And then a hiss originated from this new world. No. At first, it indeed felt like the very wind was speaking. But, if one were to listen closely, they would have felt like it was coming from Kai. But Kai wasn't speaking, either. So where did this voice come from? Nan noticed a distinct beat before the voices as if a heart had awakened. A demonic heart. It was this heart that was speaking, using the world as its mouth. I am the blood in my bones. Another explosion occurred from Kai, from his heart, and the bloody hue of the world became corporeal, a demonic cackle echoing to the farthest corners. Chapter 39, Limitless Blood Firmament. It was a vast world, with no perceivable end. Stretched to the distant horizon, there was a layer of blood, like a red ocean without waves, soulless and dead. The sky was unimpressive as well, gray, cloudless, and dull. This world was a painting, colored with immense sadness, pain, and anger. Yet, it was the silence that suffocated the living, the dead, and those who wandered in between the realms. This silence had a chill about it, a weight that pressed upon the chests like the blow of powerful waves. This silence was indeed the life of this world. And this world, this picture, was Kai's inner world. I am the blood in my bones. Limitless blood firmament. Kek. The words rang throughout the world like the most primal chant. But no sound reverberated, and no one heard them. Nor could anyone hear the demonic cackle that had followed those words, the sinister mockery. These words had come like a wind's sigh, The gentlest gale sweeping the dome of skies. These words had also come like a serpent's slither. A hiss. These words had been spoken in parcel tongue. The moment this chant ended, a fathomless ripple originated from Kai's broken figure and the entire world around him disappeared, taken over by blood. Shadow Lord and Starsea, grasped in his right hand, appeared in the sky, hovering several hundred meters above the blood ocean. Red Sun was there, too, fighting off his dwindling senses, his appearance fluctuating between that of a blonde man in a red trench coat and a short, red-haired man in a white t-shirt and blue shorts. Moraine, contestant Blue Wind, was sprawled over the blood layer, wearing the helmet of fate and wielding her claymore. Underneath, the red ocean showed no sign of ripples, as if her existence couldn't make it stir, unworthy. And then there were shadow creatures, who were strong enough to survive the onslaught of Kai's demonic bloodlust, the color of Supreme. Those shadows were Red Sun's colossal copy and Rise Grayman's 2 copies, all shaking like a rope tied across a gusty valley. All of them, living and non-living, were trapped, unwillingly brought under the silent sky. Even their vast strength felt useless and an illusion. In this world, there was a great pillar near these trapped beings. Demeter Kai was hovering at the top of this pillar, looking at the sky in a daze and remembrance. Tears poured down from the corner of his eyes, tracing the rough path over his scabbed face and dead heart. A teardrop fell off his chin and dropped into the blood ocean like a single instance of rain. Drip. The sound tore through the silence, and ripples originated where the tear fell, undulating as if they were alive. Home. Kai's words came out, choking. This was the sky of his original world. This was the only sky he knew, the sky under which he had played, cried, killed, and died. This was his home. Cry not for what is lost, Kai Stormburn. This sky lies in your heart, not in your memories, and we still have people to kill. Keek! Kai brought his dazed eyes down and looked at the being hovering in front of him. More tears welled up in his eyes, but they weren't because of remembrance. The moment he looked at this being, it was like countless swords were stabbing into his eyes, into his body, slashing every single thread of his muscles. It was a very lean figure, over 6 feet tall, and black. Its hands were taller than the supposed proportions, and its fingers were long as well, with claws at their ends. There was no face, either. No mouth. No nose and eyes. Just plain blackness, ancient and alone. The only color it had other than black was yellow, and that too belonged to the figure's knee-length hair. There was no wind in this inner world. Yet, those long, yellow hair were swaying left and right, giving an impression of a banner amid a storm. The tall black figure had no eyes, but Kai could feel it was looking at him, its gaze gentle. It had no mouth either, but he knew it was smiling. Though its presence was cutting into him, Kai felt an immense sense of familiarity echoing from this being into his heart. A connection, deeper than ever and beyond. Kai looked over his shoulder and eyed the hole in the sky, through which a waterfall of blood was falling into the blood ocean, creating no sound and ripples. The moment his eyes fell on the hole, he instinctively touched his chest, feeling something viler and eviler than the vilest and evilest creatures known across the multiverse churning inside him. Alive. Who are you? Demeter Kai hissed, looking back at the black figure, his breath escaping his mouth like a freezing gasp. Where am I? Keek! The black figure cackled and hovered to a stop at Kai's left on the pillar. First, let me take care of these nuisances. It was then Kai's gaze fell upon Shadow Lord, Starsea, and the other shadow creatures. Pirate Lord Henry Morgan's old eyes were trembling as he continued to back up, his gaze moving up from the hole in the sky to the yellow-haired being. There was such a fear on his face that not even the prospect of impending death could have made him show. This was a dread, far surpassing any conceivable thought. As Shadow Lord backed up, he hurled his hands and ordered the vastly powerful 3 shadow creatures to attack the 2 beings standing on the Grey Pillar. Immediately, Red Sun's copy and the 2 Rise Grayman's copies, all with a strength equivalent to 8th floor contestants, charged toward the over 100 feet tall Grey Pillar. Roar. Grrrr. Watch closely, the yellow-haired being hissed for K, lifting its long and lean right arm toward the world in front of them. This is the power of your inner world. This is the power that you must make yours. The being to Kai's left unfurled its clawed hand as if he was holding a ball in his hand. No. It was as if he was beckoning someone or something. And then he slowly raised his entire arm. That which is devoured, will be reborn! The hiss roared, shaking the entire silent world. Rise. Coughing! Hum. A resounding hum reverberated throughout the blood world. The sheet of blood ocean between the Great Pillar and the incoming shadows ripple, before protruding up as if something was rising. Yet this simple rising of the blood layer caused furious ripples in Kai's heart. The size of the blood layer was just too big. So big, in fact, that even the gigantic Rise Grayman's copies felt tiny compared to it. Coughing. A voice boomed throughout the blood world, and this voice was followed by a Pokemon, lunging out of the blood ocean. This was an enormous coughing, over 30 feet in diameter. Streams of blood fell back from its smoking protrusions like rivers through ravines. There was no hint of life in it, only bloodlust. It was a creature reborn to kill, massacre, and slaughter. The yellow-haired being wasn't finished, though. Its arm was still rising as if it wanted to lift the entire sky over its palm. Rise. Golduck exclamation mark boom. A humongous blue-skinned lizard-like creature's head protruded out of the blood ocean, followed by its even bigger body. It was over 100 feet tall, and the will to slaughter in its dead eyes was no less than that of coughing. The moment it came out, it let out a heart-wrenching roar toward the shadow creatures. The giant mind jewel on its forehead shone bloody, and all three creatures stopped midair as if time itself had been frozen. Kai was looking at this scene with his dazed and dumbfounded gaze. His heart was already expecting to hear the next words. Sure enough, the black arm lifted once more, before curling the clawed fingers into a fist in a show of absolute might and power. Rise. Dementor exclamation mark. An icy breath took over everything and everyone, their hope abandoning them forever. Then, a mummified, scabbed hand crawled out of the blood ocean. This hand followed another hand, and then it used the vast blood waves as a platform, pulling out the rest of its body. Calling it gigantic was doing it an injustice. A sinister and hideous presence engulfed the distant corners of the world as over 300 feet tall Dementor hovered 3 inches over the blood ocean, its even longer tattered black cloak billowing behind it like vaster waves. When it breathed, souls shuddered, despair taking over the senses, absolute despair. Keek. This is your inner world, Kai, the yellow-haired being cackled, its hiss is murderous. This is limitless blood firmament. Chapter 40. Spiritual Awakening and Reality Marble, a Multiverse Interdependency. Kai's pupils trembled, but he said nothing and only gawked at the sight, his thoughts unknown. The giant coughing slammed itself into one Rise Greyman's copy, and the giant Golduck's enormous tail shone red and white before it slammed into the other black Rise Greyman shadow creature. Dementor's black cloak fluttered, and with one sweep, it closed the gap between itself and Red Sun's copy. It pressed its mouth on the shadow creature's mouth and sucked. The shadow creatures possessed no soul, but the over 100 feet Red Sun's copy shattered under the might of Dementor's kiss. You are the sword spirit. Kai's hisses came out as a mumble. But reality marbles, Keek. Do you remember what Shinobu had taught you? The sword spirit hissed back. Dementor Kai's eyes shone under the dark hood. A demon slayer's journey is to tap into one's spiritual body, awakening both spiritual power and spiritual pressure. He remembered Shinobu's teachings, hissing out his words. That's why breathing styles are necessary to become demon slayers. Not only do they allow the physical body to transcend the humane limits but also stimulate the spiritual body, allowing the demon slayers to sense its presence. This stimulation is paramount for the birth of the sword spirit. The moment Kai finished his words, his pupils trembled as they had when the insect Hashira had given out this lesson. When the spiritual body awakens inside the subconscious world of a demon slayer, also called the inner world, the sword spirit takes form. Kai continued, eyeing the world-shaking battle of colossal creatures. This is called spiritual awakening. A sword spirit's power is separate from that of its owner. Some say that a sword spirit is ever present in the inner world in one form or another, even before the spiritual awakening. But this has never been confirmed. A demonic cackle cut Kai's hisses short. Keek. Have you realized, then? The sword spirit hissed carelessly. In normal circumstances, and with the rate you were mastering selfless breathing, you would have never sensed my presence. The stimulation had just never been enough. Yet, the moment you pushed your body beyond the discernible boundary of return, both your spiritual power and spiritual pressure got stimulated, awakening me. I have always been in this world, but I couldn't interact with the outside world, the reality. The spiritual awakening lifted a kind of shackles over the inner world, granting me vast powers. But I still couldn't bring you here. Neither your breath nor mana was enough. Not to mention, it didn't seem you were going to live another moment. Kai fell into a rare moment of contemplation. He looked down and saw that his missing body had already regenerated. Sword spirits can bring their wielders into the inner world. Kai hissed, his voice cold and distant. I never got a Nichiren sword, Demon Slayer's color-changing swords, from Verse Fusion Random World. Nor did I have an Asaki, the nameless Zanpakuto which all low-class Shinigami wield, from Bleach World. Both are necessary for the sword spirit to bring me into the inner world as per these two worlds. I am not Ichigo, the main character, who didn't need these initiator's swords because of the hybrid presence of Shinigami, Quincy, and Hollow inside him. But the sword spirit broke out in a fit of mocking cackle as Kai reached the end. However, this laugh was only for Kai, others weren't worthy to hear it. But The yellow-haired being hissed vilely. You are a contestant. You aren't restricted by the laws of a timeline. Your stats assist you as much as they hold you back. This is the power of the Primordial Tower. The concept of the inner worlds is vast enough to surpass timelines, and it is spread across the multiverse. I couldn't pull you in, true enough. So, I did the next best thing. Boom. Golduck's tail shattered the head of a shadow creature, and Kai hissed, you brought yourself out, Keek. Reality marbles are nothing but a projection of inner worlds onto reality, the sword spirit told Kay, repeating what Item had taught him, once. Following the world egg theory, the actualization of a reality marble results from switching the self of the user with the real world while keeping the same boundary. The size of the self and the world is switched, enclosing the world in a small container, called word egg, while the self is expanded. Kai's eyes narrowed, and once again, he looked over his shoulder, giving the hole in the sky a fleeting look. This. He mumbled back. Shouldn't have been enough. True, the black being without a mouth hissed. 3 things made it possible for me to cast this beautiful but grand spell. First, I needed a significant amount of power. You couldn't have given it to me, anyway. Yet, the spiritual awakening bestowed an even greater strength, and this strength was independent of you and your stats. This also means I can never cast a reality marble from my side ever again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of chance. How could mere spiritual awakening grant such vast power to the sword spirit? Kai asked the question to himself inwardly. It was especially so when he could see that this power had already crossed the discernible boundary of third set, even scaring Shadow Lord away from them. What just happened? Kai's heartbeat quickened. What did the sword spirit do? Second, the sword spirit continued, your stimulation had originated from selfless breathing. The discarding of self made it easier for me to project your true self onto reality. This reality marble seemed to have no sense of yourself because you were using the selfless breathing style. It is abstruse, but you can say that if your breathing style had been anything other than that of selfless, then this casting of reality marble would have failed. Kai knew what was to follow. Third, he hissed, adding his own brilliance to the sword spirit. The third thing was facelessness. Second, contrast, the quintessential conversion of inner selves! A sound entered Kai's ears as if the sword spirit had licked its lips, an image of a long, snake-like tongue manifesting in his mind. Keek. The world constantly attempts to crush the reality marbles, the sword spirit hissed, chuckling. The moment I projected yourself onto reality, I forced the reality marble to discard itself once again. Otherwise, even with the powers granted by spiritual awakening, it wouldn't have been possible to maintain the reality marble for so long. It's ironic, right? The Primordial Tower allowed us to cast such vast magic, however, none of the 3 things that made it possible belong to the systems. By now, Kai had calmed down, the anxiety in his heart vanishing bit by bit. He could see Cersei's transformation had stopped a long time ago. This, too, added to his calmness. You were listening, Kai hissed, looking to his left, into the eyes of the eyeless being. You have always been listening. Keek. I quite like that girl, Cersei, the sword spirit cackled. It took a step forward, almost stepping off the pillar's edge, and outstretched its long hands. I know you are wondering why the spiritual awakening generated such absurd amount of power, right? I also know you must have guessed the answer by now. So, what do you think of it? What do you think of the power that you have thought you would never obtain? Not for a long time. What do you think of this multiverse interdependency? An interdependency between mana and breath, the primordial laws. Indeed, only such an illogical and almost impossible conjoining of laws, and 2 primordials, could have given birth to such power. But what was the extent of this power? No matter how shocked, Kai couldn't help but thought of this question. As Kai looked at the swaying yellow hair of the sword spirit, and heard the ever-growing demonic cackle, Item's words rang in his mind inadvertently. Each Shinigami carries a Zanpakuto, and each Zanpakuto is unique. The fallen priestess of Haster had told him. The Zanpakuto, or the sword spirit, are reflections of its wielder's power and soul, and sentient beings unto themselves. These beings can vary in appearance, and have distinct personalities, which are similar to their owners. Similar to their owners. Similar to their owners. It was then the sword spirit turned around, its demonic laugh vanishing. Still, when it hissed, there was a murderous vileness about it that refused to go away. It was like a bloody taste that lingered in the mouth, after devouring a creature alive. You asked for my identity, my name, the faceless being hissed. Are you worthy? So what if you are Kai Stormbrun? So what if you're a genius? Are you worthy enough to wield me and slaughter your way up? Are you? Bang. A tremendous bang rang in Kai's mind, and blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth. He staggered back, almost falling off the pillar. I have linked the concepts of the spiritual awakening from VF World and Bleach Random World with the reality marbles from the Fate Random World, the sword spirit hissed, its voice like the edge of a sword. This means, unless you have the power to cast a reality marble by yourself, you won't be able to come here. This is your opportunity, Kai Stormburn. And perhaps the last as well. If you can know my name, then my power will belong to you. I will help you in your obsession with obtaining power. Otherwise. Kai said nothing, his bloodshot eyes under the sinister hood asking all the questions for him, showing his resolve. The mouthless sword spirit seemed to sneer at this sight. This reality marble is your inner world, it said, its hisses gaining an ancient air. The inner world is yourself. This reality marble is me as well. I will give you an opportunity to comprehend the true essence of this reality marble, Kai Stormburn. One opportunity. If you can understand it, learning my name, right here and now before the time runs out for us, then it will be your serendipity. If not, then not only you will lose the book, but you will also lose your claim over my assistance. Dare you accept it? Dare you face this difficulty of my standards, our standards? Or would you prefer running away as you had before, leaving your mother's corpse at the mercy of Brock Valhart? Anger. Pure wrath boiled inside Kai's heart, shaking his entire body. The end of his long, white hair under the cloak glowed yellow, his eyes burning, his breath quickening like that of a predator in heat. Comprehensions, by nature, were spontaneous. None could force them upon oneself. This wasn't just difficult, anymore, for even difficulties gave the impression of success. Not of absolute failure. The sword spirit didn't even look at Kai. It had put its hands behind its back, eyeing the distant horizon beyond the puny existences as if it had done so for countless ages. There was an extremely archaic presence about the sword spirit's stance that felt like billions of beings were prostrating under it, looking up at it with reverence. Kai shut his eyes, and then snapped them open. With a trembling step, he approached the sword spirit, and stopped to its right, his back tall. He drew a sharp breath and looked at the sky. The sky of his home. Only fools think running away from difficulties brings happiness, Kai hissed, his gaze burning with desire. No. This shit follows you everywhere you go. Like a fucking shadow. Letting yourself fall into the darkness of self-pity is a solution. A weak, temporary solution. But if you want to grow, ascending toward the peak of absolute power, then there is only one way. Face the difficulty, no matter its size and nature, and crush it, rip it from the roots and burn it to ashes. Only take the next step when you have made sure that not even the faintest shadow has been left alive behind you. This is my demonic attitude. Kai's tongue slithered out and ran over his decayed mouth. I will take on this opportunity. Otherwise. Kai hissed, completing the sentence which the sword spirit had left unsaid. Otherwise, ashes to ashes and dust to dust! The yellow-haired being gave Kai a look before lifting its right hand and pointing upward. It was then that the blood world stirred. It was then the sky changed color. Chapter 41, The True Essence of Kai's Reality Marble, 1, Oxycron, the virus that had brought doom to Kai's original world. Nothing could come close to the annihilation caused by that virus. The more Kai learned, his knowledge advancing beyond the common logic, the better he understood the sheer absurdness of that virus. And, yes, the hopelessness of humanity. That, too, he had came to learn soon enough. The true disaster hadn't lied in the mutation it had brought into the beasts and flora and fauna. It had lied in the rate at which the human species had succumbed to its evil might. In only years, just enough to call them overnight, over 90% of the population had melted away in the river of time. Researchers said that the disappearance of only 20% of the human population in those times could collapse civilization, bringing the world to its knees. One couldn't even properly imagine the consequences of this number becoming 90%. Only later did the ancient blood essence cultivators discover the miraculous power of blood residing within the mutated beasts. If it wasn't for that, humanity had all but gone extinct. It was due to this that even after hundreds of years, only a projection of the past had survived. And this projection was dominated by the hints of two civilizations, European and Chinese. Kai's original world had incorporated the dwindling shadows of these two civilizations. Where the pieces of European civilization prevailed among the common people, letting them create a new life centered on it, the ashes of Chinese civilizations got fully assimilated by the blood essence cultivators, hoping to reach the divine. Even during Kai's childhood, exploring and finding the vanished civilizations was daring, but the most sought after, passion. With Kai's lifestyle and the burden on his shoulders, he had enjoyed no freedom in selecting his passions, leaving him unknown to those explorations. This was a major reason for Kai to invest a significant amount of time in reading about the civilizations on Earth after his reincarnation in the Harry Potter world. There was no knowing how things were in his original world before the apocalypse, but it did allow him to broaden his horizons. And Kai was a scientist first, a killer second. That certain circumstances had overturned these priorities was another matter altogether. It was because of these historical reasons that Kai's thinking process leaned heavily toward Chinese concepts over cultivation aspects. It was because of these reasons that Kai couldn't recall what the word Godai meant, only recognizing its Japanese origin. He was still learning and not much time had passed since he had gotten substantial time to allot it to these secondary things. And it was also because of these reasons when the sword spirit flicked its hand, changing the color of the sky, Kai's heart trembled at the sight it brought to his eyes later. The sky of the reality marble, limitless blood firmament, was dull, gray, and silent. Or it had been so a few moments ago. Not anymore. Night, the blackest, vilest, and evilest of all, had descended upon the blood world. It was as if one was looking into the vastness of space, the darkest hidden secrets of unknown existences. And as one kept looking at this darkened sky, one felt a stirring in their soul, as if they would crumble in the very next moment. This night hadn't come alone, though. It had brought pressure with itself. This pressure was greater than anything. This pressure restricted space and time, the flow of mana and breath, and the entire world. It was so for Moraine the Elegant, who had regained consciousness a while ago. Now, she was struggling to look up at the night, her mouth hung open and her eyes stunned. It was so for Red Sun, the top-level 90th floor contestant. The fluctuations about his appearance had receded, but his knees were pressed deep into the blood layer. His neck was craned up, his eyes feeling the might of the night through the amber-colored glasses. And it was so for Shadow Lord, the existence just a touch above the 90th floor strength, as well. The tall and powerful Pirate Lord was still backing up, grabbing Cersei's head, when he suddenly paused. Shadows churned about him, around him, and yet, the night forced him to look at it, its unsaid command suffocating all the defying thoughts. It was then the sword spirit pointed at his knight with its right hand, its clawed finger stabbing into the sky. And the night lit up. A star appeared in the sky, shining and twinkling white and blue. It was very far, almost resting above the horizon. With this star, the three shadow creatures, who were fighting it out with Giant Coughing, Golduck, and Demender, completely shattered, melting into the blood ocean. This star tolerated no such foul beings in its presence. Then the sword spirit pointed once more, to the right of this star, but closer. Another star appeared, and Moraine's head banged into the blood layer. Only when the wings of Grim Butterfly sprouted on her back and fluttered did she find the strength to resist the building pressure. For Kay, nothing but those two stars existed. The yellow-haired being pointed to more times in succession. One left and the other right, each closer to them in the sky than the last. The wings of Grim Butterfly shattered, the amber-colored glasses on Red Sun's face fell apart, and the howling shadows around Shadow Lord went quiet. 4 stars twinkled in the sky, white hues fusing with the blues. The sword spirit's exaggeratedly long arm blurred, then. Suddenly, it pointed 4 times, and 4 more stars appeared in the sky. Boom. Red Sun's body almost shattered, blood splattering everywhere. Shadow Lord dropped, touching the silent blood ocean for the first time. The moment he landed, his knees buckled, his old eyes never leaving the sight of the 8 stars as if he could see a meaning in it. Strangely, Moraine's body was still intact, and a reddish-black fog was seeping out of her heart, canceling the immeasurable pressure. Kai still cared for nothing. He looked at the stars, the 8 points of light. His hazel pupils just couldn't shift away from them. The sword spirit's arm then lifted, outstretching all the way up and beyond. The last place it pointed at wasn't the sky, though. It had pointed at the hole in the sky. Kai's heart shuddered as he saw a star appearing at the center of that hole, blood falling out of it in a continuous stream. However, it wasn't the star itself that had stunned Kai so. It was its color. Yellow, the color he hated, yet deeply faded with him, sinister, strange, and taboo. This pale yellow star was neither to Kai's right nor to his left. Just as the hole in the sky felt like it was right above the Great Pillar, in the same way, this star was shining above Kai's head. With this 9th star, the collection of these stars began to look like a constellation. The moment Kai's eyes reflected this constellation in its entirety, words rang up in his mind, forcing the memory of a concept into his heart. The star seemed to become an abstruse outline of a tree, so vast that it had covered the entire sky. And the crown of its tree was the pale yellow star, shining sickly at the center of the hole in the sky. The tree of life! Kai hissed, remembering a concept taught by Item M, for it was deeply related to a random world he wanted to visit. But where's the 10th star? Item M couldn't tell him much, as even the trade market had only limited knowledge of it without investing millions of mission credits. The concept of Tree of Life was spread across the multiverse, but it was much more prominent in the world of Fullmetal Alchemist. It was known to be related to the essence of alchemy. How? Kai didn't know. The sword spirit looked at Kai, and he looked back at it, the non-existent eyes gazing deep into Kai's hazel pupils. The moment had come, Kai felt it in his bones. Even the appearance of stars, the constellation, was nothing but the beginning of the beginning, the source of the coming epiphany. Yet, the absence of the 10th star stabbed into his very soul, a missing color on the vast canvas. It was then the sword spirit ruthlessly pointed at the first star, the one at the farthest, resting above the horizon. Boom. The moment it pointed at that white and blue twinkling star, a shocking boom shook the world. However, other than Chi, none felt it. Kai looked at the source of that world-ending explosion, and his eyes widened as he saw millions upon millions of runic characters bursting out of the star. They were very far, tiny, and innumerable, but he recognized each one of them. Those runic characters were a collection of Kai's training in his consciousness, trying to decipher the ancient magical script. It was then the sword spirit hissed, and words echoed in Kai's heart. Chapter 42, The True Essence of Kai's Reality Marble, 2, No Whiteness, the yellow-haired being hissed, tracing a path from one star to another using its long finger. As the sword spirit's hand traced that path, those millions of runes broke apart, combining to become a yellow path between the two stars. This yellow path was straight, but it was not. It was curved, but it was not. It was bending here and there, but it was not as well. Kai's mind felt muddled the longer he looked at it. Just when the sword spirit's hand reached the second star, another boom reverberated. From the second star, another group of several millions runes exploded, every single one of them different from the last. Kai could instinctively tell that these millions of runes were nothing but a restructuring of the previous millions of runes. Maintain blackness, the sword spirit hissed, combining the millions of runes into another path of convoluted and mind-bending geometry. The process repeated once again. The booms were followed by runes, which were followed by sword spirit's words, ending up in the appearance of the same, and yet different, yellow path. And be a model for all, the yellow-haired being hissed after the second path. Under heaven. The word slithered into Kai's ears after the third path. By being a model for all under heaven, the hiss echoed after the fourth path. Eternal integrity will not err. These words melted into the sixth path. If eternal integrity does not err, the sword spirit hissed, tracing the seventh path, and then looked at Kai. The long, black hand moved from the 8th star to the pale yellow star into the hole in the sky, runes breaking, becoming another yellow path. You will return to infinity. No whiteness, maintain blackness, and be a model for all under heaven. By being a model for all under heaven, eternal integrity will not err. If eternal integrity does not err, you will return to infinity. All the words appeared together in Kai's mind, and a bang rang within him, his pupils trembling and his soul shuddering. Blood seeped out from the corner of his eyes as he kept looking at those yellow paths, those distorted parts of a hideous geometry. His ears and consciousness buzzed as all the words became sentences, pouring meaning into his mind. Comprehension's nature was to be spontaneous, not to be imposed. Yet, Kai had no say in this. Kai closed his eyes slowly as if he was falling asleep, the Dementor's black cloak over him billowing noiselessly. Suddenly, a yellow mist profused from the blood ocean's surface as if the blood itself was vaporizing, gaining this sick color in the process. The 9 stars twinkled, showering white, blue, and a single stream of yellowness over the blood world. All beings other than Kai were silent, rooted in their place as if the world itself wouldn't tolerate any disturbance. Kai had already fallen into a mysterious state. Only this morning he had forced himself out of this situation when he was about to lose himself to the announced and heinous comprehension of luck. That could have resulted in his absolute death. No doubt. Yet, this time was no less different, either. Sword spirit's words, the stars, the constellation, the millions of runes, the yellow path, and the missing 10th star, kept blurring in and out of existence in his dark vision and mind. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. 30 minutes. Crack. As the 60th minute passed, a gigantic crack appeared in the sky, running from one end to another. The world was finally giving out. The horrifying powers brought out by Kai's spiritual awakening, and used by the sword spirit to create the reality marble, were failing to keep it intact. Time was not in Kai's favor. 70 minutes. Crack. 80 minutes. Rumble. 120 minutes. Boom. This was no mere crack anymore. A piece of the very sky had fallen, and black and blue bolts of lightning rumbled here and there, concentrating on the gap in the sky. The sword spirit had already gone silent as if it would welcome victory or failure with the same expression, blank and ancient. It was then, just as it seemed the sky wouldn't be able to take on the barrage of the bolts of lightning, that a sigh slithered into existence. It was like someone was trying to breathe more than air, its breath rattling. Kai slowly opened his eyes, a strange understanding shining within his hazel pupils. The chosen one of an entire world, the contestant worthy enough to have a glitch, the promised king. The blood demon had once again shown the world why he alone could vie for the throne at the top of the peak of absolute power. So, it was like this. No wonder. Kai hissed, his eyes looking at something more than the sky, more than paths, more than stars, and more than the broken world. The sword spirit turned around and faced him, demanding an answer, the result of comprehension, epiphany, and understanding. Limitless blood firmament, Kai hissed, looking the blood ocean, his voice cold and ethereal. The part limitless of my inner world is this ocean of blood. This blood ocean incorporates the concept of Wuji, the primordial universe, the true infinity. The part blood firmament of my inner world is a vast sky. This sky, this night, this vast blackness, incorporates the concept of Teiji, the supreme ultimate. Kai then again looked at the blood ocean, which repelled for none but him and the sword spirit. Wuji also means stillness, he hissed, his gaze moving up, landing on the great firmament. And Teiji represents movement and change. When Wuji becomes Teiji, yin and yang is generated, creating one cycle of creation and destruction. Limitless blood firmament is not a reality marble to resurrect the beings that I have devoured. Limitless blood firmament is a seal! Boom. An ethereal boom rang out from Kai as if some kind of shackles were breaking under the might of Kai's understanding. But the sword spirit had yet to look away, and Kai had yet to finish as well. Kai lifted his head and looked at the constellation in the breaking sky. His eyes traced the yellow paths, his gaze deepening, along with his epiphany. His mouth opened and closed as if he was reading something, mumbling to himself. With every next moment, the previously convoluted yellow paths in his eyes become strokes, the strokes of a brush. And if they were strokes of a brush, then the brush naturally followed the rules of a script. Kai raised his arm and pointed at the sky, just like the sword spirit had done before. Then, using his hand as the brush and the sky as the paper, he wrote, creating another stroke just overlapping the two yellow paths in one go. No whiteness, maintain blackness, he hissed. And the two paths vanished. And be a model for all under heaven, Kai continued. By being a model for all under heaven, eternal integrity will not err. If eternal integrity does not err, you will return to infinity. As Kai kept hissing, riding over the yellow paths, they kept vanishing. Kai's hand looked to be moving straight, but it also looked like the tip of his fingers were slithering. Like a snake. Limitless is the ink and the blood firmament is the paper, Kai hissed, power rippling around him, the unknown shackles loosening even more. And where is this ink? The sword spirit intervened for the first time. In the 10th star of my tree of life, Kai answered, looking at the constellation. Then, where is the 10th star? Kai's head slowly fell. But it was not in contemplation. His eyes were still open, bright light glinting within them. Kai's gaze moved down the pillar and fell upon the blood ocean. In that blood ocean, there was the reflection of the hole in the sky over his head. And in that hole, a pale yellow star was twinkling bloodier than ever. The 10th star, Kai hissed, his tone profound, is in my heart. The ink is my demonic will, and like this blood ocean, my will, too, is limitless. When my will touches the blood firmament, yin and yang originates. The origin of yin and yang creates a script, sealing everything under heaven. This script is the true essence of my reality marble, my inner world. And the script is, the sword spirit asked with a touch of admiration in its voice. Kai lifted his hand and pointed at the breaking sky. The lingering power of spiritual awakening, still infinitely vaster than his own, got consumed by his will. And then Kai wrote, his finger tracing a distorted, hideous path that was neither straight nor curved. All the bolts of lightning vanished, the gap in the sky closed up, and the world regained its silent dullness, sealed under the might of a single stroke. Parcel script! Crack. The unknown and unseen shackles seemed to have shattered. Suddenly, just as Kai said parcel script, a brilliant light erupted from his forehead. This light was almost similar to the starlight falling from the pale yellow star, but it blinded everything and everyone. A sign manifested on Kai's forehead, between his brows. This sign was hideously beautiful, and there was a sinisterness about it, enchanting and disorienting all eyes. To some, it looked like the number 3, written in a broken, twisting serpentine form. To others, it looked like a round beast, flailing its long tentacles. This was the yellow sign, a seal placed over him by the Rinnegan user in the Primordial Tower. The same yellow sign, which the white being had proclaimed to be the source of all languages written or spoken. The same yellow sign, which Kai had theorized to be the key, belonging to an old one, Haster. The yellow sign between Kai's brows wasn't yellow, though. It was almost colorless, as if it was just a transparent ink, hidden from all gazes. Yet, the moment Kai said parcel script, one of its 3 arms shone. The blinding starry light had originated from this arm. Little by little, Starting from the end of this curved arm, the sign began gaining color. And only when it reached half the length of this arm did this coloring stop from advancing. By then, a full half of one of its 3 twisted arms was glowing yellow, hinting ancientness. Strangely, this half-a-length looked exactly like the stroke Kai had drawn over the sky to seal it. This half-a-length also looked like the 8 yellow paths that Kai had erased out of existence. And this half-a-length also looked like the slither of a serpent. When the sword spirit saw this yellow stroke on Kai's brows, it broke out in a fit of an evil cackle, the entire world booming under its hisses. This was indeed parcel script, the true essence of Kai's inner world. Seal the beasts, seal the man, seal the earth, and seal the heaven. This was limitless blood firmament. A reality marble that could seal the entire universe. Chapter 43, Spiritual Class and Spirit Class, Fooling Oneself, and 2 Problems. 9 stars twinkled in the sky, showering the blood world with white, blue and pale yellow starry light. The 10th star burned in Kai's heart, brighter than all. After sealing the broken piece of reality marble's sky, the dull, sinister silence had returned. The pressure falling over all beings was still as great as ever, rooting them to their place. None could move, none could react, and none could see. None could see that there was a yellow stroke on Kai's forehead, glowing with a sickly glow. This stroke was neither straight nor curved, and its geometry would have forced others to nauseate on the spot if they could look at it. But the curse placed on Kai by the Rinnegan user was still active, making it impossible for even deep ones to know the yellow sign's existence on him. Much less needed to be said about half part of one of its 3 arms. But it was this half arm that had changed everything for Kai. His fate, his destiny, his life trajectory, and almost everything about him seemed to have changed. Or it was better to say it had evolved, transcending his previous self. Yet, something was missing about him. Something only Kai could feel. I can't sense my spiritual power and spiritual pressure, Kai hissed, looking at his body. The spiritual awakening should have awakened by spiritual pressure vents. But I didn't get system's notification about it. Nor can I sense any spirituality within me. Is it because of my low breath? Kai wasn't as unaware of things as he had after arriving at the Primordial Tower for the first time. If there was a game that could be truly said to be a life-changing event, then that was his enslaving item M. With her came not only a loyal servant but also an enormous source of knowledge. We differ from the in-world characters of Bleach. Item M had told him after his return from VF Random World. When we go through our spiritual awakening, we also awaken our spiritual power, and spiritual pressure, spiritual pressure. It's just like how we have SP, but it doesn't mean we can use it as chakra. It's also like how we have HP, but it doesn't mean it can be used as nin. No. We must first bring our stats to an appropriate limit, and only then the system will notify you about it, allotting your new stats related to it. In the most general cases, a contestant will need 20 points of breath and acknowledgement from a Shinigami, Rancor, Quincy, or similar existences from Bleach World. One can even go to a new Yasha world, as the concept of spiritual power is quite broad and spread across many such random worlds. Only then, upon spiritual awakening, the systems would allot the stats spiritual class and spirit class to a contestant. But with the matter-averse fusion of Demon Slayer and Bleach worlds, things seem to have gone off course in your case, Master. I think you don't need acknowledgement anymore. It could even be said that Kai had already gotten all the acknowledgement he needed, as the insect Hashira, Shinobukacho, was a major character in her own rights. A shocking burst of light kept seeping out from the yellow stroke on Kai's forehead as he frowned. According to Item M, there are 6 levels of spiritual class and 20 levels of spirit class, Kai hissed, recalling the info. Even if my breath is below 20 points, I should have gotten the lowest level of spiritual class, basic spiritual power, and the lowest rank of spirit class, the 20th. Something's wrong. It was then the evil cackle of the sword spirit rang in Kai's ears. Kai's eyes under the Dementor's hood shifted to look at it, demanding an explanation. Keek! The yellow-haired being's hisses were full of mockery. Oh, Kai. Did you think you could just fuck around with luck without facing the consequences? Kai's pupils trembled at the mention of luck. A bang rang out in his mind, forcing out a buried memory. Mechanically, Kai's gaze landed on the equip title on his stats, which could appear in his vision with the faintest command. The title Poacher was written in bold letters there, giving both his agility and perception an extra point, while reducing his charisma by 2. Where was the Novice Collector title? Where were the extra 3 points of luck? After gaining the Novice Collector title, only once had Kai switched to another title, and that was to gain Shinobu as his subordinate. Never had he even contemplated putting off Novice Collector title, for it brought down his luck to its original value. 3. Yet, it was exactly what he had done. Not to mention, Kai himself seemed to remember this switching of titles only now. What was going on? On Interceptor, you lost your comprehension about luck at two extremities, the sword spirit hissed. But you did gain a 1,000th of that epiphany before it truly vanished. When you charged to save the book, despite knowing it meant sure death, it wasn't just because it adhered to your demonic attitude. No. Sure, the reasoning behind your actions sounded cool, but it being cool wasn't enough, right? The risk was just too great. The reasoning that forced even you to discard the prospects of sure death was that you were adamant about testing out the 1,000th part of that epiphany gained by you. Kai's face grew hard, remembering the time when he had switched the titles. It was just before entering the inheritance lens boundaries. Kek! Exclamation mark! The yellow-haired being cackled. Your luck would bring upon you doom, you knew. Yet, you also had gained an understanding that if you were to survive that doom somehow, you would gain immense power. The moment these thoughts had risen in your heart, you used the facelessness contrasts to fool yourself, nudging yourself to believe that you only wanted to save the book, and had no other purpose. Otherwise, you couldn't have forced yourself to transcend your current capabilities, going beyond. It was also because of this that you ended up awakening your spirituality, gaining this serendipity. Now that's truly demonic. A demon for others and a demon for oneself. Keek. What a blood demon! Exclamation mark! What a blood demon! The words ring far and wide as if the entire reality marble was praising the hideous resolve someone like Kai could show. I still don't understand, Kai hissed, not commenting on his risks and reasoning. Limitless blood firmament is the immense power you were hoping to obtain, the sword spirit told him. But how could the world tolerate the existence of something so casually that could seal the entire universe? The multiverse interdependency has linked your spiritual awakening and reality marble. Or, you can say that your spiritual aspects are now inherently linked with this world. It has created two major problems. First, considering the absurdness of your reality marble, and according to my understanding, you would have needed at least 50 points of intelligence to even activate this reality marble. Now, you need 50 points both in intelligence and breath, as the reality marble will consume both your MP and SP. Not to mention, to keep it activated even for a few minutes, you will easily need double that amount. Keek. Are you getting how crucial this meeting of ours is, now? Kai's face instantly crumpled. 50 points in both intelligence and breath? This was too far from him, Kai knew. Especially when the third set only allowed 100 points in its set quota. One must not forget that there were 6 attributes. Kai was in the second set that had 50 points in set quota, and that Tournament of Worth was a once-in-a-lifetime event. An attribute gaining 50 points was the minimum requirement for one to be called a top-level in 90th floor existence, to begin with. And that, too, only was the case when such contestants didn't lack in other attributes, maintaining a balance. What's the second ? Kai demanded. You cannot release me outside the reality marble. Kek! What? Kai almost lost his composure. Motherfucker. What's the point of spiritual awakening if he could not use Shikai? And Kai dared not think about Bankai when even the basic conditions were already against him. Suddenly, the sword spirit's cackling intensified. Kai's bubbling anxiety paused with this rise in cackles. Now that he had comprehended the true essence of his inner world, his reality marble, the sword spirit had already accepted him worthy enough to wield it. That also meant the connection between it and Kai had undergone a momentous change, deepening more than ever. Kai could feel it. He could feel that the sword spirit, despite the 2 foul problems it had told him, didn't share his anxiety. Keek. Now, those 2 were the horrid problems caused by your luck, the sword spirit hissed. It's natural that you gained an even greater fortune out of it, then. This fortune is also divided into 2 parts. Chapter 44, The Devourers. The 2 problems mentioned by the sword spirit weren't mere problems, but a kind of handicaps. And, Kai knew, if the fortune mentioned by it couldn't outshine those handicaps, then they would only worsen. This fortune is also divided into 2 parts, the faceless being hissed. First, if you can raise your intelligence and breath to around 30 points, then I have the confidence to let you project a part of reality marble onto reality. It can let you release me for some time. You can imagine the hideousness of this power. You will be a walking fortress. Second, is my existence. You never possessed a Nichiren sword or an Asaki. So, it should have been impossible for you to go through the spiritual awakening according to the standard. But yours truly intervened, fusing the concepts of mana and breath, resulting in this reality marble. This didn't make you an existence like Ichigo from the Bleach world, but you can consider your circumstances to be no different from his as well. What do you mean? Kai hissed, narrowing his eyes. The sword spirit cackled demonically and outstretched its hands. Its head lifted, and it seemed to eye the entire sky, the constellation, its gaze going beyond. Our nature is to devour, Kai. Our essence is to seal, the yellow-haired being proclaimed. There's a duality in us, polar and non-polar. Perhaps it is because of this you had practiced the art of dual swords in the past. Or, it is also possible that your dual swords birthed this duality. It doesn't matter. What truly matters is that because of this duality, I have gained two aspects in my form. My one aspect is limitless. My other aspect is the great firmament or the supreme. The limitless restricts the supreme, while the supreme restricts the limitless, birthing the parcel script. It is this script that seals everything in between my two aspects. I have my own thoughts, personality, and self. Yes. But I am also a reflection of you, Kai Stormburn. We are the sealers. We are the devourers. How could my individuality differ from yours? How could the imprint cast by my existence on the vast cosmos differ from yours? His expression didn't show it, but Kai's heart was racing wildly. Individuality and the imprint cast on the vast cosmos. Both were the terms Chaos had used to describe Kai's glitch, blood devour, the manifestation of his individuality. Kai was already shaking with excitement, his gaze expectant. You mean, Keek! The sword spirit cackled, looking at Kai. All Zunpacto need base swords to release themselves. All, but I don't need them. All swords, dead or sentient, possess a will. I can seal this will between my two aspects, devouring their existence. This means I can be released using any two swords. Keek. As long as you possess two swords, whose wills don't contradict your demonic will, then you can use them to bring out my initial release. Not only you can use the powers of my released form, then, but I can also devour a part of those swords' powers. I am a Zunpacto whose Shikai changes with the swords used to release me. I am the sealer of swords. Get over here. Morasame! The sword spirit raised its long arm outward and commanded the sword to appear. Boom. The silent world shook, and a pillar of blood exploded out of the blood ocean, its height reaching hundreds of meters. From this blood pillar, a heaven-shaking presence of a sword emanated, making the hearts tremble. A long katana blurred out of this blood pillar, tearing through the space. Show. A loud, screeching whistle echoed everywhere, and the katana's hilt landed on the sword spirit's left hand. The moment those long, clawed fingers wrapped themselves around Morasame's hilt, a yellow stroke appeared on the blade, just under the hilt. This yellow stroke was the same as on Kai's forehead. Yet, it was also different. If one were to even try to find out what exactly was different between these two strokes, then that person's mind would shatter, crippling his consciousness. Such was the power hidden within the script that could seal anything. Some mysteries were better not be pried into. I couldn't save Afros to Ki, the sword spirit mumbled. And the named sword's quality can't be enhanced by any means, unlike the unnamed ones. So, to increase its quality, I infused a part of our spiritual awakening, letting it drench in the blood ocean. From now on, Morasame's released form will be called Limitless Morasame! An ethereal boom rang out as the sword spirit called out the sword. Kai could always feel a will inside the sword, a cursed presence. A will that wanted to curse everyone and everything. Yet, it had never become sentient. Now, however, this will was waking up, its level of existence transcending under the might of the sword spirit. It didn't gain true intelligence, Kai could tell. Even then, he could sense a hint of emotion within the sword. Suddenly, in Kai's eyes and mind, an image appeared. This image was that of a girl. This girl was extremely pretty, with long black hair that reached down to her knees. She had red eyes and was wearing a black top over a black skirt. Her legs had black socks and black shoes, and her hands were gloves as well. Yet, despite this apparent beauty, the girl's entire figure was covered in cursed black flames. Her very existence felt extremely evil, as if no one was worthy to look at her and only she could show disdain toward all the living. Image 1, Kai recognized the girl. It was the exact image of Akam, the major storyline character. The sword seemed to have birthed a will in her image. Keek. Stunningly beautiful, isn't it? The sword spirit cackled, eyeing the katana and its evil presence. Time is running out. For both of us. You must use the swords to release me before the reality marble crumbles. Your first use of Shikai will also open your spiritual pressure vents, letting you access both spiritual power and spiritual pressure. It's also possible that the system will recognize your transformation, awarding you those 2 stats. Kai's breathing quickened. The second sword. Afro's Taki was already gone, so Kai needed another sword to act as the supreme aspect of the sword spirit. Not to mention, this new sword's will must be in line with Morasame's will, which, in turn, was already in line with Kai's will. Both demonic, through and through. Keek! The sword spirit cackled. It's impossible for you to not have sensed its presence when its evil aura is already exciting my lust for it. I have only felt one presence eviler than this. And that presence belongs to you, To us. Kai's head slowly snapped toward his right, his eyes landing on a blue-haired figure. He indeed had sensed it. An evil presence so great that it could engulf the entire blood ocean. A strength so vast that not even the Shadow Lord had made Kai's heart tremble so. That's why he hadn't thought about obtaining that sword. Howsoever would he obtain such a heart-palpating weapon? It's powerful. Shockingly powerful, the sword spirit hissed, its tone gaining a rare touch of graveness. I had sensed it beheading the Supreme Protector in one stroke, along with all life other than Jack Sparrow and William Turner on the ship. What? Bitter words exploded out from Kai's mouth in shock. There's a seal on the girl's heart, sealing the sword, the sword spirit mumbled. This will be the last test for you, Kai. I will use all the remaining power of your spiritual awakening, temporarily increasing your intelligence and breath to 50 points. Obtain this sword and call out my name. Release me. And you will have the power you have always so desired. Are you ready? The tips of Kai's decayed fingers and toes throbbed in excitement. Was he ready? When had he not been ready? The sword spirit didn't wait for an answer. It could feel Kai's heart, and the murderous intention hidden within it. The yellow-haired being cackled, and then flicked its hand. In the distance, Moraine the Elegant's hair was disheveled, her entire figure shaking under the might of pressure. If it wasn't for the evil, reddish-purple mist seeping out from her heart, she would have already burst apart into thousands of bloody pieces. Yet, it was this mist itself that had brought the dreadful expression on her face, a sense of apocalypse in her heart. It was then the pressure hammering at her heart suddenly vanished. It was like a substantial amount of pressure was being generated by a flood, and then the dam's massive gates suddenly burst apart. Boom. With a massive boom, the seal on her heart broke, and the mist exploded from her heart, becoming an evil, foggy pillar, reaching the dark sky. No. Moraine screamed, her eyes red. It will kill us all. Don't let it out. Not again. Kai's eyes widened as he looked at that reddish-purple pillar. He also heard the screams. Save her, he hissed. The sword spirit instantly disappeared, and when it returned, its one hand was on Moraine's shoulder. Freedom. A colossal voice boomed through the reality marble. I have finally attained freedom. Under the gazes of Kay, Moraine, and the sword spirit, the entire sky gained a purple hue, drowning all the stars into a purplish sea of fog. All but a pale yellow star in the hole in the sky. What have you done? Moraine mumbled, her head down, her entire body shaking under the despair caused by Dementor Kai. You have no idea. You. The sword spirit's grip over her shoulder tightened, making her gulp down the next words. Kai ran his tongue over his lips, his hazel pupils burning, imagining what was to come. What is it? He asked. It's an artifact sealed inside my heart by the temple because they couldn't control it. Moraine forced out the words. An artifact that is destined to become a top-level uncommon grade-named item. It's the Sword of Death. It's the Sword of Hell. It's Saga, the Sword of Calamity. Chapter 45, Saga's transformation and a shocking rise in power. An endless purple hue spread over the veil of night, drowning all 9 stars in the sky under an evil, purplish light. Even the pale yellow star felt like giving out a darker and more sinister starlight. Ha ha ha. A laugh boomed over the blood ocean, shaking the entire reality marble. This laugh also felt like a dragon's roar, its might irresistible, its command unobjectionable. This world shall know evil. Kai looked at the giant foggy purple pillar with an extremely grave expression. This power was just too overwhelming. If he hadn't came to know the sword spirit's true might in this reality marble, especially when backed by the powers of his spiritual awakening, he didn't know what he would have done. Yet, he also knew it must be him to subdue this sword, not the yellow-haired being. Otherwise, even if the sword spirit could forcefully trample over this purple presence, there would always remain a gap between Kai and Saga. An uncrossable ravine. It must be him. I will make you bend your knees. Kai thought, his eyes narrowing. Evil? Hey. Standing by his side, Moraine's expression was nowhere near as elegant as the time she had first seen Blood Demon. Things had taken a much more drastic turn just too fast, surpassing her capabilities. However, there was a resolve in her eyes as well. The moment she had learned of Blood Demon being the 5-crowned prince, even though it had felt more like the Supreme Protector's guess, she had used a forbidden method to loosen the seal over Saga. Moraine was elegant, but not foolish. There were many contestants on that ship. Some were from chaos, some from order. It hadn't changed the fact that the 90th floor contestant and blade singer, the strongest, were from order. All of them, other than the Supreme Protector, were candidates for 20% of the inheritance. Their death meant only Kai and she would remain alive to share it. Not to mention, if everyone got to know about the 5-crowned prince's code name, then how would she use this info for her benefit? The Primordial Tower was a cruel world. This cruel world had forced her to become a pawn of one of the 3 temples. So, When Moraine saw a light of hope, she dared not let it go by. But even she hadn't imagined in her wildest dreams that the five-crowned prince was not someone she could take advantage of. Nor that a time would come when Saga would be released again, for she could only guarantee her safety that one time. Saga knew no mercy. Not for anyone. The Sword of Calamity, Saga, is a yokai sword, a demon blade, from the world of Inuyasha. Moraine whispered, trembling. It possesses enormous demonic powers. Tessagga, Inuyasha's sword, was the sword of destruction, with an ability said to kill 100 demons in a single stroke. Tenseiga, Sesshomaru's sword, was the sword of heaven with an ability said to save 100 lives in a single strike. Saga, however, hadn't originated from Inuyasha's father like the other two. It's the sword of hell, able to summon 100 souls with one swing. And it's said to be stronger than both Tessagga and Tenseiga. In the main storyline, only the combined power of these two swords could overpower Saga. Moraine's words seemed to sting in the ears. Yet, she didn't need to introduce swords. Not to Kai. With Kai's likeness for swords, he had already collected vast info on the famous and infamous swords. Saga's lethality didn't lie in being stronger than the two swords wielded by Inuyasha, the main character, and his brother, Sesshomaru. It lay in Saga itself, as it contained the spirit of an evil dragon from the depths of hell. It was a sentient sword. But Kai had never thought he would come face to face with this sword so soon. It was also because of this sword that the world of Inuyasha was one of his favorite ones. Even Itemem had mentioned this during the Pokemon World's mission when they were figuring out the identity of Yura of the Demon Hair. Like the devil fruits. Moraine continued, her face pale, her breath forced. This sword is an artifact. There are only two ways to subdue it. Either seal it in someone's heart using the sealing method from the Naruto world, allowing one to let it rampage by itself when needed. The other is to find someone eviler than the sword, subduing it with a will viler than its own. But that's just impossible. The temple couldn't find any contestant meeting the criteria below the fourth set. Many tried, but all failed, their fate worse than death. Moreover, only with the second way Saga can become a named item. Otherwise, if forcefully subdued by upper-floor contestants, its grade will fall absurdly low. The high. Boom. Suddenly, a shocking boom rang out, with the foggy pillar at the center. Kai could see the image of a long, thin sword, with a large, spherical pommel extending from the grip. It was from this pommel the world-engulfing purple glow was emanating, covering earth and heaven. Image 1, then, the sword blurred, disappearing from Kai's sight. The next time it appeared, it was already near Shadow Lord. With one swing, Saga cut the Shadow Lord's left hand over the elbow, blood splattering from the stump, falling into the blood ocean. Ha ha. Saga's roaring laugh boomed. A worthy body. The bleeding left hand lifted itself and grabbed the sword's hilt. With a bang, hundreds of purple tentacles burst out of the sword's hilt and wrapped themselves around the giant arm. Image 2, it didn't end there. Some kind of deformed body began to generate from the bloody stump on the tentacles-covered arm. In no time, Saga created a body for itself, with the Shadow Lord's arm serving as the base. In the main storyline, the Sword of Calamity had done the same using Sesshomaru's left arm. Roar. Saga's newly created headless body roared, purple ripples coming out of it, quaking the entire world. Let me out. Image 3, peak exclamation mark. The sword spirit cackled. It's time. Boom. With the yellow-haired being's one step, the entire reality marble trembled. It let go of Moraine's shoulder and vanished, bringing Kai along with it. They appeared high in the sky, under the night, 9 stars glowing hideously purple over their heads. Amassing appeared in Kai's hand, its cursed will seeping into his heart. The sword spirit appeared behind Kai and put its long, clawed hands over his back. Here we go, it hissed, its yellow hair swaying without wind. It might sting a bit. Suddenly, the entire blood world shook, and all the pressure which was keeping the Shadow Lord and Red Sun rooted to their spots rushed into Kai through the sword spirit. Booms and bangs rang within Kai, his bones crackling, his muscles screeching, and his entire body trembling under the might of the shocking power. Kai felt a scalding heat coursing within his veins. His grip over Amassing tightened, and his teeth rubbed against each other. The tattered black cloak of Dementor Kai billowed furiously as if a storm was raging within him. It was then his MP and SP began to rise, surpassing a realm he could have ever imagined. It was then the reality marble trembled, losing the power that was keeping it together under the wrath of reality. And it was also then the power pressuring Shadow Lord and Red Sun completely vanished. Ah! The Shadow Lord shouted like a maniac the moment he gained mobility. I will kill you all. Red Sun coughed out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Shadow Lord, at Kai, and then at the world, his thoughts unknown. Kai's mind was blank. Power. Raw power was bubbling inside him, making him drunk. Low level 70H floor. Top level 70H floor. Mid level 80H floor. Low level 90H floor. And it was still rising. Boom. A massive explosion of mana and breath rippled out of Kai as his strength surpassed that of even those who could call themselves half-step away from the 10th floor. A touch more, and Kai would become an existence at the same level as Shadow Lord. But the power of spiritual awakening ran out at this moment. Nonetheless, Aim thrummed with excitement in Kai's right hand. He kept drawing deep breaths, a chill seeping out of his body, colder than ever. The presence rippling out of Kai forced all to look up at him. Shadow Lord's furious expression became grave once again. Red Sun's eyes trembled, his mind coming to a decision. Marine's mouth was wide open, blood dripping down her chin. Only one being was still laughing, roaring, and mocking all. Ha ha. Soundga's laugh pierced through all hearts, its voice finally gaining a more realistic touch. So it's you who unsealed me, huh? Let me properly thank you, then. Space shattered as Soundga's new body flew toward Kai, its evil presence clawing at the very souls of people. Kai mumbled out of nowhere, closing his eyes. I feel great. Chapter 46, Kai vs. Soundga, the might of the evil dragon. With a bang, Kai's closed eyes snapped open, his hazel eyes glowing with a murderous glint. The power of spiritual awakening hadn't changed his attributes, other than MP and SP. But a virtual amount of 50 points in both of them was enough for Kai to trample over all. The broken Iron Man armor, covering his chest and right arm, was still on him, enhancing his strength, agility, perception, and defense. Not to mention, the change in Aim had seemed to reset the cool-down period of Little Warhorn. But this wasn't a fight of physical power, to begin with. It was a struggle of wills. Keek! The sword spirit hovered at Kai's side, cackling in his ears. Go, get it, Kai. I am itching to let myself loose. Hiss. As Kai used the selfless breathing art, blood flames soared high, tackling the purple hue covering the night. Give one, Aim. Kai mumbled, his breath rattling. An ethereal image of a black-haired girl appeared behind Kai. In her right hand was a sword, looking exactly like Aim. She was the cursed sword's will, Akam of the demon's sword Aim. The girl raised the transparent sword and thrust it into Kai's back, its tip coming out from his heart. No blood splattered, as the wound wasn't real. But, the moment the sword and the girl disappeared, dense cursed runic characters burst out from his heart, covering his entire body. Kai's long white hair under the hood became red, his pupils also glowed bloody, and his white sclera gained a black color. It didn't end there, however. Click. 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 Kai snapped the fingers of his left decayed hand 3 times. With every snap, his MP vanished, making his body shine with a blue glow. Strengthening magic. Space seemed to distort around Kai by the end, his entire presence rivaling that of Shadow Lord. Kai looked at Soundga, coming at him with a logic-defying speed, and with a pop, he vanished. When he reappeared, Kai was right in front of the Sword of Calamity. Soundga raised its left arm, where the sword was, and hacked at Kai, its entire body glowing purple. Blood flames crackled around Kai, Aim trembled in excitement, and the end of his hair glowed yellow. Evil ? Kai hissed. You are not evil enough! Boom. Image 1, the swords met with a boom, blood waves rising and falling like tsunamis, the purple fog tumbling here and there. Kai's bloodlust hacked at Soundga along with Aim's murderous will, pressing Soundga's evil presence under their might. With another boom, both Kai and Soundga separated and hacked at each other the very next moment. Rip. Boom. The entire sky got covered in purple and red blurs as if 2 meteors were hammering into each other, ripples of powers breaking the sky. The reality marble kept breaking apart. And, shockingly, Red Sun had taken out Rise Grayman, holding Shadow Lord from interfering with Kai's fight. Why? Only he knew the reasons behind his decisions. But there was a resolute look in Robin's eyes as if whatever decision he had taken he would see through it. Boom. Bang. Boom. Cough. Kai got thrown off, coughing blood all over. Hundreds of meters away from him, Soundga staggered back, chips of armor falling off it. What is this power? Soundga kept saying, seeing the demonic face that Kai's blood flames had assumed over his head. This will. He. Kai laughed like a maniac, a dense coldness bursting off him. Evil? Evil? I will show you what true evil looks like. Kai raised Aim, the blood flame seemed to become oblate along with it. And then Kai hacked. A long, red scar tore through the world, cutting the very space in its wake. Image 2, Humphrey. Soundga snorted. This power is not enough. Dragon. Twister. The headless being raised its left hand, and a shadowy, evil, purple dragon took shape, coiling around the sword. Everything around Saga shone purple, and when the sword hacked, no sound was generated. Image 3, suddenly, a tornado manifested in front of Saga. There was such a power contained within it that blasted apart a significant part of the sky. Image 4, this was Dragon Twister, Saga's signature move. The red scar, a manifestation of the severing charm using the blood flames, and the Dragon Twister kissed each other. And the world lit up. Rumble. Over the blood ocean, Red Sun kept bombarding the Shadow Lord using the revolver in his hand, along with the Digimon. Yet, the moment Dragon Twister and Kai's red scar made contact, Reality Marble's entire sky fluctuated. One could even see a hint of a town through the sky's fluctuations, a town of shadows and death. Pirate Lord Henry Morgan's eyes suddenly lit up with a profound gaze. It was as if some unknown means had been cutting off his source of power, and now he could use them again. It was a seal? Shadow Lord fumed, growling. Who dare seal me? Shadows. Descend. The greatest alchemist was truly brilliant to see through Kai's reality marble at the faintest hint. Just as Shadow Lord realized that this place had been sealing his powers, and he felt the source of his powers through the fluctuations, all his powers burst forth with a never-known ferocity. He was still holding a black body in his right arm, the top of the skull of which was still that of a human. He then pushed this figure into himself, calling out to the shadows. A sea of shadows descended from the shadow world, bubbling out of him. In no time, Pirate Lord Henry Morgan became a 1,000 feet tall colossal giant. Kill. Shadow Lord's voice boomed, sending a massive punch at Kai's Greyman and Red Sunday up in the sky. Kai's figure tumbled out, his chest exploding, and his eyes bleeding. On the other side, a corner of Saga's armor shattered, the purple hue around it rising, becoming ominous than ever. You dare injure me? The sword bellowed. I will end this world with this strike. I will send you all to hell. Dragon. This time, when a purple light shone, it was as if a purple star had birthed in the sky. It replaced everything. Image 5, it replaced the enormous Shadow Lord's roar, Red Sun's transforming right arm, Rise Greyman's burning revolver, Moraine's wings of grim butterfly, and the indifferent gaze of the sword spirit. Nothing could stand against Saga's true might. This was the power of an artifact that could become a top-level uncommon grade named item. This was Saga, the Sword of Calamity. 3 giant purple dragons roared, coiling around the sword attached to the headless being's left arm. Image 6, it was then Saga finished its words, the sword descended along with it. Twister. The blood ocean boiled, over 100 feet waves surging high towards heaven. An enormous crack ran down from one corner of the reality marble to another, becoming a deep sea trench. The sky rumbled, shattering into 100 pieces. And a humongous, purple tornado rushed toward Kai's falling figure, evil winds hacking, tearing everything around them. Image 7, Demeter Kai spun and came to a rest after skidding back hundreds of feet in midair. Boil. My blood. Kai roared, squeezing out even greater power, blood flames liquefying around him. Haha. Image 8, ethereal yellow bolts of lightning rumbled within his red eyes. What is evil? Kai demanded, his shout tearing through the incoming world-ending tornado, reaching Saga. Evil means having no attachments. Evil means discarding everything for one's goal. Evil means living by one's principles, come hell or high water. Evil means bearing the burden of guilt, and still keep moving on. Evil means walking toward the peak of absolute power. You who don't have ambition. You are not evil enough. Demeter Kai's entire body rippled, a mirage of 6 arms and 3 heads overlapping with his tiny figure. His fingers snapped, consuming over 300 MP, and he cast the doubling charm over Amassing. 6 Amassing trembled murderously in Kai's 6 arms, his 6 eyes burning with power and bloodlust. Selfless breathing style. A red comet manifested in the sky, a moth flying toward the flame. All eyes fell on the sky inadvertently at this moment, the scene shocking the living breath out of them. The massive, sky-shattering tornado's mouth coiled like a dragon's head and devoured the red comet in one gulp. Image 9, silence. Everything seemed to have gone silent. Even the very time seemed to have stagnated. It was in a red trail could be seen shooting through the purple tornado. It was like this tornado was an actual dragon, and there was a vein running down from its throat to its end. This vein lacked blood before. But now, the appearance of that red trail filled it with life, as if blood was coursing through its veins. But the appearance of this life meant death for the tornado. With a boom, forcing blood out of the ears, the entire tornado exploded, purple gales storming through the entire blood world, and going beyond. The red comet, the evilest of its kind, shot toward the headless being and passed through it. First transformation, 3-headed Vritra. Crack. No. The headless being roared before disintegrating into pieces. Only a straight sword left in its place, the pommel at its end glowing purple, but dimly. The hold of Shadow Lord's cut arm over Soundga's hilt loosened, and it fell, disappearing from all visions. Kai's transformation melted away, and his entire bloodlust flooded every inch of the evil sword. "Either you submit to me," he said, his haki rippling around him out of his control, "or I will seal you for eternity. Not even gods will be able to save you. This is my demonic will." Soundga shot itself toward Kai in reply. But the more it closed on him, the more its purple glow dimmed, the entire sword shaking like a twig amid a storm. By the time it reached Kai, it had already stopped. A shocking power fell upon the sword, lighting it up with purple and black flames. This power didn't belong to the sword. Nor did it belong to Kai. This was the power of transformation. An artifact was becoming an item. Humphrey. Kai snorted, raising his scabbed palm covered in blood flames. "Bend yourself, Soundga. I don't like straight swords." Then Kai slammed his palm over the evil sword's tip. The transformation ended, revealing a long katana as the black flames vanished. The katana's blade glowed purple, and at the end of its hilt, there was a purple marble. Image 10, Kai wrapped his left hand's decayed fingers around the item's hilt and drew a sharp breath. "What a shocking might!" Kai exclaimed, sensing the power coursing through the blade, through him. It was then a giant, black fist replaced the sky behind Kai. Image 11, Kai's eyes became the size of a needle, sensing it coming. But the use of first transformation had consumed a lot of his powers, making him unable to dodge. Shadow Lord's fist landed on Kai and sent him flying. Boom. This was a boom of Kai striking the blood ocean, creating giant pillars of blood. This was also the boom, marking the beginning of the end. Keek exclamation mark! A cackle rang throughout the half-vanished reality marble, and all heard it, their souls shivering. "Call. Call my name!" exclamation mark! Chapter 47, Devour. "Call my name." The wind had sighed those words. "Call my name." The broken sky had cried those words. "Call my name." A serpent had hissed those words. Red Sun lifted his neck, trembling all over, a primal fear coursing through his veins. His right arm was missing, blood dripping off the stump on his shoulder. His silver revolver was nowhere to be seen, his red trenchcoat was full of holes and tattered, and his Digimon, Rise Greymon, was missing. "Call my name." The words entered Robin's ears as if someone had whispered them in the back of his mind, in his heart, and in his very soul. In the distance, Moraine was lying face down in the blood ocean, almost floating. Her clothes were all but missing, letting her smooth skin out in the open. Her curves could have jolted the emotions if it wasn't because of the bones protruding out of her back. It was as if she had wings and someone had pulled them out. "Call my name." Moraine's lips trembled, her unfocused eyes stirring in response. Towering with a colossal height, Shadow Lord's head seemed to surpass the sky, looking down at the 9 stars, shining white, blue, and yellow. There was a massive hole in his waist to the lower left side, running through and through. It felt like some absurdly powerful cannon had blasted away that portion of Shadow Lord's body. 7 colored powder glittered within that hole, shattering the shadows that were trying to close up the wound. "Call my name." Shadow Lord's gigantic eyes fumed, bloodshot. "Humphrey." He snorted, ears ringing under his might. "The day of shadows will rise on your ashes." And then the Shadow Titan sent a fist hurling at the spot where the puny existence had fallen. Boom. "Congratulations, Kai Stormburn. You have unlocked 2 new stats. 1. Spiritual class, the measure of spiritual power, a power aligned with the spiritual sensitivity and willpower of the contestant, basic, average, high, great, immense, and immeasurable. Contestant's spiritual class, immeasurable. 2. Spirit class, the density of spiritual pressure, within a contestant, from 1 to 20 in descending order. Contestant's spirit class, 20. The spiritual class of contestant Blood Demon is the highest possible. Error. The spiritual class of contestant Blood Demon surpasses the allotted levels. Analyzing contestant's stats. Processing experience, projecting potential. Analyzation complete. Zunpacto confirmed. Zunpacto confer. Zunpacto. Warning. Warning. Warning, call my name. Every inch of Kai's body pained, all limbs, threads of muscles, marrow within his bones, and even his soul. Yet, the moment Kai got the notification, his spiritual pressure vents opened, and power coursed through him from head to toe. It was as if some shackles placed on his very existence had been lifted. His spirit class was still within expectation, depending upon his breath, which was less than 20 points. But Kai couldn't fathom what was wrong with his spiritual class. Immeasurable, only beings like Ichigo, the main character, were known to possess such spiritual power. The system must not have taken his temporary gaining of MP and SP in account, Kai knew. Still, the system was telling him that his spiritual power was even above the main character. Kai didn't have the time to think over it for long, though. The leftover power of spiritual awakening had granted Kai almost 50 points in intelligence and breath. Mana had all but run out. SP was all he had left. Now, it all became his true spiritual power, his spiritual power. If he was a fierce tiger before, this transformation bestowed upon him wings. And those were the wings of a devil. Spiritual pressure had many colors, depending on the individual. The moment Kai felt his spiritual pressure, bubbling out of him, it took the form of the very thing it came into contact with. The blood flames. No longer those flames were hovering between the boundary of corporeal and incorporeal. Those blood flames linked the concepts of breathing art and spiritual pressure, gaining true presence of their own. As they soared high and high, the most hideous demonic face appeared within it, grinning ear to ear. It was as if the flames themselves had come together to birth this creature. The spiritual pressure had assumed a shape. The most shocking sight was that the ends of those flames, as they melted into the space, were glowing yellow. To others, it seemed like the demon's face, a shape assumed by his spiritual pressure, had a head full of yellow hair. "Call my name." "Name," Kai hissed, dense spiritual power coursing through him, his hazel eyes dazed and lost. Little war horn's effect had run out, the Iron Man armor had shattered, and there was no mana. Not anymore. Yet, Kai felt drunk on his spiritual pressure. This power was sweeter than mana, spicier than aura, and it stung, making his body tremble in excitement, and his swords along with him. Boom. The colossal fist came again, hitting him like a gigantic train had struck him from the front. Dementor Kai's figure skidded on the blood ocean like a flat stone over a body of water, hitting, jumping, rotating, and tumbling. "Call my name." At first, Kai had thought that the starry constellation in the sky, taking the shape of the tree of life, represented the concept of Sephiroth. Sephiroth, the 10 emanations through which God the Creator revealed itself, continuously creating both the physical realm and a chain of higher metaphysical realms. Image 1, 2, then, Kai had guessed that the name of his Zunpacto could be nothing but Ein Sof, the Endless One, the God prior to any self-manifestation in the production of any spiritual realm. Ein Sof, the nameless being, the emanator of the 10 Sephiroth. Image 3, how else could his sword spirit create a constellation that resembled the Tree of Life, a form assumed by the 10 Sephiroth? "Call my name." Kai's figure came to rest. Using the swords, he propped himself up and looked at the vast, crumbling sky. There they were, the 9 stars. However, Kai could see even more, a meaning within them. Boom. Another fist arrived, sending him flying. But, if one were to look carefully, they would have realized that the density of Kai's temporary spiritual pressure was so high that the colossal fist just couldn't touch him, despite the power and momentum contained within Shadow Lord's punch. Kai again rolled over the blood ocean, creating ripples wherever his body came into contact with the bloody sea. "Call my name." At first, Kai had thought the words spoken by the sword spirit, "no whiteness, maintain blackness," were nothing but a way to force him into a state of comprehension. At first, he had thought that the yellow strokes joining the 9 stars were nothing but a way for him to gain an epiphany of his inner world's essence, to devour, to seal, the parcel script. He had thought that the 8 yellow strokes of parcel script running in between the 9 stars, creating 8 channels, had taken the shape of the path of the flaming sword, the order in which the 10 Sephiroth were created by Ein Sof. So, this path must represent his sword spirit's ultimate technique. Image 4, and at first, Kai had thought that the yellow-haired being's hisses belonged to a male. "Call my name." "I am the pre-existential entity, the embodiment of darkness, evil, impurity, and chaos." Kai flicked his swords and resumed a standing position midair, his decayed, bare feet hovering 3 inches above the blood ocean. Only after gaining comprehension did Kai truly understand that what he considered his tree of life, for others, was a tree of death. Sephiroth were the emanations of God, and there was nothing holier than them. Holy? What had this word had anything to do with Kai, his individuality, his imprint on the vast cosmos? No. The starry constellation in the night was not holy, but something entirely opposite. It was Ein Sof, who created the 10 holy Sephiroth. But Ein Sof was the God, and God said, "I am that I am." Only later did Kai come to know that his sword spirit was darkness to light, evil to good, chaos to order, everything that God was and represented, she was not. "Call my name." "I am that I am not." The entire blood world was now fluctuating between the boundary of imaginary and real. A projection of a town, covered in shadows, was trying hard to collapse this world, replacing the reality marble with reality. Shadow Lord roared, black and blue lightning rumbling around him as the sky collapsed. He saw the tiny being, engulfed in blood flames, standing upright, and his blood boiled. A massive foot descended, stomping Kai. Boom. "Call my name." "I am nothing." Only after his comprehension, Kai realized and remembered that his sword spirit had created his tree of life, marked by the 9 stars in the constellation, in the reverse order. According to the path of the flaming sword, Einzaf, the source of boundless divinity, had created the 10 Sephiroth, starting from the crown at the top to the realm at the end. Kai's sword spirit had instead begun with the 10th star, Kai's heart. She had used Kai's limitless demonic will, and then she had proceeded to create the next 9 stars in the reverse order, reaching the crown, the pale yellow star that existed within the hole in the sky. She was not Einzaf. The yellow path generated by 8 yellow strokes of parcel script was not the path of the flaming sword. The starry constellation in the sky was not the structure of the 10 Sephiroth. Kai was lying over the blood ocean, his hands outstretched. His gaze went beyond the sky, to the darkness he had seen before the appearance of the stars. Your true form is said to be incomprehensible, a mass of absolute darkness that extends infinitely in all directions. Kai hissed, his breath rattling. These words were etched in his soul as if he had always known them. Then Kai stood up and hovered midair. The blood flames had become even denser, his spiritual pressure burning the surrounding space. And when you show yourself, demeanor, Kai hissed, looking at the vast blood ocean, you take the form of an expanding field of blood, endless. Within the blood ocean, which was no deeper than ankles, one could see an endless rippling blood-like mass, almost as vast as the mysterious depths of the cosmos. Gif 1, you are not Einzaf, the god. Kai whispered out a frigid breath. You were there even before him. And you were there even before the universe was created. The moment Kai's hisses stopped, a figure took shape within the blood ocean, replacing Kai's blurry, bloody reflection. This figure was entirely black, had long clawed arms and legs, and its hair was yellow, swaying high without wind. It had no face, either. It was just a being. She was Kai's sword spirit. Keek! The sword spirit's cackle thundered evilly across the reality marble. This one will be called Supreme Soundga. Instantly, a yellow stroke appeared under Soundga's hilt, just like the one under the hilt of Mora's aim. And Kai let go of the swords. The tip of both Limitless Mora's aim and Supreme Soundga's blades kissed the blood ocean and fell into it without creating ripples. The release call appeared in Kai's mind, along with Zanpakuto's true name in his heart. Devour. Kai mumbled, his spiritual pressure finally reaching the might of a contestant infinitely near the strength of the 10th floor. In. Boom. The moment the swords vanished into the blood ocean, the entire world shook. The incoming, raging Shadow Lord trembled before pausing as if some kind of constraint had been placed on him. Strangely, when the swords went inside the blood ocean, within his reflection, their hilts appeared first. Aizen, the Zanpakuto, grabbed the 2 swords and instantly stabbed them back into the blood surface that was acting as a mirror between her and Kai. Rumble. 2 massive hilts protruded out of the blood ocean. Kai's scabbed hands grabbed those hilts, and he flew up, pulling the swords out. Calling them mere swords would do them incredible injustice. These swords were massive, as long as Kai, their width almost wider than his waist. In his right hand was Limitless Mora's aim, but it was no katana anymore. It had become a curved heavy sword without a guard. It was half black and half white, and the white blade's edge was glowing bloody. The moment Kai's spiritual pressure, the blood flames, drenched Limitless Mora's aim, they became sinister black flames. Image 5, only Kai knew that those were cursed flames, ready to kill with one cut. In his left hand was Supreme Soundga, its shape exactly similar to Mora's aim. But the white and black colors on it were reversed, its black blade's edge glowing bloody as well. When his spiritual pressure drowned Soundga, it gained the form of purple flames, pure evil. Image 6, haha. Shadow Lord's laugh boomed. So what? You think transforming swords will let you live? They are still puny. They are. The colossal Shadow Lord got choked on his words. This. Others couldn't see Kai's sword spirit in his reflection, but they could see a reflection. And because of Shadow Lord's 1,000 feet tall stature, he could see that reflection clearer than anyone. That reflection didn't contain Kai, but it did have 2 swords. Yet, these swords were so large, so gigantic, that they felt like 2 metallic mountains. 666 feet. This was the length of the sword's blades, going endlessly deep into the reflection, becoming bloody darkness itself. This was also the true size of Kai's Zanpakuto. If Kai hadn't comprehended his inner world's essence already, he couldn't have controlled their size. Much less needed to be said about even wielding them. You. Shadow Lord voiced, his enormous pupils trembling. Must die. The Shadow Titan raised his fists as if he wanted to hammer Kai, shattering the world along with him. Kai, too, lifted the massive curved heavy swords in response, and poured his entire spiritual pressure within them. Show. All the blood flames around Kai vanished, becoming black flames around Limitless Mora's aim and purple flames around Supreme Soundga. Endless cursed runic marks manifested within the black flames, and within the purple flames, 3 evil dragons roared, forecasting a world-ending tornado. Kill him. Supreme Sound's voice echoed in Kai's mind. Kill him. More Aizen's cursed intention seeped into Kai's heart. Keek! Aizen's evil cackle shuddered his soul. Kill him. Unleash me. Unleash my power. Kai Stormburn! Path of the ascending flames. If the path of the flaming sword represented the flames that had descended from heaven to earth, in the order of the 10 Sephirot's creation by Ein Sof, then the twisting, serpentine yellow path created by 8 strokes of parcel script represented the flames rising from hell to earth. The 10th star in Kai's heart lit up as he fused his demonic will into the swords. And as the shadowy, miniature sun-like fists darkened the sky, Kai hacked. Purple and black flames soared like the most ominous flames from the netherworld, and in an instant, they reached Shadow Lord. Almost at the same time, 9 stars lit up on Shadow Lord's titanic figure, in the formation of the constellation in the sky. The 9th star was yellow, and it was glowing hideously on his forehead. Show. Hiss. The purple and black flame slithered from one star to another as if someone was using a brush to draw strokes on paper. Their appearance was the same when the sword spirit had drawn 8 yellow strokes on the sky. Shadow Lord couldn't even move. He couldn't say, see, hear, touch, taste, or feel. As the purple and black flame slithered up, creating the illusion of a demonic, sinister snake coiling up a tree, everything about Shadow Lord got sealed. In just a fraction of a second, the flames reached the last star, the 9th. And it ended. Rumble. Shadow Lord's colossal body rumbled and shattered, his very existence getting sealed under the might of Zunpacto, in. It was also then the swords in Kai's hands descended, and he finished his words. Clifoth Genesis. Chapter 48, The Greatest Inheritance. The entire reality marble had gained an illusory appearance. If one were to look at Port Royal from way up in the sky, but not outside the inheritance land, they would have seen the fluctuations of a blood world, going in and out of existence. Sometimes this blood world felt real, sometimes false. But, more often than not, it was as if a colossal illusion was cast over the island. Just like a hologram. 2 figures were falling from the sky within this hologram, their existence fluctuating along with the blood world itself. One was an old man with a huge stature, his figure looking lifeless. The other was a black humanoid creature. When one inspected minutely, the appearance of this black creature seemed to feel like that of a girl, her entire body covered in a shadowy substance. A distinct glint of an earring could be seen on her left ear, too. These 2 were none other than Shadow Lord, Pirate Lord Henry Morgan, and Cersei Lannister, the book's character. Demeanor Kai eyed them, hovering above the blood ocean, his long, tattered black cloak billowing without wind behind him. Gone was the covering of blood flames and the abundant presence of spiritual pressure. Gone was the boundless feeling of MP and SP. And gone was the sense of power, making Kai feel as if with his one thought, he could seal the entire universe. Yet, under the dark hood, his hazel eyes were giving out a profound glow. Alive. The moment he saw Shadow Lord and Cersei falling freely, he flew toward them, his wraith-like figure leaving a black trail of icy fog in his wake. When he opened his mouth, his breath rattled, and then he licked his lips. The moment had arrived. Finally. The inheritance of Shadow Lord, Henry Morgan, a master of alchemy, was indeed mouth-watering for many. Kai was included in them as well. But if it had been 100% of his inheritance, then it would have tempted him even more. A temptation, at least enough for him to overlook his other desires. But circumstances had turned out such that he could only obtain 20% of it, and that too will be divided between him and Moraine. Killing Shadow Lord would have let him obtain a part of another 40%, for Red Sun and Moraine were involved in this fight as well, even though their contributions were smaller than Kai's. But that had been only possible in the case if the temporary protectors would have escorted all 6 major characters out of Port Royal. Kai and the contestants on Interceptor had escorted Jack Sparrow and William Turner out of the inheritance land with the help of, now dead, Supreme Protector. Another top-level 70H floor, and by far the most prudent, had caught Captain Barbossa and his crew, taking them out in the open sea as well. Not to mention, Red Sun had already sent out Captain Norrington and Governor Swan, bringing the count to 5. Yet, one remained. Elizabeth Swan. If Kai knew how things would turn out, he would have done something about it. But, by the time he returned to the island, his goals had already deviated from the originals. The 20% of inheritance would most probably give him a skill, Kai had thought. But even if it didn't, he wasn't much attached to it. Then there was the matter of obtaining Shadow Lord's inheritance related to the alchemy. Now, it did make Kai tremble with joy, but this joy was only on the surface, not seeping into his bones. Kai had already made ample plans of learning alchemy from the Full Metal Alchemist world. Not to mention, He believed in learning such things by himself, creating his own theories, and understanding his own principles. Still, he wouldn't say no to a part of Henry Morgan's knowledge if the system would grant it to him. So, no. The reason for him to nudge himself, forcing himself to forget the changing of titles from novice collector to poacher, was not Shadow Lord's known inheritance. The reason for him to let himself fall into such a desperate state, hoping to fish for greater power into the sea of his misfortune, wasn't this inheritance. No. The reason was something much greater and darker, viler and eviler, and more wicked than normal reasoning. Yes, he wanted to obtain unprecedented power. Yes, he wanted to save the book. And, yes, he wanted to kill Shadow Lord. He wanted these all things, but not without obtaining true inheritance. An inheritance only he could get in this inheritance land. For he was the foulest creature that walked the earth across the multiverse. He was not only K, but he was Dementor Kai. And now, he wanted Shadow Lord's soul. Dementor Kai had always aimed to devour the soul of this powerful being, the character surpassing the known boundary of the top-level 90th floor contestants. Nothing else could even come close to it. A foul mass of black fog rushed toward the sky like a sinister meteor. Around it, two curved heavy swords swirled, both giving out a murderous and evil glow. The swords seemed dull at a glance, as if someone had sucked out their power, but their blades were still hideously sharp. Moreover, one of them could even kill with one cut. Kai reached out with his right skeletal hand, the figure of an old man enlarging in his eyes. In the next moment, he rammed into him. Shadow Lord, though infinitely close to death, had yet to truly pass away. His old eyes were barely open, his breathing scarce. His ancient face had gone pale and cold, as if some fiend had sucked out his blood. And there was a yellow stroke on his forehead, shining with a sickly yellow, starry light. There was a seal on his existence, which meant that the world itself wouldn't tolerate him existing with itself. Shadow Lord had become a thing that shouldn't exist, mustn't exist. No one could stop death from claiming him, now. No one. Just as Kai's thin, bony fingers wrapped themselves around Shadow Lord's throat, a dense cold perfused into his skin, muscles, and bones. Happiness had already abandoned him ages ago. Now, even hope got snatched out of him. This monstrous hopelessness was followed by the loss of Shadow Lord's happy memories, one by one getting sucked out of him like a mead. Kai sucked deep, deeper than ever, and a sweet sensation ran down his decayed throat. This was the preparation before the final kiss. This was the condition to use the skill. Even the despair of death could not hope to come close to what Shadow Lord was feeling at this moment. No. He mumbled, his long, white beard freezing under an ominous cold. Give me. Forgive? Kai's breath rattled, his 2 meters tall body wrapping itself around the giant old man. Forgiveness and mercy is not in my nature. And it was then another figure arrived from above, falling like a blob of shadow. Kai's left rotten hand lifted, and that figure gradually came to a stop before gliding toward him. Kai wrapped his glistening, grayish arm around Starsei's waist, and felt her emotions, buried under the shadows. The curved heavy swords, swirling behind Kai, rippling along with his billowing cloak, struck each other. A screeching metallic clink rang out, forcing even the souls of listeners to shudder. Suddenly, a diagram of 9 stars lit up on Starsei's black forehead. Chapter 49, The Greatest Inheritance. This diagram was exactly like the constellation of 9 stars, still glowing in the sky. 8 out of 9 stars on Starsei's forehead were glowing white and blue and were arranged in a formation of fruits hanging at the end of branches, giving the entire diagram a tree-like appearance. The first star, the star at the top, was pale yellow, the crown of the tree. This was the ceiling diagram, the Qlifoth. Just as the tiny points of light appeared on Starsei's forehead, a yellow stroke slithered up on the diagram, using Kai's demonic will as the ink and coiling up from the 9th star to the first star. When the process ended, one could see a yellow stroke traversing over the diagram, bringing it to life. Qlifoth Genesis. This was nowhere near the ultimate technique of the Zanpakuto, in. Not to mention, Kai's spiritual pressure, which powered the technique, had long run out. Yet, it didn't mean Kai couldn't seal anymore. Especially when the target was nowhere as devastatingly powerful as that of Shadow Lord. The yellow stroke glistened on Starsei's forehead like a tiny serpent, hissing toward heaven. Somehow, this yellow stroke felt the same in appearance as the yellow strokes under the sword's hilts before their transformation. The yellow stroke on her black forehead was also the same as the giant yellow path slithering up through the constellation, from one star to another in the sky. Strangely, and in a pure detestable manner, these yellow strokes didn't feel the same, either. Even the mere thought of trying to make sense of them, and their interrelation, could irritate one to death. Bang! The thick layer of shadows on Starsea exploded, a mass of black liquefied air bursting out like water from a balloon. It was in the yellow stroke on her forehead shone, and became a black hole, attracting and engulfing all the shadows. The diagram created by 9 stars had already vanished, becoming transparent, leaving behind that yellow stroke. Now, the shadows surrounded the ceiling mark like a cocoon. A black diamond, with a marquised shape, manifested on Cersei's forehead, and within it was a yellow stroke, enchanting the hearts of all onlookers. All this hadn't taken even a moment to happen. From Kai using telekinesis to catch Cersei, and then sealing the shadows inside her using the parcel script, only a breath had passed by. Gently, her eyes opened, and her green pupils shone black, the black of shadows and death. By happenstance, as the blur in her eyes vanished, the first thing she saw was Kai's hooded, decaying face, and him sucking out Shadow Lord's happiest memories. This scene etched itself in her heart, and if she had possessed a soul, this scene would have engraved itself on it as well. It was also then that Kai finished his words, saying something that Cersei Lannister would never forget. And Kai's cold breath rattled, the book appearing in his thoughts. No one gets to touch what belongs to me, and remain alive. If one were to see the skies of this holographic blood world now, one would find this scene utterly bewildering, mystifying, and shocking, to say the least. There, in the sky, was a dark and foul being, its very aura deathly cold. In his one arm was an old man, dying, trying to beg for forgiveness under the effects of raw despair and hopelessness. In his other arm was a pale but stunningly beautiful young lady, eyeing this rotten being with a gaze burning with such a zeal that it surpassed a drowning man's desire for straw. Alas! Instead of kissing her, this filthy being leaned over, bringing its mouth to the old man, pressing its grey lips over his. That was good as well, saving others from the repulsive sight of such a being kissing a young maiden. Kai had never experienced a kiss better than this one. The moment he took a sip of the mead coming out of Shadow Lord, heartfelt drunkenness possessed him, making his sight blurry. Kai had sucked out the soul of a common wizard in the Harry Potter world, almost equivalent to a second set's newbie in strength. And as that wizard was an in-world character, he had gotten 3 soul points out of him. Because of the commotion caused by that single disappearance, Kai never attempted it again, postponing it to later, after becoming stronger and stealthier. Yet that encounter had let Kai make a wild guess about a certain scenario. A scenario of him sucking out Dumbledore's soul. Kai had guessed that if he could do such a thing, then he would surely get at least 50 soul points out of the most powerful wizard, effortlessly. It was this guess that had jolted Kai's heart when he had begun planning for this moment. Pirate Lord Henry Morgan was a nigh-mortal being, his magical might almost boundless. Not to mention, his strength had already surpassed the 9th floor, infinitely nearing the 10th floor. To top it all off, Shadow Lord was an in-world character. What Kai wanted was Shadow Lord's soul, the hoard of soul points, and breath. Breath out of set quota. Soul mead ran down Kai's throat as if he was drinking immortal wine, his entire existence swelling up. Suddenly, this feeling of swelling became so vast that Kai felt like he would explode. Boom. This explosion had not occurred outside, but within Chi, his decayed hands shuddering and his tattered cloak billowing as if a tempest had come. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormburn, your Dementor Blood Essence has updated. Blood Essence, Dementor, Magical Beast, Grade, C, Growth, 25.1 out of 50. Upgrade reward, +1 breath, not applicable to the set's quota, skill Breath Snatcher advanced from D grade to D+, Intimidation became D, and Dementor's Kiss arrived at C. The only one that didn't show any changes was the skill Dementor's Progenitor, a question mark showing in place of its grade. Things, however, hadn't slowed down. Rather, they had become ever faster, tastier. Pirate Lord Henry Morgan kept trembling like a fish out of water, his eyes horrified, and his face contorted with dread. Kai sucked and sucked, uncaring of time and the vanishing reality marble. Even the notification mentioning that his 3 days period will be over soon got ignored. Such was the taste of this power, this soul, the very embodiment of mana. 30. 35. 40. 49. Boom. This explosion was mightier than before, its meaning vaster and viler. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormburn, your Dementor Blood Essence has updated. Blood Essence, Dementor, Magical Beast, Grade, C, Growth, 50.1 out of 100. Upgrade reward, +2 breath, not applicable to the set's quota, skill Breath Snatcher advanced to C, Intimidation became D+, and Dementor's Kiss arrived at C. No change to the last skill, still. Things had just reached the peak, though. Cersei gulped as she saw Kai sucking out Shadow Lord's soul, the very meaning of beauty taking a strange psychological turn in her mind. Behind her, limitless morass aim and supreme Saga kept swirling, thrumming, thriving within the evil aura of Dementor Kai. On the blood ocean, Red Sun had sat down, his eyes trembling at the stupefying sight he had been seeing for some time. Why did the mighty existence, Shadow Origin, Never mention the five-crowned prince having conqueror's haki. Why didn't he mention that Blood Demon was a resurrected descendant of the Emperor's bloodline? Red Sun's guess had deviated little from that of the contestant Nexus. Only this was the most plausible explanation. What else? Yet, the resolute look in Robin's gaze never vanished. He had already let something slip out of his mouth, a king's code name, forcing him into that hellhole. No. He would question nothing anymore. He had decided. This was his ladder to the top. This promised king was his ticket to the 18th floor. On the other side, Moraine's half-opened eyes looked at the foul mist pressed upon Shadow Lord's face. Her thoughts were all over the place. Kai cared for nothing. He would suck it all out. He would suck out everything. To the very last drop. 60. 75. 80. 92. 96. 98. 99. 99.4. 99.8. 99.9. Just when the well-containing Shadow Lord's soul had all but gone dry, Kai sucked out the very last drop with a resounding slurp. Boom. Congratulations contestant Kai Stormburn, your Dementor blood essence has updated blood essence. Dementor, magical beast, grade, C+, growth, 100.09 out of 200. Upgrade reward, +3 breath, not applicable to the set's quota, skill Breath Snatcher advanced to C, intimidation became C, and Dementor's kiss arrived at C+. Kai let go of the dead old man, raised his head toward the dark sky, and let out a rattling roar. This was all he had hoped for. These many soul points, these advancements, and these upgrades were all he had hoped to gain, his greatest inheritance. Yet, something happened then that Kai had never imagined in his wildest dreams. Not here, at least. Not now. Another notification appeared in front of his pupils, and the entire world became silent along with him, his gaze trembling at the sight. Dementor's progenitor condition matched. Skill, Dementor's progenitor grade, B Chapter 50, Dementor's progenitor. The sudden silence that followed Kai's rattling roar became an abyss-like pit. The addition of 6 points in his breath out of the set quota's purview was already something to be elated about. This notification that he had never hoped for jolted him alive, his icy breath speeding up, his heartbeat booming. Kai's eyes under the dark hood had become two hazel-colored gems embedded in his rotten skull. He just couldn't tear his gaze off whatever he was seeing, reading, thinking, and feeling. Starsea was still in his embrace, so she felt it even more. Never had she seen Kai so agitated. Her green eyes gained a grave look, her thoughts full of concern and doubts. Only a full 5 minutes later did Kai take a deep rattling breath, his grip on Starsea's waist tightening. Can it be done? He hissed, his voice shaking. Can you do it? No one could even understand what he was saying. Much less needed to be said about knowing to whom he had asked those questions. An evil cackle answered Kai, gaining a sharp edge with every passing moment. Keek! The sword spirit, Aizen, cackled, her hisses piercing into Kai's mind and soul. Things sure took an unexpected turn, eh? Who would have thought the conditions to activate this skill would be? Keek. If I burn my source, I can provide you enough mana. But, then, I will have to hibernate to recover, and you will not be able to communicate with me for a couple of years. Kai's gaze became incredibly hard as if he was ruminating over a decision that could dictate life and death. -30 points in intelligence and breath won't happen overnight, he hissed, his ripped black cloak billowing noiselessly behind him. A couple of years is not an issue. But Kai couldn't complete his words, as the sword spirit had already burst out with a hideous cackle. Worried about the skills warning Aizen hissed in Kai's mind. Well, you are already marked. Things wouldn't possibly worsen more than that, would they? Kai, are you really going to pass up on an opportunity like this? It will be such a disappointment. The reality marble had thinned out to such a degree that it felt like a layer of dust left behind by a sandstorm. Saying that it was on its last legs wasn't even enough to show its dwindling strength. This blood world had already become the last flicker of a candle that was about to go out. Passing up on this chance would truly be an unprecedented disappointment, Kai knew. No matter the consequences. You are right. Kai's hiss came out with a defying resolve, his evil or churning around him once again. Let's do it. Keek! Aizen cackled like a psychotic maniac. What a blood demon! The two curved heavy swords swirling behind Kai suddenly began burning with blood flames, as if someone had poured oil over them before lighting them up. In the next instant, the flames died, and in their place, two katanas appeared. With just a thought, Kai put them away and took a deep breath, steeling his nerves, and bringing his mind to an optimum state. On the ground, Red Sun and Moraine could only gawk at this sudden silent picture, knowing not what kind of shocking and horrifyingly repulsive things were about to happen. The sword spirit appeared behind Kai, her long, yellow hair tumbling and swaying from head to knees. Her lean figure seemed to be the embodiment of everything dark in the world. And when she hovered midair with her spine straight, it felt like she was the overlord, her might supreme and unquestionable. Aizen lifted her long-clawed hands and put on Kai's cloaked back. Keek! The sword spirit cackled, her hisses entering Kai's ears like needles. Ready? Kai gulped, his heart throbbing half with vile ecstasy and half with great dread. Ready. I think I have always been. Boom. Aizen didn't give Kai the chance to finish his words. The entire length of her long hair almost lifted as if a yellow-colored waterfall had suddenly changed direction, aiming for heaven. Endless mana exploded out of her, entering Kai, forcing him to let out a sky-shaking, rattling roar. Kai could feel Aizen's existence vanishing, melting into the world, but he couldn't even think properly. In just a few seconds, the bluish-yellow MP soared up and down, linking the blood ocean to the night sky and a constellation that was rippling like a mirage. 300. 400. 500. And it was rising and rising, crossing the boundary that had already felt heaven-defying to Kai before. There was no pleasure in this. Not anymore. This amount of mana was enough for him to make him explode 100 times over. Stop. Kai roared in his mind. Stop. Stop. Keek. Be careful what you wish for. Aizen's hisses still carried a sharp edge of mockery, but her voice felt like coming from millions of miles away. It was low enough to proclaim that it was coming from the past itself. Even her very figure had gone blurry, becoming incredibly transparent. 700. 800. 980. 1150. Boom. 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 Space tears rained down all over the inner world, black and blue lightning bolts rumbling, hacking at the blood ocean with the fury of gods, demons, and devils alike. Do it, now, Aizen hissed with a tone of urgency. Activate it, you fool. I can't. Everything had gained a touch of blue in Kai's mind. The sky had vanished, stars and their starry light gone, and even the sounds had become scarce, melting into his befuddled mind. This much mana within his body wasn't a serendipity anymore, but a lethal dose of incurable poison. Strangely, there was a cure for it, Kai felt, his will to survive warning him of the impending doom. He must activate something. Yes. That would solve his problems. But activate what? Why must he activate it now? Why must he activate it here, in this abysmal place? And why must he activate it at such a cost? What was at stake? What kind of opportunity would slip out of his hands? Activate it! A hiss exploded in Kai's mind, and for the faintest moment, he regained his thinking capabilities. And, when it came to Kai, one moment of thought process was enough. Enough for him to answer all of his questions. Activate. Kai inadvertently hissed, thinking of the words. Dementor's progenitor!